creations and of their rebirth as men from ancient mother. Tiburist arts by the middle of the 20th century, continuing modernization, conversions to Islam and Christianity, and local iconoclastic religious movements had diminished local demand for the works of cult carvers. At the same time, the arts of Africa, especially those of Côte d'Ivoire, began to attract a broader audience in Europe and the United States. More recently, tourism has brought increasing numbers of these outsiders to West Africa. The Kulb and other Sanyafo artisan groups have responded by creating artworks for this new and growing market. Since the 1950s, they have in all likelihood produced more artworks than were created during the entire 19th century. Art has come to serve as a kind of cash crop, generating income, sometimes even wealth, for thousands of people. The expanding city of Korhago, in Côte d'Ivoire, has been the main center for this production and its trade, and it was there that this photograph of wares was taken. Fig. 5-34, Tourist Arts. 5-34 Sanyafo tourist wares on display, Korhago, Côte d'Ivoire. 1979. In addition to wood sculpture by Kulb and other carvers, figures made by brass casters are also popular with tourists, along with paintings on cloth of animals, simplified versions of local masks, and adaptations of sacred phyla cloth. Some of these wares are also visible on and hanging behind the trader's table here. Vary widely in quality. At the lowest level are great quantities of hastily and crudely carved renditions of traditional forms. Visible across the back of the table, they are often bought cheaply in bulk by traders who take them to large cities to sell. At the highest end are beautifully carved works, some of which depart from earlier forms. The comparatively small number of skilled men who carve on this high level are often innovators, inventing new forms as well as continuing 5-35. Figure of Kafijlajo. Kulb. 20th century. Wood, feathers, quills, cloth, height 28 k, 73 cm. Musée Barbie Müller, Geneva. Earlier ones. They work mainly on commission, and, as one might expect, their output is small. They fill commissions for Poro and they make replacement images for older carvings that have been bartered, purchased, or even stolen from shrines or Poro groves. Some carvers, or their kinsmen, have also become rich selling objects known as antiquities, a word that in this case simply means used in a traditional context, and often with a surface or patina that betrays apparent age. Two factors have helped Kulb carvers cultivate this market for their work so successfully. The first is their traditional control of carving woods, that is, their long-standing asserted right to fell trees and use their wood without payment to people whose land they grow on. This assumed prerogative links with the second factor, control by Kulb of supernatural sanctions located in a powerful deity called Kafijlajo, who is materialized as a wooden image wrapped in cloth soaked with supernaturally charged substances. Fig. 5-35, threats of Kafijlajo's powers have been enough to instill fear in many who deal with carvers, giving them an advantage in many transactions. This supernatural sanction, not available to anyone but Kulb, has helped protect the carver's control. It also represents the quite recent introduction of a kind of power figure, a wooden form with composite additions that we might easily assume was old and traditional if we were not aware of its history. One of the results of these fairly new markets and the lively full-time artistry they support is an increased level of competence on the part of many artists, along with experimentation and innovation in the effort to create new sales. Thus many of the objects coming out of workshops differ from earlier forms. Ironically, Western collectors who purchase them probably do so in part because they assume them to be traditional. In fact, African art has always been subject to change. The main reason that European and American collectors think of some African objects as the most real and authentic is because these were the arts that flourished when they were first recorded in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. The creative additions made to the Signifo corpus since about 1950 should be seen as continuing long-established patterns of change. The major change, of course, is from local to international patronage, with many implied differences in the meanings and values of the arts to both their consumers and their producers. Related peoples of Burkina Faso, the leadership of one older man, the family head. The boundaries of Lobi communities are difficult to discern visually, for there is no center. Villages are comprised simply of several compounds living under the rules, protection, and beneficence of a particular deity, Thil, plural Thilla, associated with their land. Each family compound too has at least one presiding Thil. Social behavior is regulated and adjudicated by these Thilla, whose will is passed to ordinary people by priests and diviners. It is Thilla, for example, who order sculptures and other art forms to be made. The most important of these forms is the clay or wood sculpture called Hapa, Fig. 5 to 36, human-like in form, a Hapa acts as an intermediary between a particular Thil and the human community. Lobi carvers derive no special status from their work, perhaps in part because anyone can carve without specialized training. They are paid little. The various peoples of Burkina Faso are agriculturalists, and most speak Gur languages. Formerly known to scholars as the Voltaic peoples, after the former names of the three rivers that drain the region, the Black, Red, and White Voltas, they are today increasingly referred to collectively as the Burkinabe. Among these are a dozen or more groups, some quite small, with distinctive art forms and styles. Aspects of the arts of four of these peoples will be surveyed briefly here: the Lobi, the Bwa, the Mossi, and the Nankani. Lo'i sculpture and metalwork. About 160,000 Lobi live in Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, and Ghana. Formerly warlike, even among themselves, they occupy defensible compounds with narrow openings and fairly high walls. They are primarily agriculturalists, like other groups examined here, with millet, sorghum, and cornfields surrounding their somewhat randomly dispersed compounds. These houses from about a dozen or so people to 60 or 80 members of an extended family under 5 to 36. 5 Baitba figures. Lobi. Wood, height IO/I8, 26 to 45.5 c. Museum Rietberg, Zurich. 537 Shrine with Baitba figures of wood, clay, and terracotta, Media-Bdo region. Lobi I. 1Q80. Indeed, some Thilla are said to adversely affect a carver who takes any money at all. As a result, Lobi carvings are highly variable in style and degree of finish, a fact that does not in the least hinder their effectiveness in shrines. What seems to be more important to the Lobi, or better, to their Thilla, is that a Baitba act, for it is considered a living being able to see, communicate, and intervene on behalf of its Thil. While stylized, Baitba are complete in having the usual body parts, although most are highly simplified in their artistic renderings. Normally, as here, heads are enlarged, perhaps so the work of the god will be more effective. Other features may reflect specific powers. Baitba expected to fight for their owners, for example, have big hands. Others, considered dangerous, block entrance to harmful forces such as disease or witchcraft, and are depicted with one or both arms held up. Still others have sad expressions because their function is to mourn for their owners. Figures with two heads represent deities whose ability to see in several directions at once makes them exceptionally dangerous and powerful. Images without any specially defining posture or expression, and considered ordinary by the Lobi, nearly always have faces that can be seen as grim or angry, for it is thought that only in such a state can the Baitba act forcefully. Such visual clues to meaning are not always clear, however. The Lobi themselves have conflicting and ambiguous interpretations of their imagery, and regional variations complicate things further. Thus it is always preferable to have data from specific shrine contexts. N 5 to 38. Iron and brass figures. Lobi. Height 1-4, April 5, 12 cm. Museum Rietberg, Zurich. Thyla may be found or taken. A deity is found when it appears as a piece of iron in the bush or when it affects someone strongly, usually through sickness or misfortune. A deity is said to be taken when its Baitba is bought from the original owner and set up in a new shrine, where it continues its work. While shrines may be similar in appearance, each is in fact the unique result of orders received from the resident Thyla through a diviner. Some Thyla first want a roof terrace shrine, for example, and later request another inside the house or in a small separate building. The Thyla order what sorts of things the shrine must be equipped with. These often include sculpted figures of wood, clay, or metal, implements such as canes or bells, and ritual pottery. Many of these are present in the shrine in figure 5-37. Which also includes bottles, other containers, and seashells, all as ordered by the god. A deity's request can be quite detailed: material, size, pose or gesture, facial expression, and other attributes may all be specified. Many of these differences are meaningful in the context of the god's shrine, priest, and work. A god is believed to work for its owner/finder and his or her family after sacrifices have been made, and it will continue to work, protect, injure, heal, hinder, etc. so long as its regulations are followed. Lobi arts also include a wide variety of small human and animal images, implements, and more abstract symbols in copper alloy and iron, figure 5-38. Some of these are worn as jewelry ordered by a deity and for the most part protective, as among the Sinyafo, and some appear on shrines. Their iconography is not fully known. But at least some of these small sculptures have fairly specific work to do for the Thyla who ask for them on behalf of their owners, whether custodians of shrines or the people who wear them as charms. Small human figures of iron, black metal, or brass, red metal, fight against witches, sorcerers, or other invisible dangers, while chameleons bring riches and prosperity. Snakes appear in many sizes and shapes in both metals, worn on different parts of the body strapped to lower legs, for example, as bracelets or chest ornaments. They are especially common workers for the Thyla, and serve many offensive and defensive roles. Spears, knives, or bows and arrows are weapons used by Thyla on behalf of their owners, and similarly, miniature pliers are tied around children's necks so the Thyla can hold, that is, protect them well. Notably, the Lobi are surrounded by people who devote much energy to masquerades, but they themselves have no masks. The reasons for this are not clear but may relate to their lack of age-grade organizations. BWA masquerades. The BWA people inhabit a region in northwestern Burkina Faso and extending into Mali. Each BWA village is governed independently by male elders. Communities comprise 3 occupational groups: farmers, in the majority, smiths, who forge tools and cast brass, and whose wives make pottery, and bards and musicians, who also weave and dye cotton and work leather. A religious organization called Du, a Mande-derived term for secret 5-39. Du Grass Mask in Performance, Boni Village. BWA. 1985. Or spiritual, is a major unifying force in BWA life. Each community has a Du congregation, led by the Earth Priest. Du is at once an organization and an anthropomorphic being, the son of the remote creator god. Considered androgynous, Du represents and embodies the life-giving powers of nature, especially the untamed bush. Du is incarnated at initiations and village purifications, held just after crops are planted, by an otherworldly spirit masker whose skin is vines, grasses, and leaves, fig. 5-39, in some areas, the vivid leafy green body is topped, as here, by an arcing crest of brilliant white eagle feathers. A conical tube of basketry in front forms a kind of mouth. Deliberately and radically non-human in shape, color, and behavior, these sacred organic maskers celebrate life and help renew the forces of nature. Their power extends also to human fertility. The use of fresh verdant plant material in Du's costume directly evokes its function of regeneration. In wooden masks, on the other hand, a more abstract form of symbolism prevails. BWA wooden masks embody bush spirits, who are invoked to benefit humankind and the natural forces on which Fe depends. Figs. 5-40, 5-41. Some masks depict creatures of practical or ideological importance more or less directly. The tall mask leading the procession in figure 5-40 represents a serpent. A monkey and a buffalo follow. A hawk mask, conceived as a beak projecting off a horizontal plank form, performs its twisting routine at the center of figure 5-41. Other creatures depicted in masks include fish, antelope, bush pigs, roosters, and butterflies. A second type of wood mask is more abstract, and consists of 5-40 serpent, monkey, and buffalo masks in performance. Pa Village, Burkina Faso. BWA. 1984. 5-41 hawk mask in performance, watched by two plank masks, Dasi Village, Burkina Faso. BWA. IQSA-shaped, partly open work planks surmounting a normally circular facial section. Visible at the right in figure 5-40 and watching the hawk dance in figure 5-41, these masks embody ideas such as the spirit of growth, dwarf spirits, or other natural forces not readily apparent visually. Nearly all wood masks are painted in black, white, and red with high contrast geometric signs. In general, these are symbols of cultural order, whether economic, political, or spiritual. Their meanings are imparted by older initiates to male and female novices. BWA boys and girls in the same age grade undergo initiation together. It seems that at first only relatively simple meanings are imparted, more esoteric content is revealed as the initiates mature. Thus the interpretations of graphic signs vary according to age and initiatory level, as well as region. Few meanings, though, are codified or shared over time or space, even if the signs themselves chevrons, zigzags, X's, crescents, checkerboard patterns, concentric circles, sculpted hooks, and others are widely distributed not only among the BWA but also among neighboring Guernsey peoples such as the Nuna and the Winiama, with whom many mask types originated. Similar signs appear as well on Mossi and Dogon masks. It would seem that the symbolic interpretation of mask motifs is deliberately left open among the BWA, enabling a tutor to incorporate the latest or most important local teachings, thereby best preparing novices for adult life at that particular place and time. BWA wooden masks stand in some degree of tension to do leaf masks. Leaf masks are clearly the more ancient and indigenous form, and it is acknowledged that wooden mask types have been borrowed or purchased from neighboring peoples. In addition, wooden masks act as a divisive force in that they tend to foster competition, with families or clans vying fiercely to create the most elaborate, innovative displays. Leaf masks, on the other hand, cut across family or lineage divisions and act as a unifying force. Where leaf and wood masks coexist in the same communities, they perform separately and belong to rival religious associations. In some southern BWA villages where both types appear, leaf mask owners consider wood mask 5-42 standing figure. Mossi. 19th to 20th century. Wood, glass, metal beads. Private collection users as heretical parvenus and forbid them to participate in due rites. In the Northwest, however, the two mask types embody a beneficial nature/culture interaction. There, leaf masks foster growth in the spring, while wooden masks perform after the harvest to help integrate people into village culture by promoting respect for the rules of proper social behavior. Mossi sculpture and masking. Far more numerous than the BWA are the Mossi people of Burkina Faso, whose society is organized into states. Mossi states were founded during the 15th and 16th centuries, when horsemen arriving from a region to the southeast, in what is now Ghana, superimposed a language and centralized political systems onto the indigenous farming peoples, called Tengaezi, rulers of the land. This dual aspect of Mossi culture is recognized today in that the king, called the Mo'onaba, and other rulers called the Nakams, descendants of the original equestrian invaders, hold themselves apart from earth priests, landowners, and elders, descendants of the original farming groups. Mossi arts too record this double heritage, as figural sculptures are owned and used ritually by Nakams rulers in political contexts, whereas the Tengaezi farmers dance masks owned by clans and lineages. Figures therefore represent political power and culture, leaning toward the secular, whereas masking invokes spiritual power, associated with the earth and other aspects of nature. However, the varied styles of Mossi masks and figures signal a more complex history of ethnic and cultural mixing in this region. Most Mossi figures are carved in dynamic styles of simplified naturalism and in active poses, Fig. 5-42. Most depict females. Some wear jewelry and cloth wrappers. The expressive pose of this figure, with bent legs, arms akimbo, and dramatic hand gestures, may emulate characteristic dance gestures of this area. The usual annual public outing of such rulers' figures is the year-end sacrificial rite, when royal ancestors are commemorated by dancing and feasting. In some places elders of local families bring tribute in the form of millet or other foodstuffs to the ruler, reinforcing their allegiance to him, while in other areas rulers ride out to their subject villages after sacrifices have been made to ancestors through the figures. As is common elsewhere, ancestors are believed to reward proper behavior with human and agricultural fertility and productivity, or, alternatively, to punish transgressors with disease or misfortune. Ownership of such figures, including those that belong to earlier leaders, affirms a king's or other leader's secular right to rule. Mossi masks, in contrast, embody spirit powers, nature spirits of the sort found among many farming peoples. In some regions masks are housed within ancestral shrines during periods when they are not being danced, to be augmented by ancestral powers that control the earth and productivity, all in the service of the well-being of the people and their natural environment. Although they do not evoke ancestors strictly speaking, the spirit masks partake of and seem to contribute to ancestral power. A typical mask from the Mossi Yatenga region. 5-43 Mask with standing figure. Mossi. Early Zote century. Wood, height ZV, 1.09 m. Museum Rietberg, Zurich. Other masks in this style have tall open-work rectangular planks similar to Dogon Siraj masks. Since the Dogon live only about 30 miles away from this region of Moss Island, historical interchange is evident. Prior to the 20th century, the Mossi tried repeatedly to conquer parts of Dogon country, but obviously shared art forms indicate that peaceful exchange has occurred as well. Has a head section faced with an oval, Fig. 5-43, the oval is bisected vertically by a notched ridge, with triangular eye holes on either side. Two sets of animal horns spring from the top, and behind them rises a short plank on which stands a finely carved female figure. The mask embodies a merging of bush and human powers, and suggests that human powers may be dominant. The human or animal figures or parts represented on such masks are spoken of by some scholars as totemic, in that they represent sacred characters that participated in origin legends told by the clans or families that own the mask. At the same time they seem also to represent nature spirits responsible for the well-being of the land and people. The mask stands at funerals, agricultural rites, and other important community events. Nankani architecture. Most of the peoples of the Western Sudan live in mud or adobe compounds that vary in size, configuration, decoration, and content, just as the cultures themselves vary. In fact, architecture and spatial concepts are strong cultural markers, and a shift in architectural style often signals even to casual travelers that they have entered a quite different culture. Like the mask styles of Burkina Faso, which tend to share a geometric design vocabulary along with animal and human references, the built environments of the region have an overall earthbound, organic sculptural quality, emphasizing horizontally, but with local cultural and stylistic inflections. This chapter closes with a brief look at a domestic compound and its decoration among the Nankani, a Guernsey people who straddle the border between Burkina Faso and Ghana. The Nankani live in dispersed settlements. Surrounded by cultivated fields, their walled compounds are spaced between 100 and 300 yards apart, and appear as if scattered across the landscape. In response to a long history of raiding and attempts at conquest, Nankani architecture evolved to become cleverly defensive. The plan in Figure 5-45 depicts a relatively small compound, though it incorporates all the forms and ideas of larger versions. A single narrow entrance faces west. Outside the entrance in a cleared area is the open men's shelter. Immediately inside the entrance is the cattle corral. Dwellings are at the eastern side of the compound, their entrances oriented on a direct sideline to the single compound entrance. A low barrier just inside the entrance to each house enables defenders to shoot arrows from the dark interiors at invaders advancing across the corral without themselves being seen. Fig. 5-46, the creation of living areas is a cooperative yet gender-specific venture. Men do most of the building, while women decorate wall and building surfaces inside and out. The compound itself is also viewed as gendered. Areas outside the compound are male-oriented, as is the corral inside. The further interior courtyards and dwellings are female-oriented. Visitors thus pass from public and male realms to increasingly private and female ones. Approaching the compound from the public realm outside, the farm, they pass the exterior men's area or shelter. Passing the ancestor shrine to the left of the opening, they enter the corral, but must climb over a wall to reach the domestic, female-oriented courtyards. From these open areas, in which much activity takes place, they gain access to women's or men's houses, as well as to the roof, also much used, bathing area, and outdoor kitchen. 5-44 Nankani Compound, Sirigu, Ghana. 1972. Women's dwelling courtyard men's dwelling cooking area cattle yard shrine men's shelter 5-45. Plan of Nankani Compound. Drawing after J. P. Bordier and T. T. Minha 5 feet 46 inches. Section of Nankani Compound, showing sight lines from dwelling entrance to corral. Drawing after J.P. Bordier and T. T. Minha. The protected interior spaces of women's houses include more private, intimate features: bed, food storage wall, a sort of sideboard where pot terry is stacked and food stored, figure 5-47, grindstone and sacred calabash net, fig. 5-48, interior cooking area, and shrines. A strongly sculptural quality, along with refined geometric decoration, marks the interior mud furniture, as it does the whole compound. A few representational motifs may appear inside houses, such as the birds perched on serpents and the crescent moon located behind the grindstone in figure 5-48, but most of the surface embellishment is rectilinear and abstract. The Nankani recognize symbolic correspondences among house, woman, and pottery, stressing the woman as child-bearer and nurturer. Women's houses, then, are also wombs, and indeed, the plan shows well the rounded, organic, even fetal shapes of both women's houses. In contrast, the two houses occupied by men in this compound are rectangular. A woman's house is a place of fertility and regeneration, where a woman conceives and nurtures her children, stores and prepares food, and enshrines her most revered possessions. Notably, these houses, and others, are built much as pots are, in courses, as if coiled. Like pots, too, their exterior surfaces are burnished with smooth stones and waterproofed after geometric patterns have been incised and pigments applied. Entries to houses and compounds are spoken of as mouths. Doorways on women's houses are also called genital openings. Doorways are thus recognized as liminal spaces, vulnerable thresholds between places of contrasting quality and purpose. Life transitions, too, are articulated architecturally. A woman's sideboard is called the face of the deceased, for the senior woman, after death, is placed on her bed facing this carefully sculptured storage unit. Her death rituals also involve the breaking of her most revered calabash and her small personal, sacred pot. After a senior male's death, a hole is made in the house he slept in for the removal of his body directly to the farm area, thus the compound entrance itself remains undefiled by death. The entire compound is embellished with and protected by richly meaningful, essentially geometric patterns, Fig. 5-44, the single most. 5-47 Interior of a Nankani woman's dwelling, with food storage wall and stacked pots, Sirigu, Ghana. 1972 Important decoration is a more or less continuous median band, ridge, or series of lines running horizontally around each structure. This is called udor, tines running straight, a word that also means rows in a culti. Vat field and is used as well for the two parallel wooden base supports that strengthen the bottom of most baskets. The motif is also called long eye, which signifies longevity, and it is sometimes rendered as a snake turning back on itself, probably suggesting eternity. Altogether these various associations state or imply continuity, unity, and long life for the family and dwelling so encircled. The decoration is also practical, as it deflects the course of rainwater and thus impedes erosion. Other patterns are notable. A bisected lozenge design, visible on the dwelling to the right in figure 5-44, is called zalanga, the name for the braided sling that holds a woman's private calabash collection and her most revered objects and amulets, including her personal shrine, see Fig. 5-48, shapes are sometimes filled in with close cross-hatched grooves, producing a field of countless nubs called, and resembling, guinea corn. Additional patterns are named broken calabash, cane, pot's herd, triangular amulet, men's cloth, and cloth strips, among others. The same triangular motif is called both filed teeth and neck of the dove, depending on how it is read, apexes pointing down or up. A few rounded motifs may occur, and occasional representational ones, usually animals considered family totems or familiars, but the overwhelming design vocabulary is angular and straight-lined. The same rectilinear patterns are woven in baskets and applied to pottery. Analogous dense patterns are incised on men's and women's faces. The similar embellishment of houses, containers, and people reinforces the SYMTWRC relationships among them. The prevailing design vocabulary has a consistency across object types, a style that the Nankani and their neighbors know and recognize. The Kisana, the Nuna, the Kusasai, and other nearby peoples have similar yet distinct styles. Thus it is abundantly clear that art participates directly, even crucially, in ethnic and cultural identity here, as it so often does on the continent. 5-48 Calabash net and grindstone in a Nankani woman's dwelling, Sirigu, Ghana. 1972. P-2. Western Africa PCJJMM% 4 IFFLFI carat. AVVT, I. /T dot, / carat AJ dash asterisk carat JVVL / dot / VA. IJ carat L carat / carat. FASW, dot 55 RV. I dash. CI%V/6 Mauritania TF4 the T RFTTTS K Senegal Jola Bassari J Guinea, Bissau Bitjago Bisai I OS Island, /_. Guinea, Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger, Kingdom of Benin, Kingdom of Dahomey, Yoruba kingdoms, Asante and Akan Kingdoms, Nupe peoples mentioned in text Tem Sierra Freetown, * Leone JKSSI Mend Atlantic Ocean RX Liberia I Monrovia 400 miles Thomas /WNO Côte d'Ivoire GURO Ball Lagoons Y Abidjan * 700 kilometers Ghana Benin Tada Yoruba H Nigeria Aborjef, Ilasha Carrot. Is U Accra? FONNEEFA.co /alida iebo /la goes 1 Jagbo Yakui Wida city equals J Fanti Hobo Obo and Kalabari Ibabio /IJAW Cameroon Gulf of Guinea 1 VJF.VVV. 6-1 Tem now a masquerade with attendants, Sierra Leone, K-15th century Portuguese adventurers sailing south along the arid coastline of northwestern Africa came to the lush green shores of a region they named Guinea. For centuries to follow, Europeans used the term Guinea to refer to most of the West African coast, and to the coins whose gold originated there. Today Africa's westernmost lands are often known as the West Atlantic region, and its forested coasts are divided between the nations of Senegal, Gambia, Guinea-Bissau, Guinea, Sierra Leone, Liberia, and Côte d'Ivoire. Although all the peoples of the West Atlantic coastal forests speak languages of the Great Niger-Congo family, those who speak West Atlantic languages are believed to have been the first inhabitants of the region. Over the past 5 centuries these early cultures have been displaced and absorbed by the expansion of inland cultures related to the Mande-speaking peoples described in Chapter 4. The languages of these later immigrants are known as Core Mande or Peripheral Mande, depending upon their degree of relationship to the speech of the Malinke and Sinink. During the 19th century, former slaves from other lands of Africa, and settlers from the Americas, added to the ethnic complexity of the West Atlantic coasts. Perhaps in response to these ethnic interrelationships, religious associations in the region cross linguistic and cultural boundaries. Art forms connected to these associations are shared by neighboring cultures even when their languages are unrelated. On the other hand, peoples with similar languages and cultural origins may use very different types of art, or use them in differing contexts. Thus the history of art in this part of the African continent is particularly difficult to reconstruct, even if the name and usage of one specific art object has been documented. Similar undocumented works may have served a very different function in other places and in other times. The arts of the West Atlantic forests include bold murals, elegant ceramic vessels, ornaments and instruments of metal, intricately woven fabrics, and dyed bark cloth. However, the region is particularly famous for its masquerades. This chapter shall therefore focus upon these multimedia performances, which in some groups address almost every aspect of life. Although women elsewhere in Africa are sometimes excluded from participation in masking, and they are usually barred from performing in wooden masks, here they may own particular types of masquerades, or even wear the masks themselves. Masquerades bring together the creative efforts of sculptors, performers, attendants, musicians, and spectators. The artist who carves a wooden head or face for a masquerader may sometimes paint or embellish it, but usually the mask is ornamented and costumed by its owner. The dancer who performs a mask must be sensitive to both the expectations of its empowering spirit, as perceived by the performer and the audience, and the aspirations of its owner. The ability to create art forms addressing many different needs has allowed artists from the region to sculpt art forms for foreigners with great success. During the 15th and 16th centuries, coastal artists carved works in ivory for Portuguese patrons, which found their way to the courts of Europe. During the 19th and 20th centuries, new forms of art and architecture have been made for Muslim communities and foreign settlers. These inventive and innovative artworks meld foreign traditions with the aesthetic heritage of the West Atlantic forests. Early arts. Very few archaeological excavations have taken place in the westernmost forests of Africa, and thus little is known of art produced in the region prior to European contact. Yet significant works of art, including figurative sculpture in stone and ivory, were being made at least as early as the 15th century, when the Portuguese first arrived in the region. Stone figures for generations. Farmers in Sierra Leone and adjoining portions of Guinea and Liberia have unearthed small figures carved of soapstone and other types of rock. The imagery and the styles of these sculptures are quite varied, especially among those found in the lands now inhabited by the Kissi and Kono people. In lands now owned by the Mende people, farmers place excavated stone figures or freestanding 6:2 reclining figure. Coastal Namali style. C15th I7th century. Soapstone, length I4 I6, 36 cm. The British Museum, London heads in their rice fields or palm groves. Regarded as the representatives of previous owners of the land, the objects are given offerings and asked to bring abundant harvests. Unsuccessful, ineffective statues may be cursed or whipped. The Mende call these stone images Namalizia, Sing, Namali, or Mali Yafizia, found spirits. When they find buried caches of metal rings, or of figures and heads adorned with rings, both the metal and stone objects are called spirits of leaders, Mahayafizia, Sing, Mahayafii. Mahayafizia are treated with great respect, and may serve as the visual and spiritual centerpieces of shrines and other assemblages of sacred material where important oaths are sworn. Some art historians have chosen to use the Mende term Namali for one distinct style of these stone figures, even though many examples come from non-Mende areas. Perhaps a better term would be coastal style, since most are found less than 100 miles from the ocean. Coastal style, Nomo/F style, figures have domed foreheads, full noses and mouths, and eyes which are precisely carved as spherical globes. An unusually long figure in this Namali style may perhaps represent a corpse lying on a bier, Fig. 6:2, the lines across the figures. Mouth may depict a beard, common on figures in this style, or refer to the 6- head. C 15th to 17th century. Soapstone, height 10%, 26 cm. The Metropolitan Museum of Art, New York practice of binding a king as part of his installation ceremony, a ceremony still found among the Tem people today. The sculpted stone head from Sierra Leone in figure 6:3 could have been called a Mahayafii if it had been found by a Mende farmer. It is set upon a firm base formed by a thick, almost conical neck. Like other examples, this head was made as an independent work and did not once form part of a more complete figure. Although it shares some features with the coastal style figures described above, some of its characteristics, such as the sharp division between head and neck and the upturned position of the face, are found only in other stone heads. As is common in these heads, the hair is sculpted in a top knot, and large rings are shown in the ears. The heavy eyelids, almost closed, give the oval face an expression of reserved calm. When the Kissi of Guinea and parts of Sierra Leone unearth stone figures, including those in a coastal style, they identify them as the dead, Pomton, Sing, Pomdo. A Kissi farmer who finds a carved image has dreams linking it to a deceased family member. The dreams allow him to name it, and to place it, together with smooth uncarved rocks, in a community altar dedicated to the ancestors. It may be first adorned with beads or coins and surrounded by cloth wrappings or a wooden case. Since a corpse carried on a plank by mourners is believed to cause the plank to move in response to questions, a swaddled stone ancestor figure may be placed on a piece of wood and carried on the head of its guardian during divination ceremonies. In addition, a stone sculpture identified in a dream as the spirit of a powerful man may also be placed in a circumcision camp to protect and assist 6-4. Bearded rider. Inland/Pomton style. After I6th century. Musée Barbie Müller, Geneva. While the coastal Namali J style apparently ceased to be carved after the cultural disruptions of the late 16th century, we have no way of dating objects in the diverse inland, Pomton J styles. Some inland styles may be as old as the coastal style itself, yet others must be more recent, there is some evidence that Kissi and Temne artists carved stone images into the early 20th century. His descendants and the other boys undergoing initiation. All stone figures in non-coastal styles have been given the Kissi names Pompton and Pomdo by art historians, even if they were not found in Kissi territory. It would be better to refer to them as inland styles. Some of these styles consist of simple cylinders with rudimentary faces, or spherical heads attached to cylindrical bodies, but others are quite detailed. A particularly compelling inland, Pomdo, style is exemplified by a seated figure with an open mouth and long teeth, who seems to be astride a mount whose horns or reins he holds, Fig. 6-4, as is typical in this style. The eyes have the shapes of grains of rice, and the forehead merges with an elaborate hairstyle or crown. Stone sculpture from the West Atlantic forests cannot now be dated by physical analysis. An eroded wooden figure in the coastal style has been given radioisotope dates of approximately AD 1200 to 1400, Sugg. Suggesting that the stone figures of this J style may be contemporary to Gen I and Sao style terracottas, see chapters I3 and 4. Additional support for these I dates comes from a remarkable body of art carved by Africans for European clients. These objects are known as the Sapi Portuguese ivories. Export ivories. Portuguese explorers of the 15th century landed on the coastal sandbars northwest of the hills they were to name Sierra Leone. There they encountered a cluster of peoples they referred to as the Sapi. Apparently the Sapi extended from the central coastline of present-day Sierra Leone to the central coastline of present-day Guinea. The ancestors of the Boulome, some of whom were also called the Sherbro, the Temne, and the Baga, they were related as well to the Kissi and to other groups speaking West Atlantic languages. A Portuguese book written by Valentim Fernandes and published in the early 16th century characterized the Sapi as peaceful and prosperous, and recorded that the men are very ingenious, and they make ivory objects that are wonderful to see. Portuguese sailors may have collected ivory objects as souvenirs during their first visits to the Sapi 6-carat salt cellar. Sapi. C. 1490 to 1530 ivory, Heightley / 33.7 cm. The British Museum, London region. By the last decades of the 15th century, they were commissioning works of art from Sapi sculptors to bring home to Europe. Sapi Portuguese ivories included spoons, cylindrical boxes, hunting horns, and covered bowls, all carved with detailed images. Covered bowls such as the one in figure 6-5 resemble European lidded chalices in their overall shapes. However, written inventories of the 16th century show that these art objects were used as salt cellars. Salt was a valuable commodity in Renaissance Europe, and elaborate containers for salt were popular with wealthy European merchants and aristocrats. The shape of this ivory salt cellar may have been based upon tableware owned by captains of Portuguese ships. Yet its geometric patterns may be derived from Sapi designs used for scarification, calabash decoration, pottery, or house painting. On the lid of the vessel, crocodiles carved in shallow relief attack a nude figure not visible in the illustration. The crocodile is a potent image in coastal arts of Guinea today, and this gory scene may have been related to religious beliefs of the period. However, it may also have been an exotic or titillating element added primarily to interest European patrons. The ring of figures encircling the vessel are carved in the coastal style, their heads are only slightly more delicate than that of the reclining stone figure, see Fig. 6-2, the female figures wear only short wrappers or skirts, and appear to be Sapi women, while the male figures, with long straight hair, shirts, and trousers, join their hands in the position used by Europeans for prayer and appear to be Portuguese. The supportive or possessive gestures of the female figures remind us that 16th century marriages between Portuguese traders and African women were creating prosperous family partnerships in new settlements along the western coasts of Africa. Today leaders of many communities in Sierra Leone and Liberia are accompanied by heralds blowing ivory horns when they appear at important events. Centuries ago such instruments may have inspired Portuguese visitors to request Sapi artists to carve imitations of European hunting horns, or oliphants, Fig. 6-6, unlike instruments carved for local African usage, oliphants, named for the elephants supplying the ivory, were blown from the tip of the tusk rather than from a hole on the concave surface. This Sapi Portuguese oliphant displays hunting dogs, stags, and other beasts. Its huntsmen have tiny coastal-style faces. These images were evidently taken from illustrations in Portuguese books which were given to the Sapi artists as models. Braided, ridged, and twisted bands of ornament separate the scenes into registers, just as the pages of the books were framed by designs. The coat of arms and mottos of the kings of Spain are accurately reproduced here, indicating that the horn may have been intended for a Spanish aristocrat. As Fernandez noted, whatever sort of object is drawn for them, they can carve in ivory. Sapi artists created such faithful renditions of European images that eventually these ornate horns were attributed to European artists. Some have only recently been re-identified as African art. These Sapi Portuguese ivories were able to lose their African identity so easily because they are the earliest West African examples of what art historians have termed tourist art. They were made to satisfy foreign visitors rather than to be used in their culture of origin. Portuguese records indicate that Mande-speaking warriors arrived on the coast in the middle of the 1500s, disrupting and destroying Sapi communities. By the end of the 16th century, Sapi artists were no longer making ivories for export. Although many peoples of Sierra Leone now carve wooden figures, the modern styles are quite different from those of the Sapi. 6-6 Oliphant. Sapi. c. 1490-1530. Ivory, length 25, 63.5 cm. Walt Disney Tishman African Art Collection. Masking and related arts. While some sculpture of the West Atlantic forests can be dated to the 16th century, masks are not mentioned in European accounts until the 17th century. Masquerades were apparently documented first in the northern portions of the West Atlantic forests. The following brief survey of regional West Atlantic masquerades thus begins in the north and moves southward. Initiations of the Jola, the Bitjago, and their neighbors. An engraving of a maxi wearing a horned cap or mask, described as the dress of the circumcised men, Fig. 6-7, illustrated a book of the late 17th century by a European traveler named Frogger. The illustration was based upon Frogger's verbal description, and perhaps even a rough sketch. He reported seeing this masquerader in the town of Beira, on the banks of the Gambia River. Europeans knew the region south of the Gambia River as the Casamance, after the Casa Mansa or king of the Casa people, and the Casa, a small West Atlantic-speaking community, still live in the Casamance region. Although the Casa do not perform masquerades today, several neighboring groups do. Most information on masking in the Casamance region comes from the Jola, Diola, people. A researcher showed Jola elders photographs of woven, horned headdresses in European collections, Fig. 6-8, some of which were as old as the example illustrated by Frogger. The Jola identified them as a kabul, an older version of a rare horned mask called a jumba. 6-7 Dress of the circumcised. Illustration to François Frogger. Relation d'Un Voyage Fate N 1695, 1696, ET 1697. I6Q8 and Ejumbo may sometimes appear in Jola communities when the young men of an age grade return from the ordeals and training period which have prepared them for adulthood. It is only worn by the spiritual leaders of the graduates, for the tubular eyes are associated with clairvoyance, their ability to perceive invisible supernatural forces. The fiery red color of the seeds affixed to the woven surface of the mask may assist these young men in their battles with sorcerers, while the white seashells are those used by diviners to predict the future. Horned face masks like the Ajumba seem to be much rarer today. 6-8. Kabul, horned mask. Jola or neighboring people. Before 1942. Horns, red seeds, shells, raffia. Musée Barbie Müller, Geneva. Among the Jola then they are among neighboring groups such as the Balantat. Yet in several Casamance groups, including the Jola, youth still dance in caps supporting a pair of cow's horns at the beginning of their initiation, and some of these horned headdresses are elaborate constructions hung about with mirrors and cloth. Horns on both headdresses and face masks could once have been tangible evidence of the young men's success in cattle raids, for throughout the Casamance region of Senegal, and in the neighboring nation of Guinea-Bissau, age grades were expected to steal their neighbors' cattle. These cattle raids allowed them to accumulate enough wealth to marry, and provided proof of the age grade's military abilities. Today the horns testify to the generosity and prosperity of the community supporting the initiates, for they are taken from the cattle slaughtered to provide meat for the feasts given on behalf of these young men. These horned masks and headdresses have their counterpart in the dramatic age grade displays of the Koniagui and the Bassari, Balian, who live to the southeast of the Jola on the border between Guinea and Senegal. Circumcised boys of the Bassari are supervised by two older age grades as they are symbolically killed and reborn as men, and each of the supervisory grades appears in elaborate finery. A series of photographs shows one of the 6 to 9 Bassari male initiates, Casamance region, southern Senegal. 1980 photographs of the spectacular arts rehited to the male age grades of the Koniagui and Bassari peoples are not accompanied by documentation, while published descriptions of art forms from the region including the crested roofs of the age grades dormitories, masks for male associations, and images carried by girls, were not illustrated by their authors. The Koniagui and Bassari are thus examples of the many African peoples whose varied and beautiful arts are virtually unknown to outsiders. 6 to 10 by Djogo Cattle Masquerade, Cane Island, Guinea-Bissau. I-978 3 age grades in a Bassari community wearing woven discs with radiating attachments of fabric and fiber, in some cases their faces are hidden behind veils of green mosquito netting, Fig. 6 to 9, evidently these boys are the younger supervisors, the older supervisors wear huge headdresses. Crests woven of colored palm fiber. The male age grades of the Bidi Yago, a West Atlantic-speaking group who live on the Bisagos Islands off the coast of Guinea-Bissau, are also known for their striking costumes and masquerades. Just as Casamance boys wear horned caps to show that their age grade is preparing for initiation, some Bidjago boys wear horned headdresses when their age grade is formed. Whereas Casamance groups identify the young men with the bulls sacrificed so that the ceremonies may begin, the youngest Bidjago age grade is dressed as calves. The Bidjago boys may also wear headdresses linking them to non-threatening species of fish. When a Bidjago age grade has passed through this first level, its members become warriors, and may prepare for initiation into mature adulthood. The new warriors wear heavy headdresses and other wooden attachments, feet, fins, etc. to mimic the appearance of swordfish, sharks, hippopotami, or crocodiles. All these wild animals are extremely dangerous for the ocean-going canoes of the Bidjago, and the large heavy costumes demonstrate the courage and strength of the dancers. Particularly evocative helmet masks allow some Bidjago warriors to become untamed and ferocious bulls, Fig. 6 to 10, the Bidjago once sent their youths to the mainland to raid cattle, and, like the peoples of the Casamance, they associate bulls with this type of warfare. Cattle masqueraders imitate the bellowing charges and wild behavior of untamed bulls, and must be held back with ropes. When Bidjago youths die before their age grade has been initiated into mature adulthood, they are believed to become restless spirits, ghosts who must be laid to rest by the girls who undergo initiations on their behalf. During the final initiation ceremonies of the male age grade, young women wear headdresses similar those worn by the boys for their first age grade displays. Each young woman is possessed by the spirit of a youth, and during the ceremony the deceased son and brother speaks to his family through her chants and her gestures. The rites are a vivid reminder of each individual's value to his relatives and to the community. The spectacular and theatrical nature of Bitjago masquerades was once matched by the age-grade displays of peoples on the mainland. In the 1930s, Popple initiates dressed as enormous sea snails were photographed wearing models of sailing ships on their heads. Other photographs of the era show Popple and Manjaka youths wearing constructions in the shape of airplanes. Today these peoples no longer have such elaborate age-grade ceremonies, but create wonderfully inventive masquerades for Guinea-Bissau's carnival celebrations. Carnival in Bissau, the capital of the nation of Guinea-Bissau, is linked to celebrations in the Cape Verde Islands and Brazil. Although inspired by the Christian calendar, the festival has a distinctly secular focus. Papier-mâché costumes that appeared in a 1987 carnival procession publicized the need for inoculations, Fig. 6-11. One took the form of a syringe, and another the child to be inoculated. The expansive and bulbous shapes of the enormous faces and stomachs were 6-11 Carnival Masquerader, Bissau, Guinea-Bissau. 1987 enhanced by elephantine airs. These masqueraders may appear completely modern in both style and imagery, they are direct descendants of the sailing ships and airplanes of early 20th century masquerades. Performed art of the Baga and their neighbors. Just as age-grade masquerades link the Bitjago to peoples on the mainland, certain protective artworks seem to be shared by West Atlantic speakers as well. The Bitjago use hollow cylinders covered with red cloth to house guardian spirits, both the sacred object and its indwelling spirit are often known by the Creole term Iran. The most important of these spirit beings is the divinity who oversees a town or lineage, known as Orbakokito. These images are owned by the male leader of the community, but both an Iran and its shrine are cared for by a woman. 1. Iran for Orbakokito is surmounted by a human head wearing the 19th century European top hat favored by coastal leaders, Fig. 6-12, the imported metal set into the eyes adds aesthetic and economic interest to the sculpture. A similar type of sacred object is found to the southeast of the Bitjago, along the coasts of northwestern Guinea. These lands are inhabited by small groups of West Atlantic speakers, including Baga groups, the Nalu, and the Landuman. Here the protective image is known by a variety of names. Most of the Baga call it H-hole, plural chhole, a word they translate as medicine, although other terms, such as elik or nak, may also be used by Bagand Nalu communities. Like the Iran of Orbakokito, an H-hole has a cylindrical base with an opening or openings where spiritually charged substances and regular sacrifices can be placed, Fig. 6-13, however, the human forehead, ears, and nose of the head of the H-hole merge into a long, curved, bird-like beak. It is said to be a composite creature, capable of traveling through air, water, and earth. An H-hole also refers to wealth, elegance, and leadership through its expensive metal studs, its elaborate crested coiffure, and its base, which resembles the stools used by leaders. H-hole is owned by the head of a clan, and may be seen as a manifestation of God. It is judge, healer, and supreme authority within the clan. A Baga leader guards it in a shrine, together with an assemblage of relics, a powerful helmet mask, and substances containing supernatural power. Some of these potent materials may be inserted into the geometric holes in the head and cylindrical base. During important events in the life of clan members, the head of an H-hole can also be detached from the base. It can even be worn as a headdress by a dancer. These events include planting. 6-12 Iran, shrine figure, for Orbakokito. Bitjago. Wood, pigment, metal, cloth, height LYY/43.8 cm. Fowler Museum of Cultural History, University of California, Los Angeles, and harvest ceremonies, and the settlements of major disputes. Before the peoples of this coastal region were governed by outsiders, they had no kings, judges, lawyers, police, or prisons. Their lives were regulated by elders, prophets and the sacred powers embodied by art objects such as this. Chhol are joined by a large number of other masquerades in this section of the West Atlantic forests. A particularly impressive type is called a Manchal Nachho, Master of Medicine, in one Baga group. Outsiders often refer to it by the foreign name Basanyi, taken from the neighboring Susu people who have admired its performances. This is a serpent-like being, apparently danced by Nalu and Landuman peoples in addition to the Baga. Although each masquerade may be sponsored by a specific lineage, all are inspired by a serpent spirit Kam. Mon throughout the region, who is identified with the water and the rainbow, with fertility and with wealth. 6-13 H-hole, medicine. Baga or Nalu. Wood and brass upholstery tax, length of head 31/80 cm. Stanley Collection, University of Iowa Museum of Art, Iowa City. Although sacred art forms such as H-hole were outlawed by the Marxist government of Guinea at the nation's independence in 1958, some shrines seem to have survived in secret. Since the fall of that government, some H-hole have come out of hiding, and others are being carved by young men intent on reviving past traditions. 6-14 Serpent Masquerade, Boke Region, Guinea. 1950s. Just as the rainbow is a beginning and an end, the serpent masquerade appears at boys' initiations into adulthood. In one example, the diamond-shaped markings on the undulating surface of the wooden snake balanced by the dancer are heightened by the patterns on the cloth surrounding its base and covering the dancer's raffia cloak, fig. 6-14, the round eyes of the serpent, always mentioned as frightening or piercing, are isolated and emphasized by their placement at the very top of the serpent. Even though this photograph was not taken during a performance, it shows that the heavy wooden form was balanced on the dancer's head. However, peoples in the region describe the towering red, white, and black serpent as gliding smoothly over rice paddies as it leaves the forest to appear on the outskirts of the community. Yet another dramatic masquerade is known as Handa among the Nalu and Kumbaduba among the Baga, fig. 6-15 Nalu Bunda masquerades, Kaukau-Ba, Northern Guinea. 1950s. These Bunda masqueraders danced for a photographer in the IG-OS in the Nalu town of Kaukau-Ba, in Guinea. He may have provided the dancers with masks, since one of the masks is now in a European collection. Performances by the Nalu for outsiders were not new. An older photograph shows a group of 4 Bunda masqueraders dancing in Paris in 1⁻12. 6-15, the heavy wooden mask of Bunda combines the jaws of a crocodile, the horns of an antelope, the sensitive ears of a forest creature, and the tail of a chameleon, located between the horns of the masks here. The prominent nose recalls that of H-hole, although the other surfaces on the larger headdress are flatter and more geometric. The elaborate crested hairstyle of H-hole also appears on Bunda. But here the incised details of scarification and coiffure are emphasized by painted decoration rather than by metal tacks. Some of the floral or stellar shapes ornamenting Bunda are similar to those found on imported dishes and other trade goods, and may be related to motifs on textiles once woven in Senegal, Guinea-Bissau, and the Cape Verde Islands for African and European patrons. Bunda is renowned for its spectacular dance movements, its ability to spin high in the air and low to the ground. Its acrobatics are extraordinary when we consider the enormous weight of the mask itself. In the 19th century, Bunda seems to have appeared at initiations, harvest ceremonies, and funerals, but today this dramatic masquerade is danced primarily for entertainment. Recent masquerades in this area are often associated with Islam. One well-documented form, named al-Birak, or al-Barak, was invented by a Baga artist named Salu Beki, died 1993, in 1955, fig. 6-16, al-Birak is a loose adaptation of the mysterious, winged, woman-headed mare who is believed to have carried the Prophet Muhammad on a mystical flight. The body of the horse has been transformed into a box, while the female head is now male. Like the serpent masquerade and the danced H-hole, Albirak is a three-dimensional wooden sculpture placed atop a narrow stem enveloped in raffia and covered with cloth. Salu Beki's son had learned to create shapes with rulers and compasses at school, and the artist adapted these for the designs on his masquerade. However, the multicolored shapes on the white surface also recall those of Irhur masks. At the time Albirak was invented, Muslim missionaries were converting many of the coastal peoples of Guinea, and destroying the sacred art objects of the past. This iconoclasm continued during the Marxist regime of 1958 to 1984, when most non-Muslim art forms were banned. Only ostensibly new masquerades associated with Islam, such as Albirak, could be danced without fear of reprisal. One of the masquerades suppressed by Muslim leaders and the Guinean government was the famous Dmba, or Nimba, of the Baga. Dmba had been a monumental image of a strong, mature woman. During masquerades her enormous wooden 6x6 Baga Albirak Masquerade, Northern Guinea. 1990. Head towered over the celebrants, Fig. 6-17, her flattened breasts identified her as the ideal mother, who had suckled many children and tied them to her back. Her full body was composed of the raffia substructure common to other Baga masquerades, while her elaborate hairstyle, emphasized with shiny metal studs, was similar to the ornamentation of a chal. Simply carrying the enormous sculpture would have been a feat of strength, only exceptional performers could have made this feminine ideal move gracefully and serenely through the town. Dmba greeted important visitors, and her image could be seen on other art forms, such as figures and drums, associated with female leadership. She appeared during harvest festivals and other celebrations, and was showered with rice. Women who touched her breasts, or her swirling fiber skirts, were blessed with healthy children and productive fields. Since 1984, non-Islamic religious arts are no longer illegal, and masquerades can now be danced more openly. Revivals of Dmba may now join a host of newer performances. 6-17 Baga Dmba Mask. Guinea. Wood, copper nails, pieces of fabric, fibers, height JSV, 2.2 m, Musée de l'Homme, Paris I including several smaller and more naturalistic versions of female busts atop a cloth and raffia base. She is once again civilized, beautiful, and an inspiration to the women of a community. Of all the masquerades of this portion of the coastal region, Dmba is closest to women's masks of Sierra Leone and our western Liberia. Women's and men's societies, Sans/Bondo and Poro powerful pan-ethnic associations for women and men are an important feature of much of the West Atlantic forests. The following descriptions of these widespread organizations are based upon extensive research, conducted prior to the civil wars and anarchy of the 1990s, which destroyed many communities of Sierra Leone and disrupted most of Liberia. Despite our use of the present tense, readers should be aware that the survival of all cultural practices, like the survival of the peoples themselves, is in question. The women's society known as Bondo or Sandi is found among West Atlantic-speaking peoples, including the Gola and Temne, Mande-speaking peoples, including the Mende, Vai, and Capel, and the Kru-speaking Bassa. Sandi or Bondo officials take female children into a shelter in the forest, where the girls learn the secrets of womanhood, and undergo a clitoridectomy. When the initiates have completed their training, they are presented to the community as fully mature women. In all of these groups, carved wooden headdresses are danced by leaders of the Women's Association to make manifest the spirits who guide them. A mask spirit Ngefa among the Mende is seen as one embodiment of the mystical power, sometimes translated as medicine, of Sandi/Bondo. Although each masquerader has her own individual name and identity, generic terms can also be used, including Zogbi, among the Gola, and Sauii or Ndoli Jauii, the Sandi leader or the expert leader who dances, in Mende communities. These general references stress the masquerader's role as a lead dancer and as a high-ranking official of Sandi/Bondo. In a photograph taken during a Hondo ceremony of the Tem people, an important masquerader, here known as Naud, is surrounded by her attendants, Fig. 6:1. Every aspect of the masquerade is linked to the character of her spirit, and to the roles and values of the Bondo association. The white scarf tied to the central projection at the top of the helmet-like head of the Naud shows her solidarity with the initiates, who are covered in white pigment during their initiation as a demonstration of their liminal, other wordly status. The concentric bands at the base of the mask are compared by the Tem to the ridges ringing the hard black chrysalis of a species of moth. Since the Naud is responsible for the transformation of children into fully feminine, sexually mature women, it is the equivalent of a chrysalis which protects the metamorphosis of a winged creature. Among many mend groups, the encircling ridges are also references to the origin of the mask. When a particularly wise and respected Sandi official is renowned for her abilities as a dancer and choreographer, she dreams of plunging into a pool or river, the dwelling place of female spirits. As the leader emerges from this watery realm, she brings with her the conical head of the Sandi spirit. The ripples formed on the water as she surfaces appear as concentric rings around the base of the mask. Other features also refer to the miraculous creation of the mask. The Sandi official falls unkempt into the water, but emerges with beautiful clothing and elaborately braided hair. The coiffure of the wooden headdress is therefore complex and crisply carved. Girls who appeared to their communities at the conclusion of Sandi and Bondo initiations once wore similarly elegant hairstyles. The surface of the mask is a glossy black, the color of the mud on the river bottom, as is the costume of thick strands of raffia palm fiber. Black is also the color of clean, oiled, healthy, and beautiful human skin, and initiates are praised for their glossy complexions when they exhibit their virtuosity as dancers during the concluding ceremonies. The delicacy and the reserved expression of the face of Naud, mirrored in the demeanor of the attendants, are the result of the training girls received during Bondo and Sandi. The initiates learn wisdom, beauty, grace, and self-control, all of which they will need within the multi-generational, polygamous households of their future husbands. The antithesis of these values is demonstrated by the masked and unmasked clowns who accompany the Naud, Sau'i or Ndoli Jau'i. A clown, known among the Mend as Gond, wears an ugly and disfigured version of the leadership masks, or a beautiful mask which has become old and damaged. It dances in an uncouth, clumsy manner. A small, sculpted version of the lovely head of a Bondo or Sandi masquerader appears on staffs and other objects used by officials of the association, reminding observers of the spiritual source of the women's authority. Freestanding figures may also be stored with the masks and other materials which act as a group's spiritual power, medicine. However, some masks and images have been used by the religious associations of the Mend and their neighbors which are open to both men and women. A lovely female figure collected on Sherbro Island in the 1930s was probably used by the Yase Society of the Boulome people, Fig. 6-18, the Mend or 6-18 divination figure. Boulome or Mend. Before 1936. Wood and aluminum strips, height IJY/45 1 cm, University Museum, University of Pennsylvania, Philadelphia. Boulome artist who carved this sacred figure gave subtle curves to the forehead and torso, but clearly delineated the eyes, mouth, and the elegant hair. As in some Boulome and Mend helmet masks for Sandi, a thin strip of metal divides the hair from the face. The figure sits in a bowl, and could easily be carried during the interrogation of individuals who had broken the moral code established by the Yase Association. Her counsels, as revealed to Yase officials, allowed them to grant absolution and healing to those who were being punished for their transgressions. In many areas, Sandi associations alternate their training sessions with those of the Men's Association, known as Poro. During the period set aside for Poro, a Sau'i or Andoli Jau'i may only appear for the funeral of an important Sandi official, or when men break the sacred laws of the association and must be judged and punished. Poro masquerades are only performed during Sandi training periods if the same conditions apply. Poro circumcises young boys and initiates them into adulthood, just as Sandi excises young girls and prepares them for their sexual maturity. Yet Poro leaders in Sierra Leone and Liberia often do not wear wooden masks, and in some cases do not even wear concealing costumes. The presence of the fearsome but invisible spirit, the great thing, of Poro is thus made known through its voice alone. However, Poro groups among the Mende people own powerful masquerades such as Goboy and Gbini, Fig. 6-19, Goboy appears for regional governors and other important leaders, and for the initiation of their sons into Poro, while Gbini can be seen at many Poro 6-19. Gbini masquerade. Mende. Leather, leopard skin, cloth, cowrie shells, raffia. Events. Both make manifest the spirit of Poro, and emphasize Poro's role in supporting political authority. Unlike the masquerades of Sandi, neither incorporates a wooden mask. They are constructed of leather, fabric, and layers of white, rather than blackened, raffia fiber. Cowrie shells, leather, leopard, or monkey skin, mirrors, and wooden tablets inscribed with Quranic verses may be attached to the cylindrical headdress and the tiers of fiber. All swing out into space as the dancer spins, or shake with his dance steps. In the northeast portion of the territory controlled by Poro, Sandi masquerades are relatively rare. Here Poro associations of the Gbandai, Kapel, Kisi, and Toma, Loma, peoples allow the great thing of Poro to be made manifest through a frightful masquerade. Called Lande, this masked being has a heavy wooden headdress with a great beaked nose, open jaws with jagged teeth, and a full crown of feathers, Fig. 6-20, its eyes stare upwards. Lande's general shape recalls the Bunda masquerade of the Nalu and Baga, but here the effect is terrifying. The voluminous raffia fiber costume is white, but the mask is black with a bloody red mouth. Everywhere the Poro spirit is said to eat boys alive before spitting them out as adult men, so that the scars borne by Poro initiates are the marks of his teeth. Lande gives this concept a physical presence, for red juice of the cola nut can drip from his mouth after he has consumed a youth. While both Gbini and Lande are non-human forms, Lande belongs much more emphatically to the fearsome world of the forest. It reflects the influence of peoples living to the east, whose masquerades make manifest a variety of supernatural forest beings. Poro masquerades are not always frightening. In many Kono and Mono, communities of northeastern Liberia and southernmost Guinea, the guardian of Poro initiation is a powerful masculine masquerade known as Go may also visit Liberian youths being initiated into Poro. In some areas, the masqueraders are members of the Go, or Leopard, Society, a closed association drawing its members from several different ethnic groups. Elsewhere, Go is merely a respectful title for a particularly powerful masquerade. Go masks exaggerate the features of the female Poro spirit, soft cheekbones become sharp triangles, small noses spread outward and upward, closed oval eyes become tubular protrusions, and the delicate chins and lips are transformed into wide muzzles. 6-20 Toma Landl masquerade in performance female masquerade, honored as the mother of all other masked spirits, who appears to boys as they enter the Poro enclosure. She gathers food and supplies during the boys' seclusion, and may convey news to their families. Even though this female spirit is animated by a man, it is usually owned by the woman who is the only female elder allowed within the initiation center. One of these female masquerades appeared in a Kono community, probably when the photographer commissioned a group of masked dances, Fig. 6-21, the mask itself is polished a shiny black, and has subtly modeled eyebrows and cheekbones. The rounded forehead of the top half of the mask, and the slightly uplifted chin of the bottom half of the mask, form two tilted planes intersecting at the eyes. The eyes themselves are painted white, possibly as a reference to the far-sighted gaze of Porro, while the pursed lips seem to be drawn into a silent whistle. 6-21 Kongwayan Nia Masquerade, Southwestern Guinea. 1950s miniature versions of the Mother of Porro Mahi given to Porro graduates as a sign of their spnritile identification with the association. In a similar fashion, Dan men and women, who you've to the east of the region under Porro authority, may own miniature masks to show that their Fami UEs are HNKED to a specific mask spirit. 6-22 Go GE Mask. Mono. C1850. Wood. Harley Collection, Peabody Museum, Harvard University, Cambridge, Massachusetts. In the late ICARAT-OS, Liberian administrators forced judgment and lawgiver masks, such as this Go GE, into retirement. All governing authority was to be in their hands. The mask thus came into the possession of George Harley, an American medical missionary who was a friend of the owner and his family. A Go GE, ruling spirit, or lord, of Go, was carved in the middle of the 19th century for a mono judge and law carat giver, Fig. 6-22, it was consecrated with human sacrifice and smeared with the blood of executed criminals. The uneven teeth may be those of a dead man. It was once owned by a respected mono blacksmith named Ghana, who had inherited it from his grandfather. When the elders of neighboring communities assembled secretly at night to settle an urgent problem, Ghana would bring his mask, wrapped in black cloth. At the appropriate hour he unwrapped the object, laying it before him on a mat and asking it to support the decisions of the elders. Ghana alone was able to petition the mask and to interpret its response. The number of attachments hanging from the mask tallied persons killed by the mask's supernatural power or executed in its name. 6-23 Hornbill Mask. Mono. 19th century. Wood, metal, textile, fiber, ink, 12x5, carat xi5, 30.5 xi 4.6 x 38 cm. De Young Memorial Museum, San Francisco. Although only a few mono masquerades have the status of a Go GE, masks and costumes are kept in a shelter located within a sacred enclosure near the community's meeting place, and brought out to bolster the authority of its leaders. Some masquerades judge disputes between families or individuals, collect debts, or supervise the distribution of food at funerals and other feasts. One of these important mono masquerades is in the form of the hornbill, Fig. 6-23, the nose and mouth merge into a graceful, curving beak, ridged here into rhythmic lines. Small striations along the open beak possibly represent teeth. Even though the hornbill is an ungainly bird, this mask is an elegant, elongated composition, incorporating many features, such as oval eyes and smooth brows, found in the feminine masks of Porro. Still, both the sacrificial material on the top of the head, and the protective grid of Arabic verses written in ink on the mask's interior, remind us of its supernatural power. Masks and sacred authority. The Dan and their neighbors' hornbill masquerades are also popular among the Dan peoples, who are related to the Mono and also speak a peripheral Mande language. However, Dan hornbill masks are not necessarily /revered as sacred messengers or obeyed as police officers. They are often the joyous companions of women, and appear at festive gatherings. In fact, forest spirits are believed by the Dan to inspire a wide variety of masquerades, including those that entertain a community. According to the Dan, forest spirits select a human partner when they 6-24 Northern Dan Gunyi GE, running masquerade, with assistant before a race, Western Côte d'Ivoire. 1975 Wish to participate in the world of mankind. They reveal to him or her which masks, costumes, and dance styles will allow them to become manifest. While masquerades may bestow fame upon the human associates of these supernatural beings, an old and powerful mask spirit may give a human leader the power to regulate human conduct and punish evildoers. Except in northern areas, Dan groups do not participate in Poro, and their feminine masqueraders are generally considered to be minor spirits. Smooth, oval feminine masks are usually worn by young men whose spirits allow them to perform as singers, poets, gymnasts, or dancers. These female masquerades may be sponsored by wealthy individuals, or by the masqueraders' friends, both to please supernatural forces and to enhance the prestige of the patrons. A few female masquerades take on a supervisory role in a den community. Round-eyed masks with bright red surfaces are worn to chastise women who have lit illegal fires during the dry season. Another type of feminine round-eyed mask, with a smooth, dark face, is a running mask, Gunyi Fig. 6-24, the youth who wears the mask has won a series of races, proving that he is worthy of the masquerade. He will celebrate further victories with its blessing. In the past, a Gunyi such as this would allow the champion runner to lead raids upon enemy camps, for it bestowed supernatural powers for speed and protection upon the wearer. Similar athletic skills are needed by a youth who animates the Kegel masquerade, danced with an angular mask seen as masculine, Fig. 6-25, Kegel appears at the performances of more serious masked beings, and steals the possessions of onlookers with his hook stick. Those in attendance must keep their sense of humor and be willing to ransom their belongings with small sums of money. Every plane of this trickster mask is a clearly defined geometric form, and even the eyes are empty triangles. Minor masquerades, such as a female singing mask or a masculine Kegel, may become more important over the years as the wearer acquires stature in a den community, and becomes more deeply involved with masquerade spirits. In time, an entertaining masquerade may become a goji, modifying the wooden mask and acquiring a new costume to reflect this new rank. On the other hand, important warrior masquerades have lost status over the last generation, for in Côte d'Ivoire, the men who inherited their masks from the mighty soldiers of the past are now only capable of dancing. Warrior masquerades are also danced by peoples who live to the south of the Den along the coasts of Liberia and Côte d'Ivoire, populations who speak languages of the Kru family, from the English word crew, 4-6-25. Kegel mask. Dan or we. Wood, coins, iron, beads, fiber, height 17, 43.2 cm. Joss collection, Fowler Museum of Cultural History, University of California, Los Angeles. 6-26 mask. Crew, Ubi Group, Zote Century. Wood and vegetable fiber, height 165 carat, 42 cm. Musée ethnographique d'arts d'Afrique et d'Océanie, Paris. Those who served on their ships, and who did not identify themselves as distinct ethnic groups until the colonial era. Warriors of the peoples now known as the Gribo were once greeted by masqueraders after successful raids, and similar military masquerades inspired them to fight. Military masks taken from Gribo communities and other Kru-speaking areas are brightly painted, and display features which are attached onto, rather than carved into, the long, plank-like face. European artists were entranced by the reversals of positive and negative forms on these bold, arresting objects. One example in a uniform grayish-brown rather than the usual polychrome uses an extraordinary series of tubular projections to represent several sets of extra eyes, Fig. 6-26. Between these coastal peoples and the Dan live the Kru-speaking We peoples, also known as the Jair, Kron, and Wabe. Like the Dan, the We use a wide variety of masquerades, which hold important regulatory positions within their small, egalitarian communities. In the words of a scholar who is herself We, the masquerade is a spirit which God has given to men to organize and discipline them. The sacred masquerade is thus the stabilizing element of society. Like the Dan, We groups rank masquerades according to their masks, costumes, and performance styles. Beggars, the We equivalent of Kegel, often have zoomorphic faces in the shape of warthogs, forest buffaloes, or other wild creatures. Singers are usually highly decorated versions of Dan feminine masquerades, Fig. 6-27. Dancer masks and warrior masks have tubular eyes, broad triangular noses with prominent nostrils, arched tusks at each side of the face, and an immense curved forehead. After several generations, as among the Dan, one of these mask spirits may be transformed into a more powerful being. Eagle feathers and the hair of a sacrificed ram on the mask's headdress announce that a mask is able to resolve disputes or locate evildoers. More layers of leaves or palm fibers for the voluminous skirts, additional panels of leather or fur, and a fringe of brass bells or cartridges may indicate that a mask has become the assistant, or the bard, of a great mask. 6-27 We Masquerade, Western Côte d'Ivoire. 1950s. 6-28 We Peacekeeping Masque, //CLA, Western Côte d'Ivoire. The GGLA, the Great Masquerade itself, is shrouded in white, Fig. 6-28, white is the color of bones, and of the ancestors who first knew and served the mask spirit. The original bright colors are whitened, and the projecting tusks, horns, and eyes are hidden in the mass of protective and medicinal materials now placed on the mask. Raffia forms an enormous base for the GGLA, and it appears to roll or float above the ground. It only appears during times of great need, and no one may sit, or cough, or chat casually in the presence of this awesome power. The staff or spear it holds could once be thrown between two opposing armies and they would cease to fight. Women's arts among the Dan and the Wee women accompany masked dancers, and may even perform as masqueraders by painting bold designs upon their faces and dressing in a full raffia fiber costume and a headdress of shells and fur. Although they are able to bring a powerful spiritual presence to a community, these women never have the rank of a great masquerade, GGLA, because they are too easily recognizable behind their face paint. The men who lend their bodies to the most important masked beings need complete anonymity. Like the girls of Sandy and Bondo, Wee and Dan girls wear white pigment for their initiation into womanhood. Yet the faces and upper torsos of Wee and Dan girls are painted in particularly striking ways, Fig. 6-29, some groups cover girls' faces in diverse colors, or in glittering white designs in crushed shell and chalk. Talented painters paint the face and torso of each girl in a slightly different way, complementing her individual features. The gleaming white patterns of Wee female initiates may also be related to the use of white in Wee masquerades, for their clitoridectomy is a dangerous operation which brings them close to death and the ancestors. White is the color of the ancestral world. White is also a symbol of purity and spiritual power, both of which are believed to result from the operation. The important role these girls will play as mothers and providers is emphasized by the chairs they carry. These delicately curved seats, seen on the head of the girl in figure 6-29, belong to a grandfather or uncle, and are normally only used by elders. For this period in their lives, girls are honored as the sources of a family's wealth and continued survival. Women also have an important role in preparing a community for the arrival of masked spirits. When a Wee or Dan family invites a masquerade to appear in a community, its leaders must be sure that the women of the lineage will be able to provide food for 6-29. We initiate, Western Côte d'Ivoire. 1976 Revi. The accompanying feast. Women of the Hnig cook the rice stored in their own granaries, and prepare the sauce. Female farming abilities, organizational talents, and culinary skills are therefore necessary if the spiritual beings of the masquerades are to be properly welcomed and celebrated. When a woman has been selected as the main hostess for such a feast, she is thus acknowledged as the most hospitable woman of her lineage. She parades through town with her female friends and family, carrying a large serving spoon as an emblem of her status. An assistant walking behind her carries the ceramic vessel which will contain the most important serving of rice for the feast. The sculpted rice spoons or scoops of the hostess are the equivalent of a wooden mask. A woman who aspires to become the principal hostess of her lineage may see the spirit belonging to a carved spoon in a dream, just as a man may dream of a masked being when he is ready to offer his services to a spirit as its masquerader. When the custodian of a spoon, or mask, dies, or is no longer able to handle the responsibilities connected with its care, a successor will be chosen by the spirit. The spoon has a handle in the form of the head and breasts, or the hips and legs of a beautiful woman, Fig. 6-30, in a sensuous visual analogy, it honors the hostess, and women in general, as a source of food and life. The hollowed spoon becomes the body or womb of a female figure. The curves of this example would fit comfortably in a hostess's outstretched hands, and be a lovely extension of the owner herself. The artist who carved the spoon took great liberties with the proportions of the hips, legs, and feet, emphasizing the calves and knees so that they balance the bowl of the spoon both visually and physically. Artists throughout eastern Liberia and western Côte d'Ivoire have also carved freestanding figures of important women in wood, and cast jewelry and images for them in brass. The most famous wood carver of the region may be Zlan of Bellewale, a Wee sculptor who worked for clients in several ethnic areas during the middle of the 20th century. The female figures he carved for wealthy patrons, often idealized portraits of the wife of the man commissioning the work, were prestige items, and dan owners charged fees to visitors who wished to see them. Even though these portraits were carved primarily for the aesthetic pleasure of their owners, they share the styles of masks and spoons, sacred objects housing supernatural beings. The shiny dark surface and bands of ornamental designs on one particularly 6-31. Female figure with baby. Zlan of Bellewale. Before 1931. Wood, height 24%, 63 cm. Musée d'Arts d'Afrique et d'Oceanie, Paris 6-30. Rice spoon. Dan or Wee. 19th to 20th century. Wood, length 18%, 46.4 cm. The Metropolitan Museum of Art, New York. 6-32 Zambal in performance, Bouletin AFLA, Côte d'Ivoire. Guro. 1975 I strong figure by Zlan, Fig. 6-31, are also found on feminine masks. Both the refined aesthetics of these figures, and the artistic inventiveness of masks of the region, are also seen in the art of the Guro, another peripheral monde. I group who live to the east of the Dan in central Côte d'Ivoire. 1/masquerades of the Guro families of high social standing may establish relations with the sacred triad of forest creatures who appear as masquerades. The first of these 3/ characters is Zambal, whose sleek and shiny mask is said to combine the graceful horns of an antelope with the powerful jaws of a leopard, Fig. 6-32, J. The sweeping curves flowing from the tip of the horns along the high forehead to the narrow muzzle are typical of Guro face masks. The costume worn by the athletic young dancer joins a scarf made of expensive and attractive cloth, a product of the orderly Guro community, with a cloak formed of the hide of a wild beast, a further juxtaposition of wild and civilized forces. A green and fragrant skirt of palm fiber and thick fiber ruffs at his wrists and ankles vibrate as he dances with small rapid steps. Bells on his wrists provide a counterpoint to the beats of the tall drums accompanying the masquerade. Zambal is usually followed by his wife and consort, Gu. Her mask, worn, of course, by a male dancer, is a simple oval female face crowned with horns or an elaborate hairstyle, Fig. 6-34. Today the mask is often brightly painted in red or yellow. Gu is not accompanied by drums, but dances gently and elegantly. Rattles around her ankles are the equivalent of Zambal's bells, and the animal skin upon her back is normally that of an antelope rather than a leopard. The uninhibited and uncouth Zali, Fig. 6-33, is the antithesis of both Zambal and Gu. Often identified 6-33. Zali mask addressing an elder, Tibita, Côte d'Ivoire. Guro. 1983. Masquerade, Freetown, Slerra Leone backgrounds. Yet some appear to be blends of older sacred masquerades, and are joined by young men who live in the same neighborhood and who share common problems. One of these spectacular masked forms, robed in imported cloth, is danced for the group of youths known as the Kaka Society, Fig. 6-37, the feminine face of the masquerade, and its colorful, elaborate superstructure, identify it as a fancy, showy, attractive, and flashy, rather than a fierce, dangerous and menacing, Kaka Soci. Eti performer. Little is known of its specific history, but it may have participated in the riotous processions which marked Christian and Islamic holidays. Islamic festivals in Freetown and other towns in Sierra Leone are often celebrated with displays or processions of large tissue paper constructions. Although they need not be lit from within by candles or lamps, all are known as lanterns. These ornate assemblages are given the shape of ships, of animals, or of a variety of fantastic images, and may be as large and as whimsical as American parade floats. The history of lanterns is obscure. Similar movable paper sculptures have been recorded in Gambia, Senegal, Morocco, and the Caribbean. A lantern in the shape of a cylindrical house or dome tomb, Fig. 6-38, seems to be related to the brightly colored, multi-tiered, temporary structures paraded through the streets elsewhere in the Islamic world which evoke the tomb of the 7th century Islamic martyr 6-38. Display sculpture for Ramadan celebration with two performers, Rockper, Slerra Leone. 1967 Hussein. Although little is known about these lanterns, this photograph suggests that lantern processions in Sierra Leone are similar to masquerades in that they are accompanied by assistants. The two female attendants appear to be mimicking nurses. The visual variety introduced by the layers of different textures and colors reminds us of the Carnival Mask of Guinea-Bissau as well as the Odelay Mask of Freetown. Contemporary international art. The artists of Liberia and Sierra Leone usually receive their training in local workshops rather than in art institutes or universities. In Guinea and Guinea-Bissau, promising artists have sometimes been identified and sent abroad for training, often to Cuba. Côte d'Ivoire has provided the most opportunities for artists, for it has more art schools, exhibition spaces, and informal art markets than any of the other countries in this region. One of the most interesting groups of artists active in Côte d'Ivoire named themselves Vohu Vohu, from the Guro word for earth or mud. Consisting of about a dozen artists from several regions, the group was formed by young men and women studying in Abidjan, the Ivorian capital, during the 1970s. As their name implies, they sought to be firmly grounded in the African tradition and to produce an art rooted in their own land. Christine Ozua Iovi, born in the Guro region in 1955, was one of the Vohu Vohu artists who studied at the Institut des Beaux-Arts from the Académie des Beaux-Arts in Paris. One of her paintings from the 19th Guro 1975 I Strong Figure by Zlan, Fig. 6-31, are I also found on feminine masks. Both the refined aesthetics of these figures, and the artistic inventiveness of masks of the region, are also seen in the art of the Guro, another peripheral monde. I group who live to the east of the Dan in central Côte d'Ivoire. 1/masquerades of the Guro families of high social standing may establish relations with the sacred triad of forest creatures who appear as masquerades. The first of these three characters is Zambal, whose sleek and shiny mask is said to combine the graceful horns of an antelope with the powerful jaws of a leopard, Fig. 6-32, J. The sweeping curves flowing from the tip of the horns along the high forehead to the narrow muzzle are typical of Guro face masks. The costume worn by the athletic young dancer joins a scarf made of expensive and attractive cloth, a product of the orderly Guro community, with a cloak formed of the hide of a wild beast, a further juxtaposition of wild and civilized forces. A green and fragrant skirt of palm fiber and thick fiber ruffs at his wrists and ankles vibrate as he dances with small rapid steps. Bells on his wrists provide a counterpoint to the beats of the tall drums accompanying the masquerade. Zambul is usually followed by his wife and consort, Gu. Her mask, worn, of course, by a male dancer, is a simple oval female face crowned with horns or an elaborate hairstyle, Fig. 6-34. Today the mask is often brightly painted in red or yellow. Gu is not accompanied by drums, but dances gently and elegantly. Rattles around her ankles are the equivalent of Zambul's bells, and the animal skin upon her back is normally that of an antelope rather than a leopard. The uninhibited and uncouth Zali, Fig. 6-33, is the antithesis of both Zambul and Gu. Often identified 6-33. Zali mask addressing an elder, Tibeta, Côte d'Ivoire. Guro. 1983. Masquerade, Freetown, Slerra Leone backgrounds. Yet some appear to be blends of older sacred masquerades, and are joined by young men who live in the same neighborhood and who share common problems. One of these spectacular masked forms, robed in imported cloth, is danced for the group of youths known as the Kaka Society, Fig. 6-37, the feminine face of the masquerade, and its colorful, elaborate superstructure, identify it as a fancy, showy, attractive, and flashy, rather than a fierce, dangerous and menacing, Kaka Soci. Eddy performer. Little is known of its specific history, but it may have participated in the riotous processions which marked Christian and Islamic holidays. Islamic festivals in Freetown and other towns in Sierra Leone are often celebrated with displays or processions of large tissue paper constructions. Although they need not be lit from within by candles or lamps, all are known as lanterns. These ornate assemblages are given the shape of ships, of animals, or of a variety of fantastic images, and may be as large and as whimsical as American parade floats. The history of lanterns is obscure. Similar movable paper sculptures have been recorded in Gambia, Senegal, Morocco, and the Caribbean. A lantern in the shape of a cylindrical house or dome tomb, Fig. 6-38, seems to be related to the brightly colored, multi-tiered, temporary structures paraded through the streets elsewhere in the Islamic world which evoke the tomb of the 7th century Islamic martyr 6-38. Display sculpture for Ramadan celebration with two performers, Rockper, Slerra Leone. 1967 Hussein. Although little is known about these lanterns, this photograph suggests that lantern processions in Sierra Leone are similar to masquerades in that they are accompanied by assistants. The two female attendants appear to be mimicking nurses. The visual variety introduced by the layers of different textures and colors reminds us of the Carnival Mask of Guinea-Bissau as well as the Odelay Mask of Freetown. Contemporary international art. The artists of Liberia and Sierra Leone usually receive their training in local workshops rather than in art institutes or universities. In Guinea and Guinea-Bissau, promising artists have sometimes been identified and sent abroad for training, often to Cuba. Côte d'Ivoire has provided the most opportunities for artists, for it has more art schools, exhibition spaces, and informal art markets than any of the other countries in this region. One of the most interesting groups of artists active in Côte d'Ivoire named themselves Vohu Vohu, from the Guro word for earth or mud. Consisting of about a dozen artists from several regions, the group was formed by young men and women studying in Abidjan, the Ivorian capital, during the 1970s. As their name implies, they sought to be firmly grounded in the African tradition and to produce an art rooted in their own land. Christine Ozua Iavi, born in the Guro region in 1955, was one of the Vohu Vohu artists who studied at the Institut de Beaux-Arts from the Académie de Beaux-Arts in Paris. One of her paintings from the 1970s is untitled, Fig. 6-39, bound with glue and applied directly to cloth woven in Côte d'Ivoire. the pigments were taken from minerals and plants located and prepared by the artist. Some lines were created by gluing lianas and other plant fibers to the surface of the painting. Ozua Ievi insists that the artists of Vohu, although known for their unusual media and techniques, were primarily interested in the nature of the creative artistic process. Their use of natural pigments was but a byproduct of their fresh approach to painting. Perhaps the best-known contemporary artist of the West Atlantic forests was not trained in an institute or university. Frédéric Brulé-Boisbras was born in 1923 in a Kru-speaking Bet community in central Côte d'Ivoire. As an elderly man, he began to write down the philosophies and beliefs of his people, as filtered through his vivid personal vision. He draws scenes from Bet legends in colored pencil on sheets of paper, creating mysterious and repetitive images. Fig. 6-40. Critics may complain that Boisbras's visionary art has been so popular with European patrons because he conforms to their stereotypes of the naive, untutored, or uninhibited African artist. Yet even 6-39. Untitled. Christine Ozua Ievi. Natural Pigments on Cloth 6-40. Untitled from Knowledge of the World series. Frédéric Brulé-Boisbras. 1991 Colored Pencil and Ballpoint on Cardboard, 6x3k, 15x 9.5 cm. The PIGOZZI collection. Cynics must concede that Boisbras's work is original, direct, effectively and even dramatically composed. It may he these qualities which attract buyers from other lands and other cultures. Just as Renaissance courtiers admired sappy ivories over 400 years ago, foreigners today can find much to admire in contemporary art of the West Atlantic coast. IIMAUIM star. Carrot. 634 Gu dancing with an attendant, ZRALUO, Côte d'Ivoire. Gu RO. 1975 Brightly colored, delicate female face masks of the Guro people can be danced in very different masquerades. This example is the prestigious being known as Gu. Virtually identical masks are used in masquerades danced primarily for entertainment, while others appear in potent masquerades seen only by men. In addition to Zambal, Zali, and Guro communities may call upon other types of masquerades, some of which are danced primarily for entertainment, and some of which are sacred and mysterious. In northern Guro areas a highly revered being called Jai wears a heavy horizontal helmet mask with the powerful horns of a forest buffalo and wide, gaping jaws. Sacred masquerades in the southern Guro regions are known as Jai, and bring forth a host of human-like and animal-like beings. The zoomorphic face masks identify a spirit being linked to a single wild beast, such as an elephant, a hippopotamus, or an antelope. Fig. 6-35, and masqueraders dance in a manner appropriate to the animal they resemble. Anthropomorphic masquerades lead the Jai group, who appear in voluminous layers of dried raffia fiber. Both Jai and Jai are strictly limited to male participants and observers. According to widespread legends concerning the origin of these masquerades, the spirit beings they impersonate were once snubbed by women. As a result, the Guro believe, any contact with the masqueraders is normally very harmful for women and children. Yet the power of the greatest Jai mask in human form is based upon ceremonies conducted by old women. They carry this mother of masks to the site of girl's excision, and let the blood and tiny bits of tissue from the operation fall upon its face. The mask is then carefully wrapped and returned to the men of the Jai Association. 6-35/E Antelope Masquerade in Performance, de Buzra, Central Côte d'Ivoire. I-975 As the brother of Zambal, he has bulging cheeks, prominent horns, and protruding eyes. His behavior is unpredictable, and he may interrupt his dance to tease or even whip female spectators. His costume is a cheaper, unkempt version of that worn by Zam. Bli. These three Guro masquerades are all sacred beings, whose altars receive sacrifices when individuals call upon them for supernatural assistance. Yet they also delight a family's guests at funerals and feasts, and bring prestige to the leaders of a lineage.
J S S Cross currents and hybrid forms. All of the masquerades and portable art forms described in this chapter have traveled across ethnic boundaries and have changed over time. Yet the art forms of some coastal ports are even more multicultural in their origins and in their patronage. American-African architecture. Over the past 400 years, marriages and alliances between Europeans and local entrepreneurs on the coast have created Creole, or Cryo, communities, whose homes and business establishments are fascinating hybrids of foreign and African architectural forms. A distinctive domestic architecture was also developed by Americans of African descent who settled in Liberia. In the decades surrounding the American Civil War, several thousand former slaves left the United States to found a new nation in Liberia. Many of these settlers were experienced in the construction techniques of the New World. On southern plantations they had erected the homes of their former masters, and had built more modest kitchens, shops, dwellings, churches, and schoolhouses for their own use. This imported technology was used to construct Macon Hall House during the late 19th century, Fig. 6-36, like many homes of American Liberians, it was constructed of a wooden frame covered with sawn planks. The roof was made of imported metal sheets, and given a wooden trim. Shuttered windows help cooling breezes circulate through the structure, and entrance steps lead to a covered veranda and central front door. Honored guests are taken upstairs to the second-story reception room of the shuttered second-story porch. This formal parlor, often called the piazza by Liberians, is thus similar to the library of a wealthy gin merchant, see Fig. 47-2, particularly since both the Liberian and Malayan rooms overlook the central entrance and are graced with open-work windows. When the Macon Hall House is being built, it was strikingly different. 6-36. Macon Hall House, Fortsville, Liberia. Late 19th century. Wood and tin. Photograph 1973 from the homes of important families in neighboring Vi, Kola, or Tem communities. For example, the space set aside for social gatherings of the Liberian Americans was located within the Macon Hall House itself. In neighboring towns, social activities took place in a separate covered enclosure serving the entire community. To both underscore the American immigrants and the earlier inhabitants of Liberia, homes such as the Macon Hall House were symbols of modernity and of imported cultural values. Festival arts. Foreign settlers have also played an important historical role in Freetown, the capital of Sierra Leone. The city was founded by English, Canadian, and American immigrants of African descent during the late 18th century, and Maroons from the Caribbean came to Freetown as soldiers and policemen. When the British outlawed the slave trade, they brought liberated captives to Freetown as well. Although the freed prisoners came from many areas of Africa, most had been enslaved during civil wars in the area now known as Nigeria. Yoruba, Nupe, and Igbo immigrants from Nigeria thus joined Mende, Bulom, and Tem peoples in a city overlaid with European and New World influences. Some masquerade groups in Freetown are affiliated with Bulom, Mende, and Tem communities, and dance with masks of Bundu and Poro. Other religious associations, such as Gelad and Igangun, remain fairly close to their Yoruba roots, even though they admit men and women of many ethnic and religious masquerade, Freetown, Sierra Leone backgrounds. Yet some appear to be blends of older sacred masquerades, and are joined by young men who live in the same neighborhood and who share common problems. One of these spectacular masked forms, robed in imported cloth, is danced for the group of youths known as the Kaka Society, Fig. 6-37, the feminine face of the masquerade, and its colorful, elaborate superstructure, identify it as a fancy, showy, attractive, and flashy, rather than a fierce, dangerous and menacing, Kaka Sosi. Eddie performer. Little is known of its specific history, but it may have participated in the riotous processions which marked Christian and Islamic holidays. Islamic festivals in Freetown and other towns in Sierra Leone are often celebrated with displays or processions of large tissue paper constructions. Although they need not be lit from within by candles or lamps, all are known as lanterns. These ornate assemblages are given the shape of ships, of animals, or of a variety of fantastic images, and may be as large and as whimsical as American parade floats. The history of lanterns is obscure. Similar movable paper sculptures have been recorded in Gambia, Senegal, Morocco, and the Caribbean. A lantern in the shape of a cylindrical house or dome tomb, Fig. 6-38, seems to be related to the brightly colored, multi-tiered, temporary structures paraded through the streets elsewhere in the Islamic world which evoke the tomb of the 7th century Islamic martyr 6-38. Display sculpture for Ramadan celebration with two performers, Rockper, Slerra Leone. 1967 Hussein. Although little is known about these lanterns, this photograph suggests that lantern processions in Sierra Leone are similar to masquerades in that they are accompanied by assistants. The two female attendants appear to be mimicking nurses. The visual variety introduced by the layers of different textures and colors reminds us of the Carnival Mask of Guinea-Bissau as well as the Odelay Mask of Freetown. Contemporary international art. The artists of Liberia and Sierra Leone usually receive their training in local workshops rather than in art institutes or universities. In Guinea and Guinea-Bissau, promising artists have sometimes been identified and sent abroad for training, often to Cuba. Côte d'Ivoire has provided the most opportunities for artists, for it has more art schools, exhibition spaces, and informal art markets than any of the other countries in this region. One of the most interesting groups of artists active in Côte d'Ivoire named themselves Vohu Vohu, from the Guro word for earth or mud. Consisting of about a dozen artists from several regions, the group was formed by young men and women studying in Abidjan, the Ivorian capital, during the 1970s. As their name implies, they sought to be firmly grounded in the African tradition and to produce an art rooted in their own land. Christine Ozua Iovi, born in the Guro region in 1955, was one of the Vohu Vohu artists who studied at the Institut des Beaux-Arts from the Académie des Beaux-Arts in Paris. One of her paintings from the 1970s is untitled, Fig. 6-39, bound with glue and applied directly to cloth woven in Côte d'Ivoire. The pigments were taken from minerals and plants located and prepared by the artist. Some lines were created by gluing lianas and other plant fibers to the surface of the painting. Ozua Iovi insists that the artists of Vohu Vohu, although known for their unusual media and techniques, were primarily interested in the nature of the creative artistic process. Their use of natural pigments was but a byproduct of their fresh approach to painting. Perhaps the best-known contemporary artist of the West Atlantic forests was not trained in an institute or university. Frédéric Brulé-Boisbra was born in 1923 in a Kru-speaking Bet community in central Côte d'Ivoire. As an elderly man, he began to write down the philosophies and beliefs of his people, as filtered through his vivid personal vision. He draws scenes from Bet legends in colored pencil on sheets of paper, creating mysterious and repetitive images. Fig. 6-40. Critics may complain that Boisbra's visionary art has been so popular with European patrons because he conforms to their stereotypes of the naive, untutored, or uninhibited African artist. Yet even 6-39. Untitled. Christine Ozua Iovi. Natural Pigments on Cloth 6-40. Untitled From Knowledge of the World series. Frédéric Brulé-Boisbra. 1991 Colored pencil and ballpoint on cardboard, 6xy/15x 9.5 cm. The PGOZZI collection. Cynics must concede that Boisbra's work is original, direct, effectively and even dramatically composed. It may be these qualities which attract buyers from other lands and other cultures. Just as Renaissance courtiers admired sappy ivories over 400 years ago, foreigners today can find much to admire in contemporary art of the West Atlantic coast. T/MAUIM carat dot. Carat. 7 Akan Worlds MV1 IWITI/carat 11 carat B,
happy face, idf pi mr wpj hvi. If I4W11 B S dash 5 5 asterisk slash star 9L B HF7 to 1. Phi GURAL group by Ose Bonsu, seated right, Asante region, Ghana. Photograph 1976. Most of the peoples whose art we explore in this chapter speak Akan languages, which proves a history of relationships. The Ball of Cote d'Ivoire and the Asante and the Fanti of Ghana, the two largest groups, speak dialects of Chui, the major Akan language. The dialects are not mutually intelligible, however, indicating long periods of separate linguistic and cultural development. These main Akan groups, the Ball and the Asante/Fanti, thus have quite separate identities today. The egalitarian Ball also have been influenced by non-Akan neighbors to the north and west, helping to give Ball culture a character in part different from that of their more hierarchically organized Akan relatives to the south and east. Nevertheless, these Akan groups share important cultural forms, spectacular gold jewelry and regalia among them. These forms are shared as well by the peoples of the neighboring lagoons region in southeastern Côte d'Ivoire, whose art is thus also included in this chapter. As the southernmost participants in a trading network that extends across the Sahara to North Africa, the Akan have been in contact with Muslim traders and holy men for many centuries. Several centralized polities emerged among the Akan of Ghana. During the 15th or 16th century, partly as a result of wealth derived from the gold that these people mined and traded northward. The most famous of these is known as the Asante Confederacy. Formed around J1700 under the Asante ruler Ose Tutu, the confederacy depended on tribute from conquered Akan kingdoms such as Akwamua, Akyem, Denkyira, and Bono. Craftsmen and artists from the conquered kingdoms were conscripted to the Asante capital at Kumasi, where they initiated an artistic flowering that lasted for almost 2 centuries. While the Akan have long resisted adopting the Islamic faith, they have assimilated technologies, art forms, and styles from the Islamic north. European influences have also been absorbed and thoroughly Akanized. Direct contact with Europeans, their artifacts and institutions began for the Fanti and the Lagoons peoples on the Atlantic coast in the 1470s, when Portuguese ships first reached these shores. The many European trading forts and castles built along this Gold Coast, as the area was known and later named by the British, signal the impact of outside artifacts, ideas, and institutions over more than 5 centuries of interaction with Europe. The artistic culture of pre-Islamic and pre-European Akan peoples is not well known, but surely there were many purely local developments. Wood and terracotta objects for ritual and everyday use, in particular, probably evolved early. Thus 3 major historical currents: internal and locally generated creative developments, influences from the Islamic north, and appropriations from Europe, and several minor ones merge in Akan arts. The visual-verbal nexus. A distinctive feature of Akan culture is the dynamic interaction of visual motifs and verbal expression. The Akan, until recently oral and without writing, have a special reverence for elegant, colorful, subtle, and elusive oral discourse, and particularly for the use of metaphorical speech. Akan arts include a repertoire of several sand visual motifs, from abstract symbols to representational objects and scenes. Each motif is associated with one and often more verbal forms, sayings, or proverbs. A spiral shape recalling a ram's horn, for example, calls forth the maxim, slow to anger like the ram but unstoppable when aroused. A ladder motif, when seen on ceramic funerary vessels, elicits the saying, everyone climbs the ladder of death, meaning that death is inevitable as well as democratic, see Fig. 7-16. Nearly all forms of Akan art have evolved so as to include one or many of these visual signs. Indeed, interest in visual-verbal relationships appears to have stimulated the deliberate development of objects that incorporate such subjects and the continuous invention of new visual motifs with a corresponding wealth of spoken meanings. The cast gold objects illustrated here are sword ornaments, Fig. 7-2, some are merely emblematic. The lion, A, symbolizes bravery and power, for example, and the head, D, stands for a defeated, and decapitated, enemy. Others, however, have more complex or multiple verbal associations. Mudfish or crocodiles eating mudfish, B, have several interpretations. When the mudfish swallows something, it does so for its master, meaning that a chief benefits from the success of his subjects, or, when the crocodile gets a mudfish it does not deal leniently with it, referring to the awesome power of 7-2. Sword ornaments. Asante. 19th or Zote century. Gold, length of the longest ornament 1.3302 cm. Nsuta Treasury, Ghana. A chief or king, or, if the mudfish tells you the crocodile is dead, there is no need to argue about it, signifying, somewhat cryptically to us, that two people can report on each other's behavior. The night bird, E, elicits the saying, if you kill a night bird, you bring bad luck, if you leave it alone, you lose good fortune, the equivalent of are damned if you do and damned if you don't. The powder keg, C, and fanciful interpretation of a European sugar bowl, F, show how readily Asante artists incorporated, and modified, outside motifs into their body of imagery. Regalia and arts of statecraft. Regalia, adornments and implements worn or carried by kings, chiefs, queen mothers, and other royals and court members help to create and legitimize royal authority as well as show it off. See Aspects of African Culture, Art and Leadership, pages 196-7. Under the patronage of powerful and wealthy chiefs and kings, weavers, umbrella makers, goldsmiths, leather workers, carvers, and others put much imaginative effort into fashioning regalia. Ensemble and visual overload govern the aesthetics of regalia in southern Côte d'Ivoire and Ghana. Ensemble refers to the massing of several elements, each often a work of art in its own right, but depending for their rich, dazzling impact on their assemblage, which becomes a whole greater than the sum of its parts. Composed upon and set in motion by the armature of the human body, a sumptuous profusion of jewelry, textiles, and hand-held implements. Aspects of African culture, art and leadership. Across history and in societies throughout the world, art has been used to support the authority of sacred and secular leaders and to legitimize the concept of leadership itself as a social institution. Leaders commission art, dispense it, send messages with it, and use it instrumentally both to perpetuate the status quo and to effect change. Leaders in African societies may use art in ways that are bold or subtle, active or passive, obvious or veiled, yet what is everywhere clear and sometimes surprising is the extent to which African art is leadership art, conceptually dense, layered with meanings, and concerned with power of various kinds. Contrasted with popular arts, leadership arts are immediately seen to be richer, more elaborate and complex, more durable, detailed, and monumental. These ideas are expressed with special force by the regalia of the kings of Africa, such as the Oni of Benin, the Fon of the Cameroon grasslands, the Yoruba Oba, the Cuba kings, and those of the Zulu and the Swazi. Sandals, footrests, stools, chairs, and raised platforms serve to isolate these rulers and give them prominence. Their stature and bulk are expanded by sumptuous, expensive, symbolic materials such as eagle feathers, leopard skins, special cloth, and beads. A handheld weapon may extend their reach. Other held objects, fly whisk, pipe, staff, scepter, magnify any gesture they make. Flanking or surrounding artifacts such as drums, vessels, statuary, or houseposts contribute to their centrality and visibility, as may a cloth backdrop or a hierarchical surround of courtiers. Umbrellas, fans, weapons. or shields provide both physical and spiritual protection. Regalia thus creates a presence magnified to the point where the man himself seems almost overcome, even immobilized, the temporary holder of an office almost disappearing into the eternal idea of the office itself. Moving outward from the person of the leader, we can see his influence in palace architecture as well as in the spatial complexity of royal towns or villages, which hedge the ruler about both materially and spatially, protecting him, centering him, or focusing attention on him within a ranked hierarchy. These ideas extend also to royal shrines such as those of Benin, where spatial and compositional. The lap of Nana Diko Pim III, wearing a Kent and gold jewelry, and holding a fly whisk, Ehisu, Ghana. 1976 principles mirror those used to emphasize the sacred king. More subtly, such ideas apply as well to palace associations, ranks of lesser chiefs and titled nobility, craftsmen's guilds, and other support groups and structures. In most centralized and hierarchical states there is a proliferation of offices, with each rank given distinct visible markers of identity. In less centralized societies, control may be exerted through titled men's associations and masquerades. Here leadership arts become more subtle and indirect, yet the masks, carvings, and title attributes characteristic of these institutions are no less effective than the regalia of kings. Less centralized polities are commonly marked as well by strong religious organizations whose authority is buttressed by art and architectural forms. Before the imposition of colonial rule, executive and judicial roles in some societies were in the hands of male, less often female, associations that employed anonymous mask spirits. Such maskers operated under the aegis of powerful, much feared deities to enforce the will of the leaders, often groups of elders. Marshaled for social regulation, the mysterious drama of a masquerade can be every bit as powerful as a regalia-laden king, and often far more instrumental. So whether a culture organizes itself into a large state or a lineage-based, segmentary society, its leaders bring visual, kinetic, and oral arts to bear in creating pageantry and mystery, which in turn orchestrate a spectacle that both figuratively and literally moves people, profoundly and irrevocably affecting their lives. Creates a dizzying sense of visual overload and reiteration that has been aptly called intentional design redundancy. Regalia in Ghana. Chiefs and especially paramount chiefs or kings in Ghana wear rings on every finger, yards of heavy cloth, dozens of beaded bracelets and necklaces, not one but several amuletic charms above the elbow or ankle, as well as multiple castings or gold leaf symbols on hats and sandals. Fig. 73, individual beads as well as small charms strung together or larger talismans packaged in gold, silver, leopard skin, and leather pouches render supernatural power to their wearer, at the same time protecting him or her against jealous rivals or threats from evil spirits. Not surprisingly, the Akanse of kings, great men move slowly. The cumulative weight and effect of regalia ensembles make statements about political authority and financial superiority as well as spiritual protection, while specific verbal messages may also be projected by visual motifs. It is not that individual motifs are specifically read by the viewer, who then recalls the associated proverbs or emblematic maxims. Rather, shared knowledge among actors and audience alike carries richly layered collective messages: dignity, military might, endurance, wisdom, affluence, spiritual protection, and above all, power. Little Ghanaian Akan regalia is personally owned. Rather, it belongs to the state and its collective ancestors. A chief or king is the custodian of these treasures for the duration of 7-3 Innocent Teheni, Apoko whereto, seated in state with the enthroned golden stool next to him, Kumasi, Ghana. IQ 86 Yam Festival his reign, and he is expected to add to the legacy of gold and textiles for his successors. Stools and chairs to signal its ownership by the state. Regalia is spoken of as stool property, for stools are the central symbols of Akan polities. The practical and ritual use of stools is almost certainly ancient in Akan culture, and most probably predates contact with Islam and Europe. Throughout the Akan area, important persons commission carved stools for daily or ceremonial use. At a great man's death, his soul is transferred to his personal stool, now blackened and consecrated for the purpose. In each Akan state, the blackened ancestral stools of kings and other royals are kept in a special shrine called a stool room, where collectively they represent the state's dynastic soul and history. Most Akan stools consist of a rectangular base from which a partly open central column and four corner posts rise to support a saddle-shaped seat. The entire stool is carved from a single piece of wood. Many stool types exist, and like Akan culture itself they are hierarchical. The ceremonial stool displayed in figure 7-4 clearly belongs to a prominent and wealthy chief, for it is decorated with silver strips. The most famous African stool, which has never actually been used as a seat, is the golden stool of the Asante, displayed on its own chair in figure 7-3. Oral tradition relates that the stool came into existence around 1700, during the reign of Osei Tutu, the first Asantehene, the Asante Para Mount Chief or King, and founder of the Asante Confederacy. Osei Tutu had a clever priest, Anaki, whose power caused the golden stool, which was said to contain the spirit of the Asante nation, to appear from the sky, whereupon it fell onto the lap of Osei Tutu. Although it has never been blackened, the golden stool is considered spiritually powerful and even alive. It symbolizes to this day the unification of many Akan peoples under the Asante. It is still much revered, as may be inferred from its position on its own chair, higher than the Asante king, beside whom it appears when both are seated in state. It has both locally cast and European bells attached, which are rung to announce its presence on the rare occasions when it is seen in public. Chairs, like other forms and motifs ultimately of European origin, entered the Akan artistic repertoire. 7-4 Akan stool on a Huidum chair. Mampung. 1986 An Ahan silver applique stool sits on a European-derived Huidum chair, with an applique pillow on top. Nearby are a European silver bowl and a footstool with Muslim amulets attached. The silver patterns, on the stool, may also derive from Islamic prototypes. Through coastal trading contacts, at least 3 types of 17th-century European chairs have been thoroughly assimilated into Akan leadership arts. Reworked and of local manufacture for centuries, these elaborately decorated chairs never supplant Akan stools, which remain primary objects, but they do contribute measurably to occasions of state. One type of chair is seen here in 2 versions, as the seat of an important paramount chief in figure 7-4, and supporting the golden stool in figure 7-3. Called Huidum, which is interpreted to mean facing the field, or enemy, this type was used during declarations of war and for judicial deliberations. Some Huidum, such as the one in figure 7-4, have spiral turned legs, uprights, and stretchers. Most are painted black, with silver finials and other embellishments. The most common type of chair is called asapim, meaning I stand firm. The name refers to the chair's sturdy construction and to the strength of the chieftaincy. Asapim are construction itself being a European rather than a native Akan technique, of heavy wood. The taut leather seat and back are attached with imported brass upholstery tacks. Backs are further embellished with locally cast finials and patterned repoussé panels, showing the extent to which the Akan have transformed their models. An example is depicted later in this chapter, carved as part of a statue of a Queen Mother, see Fig. 7-24, state swords. After the blackened ancestral stools of deceased royals, the most important material symbols of statecraft are J-Carat. Display of state swords, Kumao State. Ghana. Photograph 1976. The specific functions and forms of swords vary from state to state. In general, swords are, or were, used for swearing oaths, as symbols of ambassadorial rank and safe passage,
during purification rites of chiefs and ancestral state stools, and for display. 7 to 6 Fanti linguists with staffs, Fanti region, Ghana. 1974 Swords. Like stools, these swords predate the Asante Confederacy, even if wealthy Asante kingdoms appear to have the most visually and symbolically elaborate examples. Also like stools, swords originated as practical devices, then passed during the 18th and 19th centuries through a period of aggrandizement, taking on various non-practical yet even more valuable ideological and ritual roles. Several of the most important swords in Asante states have their own names, histories, and appointed custodians. One, called Responsibility, has its own set of protective amulets. Many swords thus have spiritual and political associations, taking them well beyond mere weaponry. Formal embellishments and dull blades, sometimes with open work, parallel these ideological qualities. The basic sword form is a simple, slightly curved iron blade with scabbard and a hilt shaped like a dumbbell. The grandest swords have cast gold *IFC *T$W%JT*\. Asterisk key WLMM and TI1ML%III FC *2 F-1 RIW T. That B1. Figural ornaments attached, as well as other matching regalia worn by their bearers for ritual and festive events. The swords illustrated here, for example, are displayed with matching caps. Fig. 7 to 5. Gold ornaments take many forms, most with corresponding verbal expressions. Visible in this photograph are many of the ornaments singled out earlier in the discussion of the visual-verbal nexus, see Fig. 7 to 2. Linguist staffs. We speak to a wise man in Proverbs. Not in plain speech, goes an Akan expression. Nowhere is refined speaking, embellished with proverbial wisdom, more apparent than in the institution of the linguist, a principal counselor and spokesman for a chief. Fig. L. Euro. More than a translator, he is also an advisor, judicial advocate, prime minister, political troubleshooter, and historian of state law, lore, and custom, of course chosen for his sagacity, wit, and oratorical skill. Many kings have several linguists, in which case one will be designated chief among them. In the 1970s the Asantehene had 13 linguists, and he may well have more today. Since around 1900 linguists have carried carved, gold-leafed wooden staffs of office. Fig. 7 to 7, each staff is topped by a figural sculpture that elicits one, and more often several, proverbs. These multiple, overlapping meanings are available for use by the quick and witty linguist, who may have several staffs to choose among, enabling him to use the one whose imagery seems most appropriate for the situation at hand. Akan linguist staffs may have been stimulated by figural staffs from the lagoons area, where as early as the 17th century metal-topped staffs or canes were carried by messengers. But their immediate prototype would appear to be British government staffs given during the late 19th century to chiefs, who used them to designate authorized representatives in dealings with the colonial government. Some of these had figural finials. Hundreds of linguist staff finials have been carved since 1900, comprising a rich corpus of imagery with verbal allusions, most of which uphold or comment upon chieftaincy or the reciprocal responsibilities of chief and subjects. One frequently carved subject consists of two men sitting at a table of food, see Fig. 7 to 6, left. Evoking the proverb, food is for its owner, not for the man who is hungry. Here food serves as a metaphor for chieftaincy, which belongs to the rightful heir to the stool, not to anyone who hungers for the office. Many staff finials aggrandize the powers, wisdom, and grandeur of the chief and state. A cock, see Fig. 7 to 7, third from left, or a cock and hen recalls the proverb, the hen knows when it is dawn, but leaves it to the cock to announce, which distinguishes between the decision-making power of the chief, cock, and the wisdom of the elders and counselors, hen. The 7 to 7 linguist staffs of the paramount chief of ADANSI, FOMENA, Ghana. Photograph 1976 imagery also reinforces accepted gender roles, and at the same time exalts a strong state, cock, at the expense of an inferior neighbor, hen. And it represents well the great importance of animal metaphors in Akan thought. Many staffs address the power of the state, war, and peace. A hand grasping a sword, fig. 7 to 6, far right, signifies that without the thumb, chief, the hand, state, can hold nothing, and of course this is a threatening, aggressive gesture. Some staffs recall historical episodes. An Adonsai staff depicts 4 heads before a seated chief, see fig. 7 to 7, far right. The heads represent the 4 Akan states dominated by Adonsai during the 16th and 17th centuries. A 5th head hangs from the staff, to which a long bead is attached. This motif represents Adonsai as the grandchild of beads, a reference to this people's miraculous origin from a bead in the ground and to the independence Adonsai claimed from other Akan states in 1927, the year the staff was carved. The carver was Ose Bonsu, 1900 to 1976, an artist whose work will be examined more fully later in this chapter. Ball and Lagoons regalia. Ball and Lagoons societies are mainly egalitarian, and for the most part the independent village is the largest political unit. Relatively affluent, influential village notables or dignitaries, words that set them apart from the chiefs and kings of the centralized Akan states of Ghana, nevertheless distinguish themselves with gold and fine cloth, fig. 7 to 8, most, though not all, forms of ball gold regalia were developed during the 20th century, while Lagoons regalia goes back further in time. In contrast to the regalia of Ghana, which is stool property, Lagoons regalia is family or individual property. Rather than inheriting an office or high status, Lagoons dignitaries have accumulated their own influence and much of their wealth, some of which is shown off in gold exhibitions displayed at village festivals and age-grade celebrations. Family heirloom gold is shown separately, emphasizing what the man himself has amassed. Lagoons caste regalia includes varied beads, pendants, or crescents, depictions of animals and human heads, as well as rings, miniature masks, eyeglasses, and other ornaments, fig. 7 to 9. Motifs may refer to the hard work and veiled processes of acquiring wealth and to the faces of ancestors who helped, but not in the extensive verbal visual manner so distinctive of Akan arts in Ghana. Lagoons and ball carved regalia. 7 to 9 ornaments. Lagoons peoples. 2th century or earlier. Gold. Musée Barbie Muller, Geneva 7 to 8. Lagoons, Adi Akruo, dignitary and his wife, Isap, Côte d'Ivoire. 1990. Often gold-leafed, includes fly whisks and fan handles, animal and human statuary, batons, staff finials, weapons, and crowns. Many different Akan peoples have employed goldsmiths and carvers over the past few centuries. And the wealthy have often purchased items of regalia from outside their own ethnic group. Thus many regalia ensembles include objects in various styles, the origins of which are not always firmly known. Staffs with sculpted finials serve in Côte d'Ivoire as emblems of authority and status. The earliest known examples date to around 1850, and may thus have inspired the linguist staffs of the Ghanaian Akan. The 3 carved ivory finials illustrated here, attributed to the Lagoons area, probably once surmounted leaders' canes or staffs, fig. 7 to 10, the items of European-inspired dress and the adapted European chairs featured in all 3 were typical possessions of affluent Lagoons men. The 2 sets of paired figures on the most elaborate ivory, center, represent Lagoons people, as does the man holding the gin. 7 to 10 3 staff finials. Lagoons peoples. 19th century. Ivory. Musée Barbie Muller, Geneva bottle and glass, left. The casually posed man on the third ivory is more likely a European, who may have commissioned the piece or received it as a gift. All three are confident, refined carvings. Chiefs. As expensive heirloom vessels, kuduo were interred, dug up, and reused in several contexts. In shrines, they occasionally and perhaps more commonly 3 or 4 centuries ago housed the sacred ingredients considered the heart and essence of a deity. Kuduo exist in several distinctive shapes, many of which can be traced to prototypes originating in 14th or 15th century Mamluk Egypt, Fig. 7-11, compare with Fig. 2-30, indeed, at least 6 copper alloy containers of Mamluk origin still do service today in northern Akan shrines. The imported vessels are believed to possess supernatural power, though they are not considered gods. All have panels of Arabic writing alternating with circular patterns, a type of decoration that was adapted by Akan goldsmiths when they cast their own versions. Yet the writing on Akan versions is not legible. We may suppose the panels of pseudo-writing and circular devices were believed by early Akan to provide protection for the contents of the vessels so decorated. The Asante employed Muslim amulet makers and record keepers at the Kumasi court, yet much evidence also suggests they were employed before 1700 by other Akan leaders, perhaps as early as the 15th or Metal Arts. The culture of gold. The technology of lost wax casting came from the western Sudan into the northern Akan areas during the 14th or 15th century, probably brought by the Jula, an Islamized Mande trading people. Islamic formal influence was accepted as well, and Akan casters adapted Islamic prototypes for their most important type of container, the kuduo. They were owned by states and by particularly wealthy and powerful shrines, individuals, and 7-11 group of 3 cast kuduo, a spoon and a hammered brass foro, a cosmetic box, far right. 18th to 19th century. Fowler Museum of Cultural History, University of California, Los Angeles. 16th century. Early Akan kuduo were probably cast before the 16th century in Bono or other northern Akan towns, but those with heads or figural groups on their lids, purely Akan creative additions, appear only later, during the 18th and 19th centuries, and most seem to come from Kumasi, the Asante capital. It was gold that stimulated the greatest creativity in Akan metal artists. For the Akan gold had inherent power and mystery, it was feared and magical, and was believed to grow and move in the earth. Sacred and numinous, gold was used in God's power bundles and human burials, for medicine and protection. A show of wealth and artistic taste was essential to projecting the image of a spiritually sanctioned, prosperous, and powerful state, so vast amounts of energy and wealth were expended on gold regalia, which gives the art of this region its distinctive, radiant character. Among the most intricate of Akan gold regalia were beads, each one individually modeled and cast, no matter how small. Fig. 7-12, huge gold circular beads are worn singly on the chest by sword-bearers, by other young men designated as soul people, or by court servants who may be present at the purification, also called washing, of chiefs and ancestral stools. Called soul washers' badges, these discs can also be worn by other court officials or members of a royal family. Some, like smaller gold beads, have geometric subdivisions, and their overall design may again relate to protective Islamic patterns. Analogous rosettes are common in leatherwork across the western Sudan, and may derive ultimately from North African Islamic motifs that protect against the evil eye. Similar circular motifs are central in the silver, and rarely gold, applique patterns on some important state stools that again recall Islamic magic squares, see Fig. 7-4. Goldsmiths also created copper alloy counterweights, which were used on balance scales for the weighing of gold dust and nuggets, the main currency in pre-colonial times. Fig. 7-13. Called gold weights, these small sculptures were each made to conform to a precise weight standard in a system that may have entered the Akan region, again from the north, probably during the 14th century and certainly by the 15th, when Jula traders came south in search of gold fields. The earliest Akan gold weights are mostly rectangular and round shapes with non-representational geometric decorations. Like early Akan weighing systems, these weights were 7 to 12. Assorted gold beads, rings, bracelets, and other ornaments. Akan. Private collection members of royal families wear an astonishing variety of cast, and occasionally hammered, gold ornaments both abstract and representational in form, such as bells, locks, teeth, bones, and replicas of glass beads. Circular gold beads range in size from half an inch to 6 inches in diameter. Beads are the most common and universal form of personal decoration in Africa. Beads of stone, bone, vegetal matter, glass, or metal were worn by all classes of Akan people. They were decorative but also meaningful socially and ritually. Like gold itself, many beads were ascribed amuletic, protective properties. Some were worth more than their weight in gold. Others were thought capable of reproducing underground, where caches of beads, buried earlier, were sometimes found, and certain beads were ground into powder with which royal children were washed to make them grow. Of Islamic inspiration, analogous geometric forms have been found by archaeologists in the western Sudan, some with Arabic, Egyptian, and even Roman prototypes. Akan goldsmiths, perhaps by the 16th or 17th century, began to cast fairly simple figurative motifs such as birds, fish, and human beings. This representational sculpture is certainly of Akan inspiration and use, owing nothing whatever to outside sources. By the 18th century, the corpus of realistic weight motifs numbered in the thousands. Gold weights fell out of use around 1900, when Ghana, then the Gold Coast colony, went off the gold standard and ceased using gold for currency. Nevertheless, in their astonishing number and rich variability, they remain one of the marvels of West African art. Individually modeled, first in wax, each weight is a study in miniature sculpture, and quite a few show virtuoso artistry. Nearly all 7 to 13 gold weights, scales, and gold dust box. aka N. 17th 9th century. Brass, length 1 to 3, 2.54 to 5.08 cm. Fowler Museum of Cultural History, University of California, Los Angeles. Gold weighing equipment included a set of approximately 30 standard weights for ordinary traders, although rich merchants and state treasuries might have had double that number. In addition to simple balance scales, each trader had small boxes, some finely cast with birds or other tiny motifs, as well as small cast or hammered spoons and larger scoops for handling gold dust. In spite of the charm of figurative, representational weights, the vast majority consisted of geometric forms, very few of which had verbal associations. Direct casts of a beetle and a peanut are at bottom left. Locally available creatures, plants, and objects were cast into gold weight form. Weights in the form of human beings show an enormous variety of poses and activities, including many chiefs riding horses or seated in state, the gold weighing process itself, and a great range of genres: scenes, vignettes of everyday and ritual life. Most of these date from the 18th and especially the 19th centuries. A number of objects such as beetles, crab claws, peanuts, and other seed pods were cast directly, that is, with the original model being burned up inside the clay mold, which was then filled with molten metal. Many gold weight motifs belong to the vast lexicon of the visual-verbal nexus. A fascinating aspect of the transactions in which they once figured is the role played by the recitation of proverbs or other sayings prompted by specific weights. Few detailed reports exist on the use of proverbs in commercial transactions. Yet since buying and selling in Africa is usually a social process elaborated by extensive greetings and discussion, and since the Akan are well known for eloquent and metaphorical speaking, it is not hard to visualize the extended dialogue that must have accompanied transactions, an indirect, embellished discourse in which proverbs played a role, stimulated partly by each trader's collection of weights. Textiles. Three principal types of cloth are worn by Akan, a neighboring group, and other nearby royals for occasions of state: strip woven cloth popularly known as kent, applique, or embroidered cloth called akonatan, and stamped adinkra cloth, fig. 7-14, also worn are amulet-laden cotton tunics called batikari, fig. 7-15, some of these textiles are worn for specific occasions or to identify particular social roles. Often they are made in a hierarchical range of qualities. Simple versions of kent, for example, are available to anyone who can afford them, while heavier, more elaborate, labor-intensive, and costly kent are, or were, reserved for kings, chiefs, or specific members of royalty. Akan men typically wear huge cloths, 6 or 7 feet by 12 or 13 feet, toga fashion, without belt or other fastener, and with the right shoulder bare. Women wear 2 or more smaller fabrics, one a skirt wrapper, worn these days with a blouse, a cover cloth or shawl, and often a cloth for tying a baby to its mother's back. The technology of strip weaving appears to have been introduced from the western Sudan to the Akan area during the 16th century, perhaps somewhat earlier, by the Monde Jula. Narrow strip weaving on horizontal looms, worked exclusively by men, is widely distributed across West Africa, yet it takes on particularly elegant and complex form among Akan and neighboring weavers, whose kent cloth is made from 2 to 3-inch strips sewn together, selvage to selvage. Kent range from plain striped cotton weaves, owned by most people, through an extensive hierarchy to dense, color-rich fabrics with complex geometric patterning in fine units, see Fig. 7-8, most Kent alternate plain weave and inlay designs in more than 300 named patterns, organized as checkerboards, stepped diagonals, or asymmetrically, sometimes in random compositions. Kent may also 7-14 details of a stamped adinkra cloth, top, and an akonatan, cloth of the great, with embroidered motifs of a lion, porcupine, stool flanked by swords, airplane, star, and elephant. Asante. 20th century. Fowler Museum of Cultural History, University of California, Los Angeles A=M Titrara carat 6 Suatinri at Nirni. S11 Lu2 ITT Itain Tinil carat NRTRRRSN. INR. 7-15 Batikari with amulets and magic squares. Probably AKAN. 20th century. Cotton, leather, paper, 33x48x, 84x124 cm. The British Museum, London incorporate pictorial symbols such as drums, birds, and human figures. Verbal visual correspondences are present, as they are in most Akan arts, and many royal cloth patterns and colors are associated with specific social roles or ritual roles. The richest Kent are often primarily silk, early examples having been woven partly with thread unraveled from European cloth, and woven on looms with 6 heddles rather than the normal 4. Asante versions of this richest Kent, called Asasia, have a shimmering, twill-like texture and were exclusively royal weaves. The greatest Asasia cloth was reserved for the Asantehene or those whom he permitted to wear it, see page 197. Stamp and comb line designed adinkra probably originated as mourning cloth among the Asante. Typical mourning adinkra are dark brown, brick, or rust red, and black, worn differentially depending on the mourner's closeness to the deceased. Most adinkra are patterned in numerous squares that are again subdivided by combed or stamped designs, see Fig. 7-14, top. Patterns are stamped with carved calabash stamps and combs using a dye made from a tree bark boiled with iron-bearing rock or slag. Most known adinkra use European milled cotton yardage as the base fabric. White and many other bright colors, called Sunday or fancy adinkra, are probably late additions to this cloth tradition, and can be worn for most festive occasions or even daily, though not for mourning.
Most Adinkra designs are named after natural or crafted things, but many appear to be abstract. Fig. 7 to 16. 7 to 16 Adinkra stamp motifs. Adinkra stamps are carved from pieces of calabash, ayah, fern, and the word also means I am not afraid of you. Ram's horn si niam dua, except God, meaning that the wearer is afraid of nothing except God. D muzuyudi, something to remove evil, and probably based on an Islamic charm shape e ladder, and s. Nearly all have linked verbal maxims or proverbs. As many as 200 different stamp designs exist, though some have fallen out of use and others are added periodically. The Asante may have borrowed the idea of Adinkra cloth from the Gyaman, a small group to the northwest who had a 17th century chief named Adiengra and another early 19th century leader named Adinkra. A prominent Akan scholar, on the other hand, glosses Adinkra to mean to be separated or to leave or to say goodbye, from d, employ, and kra, message left on departing, an interpretation that strongly supports the mourning function. Still, a third theory links Adinkra cloths to Islamic-derived protective magic squares of the sort seen on some Batakari. The Bamana, Sanyafo, and other Western Sudanic peoples make protective garments with rectilinear painted patterns, but these do not closely resemble either each other or Adinkra. Still, Adinkra may be part of a large complex of West African cloths with mystical, protective properties, perhaps inspired in part by Muslim technologies of inscription and pattern making with magical inks. Chiefs often wear locally produced or designed fabrics such as Kent or Adinkra, but they also own rich European textiles such as brocades, velvets, and damasks. At some point after imported cloth became more plentiful, probably during the 19th century, Akan-designed appliqué or embroidered chief's cloths were invented. Called cloth of the Great, Akhenaten, these are divided literally or implicitly into a checkerboard, each square of which contains an appliqué or embroidered motif, see Fig. 7 to 14, bottom, see also Fig. 7 to 3, motifs range from abstract or geometric through pictorial, and many have verbal associations. Clearly each cloth of the great is a more or less systematic set of allusions to chiefly power, responsibility, and wealth. Many peoples in West Africa wear tunics made of coarse cotton strips woven by men. Cswa Batakari. Among the Akan, these tunics feature pendant amulets, and sometimes other attachments such as horns and claws, which have been prepared by spiritual adepts and are believed capable of protecting and empowering their wearers. While elsewhere they are made by blacksmiths, most among the Akan seem to have been prepared by Muslim charm makers. It is said that each charm includes an inscription from the Quran, though some have been opened to reveal only powder, presumably also viewed as spiritually effective, thus invoking the powers of Allah to serve people who are not in fact Muslims. The Akan are nevertheless impressed with Islamic technologies, including writing. Some Batakari from Ghana are inscribed with both writing and subdivided rectilinear patterns called magic squares, which also are believed to have mystical power, see Fig. 7 to 15, the very pigment with which Islamic script and symbols are drawn is believed powerful, and thus is drunk in liquid form, and drawn magical patterns are even more so. These garments are worn by hunters, warriors, and their leaders, not just Akan royals, and some have had their efficacy increased with blood sacrifices. Great Batakari worn by Akan chiefs and kings for mourning. Festivities and other rites are especially laden with charms, sometimes hundreds of them. Many amulets are cased in gold and silver as well as animal horn, leopard skin, red cloth, and the more common leather. The metal cases are usually further ornamented with embossed or repoussé patterns, as if to redouble their mystical potency. Terracotta funerary sculpture. Until recently, many ethnic groups in the southern parts of this area commemorated deceased family members and royals with terracotta figural sculpture, Fig. 7 to 17, heads such as these, often broken from full figures, or from vessels with figurative elements, all had funerary contexts.
These traditions go back at least to the 16th century. Writing in 1602, for example, Peter de Maurice, a Dutchman who had voyaged to the coast, described elaborate royal fanti burials that included painted clay figures portraying the deceased leader and all the members of his entourage. Terracotta images were occasionally adorned with fine cloth and seated in state on chairs for royal second burial ceremonies, surrounded by both terracotta and actual human attendants. The dressed sculptures were later paraded through the streets of the community to the royal graveyard in a festive procession, drawing crowds of people who shouted farewells to the departed. In some areas annual rites of commemoration were held at such sites as the Place of Pots, adjacent to an actual graveyard, Fig. 7-18, in other areas, however, little attention was paid to the figures after their initial presentation. 7-17 Heads clockwise from left, Kwahu, Ahansan, Krinjabo, Twifohi Mang. 18th 9th century. Terracotta, average height 6, 15.24 cm. Fowler Museum of Cultural History, University of California, Los Angeles. Most terracotta images were made by women, in keeping with the almost universal African association of females with clay and pottery. While to outside eyes the sculptures do not appear to be descriptive portraits, artists who were interviewed insisted that they took special pains to model a close likeness of the deceased. W******4 V. 7-18 Place of Pots, probably Kwahu region, Ghana. Photograph late 19th century. The people of most areas recognize these terracotta heads or figures as portraits. As in other African portraiture until the last few decades, however, this did not involve descriptive imitations of actual human models, but rather generic renderings of heads with a few individualizing details such as scarification or hairstyles. Many sculptors followed the widespread Akan convention of flattening the head, a reference to idealized beauty. Such heads are often schematic, quite flat and thin, with simplified features applied or incised. Other heads are fully round and quite naturalistically modeled, although simplified and idealized in showing neither age marks nor blemishes. Many styles and types of heads are known, a variety that suggests both regional developments and changes over several centuries. Wood sculpture and shrines. Akan deities are thought of in human terms, kind or angry, generous or withholding, neither always bad nor good. Invisible bush spirits. Lesser deities who meddle constantly in human life may be considered dirty and ugly, hostile dwarfs with skin disease and backwards feet, but they are nevertheless carved as handsome, well-groomed, and highly civilized in order to avoid their wrath and charm them into benevolent behavior. Thus they are rendered with long necks, often ringed, precisely carved scarification on torsos, necks, and heads called marks of civilization by the ball finely plaited hair, erect posture, and other attributes of ideal men and women. These attributes vary regionally among the Akan, whereas the Bal appreciate bulging calf muscles. For example, the Asante and other Ghanaian Akan admire long, flattened, sloping foreheads. Exaggerated in many images, they were formerly affected on actual people in a mild form when, as infants, their Nile bones were gently modeled by their mothers. Shrine sculptures are sometimes requested by the deities themselves, or they may be given by grateful devotees or by a priest or priestess seeking to create a more impressive environment. Adding to a shrine's mystique, some figures are ascribed miraculous origins: they were found in the forest, fell from the sky, or appeared in flames. But of course most are products of professional though part-time sculptors whose individual styles can often be recognized within a larger framework of regional Akan styles and major iconographic types. 7-19 Akan Akua Akua's children, and combs. Top row, early 1960s comb with Ghanaian coat of arms, to right, figural comb and full figural Akua BA from Aku Masi workshop, carved 1980, bottom row, 3 Akua early 20th century, left is Fanti, middle Asante, and right brong ahafo. Wood, average. Height 8, 20.32 cm. Fowler Museum of Cultural History, University of California, Los Angeles. The comb and figure to the upper right were artificially aged to fetch higher prices and can rightfully be called fakes. Such figures are usually called Asante fertility dolls, an unfortunate phrase on two counts. First, while the Asante perhaps originated the form and surely have made thousands, all other Akan make them too. Second, since most such images start out their life as spiritually activated power figures, the word doll, so secular in modern usage, is probably not the most accurate descriptive noun, even if in some cases children are later allowed to play with them. Akua small disc-headed wood figures on a cylindrical torso, with or without arms, are among the best known images from all of Africa, Fig. 7-19. Most have thin flat heads, suggesting that their sculptors carried to an extreme the sloping forehead convention evident in the terracotta heads discussed above. The figures are called Akua's children, Akua sing. Akua. Oral traditions, now of course written, recall a woman named Akua as the first woman to own and care for a consecrated human figure on instruction from a priest. Barren, and mocked for carrying a surrogate baby made of wood, Akua is said to have gotten pregnant nevertheless, eventu. Ally giving birth to a healthy baby girl. Female children are preferred among the matrilineal Akan, and Akua are almost always carved as female. Having learned from the experience of the legendary Akua, other Akan women desiring children, ever since, have ordered small figures from artists, had them consecrated at shrines, and waited hopefully, often carrying the child tied at their back the way real children are carried. Many regional styles of Akua exist, just as one carver's version of the figure will differ from another's. Asante carvings and shrines. Shrines are locations of deities and their symbols, often considered their homes. In former times, shrines were housed in splendid buildings dating back at least to the 19th century, Figs. 7-20, 7-21. A few of these have been restored and preserved as Ghana Wash Place Shrine Room. Ian National Monuments. Some have open-work screens or reliefs with interlace patterns of Islamic origin. Specialized Muslim builders were often brought in from the north to create these temples, whose decoration was intended to protect the sacred contents housed within. Shrine rooms or buildings contain smaller or larger ensembles of varied sacred materials together with props such as furniture, utensils, regalia, and offerings. They may also 7-20. Plan of an Asante shrine. Drawing after M. Swithenbank 7-21. A section of an Asante shrine building. Drawing after M. Swithenbankb. Detail of open-work panel from an Asante shrine. Building. Drawing after M. Swithenbank. 7-22 Asante Atano Shrine, Kumasi Region, Ghana. Photograph 1976. Large shrines such as this one address a host of community issues under the auspices of a resident priest or priestess. Atano deities, deriving their power and identity from the river Tano, are tutelaries considered responsible for the health and general welfare of the people, their animals, and crops. Ultimate power, however, comes from the high god, Oyami, who is prayed to Hut is more remote and not represented in figural sculpture. Also here are Akua in varied styles and forms. Akan shrines are likely to have 6 or 10 or more Akua. Most of the 12 figures visible on this shrine were consecrated there, then later returned to it as thank offerings after their owners successfully gave birth. A few are full figures, with more naturalistic arms and legs. These are more recent than the abstracted versions. The figure positioned highest among the Akua, between the state swords, is made of terracotta, and was carried by a woman in the ceremony in which her Akua was empowered by the god Tano. The Kent cloth and state swords here are examples of chiefly regalia,
which is often stored in shrines so that it may absorb the spiritual powers that render leadership more effective. Evidence of the wealth of the deities and their shrine, regalia contain figurative images. Figure 722 shows the interior of an Ateneo. Shrine housing several separate altars, all dedicated to the powerful deities associated with the Tuno River. Visible are 3 brass pan altars arranged hierarchically on stools draped with Kent cloth, 2 pans flanking an elevated third. Each pan contains a different manifestation of the deity, the sacred materials that comprise the essence or heart of the god. Formerly, these ingredients were sometimes housed in kuduo vessels. Brass pans have long been more commonly used, however, and such shrines are called brass pan shrines after this feature. The shrine shown here also houses several other lesser brass pan altars. 7-23 Asante Abuzambrafu, witch catching, shrine, near Kumasi region, Ghana. Photograph 1976 The priest of one witch-catching shrine had named each of its numerous, sacrifice-encrusted figures, implying its and its deity's powers. Names included Fudge, Big Man, Daughter, who helps with fertility, Policeman, who guards the shrine, and Executioner, among others. Also serves to partially anthropomorphize the god, who wear these items. Shrines may also include musical instruments, containers of gourd or ceramic and other kitchen equipment, as well as books, diplomas, photographs, and other modern artifacts that signal the literacy or progressive outlook of a priest or custodian. A second type of shrine prevalent among the Ghanaian Akan, referred to as witch-catching, Abuzambrafu, is normally less carefully ordered than most Ateneo shrines, Fig. 7-23, indeed, many have a negative or inverse aesthetic quality, with elements haphazardly placed and blood spattered, as if disorder were deliberate. These too may house a variety of figural carvings, often the same kinds of images seen in Ateneo shrines. While such shrines share general tutelary qualities of Ateneo, their special province, as their name indicates, is to identify witches pathologically disruptive or socially deviant people and bring them to trial and, if found guilty, through ritual exorcism, which is in effect a purification, back to health and productivity. The Asante, Fanti, and other Akan people in Ghana refer to all human figural sculpture as Akuama, although not every image was used to help bring forth children. Larger, more elaborate statues were commissioned for direct use on shrines, in palace stool rooms, and for some secular purposes, Fig. 7-24, unfortunately no data survive on the original context and purpose of this masterful, virtuoso carving. The stately woman, shown seated upon a European-derived asapim chair with her sandaled feet elevated on a footstool, is clearly a queen mother. The carver worked in a 7-24 queen mother and child. Asante. Late I9th early 20th century. Wood, pigment, glass, beads, fiber, height 22 carat YCM. Collection of Mr. and Mrs. Arnold. Alderman 7-25. Pair of figures. Ball. 19th early 20th century. Wood, height of male 2IXL, 55.4 cm, height of female 20X, 52.5 cm. The Metropolitan Museum of Art, New York. Detailed and attenuated, thin-limbed style, the figure has long slender legs, proportionally a still longer torso, and an enlarged and somewhat flattened head on a long, scarified neck. She sits proudly erect, her back cut well away from the chair back. In keeping with Asante preferences for glistening dark skin, the figure was painted a shiny black, while the chair was left the natural color of the wood. An absence of facial expression adds to the impression that this woman is aloof, that she is not emotionally involved with the child she is suckling. Yet impassive faces are common in African sculpture, so it would be a mistake to read a temporary emotion into it. Rather, it is the permanent quality of human dignity that is emphasized. Ball and lagoons carvings and shrines. Ball statuary is among the most celebrated of West African art traditions by virtue of the subtle refinements and careful detailing of many older carvings, such as the confidently rendered male/female couple shown here, Fig. 7-25, these images, nearly identical apart from the clear indications of gender, show the absolute control a master carver had of his tools, his ability to create exactly the figure he intended. In keeping with other spirit representations, the faces are impassive. The surfaces of both figures have been modified by ritual use and jewelry has been added. Their original use is uncertain, although the somewhat messy surface, resulting from sacrificial libations, now partly cleaned, suggests they may have represented nature spirits or diviner spirits. The area beyond and outside the village and the other world are, for the ball and some of their neighbors, the locations of two important classes of spirits with whom people maintain contact on a daily basis. Unlike the Creator God, often considered too remote to affect everyday lives, these nearby spirits intrude themselves more or less constantly. Earth spirits, Asiyusu, for the ball are among the kinds of nature spirits also feared and revered across much of West Africa. Some are associated with the sky or earth, others with water, still others with the uncut forest, or bush, as it is commonly called. Sickness, infertility, crop failure, and other misfortunes are attributed to the actions of Asiyusu. Alternatively, personal difficulties, especially those involving marriage, the family, children, or finances, are often ascribed to the jealousy or unhappiness of a person's otherworld spirit lover. The ball hold that all adults have a mate of the opposite sex living in the other world, and that his or her activities and thoughts affect the person of this world, and vice versa. Both Asiyusu and other world lovers can ask, through a diviner, to be materialized as a person of wood, a statue, and thus to be honored in this 7-26. Otherworld Spouse Shrine of Sculptor Kofniam Nian, Tumadai Region, Côte d'Ivoire. Photograph 1981 7-27. Otherworld Woman. Ball. C. 1950. Wood and Pigment. Fowler Museum of Cultural History, University of California, Los Angeles. World. A carver is sought and commissioned. The spirit, the diviner, or the client determine the specific attributes of the figure: pose, type of clothing or hairstyle, whether or not a female will carry a child, and so forth. The completed image is consecrated through sacrifice, and the client or specialist must subsequently make periodic food offerings and follow other procedures. The shrine of the Otherworld Woman illustrated here contains gifts of eggs and a mound of white chalk requested by the spirit, Fig. 7-26, persons with otherworld spirit mates normally dedicate one night per week to him or her, when they will not sleep with their this world spouse. The spirits may also dictate other prescriptive activities that enable clients to gain satisfaction or regain health and equilibrium. The fashionable spirit spouse in figure 7-27 is adorned with imported paint. The upscale dress, high heels, watch, handbag, and finely plaited hair all suggest the kind of urban sophistication sought by some ball people around the middle of the 20th century. The man who commissioned this spouse figure, for example, might have been seeking employment in the capital city of Abidjan, spurred on by his decidedly stylish, rather affluent otherworld mate. Her presence in his household shrine might well have pointed to such desires, suggesting underlying marital problems. A functionalist explanation for such helping and healing shrines sees the spirit figures as scapegoats whose tangible presence facilitates change or recovery, from job loss, for example, because they help the client to externalize his or her desires or problems. Figures created among the lagoons people serve many of the same functions as those of their ball neighbors. The carving in figure 7-28, made among the Abri, a lagoons people, may have been the seat of a supernatural force bush spirit.
7 to 28 standing figure. Abri. 20th century. Wood, glass, brass beads, height 9/24.5 cm. Musée Barbie Müller, Geneva. Otherworld mate, or diviner's helper, or it might have been a more secular guardian of the dance, awarded as a prize to an excellent performer. Throughout this region the use of a figure can rarely be discerned simply by looking at it, one also needs to collect its history. Despite the functional continuity between lagoons and ball sculptures, the Abri figure is very distinctive in style. The rhythms of bulges and constrictions in the symmetrical figure's legs and arms build up to emphasize a greatly enlarged head, which itself has much enlarged eyes. Another distinctive feature is the presence of small pegs, sometimes for the insertion of medicines, placed on the torso to emulate decorative keloidal scars. Secular carvings among the people of both Ghana and Côte d'Ivoire, the very same sorts of figures found in shrines, may serve as secular figures displayed by age grades, in the lagoons area, or popular drumming bands, among the Akan. Figural groups and other secular forms were a specialty of the famous Asante carver, Osei Bonsu. During his long and distinguished career, Bonsu created examples of virtually every type of Akan wooden object, including carvings later gold-leafed as regalia for 3 Asante kings. He also taught carving at a British colonial school and carved for colonial administrators and for early tourists who visited the Gold Coast. Bonsu's figure ensembles usually feature a chief, queen mother, linguist, sword-bearers, and other members of a royal entourage under an umbrella, often painted in bright imported enamels. Fig. 7 to 1, such works were ordered 7 to 29. Drum. Osei Bonsu. Early 1930s. Wood and hide, height 44, 111.7 cm. Fowler Museum of Cultural History, University of California, Los Angeles, as display pieces by popular drumming groups during the 1930s and 40s. Bonsu's personal style is recognizable in his naturalistic treatment of somewhat enlarged facial features beneath a sloping forehead. The same performing groups also commissioned elaborately carved drums. Fig. 7 to 29, the example shown here was carved by Osei Bonsu during the early 1930s. 2 breasts, now partially broken, signal that the entire drum is in some way to be understood as a female body. Between them is a Akan worlds. Carved heart, and beneath, the British royal arms. Female gendering of such drums is typical, and while the exact meaning is not known, it accords with the fact that the largest, most important drum of an ensemble is known as the mother of the group. This and other similar drums are further aggrandized by being carved as though supported on the back of a strong animal, in this case an elephant, in others, a lion. The images carved in low relief represent aspects of daily or ritual life, material culture, and the natural environment. Many of them are linked to proverbs or other verbal forms. One possible inspiration for the female drums that became so popular among the Fanti during the 1930s is a drum depicting Queen Victoria of Great Britain, ruled 1837 to 1901. One of the earliest documented human drums, it was probably carved during the late 19th century. The rollout drawing in Figure 7 to 30 catalogs the many motifs carved in low relief on the drum's body. The largest figure depicts Queen Victoria herself. At a level with her head are 5 native authority policemen, each holding an object associated with control. To her left is a seated Akan chief, holding a state sword and shaded by an umbrella. Beneath him in turn are figures holding symbols of Akan power, stool, state sword, linguist staff. Elsewhere are tools, implements used for personal grooming, a building, probably meant to be a castle, flying a British flag, and numerous animals and insects. The imagery has to do with British power, Akan chieftaincy, and suggestions that the drum group is well dressed and groomed and has many up-to-date material objects. The animals are a rich source of traditional wisdom, because nearly all of them are associated with sayings that cover a wealth of social, political, economic, and spiritual issues. All told, the complicated embellishment of this 7 to 30 rollout drawing of motifs carved on an Akan drum instrument is a compendium of many historical, colonial, and local Akan references, almost a microcosm of life around the turn of the 20th century. Royal festivals in Ghana. If there are many fine sculptures and other objects in Ghana considered works of art from our point of view, the largest and most significant art forms from the Akan perspective are surely the elaborate royal festivals held annually in most states, which bring together regalia, art objects, music, and dance to renew the state spiritually and politically. Important rituals are carried out, including purifying the king and the ancestral stools, feeding the local gods with sacrifices, mourning the dead of the past year, and reaffirming political loyalties and allegiances. There are also lavish public shows of personal decoration and state regalia, dancing and drumming, singing, and speech-making. Formalized dress and behavior prevail, along with feasting. For the largest, most important drum of an ensemble is known as the mother of the group. This and other similar drums are further aggrandized by being carved as though supported on the back of a strong animal, in this case an elephant, in others, a lion. The images carved in low relief represent aspects of daily or ritual life, material culture, and the natural environment. Many of them are linked to proverbs or other verbal forms. One possible inspiration for the female drums that became so popular among the Fanti during the 1930s is a drum depicting Queen Victoria of Great Britain, ruled 1837 to 1901. One of the earliest documented human drums, it was probably carved during the late 19th century. The rollout drawing in Figure 7 to 30 catalogues the many motifs carved in low relief on the drum's body. The largest figure depicts Queen Victoria herself. At a level with her head are 5 native authority policemen, each holding an object associated with control. To her left is a seated Akan chief, holding a state sword and shaded by an umbrella. Beneath him in turn are figures holding symbols of Akan power, stool, state sword, linguist staff. Elsewhere are tools, implements used for personal grooming, a building, probably meant to be a castle, flying a British flag, and numerous animals and insects. The imagery has to do with British power, Akan chieftaincy, and suggestions that the drum group is well dressed and groomed and has many up-to-date material objects. The animals are a rich source of traditional wisdom, because nearly all of them are associated with sayings that cover a wealth of social, political, economic, and spiritual issues. All told, the complicated embellishment of this 7 to 30 rollout drawing of motifs carved on an Akan drum instrument is a compendium of many historical, colonial, and local Akan references, almost a microcosm of life around the turn of the 20th century. Royal festivals in Ghana. If there are many fine sculptures and other objects in Ghana considered works of art from our point of view, the largest and most significant art forms from the Akan perspective are surely the elaborate royal festivals held annually in most states, which bring together regalia, art objects, music, and dance to renew the state spiritually and politically. Important rituals are carried out, including purifying the king and the ancestral stools, feeding the local gods with sacrifices, mourning the dead of the past year, and reaffirming political loyalties and allegiances. There are also lavish public shows of personal decoration and state regalia, dancing and drumming, singing, and speech-making. Formalized dress and behavior prevail, along with feasting, for the gods and the people alike are offered the first fruits of the agricultural year. Multiple processions surge through the streets, set in motion by state orchestras whose master drummers beat out praise poems glorifying chiefs and state history on talking drums whose tones reproduce speech patterns. A dozen or more chiefs and their entourages participate. Some chiefs walk while more important ones ride in palanquins gesturing with fly whisks or weapons to the crowds, figure 7 to 31. Dozens of colorful umbrellas with golden finials pass by,
including the double dome of the king, Fig. 7-32. W.ia itafkl. **5 7-3l. The paramount chief of Enyan Abassa riding in his palanquin during a royal festival, Ghana. 1974. Several drum orchestras plus groups of elephant tusk trumpeters supply rhythm and tonal vibrancy, while many voluntary organizations whose members dress and move as one add color and texture to the whole. Great festivals are well staged and precisely choreographed, as much by history and tradition as by individuals. Events are composed in space and time, framed by beginning and closing rituals, with intricately orchestrated themes, colors, textures, rhythms, patterns, and dramatic thrust, the same elements present in any art object, such as a sculpture or a complex cant. Scenes and rites are 7-32. King Kwame Foratu under his double umbrella at the Royal Festival of Akuropon, Ghana. Acted out, tempos and moods are established, working toward climax and resolution, all in the service of meaning. The strength and unity of the state are reaffirmed, gods and ancestors are honored and thanked, major concerns of royals and the people at large are aired and resolved. At least these are sought ideals. The atmosphere is dignified and cool for restricted or solemn rites, vibrant and pulsating for public displays. Excess and confusion are frequent visitors, as many activities happen simultaneously in different places, overlapping and coalescing, with hundreds, even thousands of people taking part. The entire spectacle as a unity subsumes its parts, people, arts, events into a whole of magnificent intensity and scale. Ball masks and masquerades. If the Ghanaian Akan channel great aesthetic energy into regalia and the festivals that make them visible, the ball in contrast seem to focus much of theirs in an array of masquerades. Some ball masquerades are major village events involving the whole community. Based on rituals yet elaborated beyond spiritual concerns to become public entertainments, they are of considerable artistry and rich meaning. Others are, or were, almost exclusively ritual, and unfold before a restricted audience. Goli Goli is the most popular ball masquerade, substantially secular today but with serious social commentary implied and a basis in beliefs about supernatural powers, their sources, effects, and hierarchies. Figs. 7-33, 734. The Goli masquerade was adapted from the Wan, a Mande people contiguous to the northwest, and expanded upon by the ball around the turn of the century. The discussion here combines Wan and ball versions, which in any case vary from village to village. The most usual venue for Goli is the funeral of a prominent person, for which the all-day masking sequence provides both protection and entertainment. More powerful forces of nature, Amwin, in earlier times, Goli masks in recent decades have become progressively weaker as supernatural vehicles. Still, the masks are ritually activated and their bearers wear empowering substances and must obey dietary and other restrictions. The ideal sequence of ball Goli dances includes 4 successive male-female pairs of virtually identical masks, one usually black, the other red. All are danced by men. The mask pairs, along with metaphorical associations made for each by some ball, and outsider, analysts, are, mask pair Kaplekpal, junior male, associated with weak youthful wild animal / boy / goat Goli Glen strong elder bush, senior male, spirit / messenger / bush cow Kapan Pri, junior female, girl merges bush and village / soldier / antelope, Cape One idealized village, senior female, woman / chief / leopard 7-33. Ball Kaplekpal, junior male, maskers, Bouk Pli, Aitu region, Côte d'Ivoire. 1082. 734 Oli Gun, senior male, dances vigorously. Côte d'Ivoire. 1978 For the ball there is no logical inconsistency in the fact that each mask name, seemingly single and gender-specific, actually describes a male-female pair of masks. Indeed, The couples imply marriage, family, and children, all fostered by the masquerade. Through their sequential appearance, the masks trace a progression from foolish youthfulness to stronger, more aggressive danger, then from youthful female grace to fully realized womanly beauty and wisdom. The first two pairs, essentially animalistic, signify unruliness and bush power, contrasting with the second two civilized human pairs, who represent the dignified order of the village. The progression, though, is not inviolate. The Wan dance only 3 masks, omitting junior female, and their masks are not pairs but single. Nor does every ball village dance all 8. Nevertheless, the sequence and its associations are generally observed. Each masked presence combines several sometimes ambiguous traits, exemplified with particular force in the senior male, Goli Glyn, see Fig. 7-34, the formal complexity of this mask, curved and straight lines and planes, voids and solids, implies its complex meanings. The mask is a composite of bush cow, antelope, crocodile, and poor haps bird, as feathers of a powerful bird are attached, and eagle is one of the mask's praise names. It is painted with red medicinal pigment, implying blood, danger, trouble, aggression. The masker executes a rapid, aggressive, and difficult dance. Goli Glyn is feared and linked with killing and death, yet he is also protective, his fresh young palm fiber cape symbolizing life and continuity. Junior females, the penultimate pair, wear face masks surmounted by horns. The final and hierarchically highest mask, eagerly awaited throughout the day, is Cape Wan, senior female, the embodiment of cool, pure, life-giving womanhood. Her mask is small, with balanced harmonious features. The costume emphasizes whiteness, which implies peace and well-being. Yet the mask is considered difficult to wear and dance, even dangerous, and carries numerous restrictions. A man without children may not wear it, and an error in the dance could bring on a poor harvest. Here artistry and ritual purpose merge. In some areas, at the end of the sequence, the senior male returns to the arena to enact a love scene with the senior female. Then she departs the dance ground, he sets out later to find her, angry that she has left. Together they then retreat to their sacred bush sanctuary. There, well away from the audience, the masks are retired. Goli meanings are layered and metaphorically rich. The sequence, while entertaining and dramatic, with elaborate costuming, well-carved masks, clever songs, and affecting dances, is at the same time a compressed version of ball/Wan values, a cameo of age, gender, aesthetic, knoll, edge, and bush/village commoner/chief hierarchies and oppositions. Performing at a man's funeral, more rarely a woman's, to which ancestors are invited so as to welcome their newest member, the maskers celebrate life, beauty, elders, wisdom, and women. Thus the masquerade comments upon human existence and many of its essential categories, and at the same time it enriches and deepens that life by its illusions, its drama, and its art. Bonu Amwin and Du. While all ball masks are Amwin, power or force, there are some that even today generate fear and 735 Bonu Amwin mask. Baule. Before 1939. Wood, 19K, 49 cm. Musée Barbie Mueller, Geneva. Threatened danger. Such are the sacred Bonu Amwin, a series of similarly shaped bush cow/antelope composite masks probably of Mande origin, Fig. 7-35, most villages have at least one of these, some 7 or 8, each with a different name and related if discrete purposes. Activated and empowered by sacrifice when donning costume and mask in the bush sanctuary where they live, the masks require strict precautions of their holy male mask society members, and especially their carriers, before entering a village. The maskers, one or several, have come out for the past several decades at dry season festivals and for funerals of respected elders, but earlier they appeared whenever something seriously threatened village order.
At death celebrations they attend the preparation of the corpse and the vigil. Returning again at the end of the mourning period, thus helping to banish death from the community, just as analogous Sanyafo composite masks do, see chapter 51. Announced by bush cow horns believed to be their voices, Bonu Amwin maskers, with costumes of bush materials, carry whips and lances to terrorize the crowds, manak. Ing people with wild, erratic behavior. Women, who are especially threatened, retreat to their houses. Bonu Amwin operate and especially did some decades ago to protect communities against hidden or overt dangers such as witchcraft, disease, or threats of warfare or catastrophe. These masks are also purifiers, judges, and settlers of conflict. Through intimidation and threatened or actual violence, this masquerade represents the male ethos of dominance, pointing out by contrast the restraint and order preferred in village life. Significantly, the only Amwin stronger in ball life 7 to 36. Fanti du Maskers, Cape Coast, Ghana. 1979. /R_J belongs to women, who never use masks, and this is invoked only when men's efforts to avert misfortune have failed. The ball have du masks quite similar in form and function to Bonu Amwin, and indeed the du masking cult is distributed widely among Mande and Mande-influenced peoples. For du is a word of Mande origin, and in some places it refers to a Poro-like initiatory organization, see chapter 5. Like Bonu Amwin, many du masks are part of a complex of horizontal masks found across much of West Africa. The du masks illustrated here both fit this paradigm and are an exception that prove the rule, for they are from the Ghanaian Akan, the Fanti, who for the most part do not engage in masking, Fig. 7 to 36, these masks belong to a Fanti military company in the town of Cape Coast. Several du masks have been recorded too among Western Akan and Lagoons peoples. While detailed data are lacking for many, at least some were used to protect against sorcery and witchcraft, a function coincident with others in the tradition of composite horizontal masks. Age-grade arts of Lagoons peoples community leaders and age-grade associations are the primary users of visual arts in the Lagoons region. Age grades, an institution not found in Ghana, are formal divisions by social age of the male population. Formerly, initiation prepared younger men to be warriors, their age grade proved its courage and unity to men of the elder age grade in dancing displays. Monumental drums were visual and 737 Acquis, Lagoons, drum in an age grade ceremony. Côte d'Ivoire. Polychrome wood. 1981 Spiritual focal points in these ceremonies, Fig. 7 to 37, in some areas each new grade commissioned its own drum, in others, the new grade had to capture the drum of the seniors they were seeking to replace. Such elongated drums, with various relief carvings, are believed to embody the spiritual power of ancestors and local nature deities. Their powerful rhythms still inspire their age grades. Formerly they called men to war and led them to battle, today, they still summon people to age grade members' funerals, which are also occasions for displays of poor sonal decoration and regalia discussed earlier, see Figs. 7 to 8, 7 to 9, 7 to 10. Arts of Fanti military companies living along the former Gold Coast and in adjacent inland areas, the Fanti share with other Akan the religious and state arts explored above, but they also have distinctive arts of their own belonging to their military companies. Asafo. While Akan kinship is matrilineal, Asafo membership is patrilineal, and the groups are essentially egalitarian even though they have leaders, commanders, captains, and other officers. Both men and women thus join their father's Asafo company. Having been in constant contact with European powers along this coast since the late 15th century, and having served as reluctant hosts to European-designed trading and slaving forts and the garrisons that staffed them, Fanti military organizations have absorbed and adapted European ideas, motifs, objects, and technologies into their own artistic culture. For many decades now Asafo groups have been fighting with art,
For first the British, then the Ghanaian government usurped military functions once performed by ASAFO members. Otherwise they are essentially social organizations, which still serve as a democratic counterbalance to royal hierarchies, playing a role for example in selecting and installing a paramount chief. Each state and most larger communities have from 2 to a dozen ASAFO companies, setting up an automatic rivalry played out in festivals and their arts. Each company owns certain exclusive colors, motifs, musical instruments, and other insignia, with any violation of such prerogatives by another company being considered an act of aggression. Art, then, may and does cause disputes, which in the old days erupted into virtual warfare. For many ASAFO companies, a concrete shrine, building, or monument serves as a rallying point. Called pasuban, these structures developed during the 1880s, slowly replacing previous rallying points such as fenced shrine mounds or sacred trees. Over the course of the 20th century they have been elaborated into fanciful, even flamboyant civic markers in an otherwise rather dull architectural landscape. Pasuban are built of European-introduced concrete and related materials, drawing upon local castles and Christian churches for 7 to 38 ASAFO pasuban and flag during a festival, NOMABU, Ghana. 1976 Some of their architectural elements and from native Akan impulses for their essential and sometimes whimsical visual character. A pasuban houses its company's sacred drums and cymbals. Although most have little interior space, they serve as centerpieces for meetings, funerals, and festivals, and as ostentatious flagships for ASAFO activities sometimes literally, Fig. 7 to 38, this warship is one of 5 in Fanteland, where 2 other pasuban take the form of airplanes. Most pasuban, however, are built as multistoried structures, Fig. 7 to 39, many have this example's wedding cake stack of progressively smaller stories, and most are ornamented with sculpture. As with other Akan arts, sculptural subjects may be emblematic, or they may be linked with proverbs. Motifs generally aggrandize 7 to 39. Military Shrine, Pasuban, Itsujukwe, Ghana. 1976. Height c. 35, 1.07 m, primarily sculptural monuments. Pasuban brag repeatedly about martial powers, often including cannon, real or mock, and cement sculptures of officers and soldiers. The sculpture of the elephant pulling down the palm tree that surmounts this pasuban recalls the proverb that the strongest animal can pull down the strongest tree, i.e., that this company, elephant, can best any other tree, no matter how strong. Clocks, chains, padlocks, and keys are other imported motifs employed here to signify the control of time, space, and people, which ASAFO companies claim. The company, often while belittling rivals at the same time. A common proverb for lions, for example, is a dead lion is greater than a living leopard, meaning even at our worst we are stronger than you. Notably, the lion became a popular Akan motif in part because of its use in British heraldry and commercial logos. The same types of imagery, with the same origins, are seen in 2 dimensions in flags, and ASAFO company's most important portable symbol. Inspired by flags of European visitors, ASAFO flags have been aggrandized in form, use, and meaning. Many of their applique motifs are linked to verbal expressions, giving them a particularly Akan inflection. As with pasuban imagery, these expressions commonly vaunt the strength of the owning company, often at the expense of the diminished and weaker rival. Generally measuring about 4 feet by 6 feet, flags are sewn and appliqued with bright cotton cloth by male artists. LQE5V, a 222 Western Africa and $I 10 feet. 7 to 40 as AFO flags. Left, boy and pepper plant flanked by male and female officers, sewn by K. Beta Wa. 1978 Cotton, 64x42K, 163x106 cm.
Right, elephant grasping palm tree, man with bird on head, and bystander, by A. Kempung. CI 935. Cotton. Fowler Museum of Cultural History, University of California, Los Angeles. In the left flag, the boy who picks a ripe pepper will learn wisdom when it gets into his eyes. Rival companies are like the inexperienced boy. In the right flag, the palm is credited as the strongest plant, the elephant, the strongest animal. Only the elephant can uproot. The palm asserts the superiority of the elephant, the animal kingdom, and the company that owns the flag. When no trees are left, elephant got the last one, birds will perch on a man's head, or when you see something unusual such as a bird perching on a man's head, something caused it. This reminds the company to look for reasons behind the strange behavior of others. The linguist with the staff to the right, explains all this. 7-41 Asafo Company flag sewn by M.R. McCarthy in 1952. Drawing by Patrick Finnerty, currently in the collection of the Fowler Museum of Cultural History in Los Angeles. This flag was originally made for display by Asafo No. 6 Company in Anamabu, Ghana. A rival Asafo successfully challenged its maroon background color in court, however, and the company was prohibited from using it, which is why it could be purchased by the museum. No. 6 Company eventually had a duplicate flag made on a correct bright red background, which they still legally display, see Fig. Y44. The flag is almost 100 feet, (om), in length. Its 19 motifs do not form a continuous narrative, but they variously refer to the strength, wisdom, preparedness, and invincibility of the company, and the foolishness, timidity, and weakness of competitors. The British Union Jack occupies an upper corner of her flags, Fig. 740, replaced by the Ghanaian flag after independence in 1957. Asafo flags have been made for at least 300 years. Each new officer commissions one that later enters his or her company's collective property. Many groups had several dozen. Until these flags became popular among European art collectors and were sold off to dealers. Such has been the fate of all too much African art. Less easily alienated are those locally invented flags, some as long as 300 feet, with 30 or more appliqué motifs, that are a playful, almost illogical, extension of the flag. Maker's art, Fig. 7-41, unlike Pasubin, which are of course permanently on view, flags and uniforms come into their own when animated in festivals. Many Fanti states celebrate an annual festival largely given over to Asafo displays, though their ritual base points up the traditional civico. 7-42 Fanti priestess with uniformed dancers from No. 1 Company, LEGU, Ghana. 1974 Religious specialists, such as the priestess here, are either members of the Asafo Company with whom they parade, or their deities are given special protection by the military group and spiritual responsibilities of these military groups. One such is the Path Clearing Festival, Akwambo. The paths are those to local shrines and water sources. After company members have cleared these overgrown trails, which may be a mile or more long, rituals are performed for major deities to placate and thank them for granting and serving prosperity, Fig. 7-42, see also 7-38. The principal source for the example of Akwambo described here is Lagoa, a coastal fishing community with 2 rival Asafo companies. This Akwambo transforms the town with costumed marching groups, singing, skits, flag dancing, chanting, and dancing for some 6 hours, with each 7-43. A subgroup of Asafo No. 2 Company dressed as Boy Scouts during the AKWIABO Festival, LEGU, Ghana. I-976 Company allotted equal time. Up to 18 subgroups of each company appear, with vibrant, distinctive uniforms in company colors, red, white, and blue for one company, see Fig. 742, and yellow, orange, green,
and purple for the other. Some subgroups dress as soldiers, Boy Scouts, Girl Guides, and police, with uniforms faithfully copying the originals, Fig. 7-43, the two companies compete in outdoing one another in the brightness and numbers of uniforms, in marching and chanting, and in skits interspersed in the flow of subgroups entering and leaving the main town plaza in quick succession. Thus an officer mimics sounding the water's depth with a lead line, a mock police officer directs the truly heavy traffic in the plaza, two soldiers speak to each other over string telephone wires stretched between their wooden handsets, and a flag dancer acts out a brief scene. Flag maneuvers and elaborations figure strongly in Asafo displays. 7-44 Flag dancer at a Fanti Akwambo festival, Nomabu, Ghana. I-972 A typical flag dancing sequence, actually a brief martial drama, unfolds to the rhythms of drums and gongs, and with the support of uniformed divisions. The dancer proudly carries his banner into a skirmish. Then he hides it, rolls it up, and tosses it to another soldier for protection. He later retrieves it, unfurling it victoriously. 7-45 Memorial Sculptural Grouping. Cement and paint specially trained flag bearers twirl, throw, protect, and otherwise dance their flags, which graphically broadcast their company's military prowess, FLGS. 7-44, 7-45. Companies with long flags may suspend them from their pasuban or carry them in serpentine processions through town streets, as if clearing away anything in their path. These spectacular banners have names such as river or the run-off of rainwater, metaphors for the company's power to sweep obstacles away as they inundate their outclassed enemies. Competition between companies is serious, yet playfulness also pervades Asafo imagery and martial activity. Since the Fanti understand well that actual warfare is a thing of the past, they let imagination, humor, and a spirit of play enliven their fighting with art. Lives well lived. Contemporary funerary art. Second burials are a widespread West African custom. Colorful, joyful celebrations commemorating the lives of the prominent dead, they usually occur several months or even a few years after interment. Vast sums of money are channeled into commemorative sculpture and lavish festivities, consonant with a belief that amounts to a formula: status in the world of ancestors is directly proportionate to social position, generosity, and great expenditure in the living world. Much in keeping with the accommodations that Fanti Asafo companies have made over the centuries with European ideas, materials, and images, second burial arts too have been modernized to keep pace with the changing cultural conditions in contemporary Ghana and Côte d'Ivoire. The early decades of the 20th century saw the rise of cement memorial sculpture, a direct legacy of the terracotta memorials discussed earlier. Stimulated in part by European mausoleums and graveyard statuary, Ivorians and Ghanaians, also many others in West Africa, began to erect monumental sculptural groups in permanent materials, often polychrome. By the 1960s and 70s, such monuments were common. Cement memorials range from single figures to rather large sculptural groups, some in abbreviated architectural settings, see Fig. 7-45. In addition to the commemorated man, and often his wife, sculpture may depict other family members, drummers, angels, police, or other guards, equestrians, lions, or leopards, all more or less symmetrically and hierarchically arranged. Inscriptions on the monuments record the relevant names, community, and dates, sometimes along with biblical passages if the family is Christian. These extensions of earlier commemorative traditions accord with overall tendencies of contemporary art in Africa toward permanent materials, vibrant colors, descriptive portraiture, and artists who want to be known and appreciated for their considerable skills. During the 1970s in Accra, the capital of Ghana, a carpenter named Kanki, 1924 to 1992, began a parallel tradition, the construction and marketing of a remarkable series of fancy coffins, Fig. 7-46, his subjects Cocoa Pod, Mercedes-Benz, 7-46.
Mercedes-Benz shaped coffin. Cane key. 1989 wood and enamel paint, length 8/8. 2.65 m. Museum voor Volkenkunde, Rotterdam. Onion, rooster, outboard motor, and many others catalogued both aspects of everyday life and current concerns with prestige and weak. Coffins were painted with bright enamels and lined with sumptuous fabrics. The very piecing together of objects with shaped wood, nails, and glue is introduced technology, seen earlier in adapted European chair construction, earlier wood sculpture having been carved from single pieces of wood. Kahnke died in 1992, but his son and his former apprentices carry on an expanding business in this burgeoning art form, which accords so well with long-established lavish send-offs for the respected dead. Such expensive coffins are commissioned by middle-class or wealthy families, and their cost is only a fraction of the outlay for an entire funerary celebration. The coffin subject generally refers to the dead person's special concerns. A farmer of onions might commission an onion coffin, for example, or a wealthy fisherman a boat or fish, Fig. 7-47, a globe-trotting businessman might ask for an expensive car or an airplane to reflect his hard-earned status and wealth. Coffins stressing traditional regal motifs leopard, eagle, elephant, stool, state sword are popular with chiefs and other leaders. The choice of subjects is dynamic, and new images are constantly invented by the workshops. An ongoing, quasi-traditional aspect of Akan arts is the quantity of figural images such as akuma and figural combs that are being made expressly for an outside market. Some of these are freshly carved, canonical figures. The mother and child icon is favored, whereas others have been made with the intent to deceive, see Fig. 7-29, two top right figures. Some of the latter fetch 5-figure prices on the international market, only a small proportion of which the carver's 7-47. Funeral procession with fish-shaped coffin, near Accra, Ghana. 1992. Themselves get. Several quite prolific workshops are found in southern Ghana. They are run by or employ * master carvers capable of fine original one work and several different styles. Some of the same shops also have groups of young boys busily rubbing dirt or sand on figures to give them the illusion of age so that they will fetch higher prices. Throughout Africa today, the need for art by traditional religious practitioners and shrines is negligible, nor is there much local demand for masks. Most works being made in early or traditional styles are reproductions, tourist carvings, or fakes destined, perhaps ironically, for homes a long way from Africa. These sculptures, of course, need to be differentiated from expressly modern works being made by professional academic artists. International art. Both Ghana and Côte d'Ivoire have many contemporary artists whose work is more international than local, and who exhibit in Europe and the United States as well as in Africa. Many are academics, and/or were trained in art schools, colleges, or universities in Africa or abroad. One such artist is El Anatsui, born 1944, and a sculptor born and educated in Ghana but for many years a resident of Nigeria, where he teaches. He works primarily in wood, the most traditional of materials, which he literally assaults, mostly with power tools, as if to violate deliberately the conservative canons of more traditional wood carving. Fig. 7-48, a power saw tearing roughshod through organic wood at devastating speed, to me constitutes a metaphor of the hassling, rat racing, hypertensive pace of present-day having, the artist explains. He incises, burns, gouges, drills, and saws planks or logs, which he often combines or arranges in series, as in this work. El Anatsui's motifs are often abstract, though they may refer to formal patterns in earlier arts such as figural carvings, textile designs, or wall painting motifs. He thus explores African history and spiritual values as well as contemporary life, often with satirical humor and irony. Ouattara, born 1957, is an Ivorian artist of Sanyafo heritage now living and making art in New York. He too casts a wide net in subject matter, managing to combine recognizable earlier African forms or motifs, including actual masks and other artifacts, an earthy palette, and rough drawing with strong, often geometric compositions in paintings and constructions which sometimes have the look of altars or the facades of houses. In an assemblage entitled Knock Culture, Fig. 7-49, Ouattara self-consciously refers to the African past. Knock terracotta figures are the earliest known sub-Saharan sculpture, see Chapter 3. At the same time, he creates cryptic symbols, such as the figure comprised of concentric ovals and, perhaps, raised arms. The overall rectangular format of the piece is architectonic, with two pairs of projections recalling Sudanic architectural motifs, from the top and front, a painted dentate frieze across the top, and a window-like opening in. 7-48 The ancestors converged again. El Anatsui. 1995 Installation, wood and tempera, 40x107x15, 102x272x15 cm. National Museum of African Art, Smithsonian Institution, Washington, D.C. In this work the artist alludes to otherworldly ancestor figures in rough, schematic forms, with enlarged heads. He picks details out with polychrome tempera. The, usually, enlarged eyes seem to refer to the ancestor's ability to look into, and affect, life here on Earth. 7-49 Knock Culture. Ouattara. 1993 Acrylic and mixed media on wood, 98xxsyv/2.96x2.03 m. Collection of the artist which hangs a Muslim prayer board, replete with Arabic writing and symbolic devices. Abstract and deliberately puzzling overall, Knock culture seems to be a metaphorical window, a threshold, into the mystery and symbolism of ancient African thought, but expressed in a thoroughly modern way. Akan worlds. 8 to the power of first I carat L carat the Yoruba and the FON 8-1. Mask. Yoruba. Ife, pavement period, 12th to 15th century. Copper, height 33 cm. Museum of Ife Antiquities. Ife The Yoruba peoples of southwestern Nigeria and southern Benin are perhaps the most urban of all African groups. By the 11th century AD, their founding city, Ile-Ife, was already a thriving metropolis, the center of an influential city-state. Over the ensuing centuries, numerous other Yoruba city-states both major and minor evolved, all claiming descent from Ile-Ife. This urban tradition continues to the present day, when Yoruba cities may number in the hundreds of thousands. To the west of the Yoruba, in southern Benin and Togo, live the Fon and their relatives the Yu and the Popo, collectively called the Aya peoples. Fon traditions claim close relationships to the Yoruba. The first of several Aya kingdoms was Tado, located in present-day Togo. Some versions of Aya origins claim that the king of Tado was Yoruba. According to legend, a Tado princess had union with a leopard spirit and gave birth to Agaju, the ancestor of the Fon kings. By 1600 Agaju's descendants had founded the kingdoms of Alida and Ajaspo on the coast of present-day Benin and the kingdom of Dahomey to the interior. Although Yoruba and Fon cultures are distinct from each other, they have interacted for centuries through both trade and warfare, and many elements of Yoruba culture are shared by the Fon, including the institution of centralized kingship and a system of divination for communicating with the spirit world. The two cultures also acknowledge a similar pantheon of gods and spirits, with some Fon divinities seemingly variants of Yoruba originals. Artistic influence has also flowed from the Yoruba to the Fon, and Yoruba artists are known to have worked in Fon courts. Early Ife. In Yoruba mythology, the city of Ile-Ife is the navel of the world, the place where creation took place and the tradition of kingship began. There it was that the gods Otojuwa and Obatala descended from heaven to create earth and its inhabitants. Otojuwa himself became the first ruler, Oni, of Ile Ife. 2. This day Yoruba kings trace ancestry to Otojuwa. The largest and most coherent body of artistic and archaeological evidence for early Ile Ife dates from the centuries between roughly AD 1000 and 1400, an era known as the Pavement Period. Numerous finds predate these centuries, however, and there is evidence that the site was occupied by at least the 8th century AD. While little is known about these earlier centuries, scholars have proposed two broad periods of development, an archaic period, to about AD 800, and a pre-pavement period, from about AD 800 to 1000. Archaic and pre-pavement periods. Among the most remarkable works to have survived from the archaic period are a number of stone monoliths. A dramatic granite gneiss monolith known as Opa Oranmiyan is the largest of these, rising to a height of over 18 feet, Fig. 8-2. Opa Oranmiyan is set with spiral-headed iron nails in a trident pattern. There is no way to know exactly what the monolith represents. Its name dates from recent times and means the staff of Oranmiyan. Mythical son of the god Otojuwa, Oranmiyan is associated with the founding of the dynasties of both the Kingdom of Benin, see Chapter 9, and the Yoruba city-state of Oyo. In contrast to the abstract or radically simplified forms of archaic sculpture, pre-pavement figures depict human and animal subjects in more naturalistic styles. One of the most famous pre-pavement works is known to present-day inhabitants of Ile Ife as Idina, gatekeeper, Fig. 8-3. Exaggerated columnar legs provide a stable base for the bare-chested male figure, which stands with its hands clasped at the waist. Spiral-headed wrought iron nails embedded in the head suggest the texture of hair while linking the figure back to the iron and stone works of the archaic period. The heavy collar of 8-2. Monolith known as Opa Oranmiyan, staff of Oranmiyan, Ife, Nigeria. Yoruba. Archaic period. Before c. AD 800. Granite and iron similar monoliths ranging from 1 to 12 feet in height can be found at several sites in Ile Ife. Today, many of the monuments are associated with Ogun, the god of iron. The combination of iron and stone in Opa Oranmiyan and other archaic objects suggests that they were created during a period that witnessed the transition from a Neolithic technology to a technology based on iron. Metal would have enabled not only more effective farming implements but also more effective weapons, and it has been suggested that monuments such as Opa Oranmiyan served to commemorate the victories of an early warrior ruler and acknowledge his association with Ogun. 8-3 figure known as Idina, gatekeeper, Ife, Nigeria. Yoruba. Pre-pavement period, c. AD 800-1000. Granite and iron. Museum of Ife Antiquities, Ife. Beads, the bracelets, and the intricately tied wrapper suggest a person of high rank. Pavement period. During the 11th century Ile Ife blossomed into a substantial urban center. Beginning in the 13th century, as rivalry between Yoruba city-states intensified, Ile Ife began to fortify itself with a defensive moat and earthen ramparts. Intermittent warfare between Yoruba city-states continued well into the 19th century and is probably in part responsible for the Yoruba cultural pattern of living in densely populated, walled cities surrounded by radiating farmlands. Excavations suggest that early Ile Ife was laid out in an orderly plan, Fig. 8-4, like most Yoruba cities it was roughly circular, with the palace at the center. Two concentric systems of walls surrounded the city. Near the palace, but also sprinkled throughout the city, were shrines to the deities. Major roads radiated outward, linking Ile Ife to neighboring cities Ondo to the south, Ijebu to the southwest, Ada to the northwest, Ilisha to the northeast, and the city-states of the Akiti region to the east. Marked by a large gateway that likely housed guards, each opening in the moat and wall complex was both a military post and a ritually consecrated space. The basic unit of architecture seems to have been a thatch-roofed veranda surrounding a courtyard. Most homes would have been formed of several such courtyards,
while the palace probably had great numbers of them. At least one palace courtyard of great size accommodated a large portion of the population for ceremonies. The most important courtyards in palaces, shrines, and gateways were decorated with elaborate mosaic pavements of stone and pottery shards, Fig. 8-5, 8-4. Plan of Ile-Ife. The letters indicate where works illustrated in the text were found or are located. Aonl's palace, see Fig. 8-1, B. Ida Yemua, see Figs 8-8, 8-11, see Vunmani, see Fig. 8-10, Dopa Aramayan, see Fig. 8-2, Eor Grove, see Fig. 8-3, F. Obatala Shrine Geodijawa Shrine Ho Lokan Grove. I. Obalara's land, see Fig. 8-7, J. Lafajado, see Fig. 8-6, to Ifwara paved courtyards were sacred spaces. The semicircular voids at the top and bottom of the diagram indicate where raised altars made of packed earth would have stood, their sides inlaid with shard mosaic designs. Ritually buried pottery has been recovered from such courtyards. One courtyard yielded 14 buried pots set into the earth along the pavement's border and fitted with lids depicting the heads of various animals, Fig. 8-6, the ram's head, at the left, wears a royal crown, suggesting that the animal served as a metaphor for kingly power. Other animals such as the elephant, leopard, or what may be a hippopotamus on the pot at the right, may also refer metaphorically to the Oni, for they too are depicted wearing elaborate beaded headdresses with a royal crest and forehead pendant. A single vessel was often set into the center of the courtyard, its position emphasized, as in figure 8-5, by a circular arrangement of stones and shards around the protruding neck. One of the most interesting of these vessels to have been recovered is shown in figure 8-7. Typical of such vessels, the bottom was broken prior to its burial so that libations poured into it would penetrate directly into the earth. Decorations in high relief depict a series of undoubtedly potent symbols, among them an altar such as those that probably stood in the semicircular spaces framed by the courtyard pavement. Enclosed by posts that support a roof of palm fronds, the altar is set with 3 sculpted heads. The central head is in a fully naturalistic style, while the flanking works are abstract. Both styles closely resemble works that have been found at Ife. Altar /8-5. Pattern of a pavement excavated at Ile-Ife. Drawing by Peter Garlake. Short lines indicate pottery shards set into the earth on edge in herringbone patterns. Small ovals indicate stones that filled the spaces between rows of shards. 8-7 Ritual vessel. Yoruba. Ife, pavement period, 13th to 14th century. Terracotta, height 9K6, 24.9 cm. University Art Museum, Obafemi Awolowo University, Ife 8-6. Animal-headed terracotta vessels excavated at Lafajado site, Ile-Ife. Yoruba. Pavement period, c. 1000 to 1400, photograph 1979. 8-8 Head of a queen. Yoruba. Ife, pavement period, 12th to 13th century. Terracotta, height 95 carat, 25 cm. Museum of Ife Antiquities. Ife as the descendant of Otojuwa, the Oni of Ile-Ife was viewed as a god-king. Confined to the palace, his hfe was haved as a continuous set of rituals. Much of the art of ancient Ile-Ife was probably created for the royal court, including figures that may have been intended as portraits of rulers, officials, and their families. The naturalistic style of pavement period sculpture is beautifully illustrated by the terracotta head illustrated here, Fig. 8-8, the most elaborate terracotta head thus far found. It depicts a queen wearing a complex crown. 5 tiers of beads comprise the major portion of the crown, while a row of feathers projects over the serene face. The crest that once adorned the front of the crown has broken off, leaving evidence of a circular pendant on the forehead. Traces of pigment suggest that the sculpture was once painted in bright colors.
Many of the terracotta heads discovered at Ife are complete works in themselves and were destined for use on altars, as the vessel in figure 8-7 makes clear. The way the neck is broken on this head, however, indicates that it once formed part of a larger, perhaps complete figure. In modeling the face, the artist has faithfully rendered the way flesh and muscle lie over bone structure, yet this closely observed naturalism embraces a marked degree of idealism as well. Many parts of the anatomy are noticeably stylized, especially the lips, eyes, and ears. This restrained, idealized naturalism is characteristic of the early centuries of pavement period 8-9. Cylindrical head. Yoruba. Ife, pavement period, 13th to 14th century. Terracotta, height 6x, 16.2 cm. Museum of Ife Antiquities, Ife. Sculpture, which became freer and more expressive in later centuries. A typical example of the abstract pavement period style is the cylindrical head illustrated here, Fig. 8-9, 2 holes suffice for eyes, a simple wedge-shaped cut indicates the mouth, and rounded horn-like knobs sprout from the top. The simultaneous use of two such radically different styles may reflect the need to embody two quite different ideas. The inner head, Ori Inu, and the outer head, Oriade, are important concepts in Yoruba thought. The terms reflect complementary spheres of being. The inner head is spiritual and invisible. Perceivable only through the imagination, it embodies a person's fate and true being. The outer head is the physical entity perceived through the senses. The terracotta heads of early Ife are thought to embody this duality, with the abstract style depicting an inner, spiritual reality and the naturalistic style depicting the outer, physical reality. An altar such as the one depicted on the vase in figure 8-7 may have been used in blessing the inner head of the king, a custom that survives in present-day Yoruba courts. Pavement period artists also produced works in cast metal. While these sculptures are often spoken of as bronzes, most were created from alloys of zinc, lead, and copper, more properly classified as brass. A few are almost pure copper. The metals were likely obtained through trans-Sahara trade networks. Cast by the lost wax process, see Aspects of African Culture, Lost Wax Casting, page 234. These sculptures show the same idealized naturalism as the early pavement period terracotta heads, and thus were probably produced during the same centuries. The life-size brass head shown here stands on a cylindrical neck, figure 8-10. As on the terracotta head earlier, the eyes, lips, and ears are stylized according to ideal models. Yet the 8-aya head. Yoruba. Ife, pavement period, I2th-I5th century. Zinc brass. Museum of Ife Antiquities, Ife. Features are still strongly individualized, and the head may well have been intended as a portrait. The face bears the vertical striations found on many terracotta and brass heads at Isle Ife. While these markings are often thought to represent scarification, the Yoruba in recent times have not been known to use this particular scarification pattern, and it is entirely possible that the striations are purely an aesthetic device. Holes along the hairline were probably used to attach some kind of headgear, most plausibly a crown. Other heads feature holes along the lower part of the face, just above the jawline and across the upper lip. These may have been used to attach facial hair to heighten the effect of realism. More probably, however, they allowed a beaded shield to be attached, which hid the lower portion of the face. The custom of veiling a sacred ruler to protect him from the gaze of his profane subjects is found in many African societies. Yoruba kings in more recent times have held a fan over the mouth when eating or speaking and have hidden their faces during public appearances behind a beaded veil that falls like fringe from the rim of the crown. 4 large holes appear around the base of the neck. Like their terracotta counterparts, brass heads may have been placed on altars. The holes at the bottom of the neck may also have allowed the head to be attached to a carved wooden body, thus creating a full figure. A number of Yoruba Funeral rites witnessed during the early 20th century included an effigy of the deceased, and such ceremonies in early Ifa may similarly have included effigies. It has also been aspects of African culture. Lost wax casting. The lost wax casting process, still in use today, was first employed in the ancient Near East during the 4th millennium BC. The technique was used early in China, and subsequently passed along as well to the many overlapping civilizations that ringed the Mediterranean, including Kemet. Although copper was cast in the southern Sahara by the 7th century BC, the earliest evidence for the process south of the Niger River is from the 10th century site of Igboukuyua. The drawings below illustrate the steps used by sculptors in Benin. A heat-resistant core of clay is formed, approximating the shape of the sculpture to be. This core is then covered with a layer of wax, which the sculptor models, carves, and incises. Wax rods and a wax cup are attached to the base of the completed wax model. To prepare it for casting, a thin layer of finely ground liquid clay is painted on the wax model, and the entire assembly is then covered with increasingly thick layers of clay. When the clay is completely dry, the assembly is heated to melt out the wax, leaving an empty image or mold of the sculpture for the molten metal to fill, and channels where the wax rods have been to allow the metal to be poured in. The mold is turned upside down to receive the molten metal, which is generally a copper alloy approximating brass. When the metal has cooled, the outer clay casing and inner clay core are broken up and removed, freeing the brass sculpture. After the pouring channels are filed off, the image is ready for final polishing. A sculpture produced with this method is unique, for the mold is destroyed in the process. 8 to 11 Figure of an Oni. Yoruba. Ife, pavement period, 13th to 15th century. Zinc brass, height I8, 47.1 cm. Museum of Ife Antiquities, Ife. This small sculpture depicts an Onin, his coronation regalia, including a large collar of heads, cascading bead necklaces, abundant bead bracelets and anklets, and rings on the second toe of each foot. The two bow-like objects attached to beaded strands over the chest probably signify royal status, for similar emblems adorn other brass and terracotta figures. In his right hand he holds an ash, a bead-covered royal staff, his left hand holds an animal horn signifying medicinal powers. Suggested that the head served as mounts for displaying crowns during annual rites of renewal and purification when the ruler's inner head was blessed. While many of the terracotta heads found at Ife originally formed part of a larger figure, most of these have survived only in fragments. One brass figure, however, has been found intact and undamaged. Fig. 8 to 11. While details of anatomy may suggest a type of naturalism, the proportions of the figure with its outsized head are not naturalistic, further emphasizing the conceptual nature of Ife sculpture. The most remarkable of all pavement period sculpture was found not in Ile-Ife, but some 120 miles away in a shrine on the banks of the Niger River near the town of Tada. Fig. 8 to 12, dated to around AD 1300 and cast in almost pure copper. The figure is distinguished by its relaxed asymmetrical pose, the palpable sense of weight conveyed by rounded fleshy forms, and the more naturalistic proportions of head to body. 8 to 12 Seated figure. Yoruba. 13th to 15th century. Copper, height 21 to the power of 0, 55.7 cm. National Museum, Lagos. The face wears an attentive and dignified expression. A patterned wrapper around the waist falls over the thighs and is fixed on the left hip with an elaborate tie. How this extraordinary work came to be in Tada is a subject for speculation. It may have been sent from Ife as a token of authority, and may thus mark a boundary of Ife's influence at a certain moment. It may also have been carried off as a trophy of war. The sculpture is one of 8 metal figures found around Tada and nearby Jebba Island. According to oral histories of the Nook people, the present-day inhabitants of the region, the works were stolen from Ida, the capital of the Igala people, by the Nook folk hero Tso Ed. During the 16th century the Nuk were in fact involved in wars with the Yoruba city-state of Oyo, which was then extending its boundaries. Oyo claimed close ties with Ife, and it may well be that the statue was taken by the Nuk from Oyo. As many as 4 different styles are represented by the 8 works, which supports the theory that they were imported into the area from various sources. The variety of styles also suggests that casting technology was known outside Ife, though these other ancient casting centers remain to be discovered. In view of the widespread use of masks and masquerades in African art, the discovery of masks at Ile Ife is particularly fascinating. 2 masks are known, one of terracotta, the other, shown here, cast in pure copper, Fig. 81. Copper is exceedingly difficult to cast, and the flawless casting of this mask is a tribute to the high level of technical skill attained by Ife artists. The mask is said to represent Obalufon II, the 3rd ruler of Ife, who is credited with introducing the techniques of casting. Narrow slits below the eyes suggest that the mask was made to be worn. Holes along its back were likely used to attach a costume. The work is kept on an altar in the palace of the present-day Oni of Ife, where it is believed to have resided since its creation some 500 to 700 years ago. Early Owo. The city of Owo lies about 80 miles to the southeast of Ile Ife. In centuries past it was a powerful city-state whose influence extended over a broad area. Owo traditions maintain that the kingdom was founded from Ife and that the first ruler, Oba, or Oloa, was the youngest son of Otojuwa. Archaeological evidence suggests strongly that Owo indeed had material ties to Ife. Excavations in Owo have unearthed a number of terracotta sculptures, some of which were concentrated in an area that may have served as a storehouse for important shrine objects. The figures have been dated to the early 15th century, making them roughly contemporaneous with the pavement period in Ife art. Some of the Owo terracottas share characteristics with those from Ife, including idealized naturalism and vertical striations on the face. Some Owo objects, on the other hand, seem to be in a distinct style, while still others reflect contact with the Kingdom of Benin to the south, see Chapter 9. The fragment of a male figure shown here consists of a carefully modeled head placed on a more coarsely treated body, Fig. 8-13. The face differs from those of Ife in that the eyes are more widely spaced and the corners of the lips are pressed firmly into the cheeks. The pose is dynamic, with the arms raised to the chest. Jewelry includes a complex necklace of beads and tassels, large bracelets covering the forearms, and a band of beads at the waist. A wrapper would have covered the lower portion of the body, now broken off and missing. Sacrifice is a persistent theme in the early art of Owo. A great variety of sacrificial offerings are depicted: a chicken being carried under an arm, for example, or an animal head proffered by 2 hands. Sacrifice was and is an integral part of Yoruba religious practices. In the past, no sacrifice was considered too costly if it brought peace and prosperity. To this end, it was sometimes necessary to make human sacrifice. Since it was forbidden to sacrifice a native of one's own town, strangers or slaves taken in war would 8-13. Figure of a man. Yoruba. Owo, early I5th century. Terracotta, height 9x, 25 cm. National Museum, Lagos. Be offered to the deity. Among the most remarkable of Owo sacrificial representations is a terracotta sculpture depicting a basket of decapitated heads, strangers who had been given as a precious gift to one of the gods, Fig. 8-14. Owo stories of origin maintain that the first Oloa was not only the son of Otojuwa but also the brother of the ruler of Benin. The cultural and artistic traditions of Owo and Benin have clearly been intertwined for centuries. A strong overlay of Benin tradition is apparent in Owo, and Benin was receptive to Owo styles and forms. Early Owo was a major ivory carving center, and great numbers of objects once attributed to Benin are now believed to have been made in Owo itself or by Owo carvers working in Benin. The ivory sword shown here is of obvious Owo manufacture, Fig. 8-15, it is a Udamallari, a prestigious type of ceremonial weapon still worn by the Olowo and high-ranking leaders in 8-14. Basket of human heads. Yoruba. Owo, early I-5th century. Terracotta 8-15. Udamallari, ceremonial sword. Yoruba. Owo. Ivory. The British Museum, London, depicted on the elegantly carved hilt is a human head, its graceful neck encircled with royal beads. Motifs on the openwork blade include a man grasping a sword and a bird perched on a tall headdress. The human figure refers to the wearer of the Udamallari himself or to his position in the hierarchy. The bird alludes to the supernatural powers of women that he must use for the good of his people. The interlace patterns on the blade symbolize aristocratic position. 8I6. Bracelets. Yoruba. Owo, I/th century. Ivory, diameter Y/S, 8 cm, and Yat, low cm. Ulmer Museum, Ulm. Important festivals. The sword indicates that the wearer is from a respected family, that he is a man of maturity and influence, and that his power is felt throughout the kingdom. Although an Udamallari can be made of a number of materials such as iron, brass, or bead-covered wood, the most prestigious material is ivory. 2 ivory bracelets of probable Owo origin were collected by Europeans during the 17th century in the Fon coastal kingdom of Alada, west of the Yoruba city-states, Fig. 8. 16. Such status objects help differentiate titled leaders from lesser personalities in Owo. They were worn with ostentatious costumes that called attention to the wearers, underscoring their aristocratic lineage and the authority they had been granted by the Olowo. The larger of the 2 bracelets is carved in high relief with motifs that represent a cow or bull head, probably a reference to sacrifice, and a bird-like creature, perhaps a reference to the powers of women. The smaller bracelet, carved in low relief, is covered with abstractions of aquatic creatures. How the bracelets came to be in Alada is not known. They may have been presented as ceremonial gifts to the king of Alada by a ruler from Owo or Benin. They may have been carved by itinerant Owo carvers working in Alada, or even by Alada carvers trained by Owo artists. At the very least, their presence suggests that the skill of Owo carvers was recognized over a broad area and that their works were sought after and valued. While archaeology, oral histories, and cultural continuity have helped scholars gain some insight into the art and history of Ifa and Owo, many other aspects of the Yoruba past remain shrouded in mystery. Such is the case with the largest group of stone figures ever found in West Africa, a mass of over 1,000 works that until recently stood in a field outside the Yoruba town of Isi, some 62 miles north of Ile-Ife, Fig. 8-17. The carvings range in height from a few inches to several feet. Some depict animals, but the majority are of humans, both male and female, often with elaborate coiffures and ostentatious headgear. Many of the figures are seated. Some play musical instruments, while others are armed with weapons. Such attributes suggest that the figures represent dignitaries, perhaps royalty. Intriguingly, numerous facial types and scarification patterns are portrayed, suggesting that the personages are drawn from diverse cultures and groups. The distinctive style of the works and the high level of artistic development they reflect suggest they were made by a group of people who were socially stable and politically organized. The present-day inhabitants of Isi, a Yoruba people who arrived from Old Oyo during the 15th or 16th century, claim to have had nothing to do with making the images or with moving them to the site. 8-17 Priest paying homage to soapstone figures, Isi, Nigeria. 12th to 15th century, 1930s. Several stories have arisen to try to explain their presence. One tells of how people from various distant lands came together in search of a place to stay. A misunderstanding with the ruler of Isi sent them in a state of rage back to their camp on the outskirts of town, where they were turned to stone by a Yoruba deity. Today housed in a museum, the stone figures continue to play an important role in the religious beliefs of the local people, who view them as the owners of the land, overseers of general welfare, and providers of fertility. Recent Yoruba art from the early times of Ifa and Owo, a wide range of objects, forms, art styles, and art events developed in a number of Yoruba centers. Many are still used today to underscore the leadership systems of the royal court and the society of elders known as Ogboni, while Ers address the spirit world and facilitate communication between the humans and the realm of gods and spirits. Some of these forms are found throughout Yorubaland, while others are purely local. Royal arts. Much of the art produced in the Yoruba region calls attention to the king and his court. As a visible symbol of the deity, the king is the high priest of the community. Although Yoruba kings are free to appear in public today, in the past they were confined to the palace and made public appearances only when the welfare of the state required them to participate in public worship or festivals. Even in those instances, the individual who held the office was not really seen, for his royal garb concealed his identity from the crowd, emphasizing instead his mysterious, sacred nature. The king shown in figure 8 to 18, Aruwajoyi, Oba of the Igbomina Yoruba, wears and carries a number of references to his position as sacred descendant of Odujuwa. Bead embroidery is normally reserved for the Oba. The beadwork on the king's robe, on the cushion that elevates his feet above the earth, on the tall staff in his right hand, and on the intricate crown signals that this is the sacred ruler, descendant of gods. The crown is the foremost attribute of the sacred king. Yoruba crowns are made of a wickerwork cone covered with stiff fabric or canvas. Glass trade beads are strung and 8 to 18. Aruwajoyi, ruler of Orang Unila. 1977. Attached to cover the entire surface in boldly colored designs. The beaded fringe veil, the prime symbol of kingship, is worn only by those kings who can trace their lineage to Odujuwa. In the past, the sanctity of his being prevented the king's being seen by ordinary people, and the fringe protected him from the gaze of the profane when he made appearances in public. The body of the crown is decorated with 3 tiers of abstracted faces, their staring eyes are clearly discernible. The faces depict royal ancestors, ultimately Odujuwa, and refer to the mystic union of the living king with his deified predecessors. As delegate of the ancestors, the king relies on their wisdom and powers. The multiplicity of faces may allude to the all-seeing nature of ancestors and spirits and thus to the role of the king whose supernatural vision allows him access to such authority. Attached between the faces are small, 3-dimensional beaded birds. A larger beaded bird ornamented with actual tail feathers tops the crown. Birds are another important element on Yoruba crowns. The great bird at the top is said by some to represent the egret, the bird of decorum, a symbol of orderliness and settler of disputes. Others suggest it is the paradise flycatcher, a royal signifier whose tail sports extremely long tail feathers, or the pigeon, a symbol of victory and political power. Still others see the birds as a reference to the special powers of our mothers, a collective term for all female anses. Tours, female deities, and elderly living women. Our mothers are believed to have special powers and to be able to transform themselves into birds of the night. Kings cannot rule without drawing on their powers. When the king wears the sacred fringed crown, his being is modified. His outer head is covered by the crown, and his inner head becomes one with the sacred authority and power, of the ancestors. He cannot touch the earth, and thus stands on a mat or cloth. Seated in state, his feet rest on a decorative cushion or footstool. His own face disappears behind the veil, and the faces of the royal ancestors stare out instead. It is the vision of dynasty that is emphasized rather than the individual who wears the crown. Commissioned by the king of Ikara, a small Yoruba kingdom in northeast Yorubaland, the beaded sculpture shown in figure 8 to 19 is an extraordinary example of display art intended to call attention to the position and power of the king. A royal wife with a crested hairdo, exaggerated conical breasts, and a child on her back presents a lidded offering bowl. Perhaps she symbolizes the powers of women and their importance to the kingdom. Smaller figures of attendants are attached to the conical armature of stiff fabric that serves to represent her body. One female attendant assists in lifting the offering bowl on her head, while 3 others carry fowl, perhaps alluding to sacrificial offerings. Below, 4 male figures brandish guns. The face of an ancestor stares from the lower portion of the central cone, its nose and chin alone are visible in this photo. The entire surface is alive with designs made of thousands of richly colored glass beads. In addition to alluding to the mysterious powers of women, this piece expresses the balance of power between male and female. While the external powers of men are symbolized by their weapons, the inner and hidden forces of women, the ability to give birth and to nurture life, are alluded to by the child on the mother's back. The king dwells in the Ifan, the royal palace. The most imposing architectural structure in a Yoruba city, the Ifan is also the site of the most sacred worship and celebrations. As in early Ife, the palace stands in the center of the city, and all roads lead to it. The King's Market, usually the most important market in town, lies at its door. An Ifan consists of numerous courtyards of varying sizes, most of them surrounded by verandas. Steep roofs, once thatched, are today covered with corrugated steel. At least one especially large courtyard serves as a gathering place for citizens during public rites. Artists are kept busy fashioning wonderful objects that enhance the splendor of the palace, record the exploits of the kings and chiefs, and display religious symbols and metaphors to the public. In making such commissions, kings historically sought the most skillful artists from their own realms and beyond. The best artists achieved the title Ari, which literally means itinerant, suggesting that the asterisk moved from kingdom to kingdom accepting work from a number of patrons. One such artist was Olo of Ise, died 1938, one of the best-known Yoruba sculptors of the 20th century. Praise poetry still chanted in his memory calls him the leader of all carvers, one who carves the hard wusi of the irako tree as though it were as happy face, soft as a calabash. Olo was born during the 19th century in Fonale, famed as a center of carving. H. 20th century. Cloth, basketry, beads, fiber, height 41 k, 1.06 m. The British Museum, London 8-20. Veranda posts, Ikara Palace, Ikara, Nigeria. Olo of Ise. 1910-1914 Wood and pigment. Photograph 1959 Grew up in Ise, to the southeast. Over the course of his career he produced doors, posts, chairs, stools, tables, bowls, drums, and ritual objects for palaces and shrines in the kingdoms of Ajisa and Ilisha and in various smaller kingdoms of the Akoko region of Yorubaland. Between 1910 and 1914 Olo worked at the palace of the king, Agaga, of Ikara, in northeastern Yorubaland. The Agaga was probably familiar with the works that Olo had carved for the palace at Ise and wanted to make his own Ifan equally magnificent. Among the works Olo created at Ikara are 3 veranda posts that once stood in the courtyard in which the Agaga sits in state for ritual and ceremonial occasions. Fig. 8-20, the central group, a freestanding sculpture only appearing to serve as a post, represents a king seated in state. A woman kneels before him. To his immediate left a palace servant carries a fan, to his right a herald blows a whistle. Behind his throne stands a tall and stately queen, whose bulk frames his figure when the grouping is seen frontally. Compared to his queen, the king is quite small. Seated on his throne, his feet dangle in mid-air. By adjusting the scale of his figures, Olo evokes 2 concepts. The first is that the power of a Yoruba king is not in his physical stature but in the mystical powers that he derives from his royal ancestors. These powers reside in the crown, which dominates the composition. Repeating textured bands, ancestral faces, and an enormous bird whose beak touches the crown just above the central ancestral face all draw our attention to the crown, whose carefully textured surface contrasts with the more plainly carved form of the king. The second concept Olo evokes is the power of women. The imposing bird atop the crown concedes that the king relies on forces that women control. The large, physically imposing figure of the queen, painted a startling blue, also alludes to the supporting power of women. Although the power of the king is overt, that of women is hidden. The king and all creation rely on the energies that women command. Two weight-bearing posts flank and face the central group. To the right, another queen, wearing an elaborate coiffure, presents her twin children. To the left, a warrior on horseback approaches, holding a cutlass in one hand, not visible in the photograph, and a spear in the other. A European gun rests at his waist. A small herald to his left side announces 8-21. Door from the palace at Ikara. Olo of ISE. 1910-14 Wood. The British Museum, London. Such works of art were not entirely the work of one individual, for like other artists of his stature, Olo of ISE maintained a workshop staffed by assistants and apprentices. Patrons had a say in the creation as well, and advisors to the Agaga probably deliberated with each other and the artist on the subject matter of Ambrose's visit and the symbols that would most effectively convey the appropriate message. In addition, Yoruba communities are known to have had critics. Their criteria for evaluating artworks would have been known to an artist such as Olo, who would have tempered his work in response to their judgments. Him with a Y-shaped whistle. The horse is perhaps the most profound of his attributes, for it is symbol of great cavalries in the days of Yoruba warfare. The secret powers of dynasty, the military might of men, and the hidden and reproductive energies of women are all evoked in this set of 3 posts. Olo also produced a door for the same courtyard at Ikara, Fig. 8-21, a remarkable example of palace art. It depicts the Agaga's reception in 1897 of Captain Ambrose, the British Commissioner of Ondo Province. Each of the door's 2 vertical panels is divided into 5 registers. In the foreground, figures carved in high relief carry out the action of the story, the backgrounds are carved in low relief and the patterns are picked out in color. On the left, in the second register from the top, the king is shown seated on his throne, wearing his great crown, his senior wife standing behind him. The registers above and below depict other wives, palace attendants, and slaves. To the right, in the corresponding register, Captain Ambrose sits rather uncomfortably in a litter carried by porters. His retinue fills the other registers, an equestrian figure, porters with loads on their heads, and shackled prisoners also bearing loads. The contrast between the 2 panels may be a concise comment on Yoruba and European ways. On the left, free people go about everyday tasks and honor the king. On the right, the uneasy European is accompanied by attendants forced into service. The Ogboni society Yoruba kings rule with the assistance of a number of councils and associations. Ogboni, an association consisting of both male and female elders, is one of the most prominent. As with many organizations in African communities that are limited in membership and not open to public scrutiny, there is much debate about the meaning of Ogboni and its purposes. It is understood, however, that the organization serves to check the abuse of power by rulers, for the collective moral and political authority of these eminent citizens is as great as that of kings and chiefs. In the past, Ogboni acted as a judiciary in criminal cases and was responsible for removing despots from office. Although its authority has been diluted, Ogboni still exercises significant power in traditional Yoruba politics, and its leaders still control the choosing, inauguration, and burial of kings. Ogboni has a special relationship with Earth, who is seen as a deity. Earth is both the giver and taker of life, both mother and father. Earth as the land is the abode of numerous spirit forces and beings, Iron Mole,
as well as of ancestors, OSI. Ogboni connects those who live upon the earth and those who dwell within, acknowledging the omnipresence of spirits and ancestors, who observe all acts of the living and hear every spoken word. Ogboni employs a variety of art forms in its work, foremost among them paired male and female figures. Large, freestanding paired figures placed on altars are referred to as owner of the house, Onile. Hidden away within the Ogboni lodge, they are accessible only to the most senior members. The pair of Onile is treated as a single unit, referred to as mother, Aya. They perhaps allude to dual aspects of earth, on the one hand hard, negative, and masculine, on the other soft, positive, and feminine. Normally cast in copper alloys, Onile are created under ritual circumstances and prepared with sacred substances. Considered to have great sacred authority and power, Ash, the figures emphasize the importance of men and women working together within Ogboni and in the community at large. A large Ogboni Onile from the Ijebu-Yoruba region is unusual in that it is made of terracotta, Fig. 8-22, 8-22. Male Onile, owner of the house, Figure. Yoruba. Terracotta, height 30x, 77.47 centimeters. The Walt Disney Tishman African Art Collection. Scarification marks on the figure's chest indicate membership in Ogboni. Beaded necklaces acknowledge office in the organization. A cloth lushly decorated with geometric patterns, probably representing a textile called itagbe, is draped over the left shoulder. The conical cap recalls the Yoruba royal crown, and its arching feathers are reminiscent of those that adorn the heads of kings. The visual play between the intricately textured headgear and cloth and the smooth surfaces of the body produces a lively effect. The large wooden Ogboni drum, Egba, shown here was probably carved during the 1890s, Fig. 8-23, the hollow, tapered cinder of its body was carved from the trunk of a tree. An animal skin membrane is stretched and pegged into position at the top. The belly of the drum is carved with images in sharp, low relief. The central 8-23. Egba, Ogboni Society Drum. Yoruba. 1890s wood and skin, height 36/I.im. The British Museum, London figure has a large triangular head with imposing eyes. The conical cap and drooping feathers recall those of the large terracotta Onile in figure 8-22. The figure holds aloft its own legs, which have been transfigured into stylized catfish. This Egba would have been part of a group of such drums, thought of as a family. As the largest, it would have been called the mother drum. The smaller drums that accompanied it were likely carved with similar or related motifs. An Egba functions in a variety of ways. On a practical level, it is played to announce the meetings of the Ogboni Lodge every 17 days. It is also seen as a sacred object, and in yearly rituals the blood of sacrificial animals is rubbed into its sides. Because of its sacred character, the intricate iconography of this drum would never have been seen by anyone other than initiated members. In nocturnal but public memorial services for deceased elders, for example, the sides are ritually covered to ensure that the surface designs are not seen by the uninitiated. 4 small heads, connected in pairs, are carved on the body of the central figure as though tucked into its belt. 2 more heads at the tops of stakes can be seen just beneath the arching feathers of the headdress. These images refer to another type of Ogboni sculpture called Eden. Although Eden, like Onile, are filled with ash, they can be seen by non-members. Eden serve as public symbols of the power and presence of Ogboni. They also refer to the male and female founders of the community and express the cooperation between men and women in society and the need for a balance of power between them. The Ogboni elder shown here, figure 8-24, wears a brass Eden over his shoulders as an emblem of his office. The male and female figures are connected by a chain. Like the Onile pair, they are considered to form a single entity. Commissioned for a new member at the time of his or her induction into the society,
Eden are a more personal art form than Anil. They serve as a badge of membership and an indicator of status within the organization. 8 to 24 Ogboni Society member wearing an Eden, pair of figures, and a title cloth, Nigeria IJ. They may also be used to convey messages and as protective devices for their owners. Many Yoruba rituals that acknowledge advancement in position or membership in an organization include the tying on of a distinctive cloth. A number of such special textiles, generically called title cloths, are closely associated with the Ogboni Society. The elder in figure 8 to 24 wears a title cloth around his waist. Created by a woman on an upright loom, it is embellished with richly colored geometric designs based on natural forms. Although weavers of such cloths are certainly familiar with the designs and symbols they are asked to create, they are not privy to their underlying meanings unless they too are members of the society, for interpretation is reserved for those who have the right to wear them. Even outsiders, however, know that Ogboni robes celebrate the richness and diversity of their owners' experiences. The way the Ogboni cloth is finished also carries meanings. For example, the fringes at the end of this example, seen at the right of the photograph, are divided and wrapped with threads to create 7 tassels. 7 is a ritually significant number in Ogboni. The way the cloth is draped or worn is also meaningful. Here the elder wears the cloth around his waist. A large Ogboni cloth was collected in the Yoruba kingdom of Ijebu in 1886, Fig. 8 to 25, fields of concentric diamonds alternate with motifs based on abstractions of animal forms. Many such motifs are associated with the powers of leadership or with spiritual forces. Abstracted designs based on the crocodile, the frog, fish heads, and the snake refer to water spirits. 2 variations on the interlocking fish head motif are symbolic of Olokan, the goddess of the sea. The whiskered catfish carries special meanings for both royalty and for the Ogboni. The cloth would have been worn over the left shoulder of an Ogboni elder, as depicted on the Anil in figure 8 to 22, for the left side is sacred to Ogboni. Art and the spirit world. The Yoruba venerate a perplexing number of gods, Orisha. Some Orisha are primordial, created in the beginning of time by the great god, Olorun. Among those we will discuss here are Orunmila, Eshu, and Ogun. Some natural powers such as rivers, mountains, stones, or thunder. And 8 to 25. Ogboni Society title cloth. Yoruba. Before 1886. Cotton, 9/x 5 feet 8 inches, 2.93 x 1.75 m. Staatlich Museen zu Berlin, Preußischer Kulturbesitz, Museum für Völkerkunde. Lightning may be perceived as Orisha, and heroes may be apotheosized as well. The god Shango embodies both of these ideas in that while he is the personification of thunder, he is also a deified culture hero, the 4th king of the Oyo Empire. The very concept of Orisha suggests an endless number. And there is always the possibility that new ones will make themselves known to a particular human community or even to a particular family or individual. Thus an Orisha acknowledged in one part of Yoruba land may not be known elsewhere, or may be thought of quite differently. Orunmila and Eshu. 2 primordial Orisha, Orunmila and Eshu, serve as mediators between gods and humans. They may be seen as embodiments of the principles of certainty and uncertainty. The twosome are intimately connected in the minds of the Yoruba, for order does not exist without disorder, and disorder requires order by definition. Orun Mila, the Orisha of destiny, embodies certainty, fate, equilibrium, and order. In Yoruba belief, each person chooses his or her destiny in the presence of the Creator God prior to birth. Orunmila can help people to gain knowledge of their destinies as they live them out. Through him, they can learn which forces control their future, and how to manipulate these forces in their favor. Uncertainty, chance, violence, and trouble define Eshu. Ironically, the disorderly and mischievous Eshu is also the messenger of the gods, And to gain Runmila's attention, one must first approach the trickster Eshu. A diviner, Babalawo, mediates between Runmila and the human community through the divination process known as IFA, which is understood to have been instituted by Runmila himself. A Babalawo employs numerous art objects in communicating with the spirit world. The essential sculptural object for IFA is a divination board, Pan IFA, Fig. 8-26, like most Yoruba Pan IFA, this one is circular in design, and its flat plate-like surface is surrounded by a raised border filled with an assortment of images carved in low relief. The stylized face of Eshu fills the top center portion of the border. 5 additional motifs appear left and right in mirror image, creating a bilaterally symmetrical composition. Opposite Eshu is a crab, itself bilaterally symmetrical. The motifs were probably chosen by the carver, though they are not specifically linked to the divination process or to Runmila. 8-26 Pan IFA, Divination Board. Yoruba. 19th to 20th century. Wood, height 15, 38 cm. The Walt Disney Dulshman African art collection flanking the Eshu face are heads with conical caps, each with 4 radiating forms issuing from the side, recalling the crown-like form seen on Oghanai paraphernalia. From the nostrils of each head issues a pair of arms. A full figure, wearing a gown and cap and holding a long pipe to his mouth, appears in the next zone. Among the Yoruba, the pipe is an image closely connected to Eshu, and such figures may represent either the trickster god himself or one of his worshippers. A rooster holding a snake in its beak appears next, followed by a horned animal with curving forms issuing from its nostrils. A dried, skewered catfish, a reference to sacrifice, is the final repeated motif before the single crab. 8-27 Yoruba divination session, Nigeria in use, the tray is sprinkled with dust from a special wood, Fig. 8-27, the Babalivo throws 16 palm nuts to determine a configuration of 8 sets of signs. He draws the signs in the dust, then erases them. Each of the 256 configurations that can occur is known by a name and is associated with a body of oral literature. As the Babalazvo chants the appropriate verses, clients interpret them to apply to their own situation. The Babalazvo shown here is in the process of attracting the attention of Runmila and Eshu by wrapping a special tapper, the Iruk, on the border of the Pan Ifa, and at the same time reciting verses to acknowledge and honor Eshu, the messenger. 8-28 Iruk, Divination Tapper. Yoruba. Ivory. Field Museum of Natural History, Chicago. A woman and bird, a hornbill, are experience. The woman's kneeling depicted on the beautiful ivory Iruk shown here, Fig. 8-28, finely carved textural areas contrast with smooth forms, providing the eye with a tactile pose suggests worship and supplication, while her fan and jewelry indicate aristocratic status. The coiffure or crown-like headdress adds divination cup. Yoruba. Before 1912. Wood and kaolin, height 53-4, 21 cm. Museum für Völkerkunde, Staatlich Museum, Berlin, emphasis to the head, recalling the Yoruba philosophical concept of Ori, which may be interpreted as head or destiny, and which embraces a person's past, present, and future. A reference to Ori is thus also a reference to fate, the concern of divination. The palm nuts used in IFA are kept in a carved container called a jira IFA, Fig. 8-29, fashioned of wood or more rarely of ivory. A jira IFA vary greatly in form and may range in height from a few inches to over a foot. The exquisite example here is supported by figures of a mother and child. The mother kneels in supplication, her prominent breasts project to repeat the forms of her knees and to serve as counter thrusts to her arms, which reach back to encircle the child tied to her back. The disc upon which she kneels repeats the circular form of the cup-like container above, whose rim is enhanced by an incised pattern of repeated triangles. The dark, worn wood has been rubbed with a light-colored substance that fills and defines the crevices of the carving. The maternity figure is but one subject among many that might support such a cup. Also in the carver's repertoire are human, animal, and abstract forms, and the iconography often reflects the needs of a Babalawo's clients. Other divination paraphernalia may be stored in large, multi-compartmented, lidded containers known as divination bowls, Fig. 8-30. One of the masterpieces of Yoruba art, the extraordinarily complex and dynamic bowl shown here was created by Olo of Ise. The bowl is completely covered with abstract, geometric designs carved in low relief and painted. 4 female figures dance arm in arm atop the lid, their arched coiffures adding height and movement. The bowl itself is presented by a spectacular elongated female figure, whose head is held high on a splendidly long neck. Her baby, held against her back by a cloth tie, peers to the side. A retinue of male and female assistants, painted in various earth colors, lean precariously from their positions on the base to help lift the bowl. A free-rolling head is ingeniously carved in the space beneath the bowl, imprisoned within the group of supporting figures. While Orunmila is never depicted in shrines or on divination paraphernalia, Eshu is portrayed repeatedly. The only Yoruba Orisha consistently carat presented, Eshu appears on housepices, lintels, doors, and bowls. As a go-between for gods and humans, his image embellishes many shrines. As the god of the marketplace, the gateway, and the crossroads. He is often represented in these places as well. Figural representations in public places, however, are rare. Instead, a piece of unworked stone usually suffices to represent the god, and even then it may be buried beneath the earth or in a wall. Occasionally a figure carved of wood or more rarely of stone may be set up in a marketplace, Fig. 8-31, the figure 8-30 divination bowl. Olo of Ise. C. 1925. Wood and pigment, Z-VJI6.JCM. National Museum of African Art, Smithsonian Institution, Washington, D.C. Bequest of William A. McCarty Cooper 8-31. Stone figure of Eshu, Igbajo, Nigeria shown here was photographed in the center of the town of Igbajo, some 35 miles from Ile-Ife. At least 2 other stone Eshu figures had once graced parts of the town. The style is not like that of the early stone figures of Ile-Ife, but it is more reminiscent of more recent Yoruba wood carving. The trickster god is depicted with a large head. A necklace with a pendant gourd container for medicinal substances hangs from the neck. His right hand holds what may be either a club or a larger calabash of medicines. Although Eshu is called upon by the followers of other Orisha, he has a special congregation of worshippers who make use of a number of types of objects including dance wands, assemblages, and altar figures. The dance wand shown here once decorated a shrine for Eshu, Fig. 8-32, it would have been used in processions and festivals, danced with by a worshipper in honor of the god. While such wands are usually carved with a figure of a war shipper, the figure here may actually represent Eshu himself. Long strands of beads and cowries, once used as money by the Yoruba, cascade from the neck in 8-32. Dance wand in honor of Eshu. Yoruba. Wood, leather, cowrie shells, brass, bone, height 19, 4, 50.7 cm. Indiana University Art Museum, Bloomington. Raymond and Laura Wilgus Collection 8-33. Devotee with assemblage in honor of Eshu, Ila Orangun, Nigeria. 1977 reference to the wealth brought by this god of the marketplace. The long, projecting hairdo, common to most Eshu figures, arches up and away from the head. Such phallic or blade-like coiffures refer to Eshu's involvement in male sexuality and romantic entanglements. Miniature gourds along the crest of the hair allude to the powerful medicines at Eshu's disposal. The whistle or Y-shaped flute held to the lips suggests Eshu's role as supernatural herald. Although this figure is male, similar ones may be carved as female, for the enigmatic Eshu may be represented as either sex. The devotee of Eshu shown in figure 8 to 33 carries an assemblage made of multiple figures that would have been used on an altar to the god. This distinctive form is made of male and female pairs grouped within a fabric and cowrie encasement. Like the dance wand, it is decorated with long pendant strands of cowrie shells. Black seed pods are added to the strands of white cowries. The juxtapositions of male and female and black and white, the colors of Eshu, acknowledge the extremes associated with this paradoxical deity. The gods Orunmila and Eshu make us aware of the possibility of change in Yoruba society and art. Eshu is a dynamic Orisha, one who cannot be pinned down to remain the same. The very fact that Orunmila is sought on every occasion and that Ifa is cast every 4 days suggests that change is vital, even in thinking about fate or destiny. Such change must be seen as a part of Yoruba artistic expression as well. Ogun, Ozanyan, and Ional Ogun, the lord of iron and war, and Ozanyan, the source of herbal medicine, are also primordial Orisha, having come to earth at the time of creation. Like Eshu, each is a paradox. For although Ogun is the ferocious and vehement bringer of war, he is also the founder and champion of civilization, a maker of paths, tiller of the soil, builder of towns. The tiny Ozanyan, visualized as having but one eye, one arm, and one leg, and having numberless problems of his own, is the bringer of healing, completeness, and well-being to the human community. Ional is a local Orisha of hunting, rivers, and healing leaves, a companion of Ozanyan. As the god of iron, Ogun's impact is ubiquitous, for metals affect every facet of civilization. As warrior, Ogun moves forward and conquers, expanding frontiers. As the defender, he uses weapons to protect and shield his own. As master blacksmith, he is sponsor of smiths, makers of tools and weapons. He is the ultimate artist, and any who manipulate adzes and knives are indebted to him. He is the consummate farmer, and all farm implements are made of his iron. In modern times he continues to gather adherents, for all who use steel are his, including hunters, soldiers, truck drivers, and auto mechanics. Many symbols or signs point to Ogun. His embodiment in shrines may merely be a bit of metal, raw or carefully worked, or a sacred plant or a stone. Several art forms are specifically identified with Ogun. Among them ceremonial swords, staffs, iron pokers, and axes, Fig. 8 to 34, this axe is typical of those used in Ogun's worship in eastern Yorubaland. A beautifully rendered human figure adorns the handle, complete with markings of civilization and aristocracy, a well-coiffed head, jewelry, poise, and dignity. As maker of roads and penetrator, Ogun readies the way for all the Orisha, and references to Ogun are thus present in the **imlb shrines of many gods. Diminutive forged iron implements hoes, knives, arrows, swords, and bells announce the intervention of Ogun in the work of healing deities, for his slashing blades permit healers to venture into the depths of the forest for curative materials. Iron staffs also enhance the worship of healing deities, while expressing their link to Ogun. Iron staffs are commonly dedicated to the Orisha of curative 8 to 34. Axe in honor of Ogun. O Yoruba. Wood, iron, pigment, height 20, 50.8 cm. Harn Museum of Art, University of Florida. Gift of Rod Magalliard, 1993. Medicine, Ozanyan, and Ional, Fig. 835, this graceful staff refers to the vitity of Ozanyan and evokes his relationships to Ogun and to our mothers. The powers of our mothers may be represented here by a large bird hovering over a circle of 16 smaller birds raising their heads toward the larger. Ozanyan has the ability to negate the combined negative powers of our mothers or to work 8 to 35. Staff in honor of Ozanyan. Yoruba. Iron. Seattle Museum of Art 8-36. Vessel in honor of Ionel. Egbedi Ayasabiaja. c. 1900. Terracotta in harmony with them, encouraging them to cure rather than hurt. At the same time, the cluster of bird forms may recall leaves on a tree. The herbalists who depend on ozonium create their medicines and curative drugs from leaves, barks, and roots from the forest, where the metal tools of Ogun have allowed entry. The terracotta receptacle in figure 8-36 honors the god Ionel. It was created around 1900 by Egbedi Ayasabiaja, died c. 1921, a highly regarded ceramic artist of the Egbedo Yoruba. Like her mother before her and her daughter after, Egbedi I was renowned for her Ionel vessels, and her reputation spread far beyond the confines of her own town. The large central figure on the lid is said to represent Ionel's royal wife. The strap-like forms that serve as her abstracted body can also be perceived as a crown, referring to her royal status. She is surrounded by 4 of her children, 1 on her back, and 3 before her. The largest of the children holds a miniature bowl for offerings of kola nut and cowries. Studded with small conical projections that allude to river stones and decorated with symbolic images in low relief, the vessel serves to hold stones, sand, and water from the river, all of which contain and protect the ash of Ionel. Such containers are placed on sculpted earthen platforms stained with indigo and spread with white sand from a river. Iron staffs of Ionel's companion Ozonian may be placed nearby. Shango and Ibji Shango, who controls thunder, is associated with the expansion of the Oyo Empire in western Yorubaland. The historical personage Shango was a descendant of Oranmiyan and the tyrannical 4th king of Oyo. Oral traditions maintain that he was a despot, coerced into surrendering his crown and committing suicide. His supporters denied his death and declared that he had become a god, merged with the forces of thunder and lightning, which they could call down on their enemies. The Shango legend illustrates a significant aspect of Yoruba Orisha: they are not idealized. Shango was a sacred king, but he can still be presented as a remorseless despot whose need for control overstepped the boundaries suitable to political authority. In his attempt to control mystical and magical powers, he was unable to master them, and was eventually controlled by them. Once a Shango Shrine, Ibadan, Nigeria. Photograph 1910 8-38. Priestess with Ashi Shango, dance wand in honor of Shango, Ohore, Nigeria. 1975 applique panels with images of Eshu. Called Laba Shango, the bags are used by priests to transport thunderbolts from their archaeological resting places to Shango's altar. On the platform an upside-down wooden mortar, ceramic containers with painted and relief ornamentation, and calabash containers all serve as repositories for the stone axes that contain Shango's ash. Other objects include cloths, prayer rattles, figures representing twins, and ram's horns. The ram is an animal closely associated with Shango. To the right, a sculpted figure mortal. Shango did not die, but he commands great powers of nature as an Orisha. In dreadful storms he hurls flashes of lightning upon those who do not respect him. These thunder bolts take the form of ancient stone axes that are exposed on the surface of the earth after heavy rains. The Egbeni Shango Shrine in Ibadan, shown here, was photographed in 1910, Fig. 8-37, as with other sanctuaries for Orisha, the altar houses numerous objects that celebrate and help communicate with the deity. The Y-shaped forms sculpted in relief on the exterior frieze represent double axes, the symbol of Shango. A long row of 15 brightly painted houseposts braces the massive clay frieze. Allusions to Shango's royal status: the posts were carved to depict devotees, Orisha, images associated with the ancestors, and other subjects. 2 of the posts visible here depict figures on horseback, evoking Shango's role as a hot and violent warrior. Within the shrine brightly colored, fringed leather bags hang from the rear wall. Each bears 4 of a female devotee with double axe forms sprouting from her head has been offered as a gift to the deity. To her left is a carving of the dog of Shango. 2 imported stoneware jugs stand before the altar. In figure 8 to 38 a female priest holds an Ashi Shango, a carved dance wand that is carried, cradled, waved, and thrust by devotees during dances in Shango's honor. Among the most abundant of objects consecrated to the Orisha, Ashi Shango most often bear the image of a female worshipper, her head supporting the double axe form. The figure on the example here is hidden by the priest's hands. The axe is thus related to the head, the symbol of the inner being, Ori Inu. Here the double axe motif is treated as a broad flat form with a raised border. 3 oval forms suggestive of scar patterns are carved in relief into each panel. Naturalistically carved representations of stone axe blades appear to be pressed between the double axe motif and an arching form held aloft by the kneeling worshipper carved on the staff handle. Twins, Ihiji, sometimes called children of thunder, are consecrated to Shango, and small carvings called air Ihiji are likely to be found in any Shango shrine. Several air Ihiji can be seen lying in the container just to the left of the pottery jugs in the shrine in figure 837. Air Ihiji are created to venerate the spirits of deceased twins, and they are normally cared for within the home, fig. 8 to 39. Here 7 small air Ihiji have been dressed in tiny garments and caps, fitted with necklaces of beads related to various deities and organizations, rubbed with cosmetics, placed on a mat, and covered against cool weather. A small dish of food and an orange have been placed before them. The Yoruba perceive twins as spirited, unpredictable, and fearless, much like their patron Orisha. Seen as spirit beings themselves with exceptional abilities, they bring affluence and well-being to those who respect them, and their lives are filled with sacred acts. Mothers of twins, even the most prosperous and dignified, must beg for their special offspring in public places, singing their praises and dancing with them. People who give them token gifts are blessed. Twins, however, have a high infant mortality rate. When a twin dies, its parents consult a hahalawo to learn what must be done to placate the spirit of the dead child, for neglect may cause a dead twin to tempt its surviving sibling to join it. The hahalawo normally advises the parents to procure an heir ibg of the same gender as the deceased twin, to serve as a dwelling place for its spirit. The mother attends to the heir ibg, handed with tender care to pacify the soul of the dead child and to ensure its benevolent presence. She bathes it and feeds it, clothes it, and applies cosmetic powders, oils, and indigo. When she begs and performs for the surviving twin, she carries the heir ibg and begs for it too. Event 8-40. Yoruba woman with an heir ibg figure to her deceased twin, Nigeria. When a surviving twin such as this woman dies, her heir ibg may be placed in a shrine to Shargo, or it may be taken over by a mother of twins, Ayubiji, who cares for twin figures who have lost their caretakers. Still another possibility is that heirs may sell the intriguing little figure to traders, and it will become an object for sale on the international art market. Ally, the surviving twin may assume custody of the figure, fig. 8-40, here an elderly woman poses with the carving representing her long-dead twin. Over the years, as she has accumulated objects showing her affiliation with various Orisha, she has provided her twin with similar objects. The blue and red beads and the white metal bracelets on the heir ibg match those she wears herself. Masks and masquerades. Perhaps the most thoroughly dynamic art form of the Yoruba are masquerades. As elsewhere in Africa, Yoruba masks are not created or perceived as static sculptural forms but as components of a larger, multimedia art of performance that includes costume, dance, music, poetry, and interaction with a participating crowd of onlookers. A variety of masks and masquerades aid Yoruba communities in communicating with the spirit world while they entertain the living. The most widespread masquerade is Egungun, found throughout Yorubaland. Many Yoruba associate Egungun with the veneration of ancestors, who are believed capable of helping the living community if they are properly honored. Some Igungun masquerades impersonate the spirit of the recently departed, returning to ensure that all is in order within the family prior to making the final journey to the spirit world. In other situations, the Igungun merely appears to entertain when ancestors are venerated. Igungun, like the ancestors they are associated with, are identified with specific families. They play a regulating role in the family and serve as a link between the living and the dead. There is an air of the sacred attached to the Igungun and to the rites and celebrations of which they are a part. They are prepared for action within a sacred grove. Prayers are said, Ifa is cast, and charms are attached to the body of the masker and placed within his costume. Donning the costume, the masker is depersonalized, ritually transformed into a human repository for the spirit of the returning ancestor. When he enters a state of possession, he speaks with the voice of the deceased. The categorization of Igungun varies throughout the Yoruba region, occasionally based on style, sometimes by seniority or status, and at other times by deportment. As with other art forms, styles and types of Igungun may be transferred from one area to another, allowing for the blending of styles. In fact, several styles may be seen side by side, even within a single community. The group of Igungun in figure 8 to 41 are from the southern Yoruba, in the Remo area. Like all Igungun from that region, they are fashioned of cloth. Costumes of brilliant patchwork panels trimmed in red move and flare, rise and fall, as the dancers whirl. Surmounting the head is a box-like construction covered with matching fabric. Such Igungun are intended to be beautiful to the eye. In some areas wooden face masks or headdresses top the masquerades, while tray-like forms embedded with charms and animal skulls complete others. Two types of Igungun appear in figure 8 to 42. To the right is a fabric Igungun of traditional type. Its costume is made of pieces of. The mother attends to the heir Ibji, handed with tender care to pacify the soul of the dead child and to ensure its benevolent presence. She bathes it and feeds it, clothes it, and applies cosmetic powders, oils, and indigo. When she begs and performs for the surviving twin, she carries the heir Ibji and begs for it too. Event 8-40. Yoruba woman with an heir Ibji figure to her deceased twin, Nigeria. When a surviving twin such as this woman dies, her heir Ibji may be placed in a shrine to Shargo, or it may be taken over by a mother of twins, Ayubiji, who cares for twin figures who have lost their caretakers. Still another possibility is that heirs may sell the intriguing little figure to traders, and it will become an object for sale on the international art market. Ally, the surviving twin may assume custody of the figure, Fig. 8-40, here an elderly woman poses with the carving representing her long-dead twin. Over the years, as she has accumulated objects showing her affiliation with various Orisha, she has provided her twin with similar objects. The blue and red beads and the white metal bracelets on the heir Ibji match those she wears herself. Masks and masquerades. Perhaps the most thoroughly dynamic art form of the Yoruba are masquerades. As elsewhere in Africa, Yoruba masks are not created or perceived as static sculptural forms but as components of a larger, multimedia art of performance that includes costume, dance, music, poetry, and interaction with a participating crowd of onlook. ERS. A variety of masks and masquerades aid Yoruba communities in communicating with the spirit world while they entertain the living. The most widespread masquerade is Igungun, found throughout Yorubaland. Many Yoruba associate Igungun with the veneration of ancestors, who are believed capable of helping the living community if they are properly honored. Some Igungun masquerades impersonate the spirit of the recently departed, returning to ensure that all is in order within the family prior to making the final journey to the spirit world. In other situations, the Igungun merely appears to entertain when ancestors are venerated. Igungun, like the ancestors they are associated with, are identified with specific families.
They play a regulating role in the family and serve as a link between the living and the dead. There is an air of the sacred attached to the Igangun and to the rites and celebrations of which they are a part. They are prepared for action within a sacred grove. Prayers are said, ifa is cast, and charms are attached to the body of the masker and placed within his costume. Donning the costume, the masker is depersonalized, ritually transformed into a human repository for the spirit of the returning ancestor. When he enters a state of possession, he speaks with the voice of the deceased. The categorization of Igangun varies throughout the Yoruba region, occasionally based on style, sometimes by seniority or status, and at other times by deportment. As with other art forms, styles and types of Igangun may be transferred from one area to another, allowing for the blending of styles. In fact, several styles may be seen side by side, even within a single community. The group of Igangun in figure 8 to 41 are from the southern Yoruba, in the Remo area. Like all Igangun from that region, they are fashioned of cloth. Costumes of brilliant patchwork panels trimmed in red move and flare, rise and fall, as the dancers whirl. Surmounting the head is a box-like construction covered with matching fabric. Such Igangun are intended to be beautiful to the eye. In some areas wooden face masks or headdresses top the masquerades, while tray-like forms embedded with charms and animal skulls complete others. Two types of Igangun appear in figure 8 to 42. To the right is a fabric Igangun of traditional type. Its costume is made of pieces of textile sewn in a dizzying assortment of colors. A crocheted rectangle of black and white bands covers the masker's face while still allowing him to see. The two carved wooden masks to its left parody a European couple. Dressed in contemporary clothing, they carry accoutrements associated with these strangers to the community: a large purse and watch for the woman, a ballpoint pen and a pad of paper for the man. These satirical Igangun do not wield a great deal of power but are there to add a note of levity to the festival. Their performance here began with the man kissing the woman on the cheek and T*high*K*H*FC. Asterisk JFMJJ*L*L ififil key mbh FC CUP pip B key dash asterisk WA HJ H/F RSI K RAY LYB LL MKLU B JMK H MRVL L HLHJHF H HB HJIH Therapy SB Jihu I 8 to 41. 4 Igangun masquerades, Nigeria 8 to 42. Textile Igangun masquerades, near Remo, southern Yorubaland, Nigeria. Pretending to write over her heart with the pen. Occasionally he feigned taking notes on the pad, for Europeans seem to write everything down. The couple waltzed slowly to frenetic drumming and then performed a get-down disco number, after which they mimed copulation. They were followed by Igangun representing a properly behaving Yoruba couple. The moral is that although Europeans are associated with literacy, they are too demonstrative in public and are promiscuous. Yoruba, by no means stodgy, at least know how to act appropriately in public. The Igangun masquerades in figure 8 to 43, from the far northeastern region of Yorubaland, are made entirely from shredded plant materials. Such fibers from the forest and other ritually meaningful materials such as feathers, shredded palm fronds, or other plants allude to the mystical and supernatural powers of the Igangun. 8 to 43 Fiber Igangun masquerades, northeastern Yorubaland, Nigeria. The behaviors 0/Igangun are as different as their forms. Some cavort passionately with the vigor of youth, while others move with the reserved stateliness of elders. Some move sympathetically with the throng of onlookers, while others threaten their watchers with canes, beating all who come too close. Attendants may hold them back and attempt to control their actions. Many Egungun serenade the crowd with a litany of their powers and their actions, some chant poetry, and others speak in throaty spirit languages. Some alter their shapes magically in the midst of the crowd, turning their outfits inside out to become some other creature. Whereas Egungun is manifested all over Yoruba country in one form or another, there are other masquerade types that are restricted to specific regions. Such is the case with the masquerades of the Gelid society, limited to the southwestern region of Yorubaland. Made up of both men and women and led by an elderly woman. The society organizes a lavish masquerade as an offering to our mothers. The aesthetic power of sculpture, dance, and song is intended to persuade our mothers to use their special powers for the good of the entire community, instead of wielding them destructively. During these festivities, an important singing masquerade named Oro-F emerges for a night-long presentation of songs, proverbs, praise poems, riddles, and jokes. Fig. 8-44, the Oro-F pictured here is typical. The performer's face is concealed by a veil that allows him to see. Atop his head sits a complex mask painted a cool white, with eyes, lips, and scarification patterns in contrasting colors. A multicolored, towering superstructure consists of a perplexing juxtaposition of curving, spiraling forms that allude to pythons and other animals, the crescent moon, a turban, a cutlass, and interlace motifs. Themes of aggressive action persist. Hoops beneath the costume and layers of cloth panels expand the size of Oro-F and magnify his physical appearance. Ornate embroidered and applique panels display an abundance of colorful motifs, and mirrors are set into the fabric to reflect light in the night performances. Oro-F, perceived as a male leader of the society and a servant of the mothers, imparts an image of physical and supernatural power, position, and spiritual authority. His songs include humor and sarcasm, but they are filled with vital power, ash. They act as an invocation, calling on the 8-44. Oro-F Masquerade. Nigeria. Yoruba. 8-45 Gelid Society Daytime Masquerades resting before performance, Ida in Town, Kiti Region, Nigeria. Yoruba. 1971 The widespread conviction that women, especially older women, control extraordinary powers, perhaps even greater than those of the gods and ancestors, is acknowledged in Yoruba songs that refer to them as the gods of society, and the owners of the world. Women hold the secret of life itself. They possess the knowledge and distinctive capacity to bring human life into being, and conversely they have the potential to remove life. With these powers, our mothers can be either beneficial or harmful. They can give vitality, prosperity, and productivity to the earth and its inhabitants, or they can bring cataclysm, disease, scarcity, and plague. Powers of our mothers. They teach precepts advocated by ancestors, gods, and the mothers through ridicule and condemning the actions of those who violate their objectives. The following afternoon, after a morning of rest, numerous masquerades appear in sequence. The youngest performers dance first, dressed in partial costumes and striving to equal their elders. Older children take their turn, followed by teenagers. Finally, master dancers appear as identically dressed pairs in an extensive cast that includes male and female characters as well as animal masks. All are played by men. In the example shown here, the beautifully carved masks are painted an astonishing blue. Fig. 8-45, the elaborately carved and painted headdresses represent the fancy head ties worn by women and give an appearance of stately height. The faces of the wearers are covered but not necessarily concealed by colorful scarves, providing the illusion of a long and graceful neck. The costumes are constructed of colorful applique cloths and vie with the costumes of other Gelid maskers for magnificence. Shown at rest here, the performers dance to an orchestra of drums, with iron rattles around their ankles repeating the complex rhythms as they compete for the admiration of the crowd. At last a single masquerade representing a deified female ancestor appears to reassure the crowd of her blessings.
The spectacle is over. The extended 2-day display has entertained the crowd, but more meaningfully it has pleased our mothers, who will now exercise their powers to bring success and goodness to the community. In the northeastern regions of Yorubaland, among the Igbomina and Akiti Yoruba, maskers celebrate social roles in celebrations referred to as EPA, Fig. 8-46, costumes of palm fronds cascade from the bottom of each brightly painted mask, and snail shell rattles encase the dancer's lower legs. The lower part of an EPA mask is a large, pot-shaped form with a minimally represented, abstracted human face. Considered to be the actual mask, it is associated with mystical powers. On top of the mask sits an exuberant superstructure, which represents the social role honored by the mask and draws praise from the crowds. Superstructures depict a range of subjects: a leopard pouncing on its prey, a warrior mounted on horseback and surrounded by a retinue of soldiers and praise singers, a herbalist priest, a hunter, a farmer, the king enveloped by his entourage, or the mother surrounded by her many offspring. With the orderly appearance of EPA masks in performance, the various social roles of farmer, hunter, soldier, priest, king, and mother are established, gender roles are acknowledged, and cultural achievement is celebrated. The superstructure over the EPA mask in Figure 8-47 is a sculptural tour de force. The work of Bamgbose, died c. 1920, one of the great carvers at the turn of the 20th century, it celebrates the mother of twins, Ayaheji. Bamgbose portrays the mother as a dignified woman holding a twin on each knee. Each twin touches the mother's breast with one hand and holds forth a tray for receiving gifts with the other, reminding us of the begging Ayaheji must perform. At the base, 4 female figures offer gifts to the Orisha who have given blessings to the mother. Such grand accumulations of images around a large central figure can be seen as visual praise poems in honor of the character, a celebration of the role played by that personage in the cultural organization. Dahomey. The neighbors of the Yoruba to the west are the Fon and other Aya peoples. While the Fon and Yoruba share a number of cultural characteristics, many are distinctly Fon. The Fon Kingdom of Dahomey was founded around 1600 in what is now the Benin Republic. By the 18th century the kingdom had become a leading regional power. King Gwezo, who ruled from 1818 to 1858, achieved economic and political freedom from the Yoruba nation of Oyo, to which Dahomey had paid tribute since the early 18th century. He also guided the transition from an economy based on the slave trade to one grounded in the selling of palm oil. Gwezo's son Gale, who reigned from 1858 to 1889, continued to maintain Dahomey's independence and attacked the Yoruba at every opportunity. Gale's son Bihanzin was imprisoned by the French conquerors of the region. In 1900 the French abolished the kingship, thus ending the line of kings who had dominated the area for some 300 years. 8-47 EPA Mask. Ariagun Bamgbose. 1930s wood and pigment, height 49 carat, 1.26 m. Toledo Museum of Art. Gift of Edward Drummond Libby. Royal arts. Like the Yoruba, the Fon used art to praise and reinforce royal authority and to address superhuman forces. Art forms and subject matter were largely determined by a divination process known as Fa, the Fon equivalent of the Yoruba Ifa. The ongoing use of divination and the reciprocal relationship of Fa, the god of divination, the Fon equivalent of the Yoruba god Orunmila, and Legba, the god of change, the Fon equivalent of the Yoruba god Eshu, shortened from his full name, Eshu Eligbara, work together to make change itself an important aspect of Fon life and art. Upon taking the crown, a Fon king was given a unique sign that had been divined for him. The sign was known as his Fa name or strong name. Verbal images drawn from the great body of oral literature surrounding that name were translated into art forms that enhanced the glory of the court and the magnificence of the palace. Artists in the royal city of Abomi were organized into palace guilds according to the medium in which they worked. Members of the Textile Workers Guild designed pavilions, canopies, umbrellas, and banners embellished with symbolic applique designs. Metal workers constructed images of deities and symbols of state in iron and brass and may have produced small ornamental figures and tableaus for the aesthetic pleasure of the elite. Wood carvers created metaphorical portraits of the king and symbolic sculpture based on their phonemes. The exterior walls of the palace were ornamented with painted clay reliefs that heralded the exploits of the king and referred to a pantheon of gods, many of them shared with the Yoruba. Fig. 8-48, the example here depicts a ram-headed figure with a double-headed axe issuing from its mouth, an image that portrays and honors the god of thunder, Hebioso. The two double-headed axe forms in the background of the piece are reminiscent of the dance wands used by the worshippers of the Yoruba thunder god Shango. Quasi-architectural forms made of fabric called attention to the members of the court and provided splendid backgrounds for festive occasions. The drawing in figure 8-49 depicts an event described by a visitor to Dahomey in 1849. In a setting of massive architecture, a pavilion of crimson fabric soared to a height of 40 feet, emblazoned with applique images of human heads, bulls' heads, skulls, and other motifs. From beneath it the king and dignitaries watched the proceedings as some 6,000 carriers processed through the market and back to the palace, each carrying some portion of the king's wealth to be displayed before the public. Numerous colorful umbrellas marked the places of chiefs and their entourages. 8-48 painted clay relief panel from the palace at Abomi, Republic of Benin. FON. Clay, pigment. Photograph 1964. I-8-49. Procession before the Royal Pavilion at Abomi. Illustration to Frederick Forbes, Dahomey and the Dahomans, 1851 8-50. Bosayo in honor of King Gale. Sosa Adid. Late 19th century. Wood, brass, silver, height 5/1.7 m. Musée d'Homme, Paris. Sculptural forms, beaux, were considered empowered objects in Dahomey. They were believed to work in conjunction with the energies of the gods, Vodun, to protect against evil, sorcery, illness, theft, and to provide power and success. Beaux took on various shapes. Those carved to represent a figural form are generically known as bosayo. Royal bosayo served to protect the king and to bolster his authority. A range of human and animal forms appear in bosayo. Some animals can be seen as representations of the kings themselves, for Dahomean kings were said to be able to transform themselves into a variety of powerful animals so as to spy on their enemies or flee problematic situations in battle. One of the best-known bosayo is a large anthropomorphic lion carved during the late 19th century by the artist Sosa Adid, Fig. 8-50, apparently this Hanman, which once carried a sword in each hand, was dragged on a cart into battle to create an image of royal fury and strength. As tall as a man, brandishing weapons in a dynamic pose, the sculpture embodies Gale's power, strength, and courage. Lions appear frequently in art used in Gale's court, on reliefs on the walls of the palace. In royal scepters, in wooden carvings sheathed in sheet brass or silver, in copper staffs used in memorial shrines, and in applique banners, pavilions, and umbrellas. They draw on such phrases as "no animal displays its anger like a lion" and "lion of lions," which are embedded in the poetry composed for his fa sign. Spiritually charged materials secreted within such royal bosayo were believed to empower it, rousing the figure and giving it the ability to walk around and to speak. When not being carried into battle, this sculpture was kept in a temple dedicated to Gu, the god of war, cognate with the Yoruba god Ogun, and displayed in magnificent processions during annual ceremonies commemorating the royal dead. One of the most striking works Agoji, Watch Out Above. The sculpt from Abomi is a magnificent face-size tour served to protect the king and his iron warriors striding forward on long, kingdom in time of war and unrest, sinewy legs and huge feet, Fig. 8-51, and its massive headdress of iron. Forged for Galay by the artist Akadi weapons and tools refers to Gu. Like Okpul Kendo, this Hoseo is known as the Lion Man figure. Agoji holds aloft at 8-51. Bosayo known as Agoji. Akadi Okpul Kendo. 1858-89 iron, height carat, a. 65 m. Musée d'Elhome, Paris. At the time it was taken by the French, the Bosayo had been transported by Delhi's troops to Wida, a coastal city, probably in anticipation of a run-in until the French. 8-52 banner in honor of King Galay, detail. Fon. Appliqué. Musée historique, a Bomi heroic sword, further recalling Gu and yet another phrase associated with Galay's faux signs, the audacious knife that gave birth to Gu. In response to this phrase, Galay received as another of his strong names Basagla, the name of a special type of sword that he chose as a visual symbol of his reign. Images of such swords are found in many reliefs, banners, and sculptural forms of Galay's court. To emphasize the connection between this Hoseo and the strong name it referred to, Galay commissioned the same Akadi Okpul Kendo to forge a group of gigantic swords to encircle this figure while it was displayed in the palace. The swords vividly evoked the role of vengeance in Galay's reign. Another Bosayo commissioned by Galay is known from drawings by European visitors and its depiction on textile banners that were used in the 8-53 Lion Bosayo in honor of King Galay. Alode Hontanji. Is height LLXL, 30 cm. Musée Dapper, Paris. Silver on wood. Figures. An asin made to honor the memory of Galay is crowned with an open-work cone of spoke-like supports, Fig. 8-54, pendant elements hang from the disc above, which serves as a platform for a complex and enigmatic figural grouping. A dog shaded by an umbrella stands on the back of a horse, at whose shoulder a small bat flies. The umbrella is a metaphorical reference to kingship. The dog alludes to Galay's sponsoring ancestor, whose patronage was arrived at through divination. The first syllable of one of 8-54 asin, memorial altar, to King Galay, detail. Tahozang B. Hontanji. Fon. 1894-1900 iron. Musée Historique, Abomey Court at Abomey, Fig. 8-52, known as Digsu, the Bosayo depicted a being with the head of a ram or buffalo, both are called Agho in Fon, and a human body. Digso invoked the Fon Thun. Der god Hevioso, who, like his counterpart the Yoruba god Shango, is associated closely with the ram. The Bosayo accompanied Galay's troops into battle, calling on Hevioso's power to speak through the thunderous blaze and blast of guns. Many royal Bosayo were carved of wood and covered with thin sheets of beaten brass or silver, Fig. 8-53, these were not taken to the battlefield but were displayed during annual rites for the new year and at other state events. This brass-sheathed Bosayo depicts a striding lion who opens his great mouth in a roar that reveals his sharp teeth, thus recalling a variation on Galay's strong name, the lion of lions grew teeth and fear arrived in the forest. It was carved for Galay by the artist Alode Hontanji during the last few years of the 19th century. Art and the spirit world. The Fon believe that the living and the dead remain closely linked. Spirits of the departed must be revered by their descendants in order to continue their lives serenely in the other world. In return, they protect the living and grant them access to a realm of higher powers. An art form that expresses this connection is the memorial altar, asin. Asin take the form of an iron staff topped with an inverted cone that supports a lid-like disc, which may in turn serve as a platform for cast and slash or beaten brass. The names of this ancestor is the same as the word dog. The word for horse alludes to the name of the quarter in which the ancestor lived. When the words for dog and horse are combined, they form the word for bat whose image thus becomes a double reference to the ancestral sponsor and the quarter of Abomey in which he lived.
Until 1900 almost all artists were in the employ of the royal court, and asen are said to have been used exclusively in abomi shrines honoring deceased members of the royal family. After the French abolished the court, however, wood carvers, metal workers, and textile artists sought new patrons for their work in the general populace and among foreigners. The precise meanings of many hitherto royal art forms were diluted as they became items of trade. Asen, however, not only continued to have ritual meaning, but they proliferated in response to the patronage of commoners, who had previously used plain iron objects to commemorate ancestors. The collection of asen shown here, Fig. 8-55, belongs to a single family. Each asen commemorates a deceased family member, and in theory every deceased family member is represented by an altar. Of families, asen are ranged in a one-room structure called a dihoho, which opens onto the central courtyard of their home. It is within the sacred space of the dihoho that communion between the living and the dead takes place. Offerings of water are poured to summon the spirits to listen to the living, sustenance is offered in alcoholic drinks, food, and the blood of sacrificed animals. The altars, too, serve as a sort of offering. Several styles of asen can be seen here. On some the supporting cone is formed of spoke-like elements, whereas in others it is rolled from a solid sheet of metal. Some discs support figures, while others do not. Pendants dangle from some of the rims, identifying the artist who made the altar. Like the figures atop royal asen, figures on asen for commoners are enigmatic and can generally be read several ways. In fact, the FON 8-55 interior of a FON dihoho, family shrine, with asen, altars, and bosayo figures, maintain that only the donor and the maker of the asen can fully interpret the mixture of messages on it. Some figures depict the deceased, accompanied occasionally by surviving family members. Other images may depict the fa sign or fa name of the deceased. Some motifs evoke values of FON culture through references to deities or allusions to proverbs and praise songs. Others, like the dog on the royal asen discussed earlier, are meant to be read as a rebus. Displayed among the asen here are several roughly carved bosayo. Unlike other forms that became available to commoners only after the abolition of the court and its patronage, bosayo had always been used by non-royals. Royal and common bosayo serve similar purposes, yet their aesthetic is markedly different. In FON culture, things that are considered attractive are ornamental, delicate, refined, decorative, dressed, and tidy. The bosayo of commoners contrast markedly with such ideals. Fig. 8-56, disorderly, rough, and incomplete, they seem to be concerned with an anti-aesthetic. Empowering materials, generally secreted inside royal bosayo, are here often attached outside, in full view. These materials, including metal, beads, bones, hide, rags, fur, feathers, and blood, are selected for their physical and symbolic potency. Likewise, the techniques of knotting, binding, and tying used in their manufacture provide both actual and metaphysical strength. Materials and techniques are deliberately revealed to make the object visually powerful, shocking, and astonishing. The grotesqueness and ugliness of such bosayo are part of their strength. Among the FON as among the Yoruba, divination and the gods associated with it have inspired a variety of art forms. A beautiful divination board collected as early as the mid-17th century in the Aya kingdom of Alida is among the oldest of African objects in European collections. Fig. 8-57, with its flat, plate-like surface surrounded by a raised border, it is similar to boards used today in Yoruba Ife, compare Fig. 8-26, the carving of the many motifs, however, and 8-56. Bosayo for a commoner. FON. 19th to 20th century. Wood, bones, shells, fiber, height I5, 38 cm. Brooklyn Museum, New York 8-57. Divination tray.
Ia or FON. Before 1659. Wood, Li AX2A, 34.7 x cm. Wickman Collection, Ulmer Museum, Ulm. Especially of the human forms, is more reminiscent of the work of the UN Akan peoples to the west. The unknown artist of the board has used both symmetrical and axial balance in the service of a system of ideas. The board is symmetrical in its major forms, a circle centered within a rectangle. The stylized face carved at the center of the upper border depicts Legba, the FON equivalent of the Yoruba Eshu, the trickster messenger god. As in Yoruba iconography, small medicine gourds top Legba's head, in reference to his powers. The face of Legba is symmetrical, as are the vertical chains of cowrie shells at the center of the lower border opposite. The remaining border motifs, however, do not mirror each other exactly across the vertical axis, but rather provide interesting variations on either side, seemingly rotating them around the central point. Broadly carved animals, birds, and various accoutrements are all crowded together. This radial approach to symmetry brings opposing and dissimilar objects into equilibrium in a way that may be parallel to the way the dissimilar gods Fa and Legba work together in the lives of the FON. Zigzag patterns decorate details of most of the images on the board, helping to unify the disparate motifs. The attention to detail and the beauty of the harmonious design suggest that this object was carved by a professional artist who was likely employed by the court. In contrast, an earthen figure representing Legba has been created with less evident care lavished on its surface. Fig. 8-58, seated in a palm leaf shrine, it seems to have been made more directly, almost crudely. In FON thought, the strong object does not have to be beautiful or even attractive in order to work effectively. In fact, many forms used by the FON show a type of roughness and inelegance that suggests the raw power associated with the work of the spirits they are made for. 8-58 Palm leaf shrine with earthen figure of Legba, Abomi. Late 19th century modern arts. The late 19th century is seen by some as a time when the political, cultural, and artistic underpinnings of Yoruba and FON culture were crumbling in the face of European colonial presence and the drastic changes it brought about in Africa. It is true that numerous art forms declined in importance or ceased to be made at this time. In many ways, however, the period was also one of redirection and renewal, a time for exploring new possibilities. In Dahomey, we have seen, artists who had been tied to the palace found new markets and modified their products for new patrons. Yoruba artists also found new patrons and markets. Wood carvers, for example, accepted commissions for works destined for Christian churches and governmental buildings. In addition, new materials and techniques introduced through contact with European culture enabled new art forms and styles. Brazilian architecture. Toward the end of the slave trade, great numbers of Yoruba were taken to the Caribbean and South America to work in the sugar industry. In Brazil and Cuba they became a dominant force in the local African cultures that developed. As slaves gained their independence, many Yoruba returned to Sierra Leone and Nigeria. The architect-cultural ideas they brought back with them changed the urban landscape in West Africa. Yoruba taken to Brazil were both one Orisha worshippers and Muslim. Many during their time in the New World adopted Christianity. During the 1890s a Muslim repatriate, Muhammad. 8-59 Central Mosque, Lagos, Nigeria. João Baptista da Costa. 1908-1913, destroyed 1980, commercial buildings and homes were also constructed in the new style. The Ajivan House in Wida, Benin, was constructed in 1922, Fig. 8-60. Polygonal towers flank the recessed central section of the facade, providing a sense of movement. The entrance is marked by a grouping of 3 posts, repeated on the second level by pilasters. Immediately above, a projection with relief ornamentation carries the name of the house and the year of its construction. Built of brick, the House was plastered and painted with whitewash colored with ochre. Relief patterns decorate the pilasters, and balustrades fill the spaces between the pilasters and below the windows on both levels. A fence of posts and wrought iron sets the house off from the street. Ajavan House is purposefully theatrical and ostentatious, an expression of the wealth of its owners. Such buildings were not used simply as dwellings, but were actually places of Shida commissioned 2 mosques in Lagos. The work was entrusted to a Yoruba-Brazilian Catholic architect, João Baptista da Costa. Until its destruction in 1980. The Central Mosque, the second of Bey's commissions, stood as a splendid example of the new Brazilian style, Fig. 8-59, here da Costa drew on the architectural vocabulary of the Portuguese Baroque colonial churches and administrative buildings he had known in Brazil. The ornate and dynamic style, with its arches, pilasters, curves, and volutes, reaches ultimately back to 17th century Europe, and its appearance in Africa marks the second time it crossed the Atlantic. 8-60 Ajavan House, Wida, Benin. 1922. Business. Shops opened off the veranda at street level. The domestic portion of the building was in the story above and to the rear, around an open courtyard, recalling the Yoruba architectural tradition of verandas surrounding an open space. As the Brazilian style caught on along the west coast of Africa and moved inland, creative variations filtered from it into vernacular architecture. In the modern portion of the palace at Ado-Ekiti, in northern Yoruba country, a grand staircase calls attention to an entrance, Fig. 8-61. Most noticeable is the symmetrical gateway at the top of the stairs. Here a cement openwork form is decorated. 8-61. Exterior of the palace at Ado-Ekiti, Nigeria. Photograph I-960, FX with 2 heraldic lions above a group of 3 figures. The walkway along the upper level is protected by a balustrade in which the balusters have been replaced by ornamental cement latticework and a rising sun. Traditional Baroque balusters support the staircase railing, while another cement openwork design takes their place on the small projecting balcony at the landing. Yoruba popular architecture quickly made use of such openwork inspired by Brazilian prototypes, especially in balcony railings. In many instances, abstract architectural designs gave way to figural forms and words. For example, the cost of construction might serve as a motif in a building's decorative openwork. Movements in Oshogbo. 2 of the best-known cultural explosions in Yorubaland was centered in the city of Oshogbo, where 2 groups of artists began working in the 1960s, both inspired by expatriates from Europe. One group crystallized around Suzanne Wenger, born 1915, an Austrian artist who became a priestess of the god Obatala and a senior member of Ogboni. When Wenger arrived in Oshogbo in 1958, she involved herself in reconstructing and refurbishing Yoruba shrines collaboratively with several artists who developed under her leadership. A second group centered around an organization called Mbarimbeo, grew from the theater company of the Nigerian playwright Duro Ladipo. Uli Beer, born 1922, a German professor of literature who was married to Wenger at the time of their arrival in Nigeria, was a leading force in the organization. In both groups, artistic v. If 8-62. Relief wall around Oyabo Oshun shrine showing Ogu-en, god of iron and war. Adabizi aka Nji. 1960s cement work took on an interdisciplinary focus as writers, playwrights, actors, musicians, and visual artists combined their skills in an atmosphere of excitement and innovation. In an effort to preserve the shrine of the goddess Oshun, Wenger re-erected the wall that marked the sacred precinct. Carpenters and bricklayers working for her added their own personal creative efforts in the forms of reliefs and carved posts. Adabizi Akanji, born 1930s, started as a bricklayer on the project, and although a Muslim, he was inspired to add his own relief touches to the wall. Fig. 8-62, here,
An expressively formed fence is the ground for an equally lively representation of Ogun, god of war, on horseback with his gun in hand. Akinji was inspired during this period to respond to a competition sponsored by Uli Beer to design an open-work balcony in the Brazilian style, which Beer was hoping to revive. Successful in the competition, Akinji went on to become a master of sculptural screen work for balustrades and balconies. He expanded the form to create entire open-work walls, and his works were installed in such prestigious locations as the Palace at Otun, the University of Ibadan, and the Nigerian Embassy in Washington, D.C. Georgina Betts, born 1938, an artist who had been working in Zaria to the north, came to Oshogbo and married Beer. Together, they organized workshops led by Georgina Beer herself or by visiting artists such as the Dutch artist R.U. van Rossum and the Americans Dennis Williams and Jacob Lawrence. A number of well-known Oshogbo artists developed from this workshop, including Murena, Oyelami, Adebisi Fabunmi, Twin 77, Rufus Ogundel, Jacob Afolabi, and Jima Baremo. Baremo, born 1943, started out as an electrician, developing the lighting system for Duro Latipo's National Theatre. After he took part in a 1964 workshop led by Georgina Beer, Baremo began to draw and paint. He eventually developed a type of bead painting technique by attaching stings of beads to the canvas or hardboard and eventually poured loose beads into epoxy adhesive on the painting surfaces. A Hadala and the Devil is typical of Baremo's work, Fig. 8-63, the surface is alive with brilliant areas of color and the texture of the beads. Although it is not directly related, the technique recalls the tradition of beadwork on the cloaks and crowns of Yoruba royalty. Like artists working in both groups in Oshogbo, Baremo's sources include Yoruba mythology, Christian and Muslim stories and events, daily life in Nigeria, and Yoruba stories and proverbs. Yoruba women have long practiced a form of resist dyeing called attire, Fig. 8-64, in attire, the design is painted onto the fabric using a starchy paste made from the cassava yam. The 8-63 Obatala and the Devil. Jima Baremo. 1970s beads and oil on hardboard, 3711x25/96x65 cm. Center of African Migration Studies, University of Bremen. Fabric is then dyed in a bath of indigo made of the leaves of a forest vine. The yam paste repels the dye, leaving the design in white against an indigo background. The pattern here is a traditional design called Olokan, after the sea goddess. Such attire patterns have been passed from mother to daughter, as have the techniques of stenciling, painting, and tying used to create them. Drawing on a heritage of textile arts in both weaving and dyeing, Oshogbo artists, both men and women, experimented with fabric and dye techniques. A later Oshogbo group artist, the textile artist Nike Davy Zokande, born 1951, learned textile arts and related skills from her family. Her great-grandmother, the Iyadol, or head of the women in her hometown, practiced weaving as well as attire dyeing with indigo. Her father, a traditional musician, was a basket weaver and leather worker. Davy Zokande was also among the many who worked in the theater and art groups in Oshogbo. Inspired by Georgina Beer's workshops of the 1960s, Davy Zokande later established the Nike Center for Arts and Culture in Oshogbo in order to create jobs for young Nigerians and to encourage Nigerian women into the arts. In her own attire and batik work, Davy Zokande often includes a moral lesson, warning against the intentions of ill-willed persons or suggesting that the poor can be rich. Yoruba stories provide a wealth of subject matter. Although Davy Zokande was raised a Catholic, she often refers to Yoruba Orisha. Many of her batiks present Oshun, Orisha of the Oshun River, Fig. 8-65, in this 8-64 on ERE cloth. Yoruba. 20th century. Cotton and indigo, width 5 feet 9 inches, 1.75 m. The British Museum,
London 8-65. OS High-End Goddess. Nike Davy Zokande. Batik Wall Hanging. Nike Center for Art and Culture, Oshogbo. Work. The focus of attention is centered on the sacrifice to the river goddess balanced on the head of a woman. To the far left, a priest rings bells for the Orisha, while drummers on either side of the carrier beat rhythms for the goddess, who appears as an apparition over the drummer on the right. The ONA Group, founded in Ile-Ife in 1989, the ONA Group unites a number of university-trained artists. Fully aware of Western artists and Western traditions of art making, they grapple with the issues raised by the transformation of their society, which is in the process of recreating itself in response to its cultural roots, the colonial experience, and modern international urbanism. Their art consciously challenges ideas about modernism, about being African, about being modern artists in Africa. The founder of the group is Moyosor Okidiji, born 1956, then a professor of art at Obafemi Awolowo University. Holder of undergraduate and graduate degrees in art and a Ph.D. in art history, Okidiji works primarily as a painter. To establish links between this practice and his own cultural heritage, he has made an intensive study of the images painted on the walls of shrines by women. Yoruba shrine paintings are rare today, and little has been recorded about them. Okidiji visits shrines that his grandmother helped to paint and observed the painting techniques. One of the problems Okidiji assigned himself was to come to grips with the color palette used by Yoruba shrine artists. Following their lead, he learned to work with the natural colors that are present in the environment or available in the local. 8-66 Open Work Frieze, Obafemi Awolowo University, Ife, Nigeria. Agbo Folarin. Aluminum markets of Yorubaland. He mixes them with commercial binders for greater permanency. For Okidiji, the use of a Yoruba natural palette is a political statement, a conscious rejection of dependence on supplies from former colonial sources. In the process, he ties himself more closely to the earth and its products. Okidiji used such pigments, which he calls terrachrome, in the large painting entitled Arrow, Fig. 8-67, the work raises issues that have to do with Yoruba ethnicity, but it also goes beyond such local concerns. The word arrow means propitiation. The central image is the giant snail, which is used in all rituals of purification in Yoruba culture. Ceremonial objects are washed with snail liquid at the beginning of each year to cleanse them of all evil and malevolent powers to which they may have been exposed. Most Yoruba medicinal preparations include the liquid for its prophylactic and therapeutic qualities. The awe with which the snail is regarded as a magical creature is exemplified in the saying, "With neither arm nor leg, the snail patiently climbs even the tallest of trees." The metaphor alludes to the 8-67 Arrow Moyosor Okidiji. Terrachrome on canvas, 52x5 IO, 1.8x 1.78 m. Collection of the artist way disadvantaged people challenge and even surmount the most difficult problems. Around the snail are images from the everyday lives of Africans, including some introduced and adopted following the colonial encounter, such as cars and bicycles. The painting suggests that the snail, as a purifying agent, cleans Africa of the impurities and maladies resulting from colonial contact and contamination. Another Ile-Ife artist is Agbo Folarin, born 1936. Like many Nigerian artists, Folarin's experience in the arts is inclusive. Holder of graduate degrees in both fine arts and architecture, he has also designed sets and costumes for films, Olympic Games performances, and theatrical productions. In the tradition of such Yoruba masters as Olo of Ise, and like the Oshogbo school artist Akanji, Folarin produces sculptural works that become part of an architectural structure. He creates shapes in fiberglass, aluminum, steel, or copper, riveting or welding them together. Folarin constructed a large-scale, riveted aluminum screen for a former sports building at Obafemi Awolowo University, where he teaches. Fig. 866, a parade of figures involved in student protest, soccer, netball, calisthenics, and weight training recall figural compositions on door panels created by Yoruba masters of the past. Although the subject is modern and the techniques are foreign, Folarin is able to create an art that melds the Yoruba past and present together. M9 The Lower Niger 9-1. Ikengobo, Personal Altar. Benin. I8th century. Brass, height 18, 45.7 cm. The British Museum, London. The lower reaches of the Great Niger River embrace diverse cultures as well as varied topographical and ecological features. The lowlands and mangrove swamps of the Delta region, where the river fans into the Gulf of Guinea, are home to the Aja peoples. Immediately northward, in a region of tropical rainforest now largely cleared for farming, live various Edo, Igbo, and Ibibio groups. Further north the forest shades into hilly grasslands, home to still other Edo peoples and to the Igala and the Idoma. The notable artistic diversity of the area, however, appears to stem less from environmental factors than from social and political institutions and historical experiences. Lower Niger societies range in structure from the egalitarian, largely chiefless communities of the Igbo to the hierarchical, centralized Edo Kingdom of Benin, an important regional power that received European envoys from the late 15th century onward. The Aja, too, have traded with Europeans for most of their known history. A fishing people, their society is organized into trading houses, also called canoe houses, whose leaders are quite powerful. Fewer European influences were evident in the northern grasslands until recently. Their Edo and Idoma farmers are grouped in chieftain size, while the Igala form a kingdom that was in contact with, and at times a vassal to, Benin. Igbo UKWU The earliest art yet discovered in the lower Niger region comes from an archaeological site in the heart of Igbo territory named Igbo Yukuyu, after a nearby village group. Excavations at a single-family compound there have uncovered a rich burial, a shrine-like cache of prestige goods, and a refuse pit with additional artifacts. The objects form an extraordinary corpus of copper alloy, mostly leaded bronze, sculpture and decorated pottery in a refined, meticulous style that has no parallel elsewhere in tropical Africa. On the evidence of several radiocarbon samples, the finds date to the 10th century AD, making them the oldest known firmly dated copper alloy castings south of the Sahara. The earliest castings from the inland Niger Delta were also produced around this time, see Chapter 4, and that region may have been the source of the Igbo Yukuyu casting technology. Archaeological evidence combined with recent ethnographic work indicates that these superb works were associated with an early specialized clan of ritual leaders, the Nri, an Igbo people whose direct descendants still live in the same area. The Nri today continue to perform some of the rituals that they apparently did during the 10th century. They also pay allegiance to a king, or Is, who was probably then, as he is now, more a ritual leader than a political one. A painting by archaeologists reconstructs the probable original appearance of the burial uncovered at Igbo Yukuyu, Fig. 9-2, the deceased was seated upright. If he was not the king of the Nri peoples, he must have been a very high official, judging from the sumptuous regalia he wore and the fine artifacts that accompanied him. His feet were raised on an elephant tusk, and another lay nearby. Cast and hammered copper alloy ornaments adorned him or were placed nearby, including a fan-like object and a headdress, both probably once decorated with eagle feathers. The burial contained more than 100,000 beads, many of which had been imported from beyond Africa. Considered valuable, beads often serve as a form of currency in Africa, and such a vast accumulation suggests that 10th century Nri peoples were very 9-2. Burial chamber at Igbo Yukuyu, showing workers sealing the tomb. Reconstruction painting by Caroline Sassoon. 9-3 Staff finial or fly whisk handle. Igbo UKWU, Nigeria. 9th IOTH century AD. Leaded bronze, height 6 K, / 15.7 cm. National Museum, Lagos wealthy. Clearly they were engaged in long-distance trade. One small casting found with the burial implies both travel and trade, Fig. 9-3, depicting an equestrian figure, it served as either a fly-whisk handle or a staff finial. Horses still are prestige animals associated with leaders and title-taking among the Igbo and their northern neighbors, the Igala, who are related to the Nri. In recent centuries, and probably earlier, all horses were imported, as sleeping sickness precluded a long life for them in the forest zone. The rider's face displays scarification patterns called ichi, which are still linked with both titles and the Nri people. In all likelihood, then, the horseman represents an early Igbo leader. The rendering of the mount, which may be a mule or donkey, is schematic, as if the wax model had been composed of many small rope-like and chevron units. The rider's body too is simplified, and his head is disproportionately large. The skillful handling of detail is remarkable on so small a casting. The Igbo Yakuyu shrine or repository, seen in a second reconstruction painting, Fig. 9-4, yielded dozens of items, including containers, staffs and ornaments, jewelry and regalia, and finely decorated pottery. Among its treasures, visible in the back right of the drawing, was a hollow cylindrical stand depicting a pair of human figures. Amidst open-work arabesques, Fig. 9-5, one of the figures has facial scars like those of the horseman. This elegant stand was probably used to raise a ritual vessel off the ground. The couple may recall Nri creation legends about the first male and female, children of the first legendary king. The king was ordered by God to scarify his children's faces, then to decapitate them and bury their heads as if planting a garden. The I-9-4 display of objects as found within an Igbo Yakuyu shrine-like chamber. Reconstruction painting by Caroline Sassoon 1.F12L.IKX_J. Planted heads later grew to be the first yams. Thus the technology of agriculture was invented along with yams, the most important Igbo prestige crop. Yam medicines are still prepared by Nri ritualists. The same creation legends relate that Nri people were given the right to confer ichi facial scars, grant titles, and purify the community. While ichi have recently fallen out of favor, contemporary Nri Igbo still grant titles and ritually purify communities. Another particularly fine although puzzling Igbo Yakuyu find depicts a pair of joined eggs with a bird attached on top of and between them, an image that can also be read as male genitalia, Fig. 9-6, a number of flies are cast on the eggs and other parts, and 11 bead decorated chains ending in small bells are attached to the base. The virtuosity and delicacy of this casting would be an accomplishment in any period, but it is particularly remarkable at such an early date. Eggs commonly appear as fertility symbols in Igbo and other West African rituals, and although the meaning of this particular object remains uncertain, a plausible interpretation is that the egg/bird/genitalia motif symbolize human, and perhaps animal, fertility and productivity. The sculpture is also a visual dash, *r*, pun, and no doubt *f***p*** channel 1. It was probably used in rituals of increase of the sort more recent Nri kings are known to have conducted. 9-5 altar stand, 2 views. Igbo Yakuyu, Nigeria, 9th century AD. Bronze, height low, 27.4 cm. National Museum, Lagos. The 2 human figures stand in an open-work cylinder depicting delicate, curvilinear tendrils, perhaps stylized yam vines and snakes that grasp frogs in their mouths. It is tempting to associate the amphibians with the putative powers of the Nri king to cause or prevent swarms of harmful insects, birds, and snakes, as well as to stimulate the fertility of plants and animals. Oral traditions report these as ancient Nri powers. 9-6 double egg with pendant bells and beads. Igbo Yakuyu, Nigeria. 9th century AD. Leaded bronze, Height 8/21.6 cm, overall. National Museum, Lagos. Also found at Igboukwu was a hollow casting in the form of a shell with an integral pedestal supporting a stylized leopard, Fig. 9-7, this was probably a ritual drinking vessel. Leopards and elephants are among the continent's most pervasive, recurrent, 9-7. Vessel in the form of a shell. Igboukwu, Nigeria. 9th IOTH century AD. Leaded bronze, length 8%, 20.6 cm. National Museum, Lagos. The delicacy of Igboukwu style is evident here. Dots, chevrons, concentric circles, and lozenges appear in rectilinear zones defined by thread-like lines in low relief. Two other cast metal shell containers from the repository have similar fine unit, zoned decoration, but no leopards. One features small flies, crickets, and snakes with frogs in their mouths. Insects and amphibians are found as well in several other Igboukwu works, and may have been used in rituals addressing the fertility and productivity of nature and humankind. And important symbols of authority and power. A casting depicting a leopard skull was also unearthed near the buried leader, see Fig. 9-2. Small pendants depicting leopard, elephant, ram, and human heads were among other regalia unearthed. These leopards and elephants undoubtedly tie in with NRI spiritual leadership and with the Pruk. Ties of title taking. Recent and contemporary Igbo arts. Many of the ideas, motifs, and probable rituals that originated at Igboukwu 1,000 years ago have persisted into 20th century Igbo art and life. The Igbo today constitute a large, diverse group of agricultural, trading, and professional peoples living in contiguous territory just north of the Niger Delta. Though linguistically related, the Igbo, in earlier publications, were not otherwise unified until grouped together by British colonial officers after the turn of the century. Egalitarian and individualistic, they strongly resisted pacification and domination by the British. Various Igbo groups have long histories of warfare against both outsiders and each other. Much of Igbo land, too, is heavily populated, and in the past this caused some groups to expand outward, taking over the lands of their neighbors. In pre-colonial times, then, the Igbo were an aggressive, expansionist people receptive to change, qualities that translate today into the dynamism and progressivism evident in their embrace of Western education and enthusiastic entry into the market economy. Igbo political structures vary considerably from one area to another. A cluster of villages claiming common ancestry is nearly everywhere the largest political unit. Most of Igbo land has never embraced centralized political authority, or even the idea of a single ruler, preferring to vest political power in councils of elders and titled men. The oldest, core area of Igbo land, which includes the Igboukwu village group, usually bestows the title king, not on one person alone, but on several who earn the highest title in a society called Ozo. A few regions, however, have long had chiefs, and a few towns, such as Onitsha and Ogida, have chiefs and kings modeled in part on those of the Kingdom of Benin. Even in these areas, though, people normally distrust any individual who gathers very much power. Igbo art similarly retain a regional character, for apart from personal shrines, most Igbo art is associated with institutions rather than individuals. Art forms are commissioned mainly by members of title societies, by members of religious groups for their shrines and compounds, and by masquerading organizations. Title arts Igbo men and, to a lesser extent, women seeking stature and prestige join graded title societies. These societies are hierarchical in nature, and only a few individuals will reach the 9-9. Members in procession wearing yukara cloth, Igbo region, Nigeria, IC 9-8. Igbo man with title insignia, Ogida, Nigeria. 1983. The man shown here, a chief in the Benin-influenced town of Ogida, near the Niger, wears and holds insignia typical of high titles of the central region, an elephant tusk trumpet, leopard teeth on a necklace, eagle feathers in his knit cap, and a distinctive garment. Highest levels in any one community. Visual forms are prerogatives of most ranks, and a person's status is therefore evident from his or her dress, personal adornment, and possessions. The styles and some of the object types are different from those found at Igbo Ukiyo, but the practice of visually setting off titled individuals remains the same. Titled men and women possess such art objects as stools, staffs, elephant tusk trumpets, leather fans, and flywhisks, which are carried on ceremonial occasions. Fig. 9-8, they wear distinctive garments, eagle feathers, and jewelry made from elephant tusks and leopard teeth. Until recently they wore ichi, the facial scarification patterns that appear on faces depicted in Igbo Ukiyo arts. In most areas, the architecture and decoration of domestic compounds continues to be an indication of status. In Igbo land to the east, toward the Cross River, there exists a different form of title society called Ekp, or Ngbi. Ekp means leopard, and graded men's leopard societies are found among a number of Igbo and other ethnic groups living near the Cross River, where at least in earlier times they constituted the government of their communities. See Chapter 10. Nearly all freeborn men of this eastern Igbo region join Ekp. As in the Ozo society in central Igbo land, grade and status levels of Ekp are marked by art objects and varied sorts of privileges. Among Ekp's most distinctive insignia is indigo and white yukara cloth, worn here by a procession of ranking members. Fig. 9-9, yukara are designed by male Ekp members, then sewn and dyed by women, whose remarkably precise and detailed work embraces representational motifs, cryptic ideographs called ensabidi, see Fig. 10-5, and geometric designs. Most are secret Ekp emblems. Celebratory dress for both men and women also includes cursive indigo patterns called uli, which are I9-10. Ozo title holder and his wife, Mbala Igwe, Nigeria. 1983//////9-11. Igbo Uli patterns. Drawing after Willis Yen L/Uli patterns may be abstract and non-representational, but many are also named by their female painters. Named patterns here are, A. Kite's wing, B. Cloth, C. Lizard, D. Head of kola nut, E. Lightning/thunder. Painted on visible parts of the body. In figure 9-10 they are worn by a man and his wife on the day he achieved his high Ozo title. Uli designs are painted by women, who also paint similar and other motifs in earth colors on the walls of domestic compounds and shrines. Both body and wall patterns are named for various natural and crafted objects in the local environment, and while the designs are rarely overtly symbolic, a full catalogue of them includes many things of value, and the extensive corpus of named patterns thus reveals aspects of the Igbo worldview. Fig. 9-11. Until recently the walls of both domestic and deity compounds were also often painted by women using colored earth pigments. Fig. 9-12, sometimes, as in this wall, simplified representational images were included along with abstract motifs, a pair of lizards, a coiled python, a humanoid form. This wall was decorated by a team of women, each of whom painted one or more rectangular section. The entire surface is unified by the rhythmically repeated sections, the 4 repeated colors, and the uniform speckling of many larger surfaces. By the 1980s and 90s, both wall and body painting were deemed old-fashioned and were abandoned. It is with a certain irony, then, that uli and other body and wall patterns have been making a strong 9-12. Exterior compound walls, Igbandana Nri, Nigeria. Igbo. Photograph 1983. Appearance in the recent work of a small group of artists based in the town of Nsukka, site of the University of Nigeria. Representative of this group is the work of Abiora Udichikwiyo, born 1946. In his painting Our Journey, Fig. 9-13, Udichikwu uses the common Igbo motif of a python, shown both stretched out, as if on a journey, and coiled, as if at home. The coiled snake evokes a common proverb, circular is the snake's path, which refers to the cyclical, repetitive aspects of life. The stretched out body symbolizes the road of life. Showing faintly through the python's yellow wash are finely drawn scenes of PEO, PLE and events on this road. At the center of the large, three-part canvas are two four-pointed black uli motifs called head of kola. The motif depicts the four-lobed kola nut, which is considered auspicious when shared at hospitality ceremonies. Other motifs present in this work include both curvilinear body patterns and more rectilinear patterns of the sort carved on the wooden portals of titled men's houses. Until the 1970s, the compound portals of men of high title in the central region featured finely painted mural decoration as well as carved and painted doors and side panels, Fig. 9-14, as in this example, doors and panels were carved with largely geometric patterns, usually rectilinear, comprised of closely spaced grooves in shallow relief in clay or wood. This technique or style in wood is called chip carving, and its hard-edged, tight geometric character contrasts with the looping, cursive quality of women's designs on wall and body surfaces. Motifs visible on this portal appear in Udichikwu S 9-13. Our Journey. Abayora Udichikwu. 1993 acrylic and ink on 4 panels of canvas, GSY, X21, 2x6.4 m. Collection of the artist 9-14. Portal to the compound of a titled Igbo man, Nakwe, near Onitsha, Nigeria. Photograph IQ 66. Inside the compound, a lofty thatched roof marked the meeting house, where the man's title regalia and personal shrines were stored. Such architectural elements have been replaced in recent decades, however, by huge wrought iron gates with fancy decorations and, inside, a palatial reinforced concrete or cement block house. Yet the principles of making status visible remain the same, even when the materials and styles change. Shrines and shrine figures. Men in many Igbo regions sacrifice to personal altars, see shared themes in Lower Niger Arts, page 296. The most artistically impressive Igbo altars, however, are those that were erected until recently within shrines for deities worshipped either by entire communities or by large segments of them. See Aspects of African Culture, Shrines and Altars, page 283. In the central Igbo area, such shrines were little different from the embellished compounds of titled men, although their portals were sometimes more elaborate. Fig. 9-15, the shrine portal shown here has side panels carved in low relief and painted with bold geometric patterns, yellow and white on black. 2 carved posts flank the entry, and across the top is an open-work panel called Eyes of Spirits, which signals the presence of a shrine within and aids the portal in protecting the contents of the compound. Facing and visible to the profane outside world, the panel warns passers-by of the powers beyond the threshold. Implied, as people pass beneath, is the process of spiritual and moral cleansing advisable for those who approach 9-15. Portal to an Igbo Shrine Compound, NNOKWA, Nigeria. Photograph 1966 9-16. Igbo Shrine Altar with Sculpture, Obayuk, Nigeria. Photograph 1983 Powerful Deities. Similar open-work panels serving the same purpose formerly appeared on the facade of a titled man's meeting house, facing the compound entrance. Within such walled enclosures are one or several buildings dedicated to the deities considered to be dwelling there, and inside one of them, a shrine or altar containing from a few to upward of 20 sculpted figures, images of the gods and their children. Fig. 9-16, the more figures, the more wealthy and powerful the main deity and shrine. Some such gods are well known, often as oracles, far beyond the village group where they are located. The village group shrine illustrated here houses about a dozen carvings,
including personal altars for the two senior male deities and a four-headed image called Izumju, completeness, representing the 4 days of the Igbo week and their markets, the 4 directions, and the auspicious, complete number 4 so prevalent in Igbo ritual. There are also power bundles of protective materials and interior of a Fondihaho, see figure 8 to 55, aspects of African culture. Shrines and altars. Shrines and altars are specially constructed sites of ritual objects and activity. They promote communication between humans and their gods, radiating spiritual energy from the earthly realm to worlds beyond. A charm worn on the body, for example, is a small altar whose single message, usually about personal welfare, beams constantly outward. Figural sculptures are often altars, as are power images such as those of the Fon and Bamana of West Africa and the Congo of Congo, which assemble diverse materials. All shrines and altars are instrumental, they exist to accomplish something, to offer a charged site from which petitions and sacrifices are channeled to ancestors, spirits, and deities on behalf of people needing help. Altars and shrines range from small portable objects to entire buildings full of sacred materials. Small altars such as figural sculptures among the Igbo and Bal may be invoked for personal or family benefit. Many shrines maintained by lineages focus on ancestors, both those who have actually lived and died and founding ancestors whose historical existence may or may not be factual, but whose moral force is unquestioned. Ancestral shrines contain symbol stones, ceramic vessels, trees, figures, or accumulations which focus ritual and often involve sacrifice. Larger, composite shrines serve entire communities and incorporate specific and general powers. The gods in such shrines are often called tutelari, meaning protective. They are often associated with various aspects of the natural world, local rivers or forests, the earth, the sky, thunder, iron, or other phenomena, and watch over human and agricultural productivity and the people's health and welfare. Consecration rituals bring community shrines into worshippers' lives, and rituals again activate their powers when worshippers need them. These rituals are generally overseen by a permanent priest or priestess who is believed to have close ties with the god and has been trained in its needs and actions. Such rituals normally involve sacrifice, from an offering of coins or a splash of wine to blood from a ritually killed animal. Sacrificial blood is seen as food for the god. The rest of the animal is suitable only for mere mortals, and is later divided ceremoniously and shared out among worshippers to be eaten. A self-conscious, artistic arrangement of furnishings is common, although many shrines have what appear to outsiders to be disorderly arrangements. Large accumulations of offerings such as chalk, broken pottery, or metal blades are common. Blood and chicken feathers are the most usual sacrificial residue, proof that the gods have been well fed. Today, some shrine sculptures have been removed, often sold. Yet shrines remain active, proof that most cultures understand such images to be symbolic, and not deities in themselves. 9-17 Festival of Images, Ori, Nigeria. 1966 This photograph shows 12 of TG, 18 figures assembled for Tlia's particular festival. Some date from the 19th century, others were carved as recently as the Ag-os. The figures were cleaned, repainted, and dressed up for the event. Sacrifices of kola nut, chalk, and coins were offered to them, and libations were poured. Animals were sacrificed to the gods as well, providing a major feast for devotees, who through the priests and priestesses offered thanks to the gods for the blessings of the past year and prayers for prosperity, many children, abundant crops, and good health in the year to come. Staffs for the deities, who are considered to be titled Ozo status, is indicated by depictions of itchy scars on the figures' foreheads. The anklets carved on the central male figure also signal status. The Igbo are clear about these figures being representations, not true embodiments. Through them the unseen gods receive small sacrifices periodically and major ones annually. The Igbo gods are understood through the model of the family.
Larger sculptures represent the more important male and female gods, often considered to be married to one another and to be parents of lesser deities. These gods are approachable tutelares, nature gods such as earth, rivers, and forests, or other features of the local environment such as markets, weekdays, and cardinal directions. These deities provide, protect, and heal in return for respect, sacrificial food, and adherence to their rules. The gods are beneficent or malevolent, depending on how humans treat them, as indicated in Central Region Igbo style in part by the ambiguous gestures of the figure's forearms and hands, extended to receive gifts, open to show their open-handed generosity. The gesture also 9 to 18. Display of shrine figures, Owerri Igbo region, Nigeria. Photograph C. 1928. Means I have nothing to hide, implying honesty. Carved from hardwoods by men, the figures are painted by women, who also renew their surfaces prior to major annual festivals for these gods. As recently as the 1960s, these annual celebrations were often quite elaborate, involving the convergence of all major and minor deities, by means of their carved images and their worshippers, in the main plaza of the village group. Images housed in several small village shrines were brought together for this event, carried to the clearing outside the compound of the most powerful deity. It was a festival of images, Fig. 9 to 17. Similar festivals are, or were, also held in other Igbo regions, where the figural style, however, may be quite different. In the area around the town of Owerri to the south, for example, carvers developed a rectilinear geometric style, Fig. 9 to 18, shoulders are squared off, and overall the images are blocky. Mbari also in the Owerri region, the most powerful local deities occasionally call for an extraordinary sacrifice in the form of a building called Mbari. Mbari are usually built in response to a major catastrophe, such as a plague of locusts or an especially high rate of infant mortality. Filled with painted sculpture, Mbari houses require enormous commitments of human effort, money, and time, and thus are never lightly undertaken. In fact, people often put off starting one until reminded again by some misfortune, interpreted by a diviner as supernatural impatience. Mbari may be dedicated to one of several local tutelary deities, but the majority of them are made for Allah, goddess of the earth, often the most powerful local deity. The plan in figure 9 to 19 records the Mbari erected to Allah at Umofekigwe, Nigeria, in 1963. Between its central building and outlying cloister-like structures, it housed 75 painted figures. An important aspect of Mbari houses is their ritualized construction process, which may last from several months to over a year. The construction of a large Mbari involves at least 3 professionals, including the priest of the deity demanding the Mbari, a diviner who is consulted often about the desires of the gods, and an artist/master builder who 9 to 19. Plan of the Mbari to Allah in 1963 at Umofekigwe, Nigeria. Drawing by Herbert Cole. 1 Allah's husband, 2 Allah, J Allah's child, 4 Allah's first son, Ada, Allah's first daughter, 6 tortoise, 7 to 8 daughters of Allah, 9 police, bodyguard, 10 Bari Worler, 11 guitar player, 12 guinea fowl, 14 Mami Wada, 1 python, 16 hunter, Lee Chief Emidiranwe, Allah's brother, 18 Bari worker, football player, 20 initiated female Bari worker with mirror, 21 a lady, Onyi Mrs., 22 female tailor, 23 a lady, 24 Allah's queen among women, Izenwanyala, with 4 children, 2 viper, 26 a father, 2 his son, 28 white men, o Orikfi Allah, a deity, 1 police for Allah, 2 snake, 3 to 6 Amadioha Allah, the god of thunder associated with Allah, his wife, his son, his daughter, 37 to 41 delivering mother, her child, emerging, midwife, standing nurse, 42-4 spirit Mbari workers, 46 orphan, 47 to 9 leopard, lion, ape. Man, 0-2 drummer and 2 dancers, 8 musicians and dancers, 60 who, each back copulating with a woman displaying herself, 61 to 2 goat man copulating, 6 man writing a book at desk, 64 motorcyclist and dog, 66 Yotubala, a god, and his wife, 68 diviner's wife, diviner, Yoi masker, pretty woman, Y2 telephone officer. Businessman, Y4 court messenger, Y airplane pilot, Y6 telephone switchboard, YY telephone pole L_74J//F a 048 feet 11 I. Designs the building and models much of its sculpture. Most of the physical labor is done by 2 groups, a small group of hired laborers and a larger group of spirit workers. The hired laborers dig literally tons of earth from nearby pits and with it form the Mbari buildings. The spirit workers, representatives of the town's major lineages, are initiated into the ritual process and work for free. When these workers first enter the Mbari enclosure, they are symbolically killed as humans. Reborn as spirits, they dedicate themselves to serve the god, remaining isolated from their families for 6 4-day Igbo weeks at the beginning of the project. The construction process includes an extended series of rites and events that recall the founding of the human community and its institutions. Peace is declared, symbols of the gods are established, a farm is planted, and the cycle of life, birth, death, and rebirth is reenacted metaphorically. Through the spirit workers, who also take spouses, often only as joking partners, within their ritual group. Numerous sacrifices of goats and fowl mark the progress of the project inside the fence that shrouds the secret activity from the rest of the community, though of course everyone knows that Mbari is taking shape within. After the core building is erected, imported 9 to 20. The Mbari to Ala at Umuadinori, Nigeria, during construction. Photograph I-967. The enclosing fence to the Mbari compound is visible at left. The central figure of Allah is as yet unpainted. The 2 figures modeled in relief on the pillars symbolize spirit workers. A figure of a white man sits at a table on the left, while a village woman is portrayed on the right. Painting materials, including a stone for grinding clay pigments, can be seen at the lower right. Jit. White china plates are embedded in its earthen walls, columns, and stepped buttresses. This process, called pushing in Mbari, signals the true beginning of the sacrificial activity. Large Mbari may be embedded with more than 400 plates, given by all the major families in the community. It is now announced that people are dancing Mbari. During this time, at night, the spirit workers go in procession to the farm to harvest yam. In fact, they go to a huge termite hill nearby, where they dig deep within to procure its clay. Anthills and their clay are sacred to the Igbo, who call these spectacular structures, often 6 or even 8 feet tall, the porches of the spirit world. Deceased ancestors are said to reincarnate from anthills, which are held to be both dangerous and numinous, as are all abodes of spirits. Masquerade spirits are said to emerge from anthills when they visit the human community. Notably, too, termite hills are marvelously fertile colonies in which queens produce about 36,000 eggs a day, or 13 million eggs per year. Termites also tunnel as far as 120 feet underground for water, and the resulting subterranean passages attract pythons sacred as Allah's messenger and other animals. Termite hills, then, are quintessential symbols of fertility and proliferating new life, which are major goals of the Mbari effort. The harvested termite clay is soaked, then pounded in mortars just as real yam is. The balls of pounded clay yam, called /with m, are given to the professional artists, who mold the figures on light wooden armatures. Twice processed, first by sacred termites and then by sacred workers, the clay is both spiritually charged and an excellent medium. Mbari artists, like Igbo wood carvers, sometimes achieve local recognition and respect for their considerable skill, normally called handwork in Igbo, but neither they nor their patrons care much about the distinctions of individual style, even though these are quite evident to outsiders. Intended as the crown of the god, Mbari must be beautiful, good, and ritually effective, so it must be a consciously artistic monument. Preferably it will be grander than any recent Mbari in neighboring communities, for the Igbo are fiercely competitive in the arts, as in other arenas. The figures are carefully modeled, and every square inch of wall and pillar surface is neatly decorated with geometric patterns or illusionistic paintings of celestial bodies, cloths, or imaginary scenes. No sloppiness is tolerated in modeling or painting. Figure 9-20 shows the Mbari erected to Allah in 1967 at Umuadi Nori during construction. The figures and pillar to the right have been painted, but the central, seated figure of Allah and the elements to the left still await their colors. As the Mbari nears completion, a day is set for its inspection by representatives of the community. Any flaw they find must be corrected before the Mbari is unveiled to the world. This unveiling takes place in 2 stages. The first stage is a nocturnal ritual at which the spirit workers denounce their role. In the process, cast off their clothes, and run out through a hole in the fence to waiting family members, who give them new clothes and take them away, reborn as people. A few minutes later the fences are torn down, heaped into piles, then lit, so the new Mbari is first publicly seen lighted by bonfires. The second stage occurs later, on the day of a major nearby market. The spirit workers reassemble at the Mbari site, then lead a cow to the market. There they are given small gifts and are praised for their long efforts on behalf of the community. Upon their return to the Mbari, the cow is killed in a final sacrifice, after which feasting, drumming, and dancing open the Mbari to the public. Visitors come from miles around. Stepped buttresses. This process, called pushing in Mbari, signals the true beginning of the sacrificial activity. Large Mbari may be embedded with more than 400 plates, given by all the major families in the community. It is now announced that people are dancing Mbari. During this time, at night, the spirit workers go in procession to the farm to harvest yam. In fact, they go to a huge termite hill nearby, where they dig deep within to procure its clay. Anthills and their clay are sacred to the Igbo, who call these spectacular structures, often 6 or even 8 feet tall, the porches of the spirit world. Deceased ancestors are said to reincarnate from anthills, which are held to be both dangerous and numinous, as are all abodes of spirits. Masquerade spirits are said to emerge from anthills when they visit the human community. Notably, too, termite hills are marvelously fertile colonies in which queens produce about 36,000 eggs a day, or 13 million eggs per year. Termites also tunnel as far as 120 feet underground for water, and the resulting subterranean passages attract pythons sacred as Allah's messenger and other animals. Termite hills, then, are quintessential symbols of fertility and proliferating new life, which are major goals of the Mbari effort. The harvested termite clay is soaked, then pounded in mortars just as real yam is. The balls of pounded clay yam, called /with-m, are given to the professional artists, who mold the figures on light wooden armatures. Twice processed, first by sacred termites and then by sacred workers, the clay is both spiritually charged and an excellent medium. Mbari artists, like Igbo wood carvers, sometimes achieve local recognition and respect for their considerable skill, normally called handwork in Igbo, but neither they nor their patrons care much about the distinctions of individual style, even though these are quite evident to outsiders. Intended as the crown of the god, Mbari must be beautiful, good, and ritually effective, so it must be a consciously artistic monument. Preferably it will be grander than any recent Mbari in neighboring communities, for the Igbo are fiercely competitive in the arts, as in other arenas. The figures are carefully modeled, and every square inch of wall and pillar surface is neatly decorated with geometric patterns or illusionistic paintings of celestial bodies, cloths, or imaginary scenes. No sloppiness is tolerated in modeling or painting. Figure 9-20 shows the Mbari erected to Allah in 1967 at Umuadi Nori during construction. The figures and pillar to the right have been painted, but the central, seated figure of Allah and the elements to the left still await their colors. As the Mbari nears completion, a day is set for its inspection by representatives of the community. Any flaw they find must be corrected before the Mbari is unveiled to the world. This unveiling takes place in 2 stages. The first stage is a nocturnal ritual at which the spirit workers denounce their role. In the process, cast off their clothes, and run out through a hole in the fence to waiting family members, who give them new clothes and take them away, reborn as people. A few minutes later the fences are torn down, heaped into piles, then lit, so the new Mbari is first publicly seen lighted by bonfires. The second stage occurs later, on the day of a major nearby market. The spirit workers reassemble at the Mbari site, then lead a cow to the market. There they are given small gifts and are praised for their long efforts on behalf of the community. Upon their return to the Mbari, the cow is killed in a final sacrifice, after which feasting, drumming, and dancing open the Mbari to the public. Visitors come from miles around. A village group will build only one large Mbari, on average, per generation, so an opening is a major event. The deity has embraced the sacrifice, the community has regenerated itself, it has erected a prodigious and richly inhabited house in honor of its most powerful goddess or god. Despite its ritualized building process, a completed Mbari is a secular monument, at once a microcosm, an art gallery, a school, and a competitive boast. It is really not a shrine, since it is offered in sacrifice, not to be altered once accepted by the god. In fact, once finished, it is left to disintegrate. As a monument, it reverses our expectations of closed interior rooms, foregoing an enclosing exterior wall to reveal a series of niches containing figures and scenes. The one interior space is at the core of the central building, a small room whose high walls support the roof, see Fig. 9-19, on the outer walls of this room a second story is often depicted, complete with sculpted figures looking out of windows. A gift for the deity, Mbari is meant to be the grandest house in the community. As such, many Mbari had metal roofs in the 1930s before local people had them. Allah herself, sculpted larger than human, life-size, presides over the principal building, Fig. 9-21, at her side and scattered throughout the Mbari compound are smaller depictions of community members, spoken of as her children. That large Mbari are also microcosms is proven by the sun, moon, and rainbow sometimes painted high on the central second-story wall, and by the great variety of modeled subjects. About these an elder said, "You will come to understand that they put 4 things into Mbari, very fearful things, things that are forbidden, things that are very good and or beautiful, and things that make people laugh." Here then is the richness of life itself, for what cannot be included in one or more of these categories? The Mbari to Allah at Umofekagwe, see Fig. 9-19, contains among its 75 figures an office building with a telephone operator nearby and 4 telephone poles wired with strings, an airplane, on stilts, several birds and animals, and a maternity clinic with nurses and a woman giving birth. Mbari imagery is drawn from real life, artists' dreams and imaginations, history, folklore, and the times of the ancestors. Some subjects are clearly didactic. Parents bring children to Mbari houses expressly to teach them about the past, about the gods, and about unacceptable behavior. Things only heard about or hoped for are also included. The maternity clinic modeled in the Mbari to Allah at Umofekagwe was built in that community a few years after the Mbari was unveiled. During the late 1960s the building of all but very small mbari ceased due to both extensive conversions to Christianity and the Nigerian Civil War, 1967 to 1970. Exceptions to the virtual demise of the mbari tradition are two middle-sized mbari houses built during the 1970s out of cement. Commissioned by the government rather than asked for as sacrifices by local gods, these two mbari preserve some of the forms of earlier ones but few of their spiritual values, except as illustrations. One, for example, contains a cement image of a termite hill, as if to remind the largely Igbo 9-21 Allah flanked by her children and supporters, detail of an Igbo mbari, Bumujot Orishes, Nigeria. EZEM and NNAJI, sculptors. Photograph IQ 66 are carried. Audience of the materials from which mbari figures used to be made and of their spiritual symbolism. Unlike earlier mbari, these cement compounds will not decompose, returning their sacrificial yam to the goddess earth to complete the cycle of birth, death, and regeneration. Nevertheless, they are manifestations of efforts being made in many parts of the continent to preserve or revitalize earlier cultural patterns that the engagement with modernity has suppressed or eliminated. Yagonakonma mbari houses, made only in the Owerri area, can be considered artistic displays because their patrons are explicit about wanting beautiful works of art. Artists in the central Igbo region, around the Igbo Yakuyu sites, also created display figures, in this case carving them from wood, Fig. 922, called Yagonakonma, meaning the eagle seeks out beauty. These wholly secular figures contrast with those carved for shrines in this area, see Fig. 9-16, in being far more lifelike, although the exaggeratedly long neck, considered by the Igboan attribute of great beauty, indicates that Yagonakonma are not without their conventions. Also considered signs of beauty are the delicate raised keloidal scars that are depicted running from the girl's neck to her navel and the distension of the navel itself. The figure has the ample fleshiness of a marriageable teenage girl. The carved versions of brass leg coils, armlets, and hair mirrors indicate that she comes from a wealthy family. She carries a mirror in a carved frame in one hand and what was originally an umbrella in the other, both linked with vanity and prestige. The white face exaggerates the Igbo preference for light-colored skin and evokes the practice of washing dark skin with a chalky solution to create a contrasting ground for indigo uli patterns, which are also painted here. The figure's crested hairstyle is of the sort celebrated in countless masks. 9-22 Yagonakonma, display figure, the eagle seeks out beauty. Igbo. Wood, pigment, glass, height 50, 1.27 m. Seattle Art Museum, Catherine White Collection. Yagonakonma served as centerpieces for largely secular age-grade dances. Some figures depict male-female couples, but most, like the example here, depict a beautiful young woman. In Igbo thought there is a connection between such youthful maidens and older titled men. Both are beautiful, in their respective ways, both too are linked with eagles. The man is the eagle that strengthens kinship, a praise name for titled men. He is also the eagle that has flown very high 7 times, a proverb which alludes to the sevenfold cycle of killing that an eagle is said to undertake to achieve its radiant whiteness, which in turn is a reference to the successive moltings eagles undergo, starting out gray, ending up pure white as they grow older. Maidens, on the other hand, are praised by being called eagles. Kola, after the rare, light-colored, most highly prized form of the kola nut shared at every Igbo ceremony. The titled man, then, is the predatory eagle, king of the sky, aggressive warrior, competitive and ruthless in his quest for trophies and stature. He wears white eagle feathers to show his ritual purity, strength, and high status. His is the beauty of power, whereas the maiden, serene and cool, shows off the power of beauty, for she is ripe and ready for motherhood and finely painted with uli designs. Both power and beauty are desirable ideals, and both are achieved, if differently, in these complementary male and Female notions and the art forms that embody them, the Yagonakama for women, and title arts for men. Notably, the Igbo combine the instrumental and the contemplative in their aesthetic notions, as exemplified by the reciprocal phrases, the beauty of power and the power of beauty. The same ideas are seen in masquerades. Masks and masquerades. Igbo masking has become progressively more secular with the march of the 20th century. Before 1900 and early in the colonial era, powerful masked spirits, deputized by councils of elders, frequently had broad governmental authority, policing, fining, judging, and even occasionally executing criminals. Most of these roles were taken over by British colonial authorities. After the recognition of Nigerian independence in 1960, they passed to the Nigerian government. Yet some masks radiate an aura of power even today, and many still have locally effective regulatory roles. Masks satirize unacceptable behavior, for example, and provide models of both male and female ideals. Indeed, if there is an overriding theme in Igbo masking, it is gender relations. Even though nearly all masquerades are male constructions and instruments, many idealize women, praising their grace and beauty in contrast to a somewhat ironic celebration of masculine aggression, power, and even ugliness. Masking thus clearly separates the genders. Excluded from most masquerade activity and oppressed by certain masquerade characters, women generally keep their distance when maskers are abroad. One masquerade that is still performed over a fairly broad area near the southern town of Owerri is Okarashi. There are several regional variants of the masquerade. The version discussed here opposes two classes of masks, white or light masks, and dark ones, Fig. 9-23, the small light masks, carved with refined delicate features, manifest female spirits. The larger dark masks, often carved with grotesque features, manifest male spirits. This dualistic, complementary opposition characterizes much masking among the Igbo and their neighbors in southeastern Nigeria. The masks are further associated with similarly opposing realms. In the communities where this particular version of Okarashi is danced, for example, the masks evoke these contrasting overtones: female, light; male, dark; beauty, purity, ugliness; dirt village, safety bush; wilderness daytime, daylight nighttime; dark order, clarity chaos; obscurity, mystery peace; calm danger, conflict. Okarashi maskers appear sporadically during an annual, 6-week masking season. Female masks, water spirits said to be descended from benign white cumulus clouds, normally dance prettily in large arenas for people of all ages. Their lyrical songs are about love and money and beauty. Only a few of these masks appear during the 6-week season, and then only on a few days. In contrast, dozens of dark masks, representing water spirits said to be descended from threatening gray rain clouds, appear day and night, rain or shine, nearly every day. The forms of these dark masks and the names of the spirits they manifest are markedly diverse. In this one community alone, they are variously named for plants, birds, animals, and insects, for natural phenomenon such as rivers and lightning, for human types or behaviors, for artifacts, emotions, abstract ideas, and conditions, and for proverbs such as earth swallows beauty or death has 9-23. Female, light, and male, dark, Igbo Okarashi maskers, Agwe, Nigeria, IC. No friend. Taken together, these names embrace very broad swaths of human activity and nature. They constitute a kind of verbal text that expresses the breadth of ideas found in Okarashi, at least in this one community. Most dark masks are runners and chasers, worn by younger men who direct their energies toward women and children. Fig. 9-24, near the end of the season, several ritually powerful, heavy dark masks come out, often with an entourage of male followers carrying clubs and singing dirges about war and conquest. These masks are 3 or 4 times as big as other dark masks, and most have strongly distorted, enlarged features, perhaps with snaggle teeth or open sores. Rarely do light and dark masks appear together as in figure 9 to 23, so their beauty/beast opposition is mostly a conceptual one played out over the course of the masking season. This opposition is also deliberately violated in several ways. One of the white masks has horns, a black beard, and wears short pants, so he is a male among females. A few of the dark masks are named for women. And on the final evening of the season a masker called Paddle appears, wearing a white mask and long pants. He/she is the only masker to sing or speak, and in contrast to other white masks who dance in bright daylight, he/she emerges at night. Considered both a wise old man and a foolish young virgin. Paddle sings praises of the great families of the community while moving from compound to compound blessing all pregnant women. Paddle and other ambiguous spirit characters appear to blur neat categories, as if to suggest that life is composed of varied F-SMM 9-24. Okarashi dark masks. Igbo. Clockwise from top left, Kingfisher, Gelu. C. 1972. Wood and animal fur, height c. 9, 23 cm, darkness, Idiri. C. 1978. Wood, skulls, cola nut, nails, height lock, 27.5 cm, chimpanzee, Nweozo. C. I. 960. Wood, shells, plastic, porcelain, height 12, 30.5 cm, sprouting, Ajariga. C. 1975. Wood, nails, pigments, height x y, 39.5 cm. Fowler Museum of Cultural History, University of California, Los Angeles. Shades of gray rather than overly simple white/black, good/bad oppositions. The 6-week Okarashi season occurs at the height of the rainy season. Okarashi water spirits bless the ripening yam crop and prepare the community for the ritual presentation of new yam, which is ceremonially eaten on the day after all Okarashi have departed for their homes in the clouds. Local people say, Okarashi marks the calendar. While its major purpose seems to be to foster productivity of both the fields and women, at the same time it comments on gender behavior and roles. Men say that women are honored by the moss parade, yet they are also chased and harassed, so the women themselves find masking more tiresome than adulating. Through the masquerade, men characterize themselves as dark and often ugly, and life itself as both complex and difficult, more dark or shades of gray than pure white. About 100 miles north of Owerri, in the core central Igbo region, an analogous masking tradition conceptually opposes pretty maiden spirits to horned, grotesque, masculine masks known generically by their most prevalent name, Ngbidik, meaning time of the brave. The white maiden masks, all danced by men, have superstructures of several types, indicating spirit characters of different ages, figure 9 to 25. The eldest daughter, called head load because of her mask's large figured superstructure, leads the others. Her younger sisters, following, have elaborate crested hairstyles and small pointed breasts. All wear bright, polychrome applique cloth body suits whose patterning loosely recalls monochromatic designs painted on youthful females in the area, see Fig. 9. 22. Other characters in the drama are a mother, a father, sometimes an irresponsible son, and a suitor costumed as a titled elder, whose amorous, often bawdy advances to one or more of the girls are invariably rebuffed. The play unfolds predictably, with the maidens' dances becoming ever faster and more virtuosic as the maskers compete with one another for audience approval and even financial reward. Ngbidik are large masks with bold, exaggerated features, usually including open, snaggle-toothed mouths and horned superstructures, Fig. 9 to 26, while they do not dance in 9 to 25. Igbo maiden spirit maskers near Akwe, Nigeria, c. 1935. 9-26 Igbo Mkpadik, Time of the Brave, Massacre near Akwa, Nigeria, c. 1935. The play described above, in evoking aggressive and powerful spirits and being danced by middle-aged men, they are linked with and oppose the maidens. As in the opposition discussed earlier of titled men and Yagonakanma figures, power here contrasts with beauty. Power is implied by the horns and teeth of the Mkpadik mask, by its enlarged features, and by its ponderous, aggressive dancing style. Beauty in the female masked characters is expressed by their more elegant, lyrical dancing and by the mask's refined facial features and delicate open-work hairstyles. As in Okarashi to the south. These masqueraders play out gender roles, at times caricaturing them, at times idealizing or mirroring them, in dances calculated primarily to entertain. There is no strong ritual component to this masquerading, even though the maskers are considered spirit beings. /W 9-27. Igbo Masking Festival, Mgbamafikpo, Nigeria, I-960. Literally hundreds of distinct Igbo masquerades exist, so it is surely a misrepresentation to reduce them to oppositions between dark males and light females. Among the Eastern Afikpo Igbo communities, for example, more than a dozen kinds of masks are danced in several separate masquerade types, some for an audience of men only, others for splendid public festivals. Fig. 9-27, all masking is sponsored by male initiation societies. There are skits providing topical social commentary and criticisms of elders' behavior. Other playlets address foolish, dishonest, or greedy men or women, naming individuals, who are even supposed to reward the masked players with money. Some songs and dialogues are set pieces repeated from past years, while others are newly composed. Another masquerade presents a parade that, like Okarashi and the iconographic programs of Mbari houses, represents an exceptionally broad range of local types past and present, including foreigners such as Muslims, Hausa cattle herders, and white district officers. Afikpo initiations also involve extensive masking, sometimes leaf, fiber, and grass masks are used, or masks made from gourds, while carved wooden versions cover a range of human and animal types. The diverse masks of Afikpo comprise but one of more than a dozen regional mask traditions, each with dozens of spirit characters. 1 Truly exceptional Igbo mask can be seen as the crown of all other masquerades from the lower Niger area. This is Ijl, whose praise names include Great Spirit, Elephant, King of Masks, and Ijl, the very costly, Fig. 9-28, constructed of light wood and covered in multicolored cloth. Ijl may be 16 or 18 feet tall and 7 or 8 feet in diameter. It weighs about 200 pounds, yet it is danced by a single individual. The base is a disc of wood that ultimately rests on the dancer's head. On this disc sits a red cloth cone, from which a slender mast, understood as the trunk of a tree, projects upward, stabilized by two open-work arches intersecting at right angles at the top. Densely crowded into the branches of this metaphorical tree are many mirrors, hundreds of tassels, streamers, flowers, and dozens of multicolored, stuffed figures. Figures of an elephant, leopard, and eagle are usually found, as well as a variety of human types, genre scenes, and small versions of other masks danced in the region. The assemblage, constructed by male tailors, is completed by a long stuffed cloth python tied on to encircle the wood base, from which hang more tassels and 12 applique panels. These in turn recall the bright body suits of maiden maskers also featured in these communities. See Fig. 9-25. Ijl moves in quite a spirited fashion, with dips, shakes, and twirls, its panels flying outward. The effect is dazzling. In times past an Ijl came out only for the funeral of an exceptionally well-respected, wealthy, and prolific titled man. The mask's great stature and status are suitable for such an event,
Its iconographic program brings together several metaphors of human leadership and spiritual power. First, it is an aggrandized version of the color. Full crowns worn by rulers in the city-state of Onitsha, along with Ogida, one of the few Igbo communities traditionally ruled by a single chief. The red cloth cone, out of which the tree grows, simulates an anthill with all its attendant symbolism and spiritual associations. Trees, especially large old ones, are multidimensional. Symbols of leaders, who customarily convene councils of elders and titled men beneath their sheltering branches. Impressive trees are often the sites of shrines to nature deities as well. When 9 to 28. IJELE Mask at an Igbo second burial ceremony, ACHALLA, Nigeria. I-983 in its dazzling complexity and size, an Ijel combines most of the important or root symbols of Igbo thought either explicitly, images of elephant, eagle, leopard, python, or metaphorically, great sheltering trees with flowers and fruit, high human status and titled leadership, ancestor veneration, spirit anthills and their abundance, wealth and the richness of nature and everyday life. Foreign ideas and materials too, so readily embraced by the Igbo, are present in mirrors, imported cloth, images of colonial officers, and the horseman, or, recently, an airplane that surmounts most Ijel. An important person dies in this region. It is said that a mighty tree has fallen. Trees provide many human needs, from building materials to edible fruit, and as trees of life they are prominent symbols of growth. An Ijel is usually anthropomorphized, with a stylized face on one of its panels and two large arms projecting outward from the tree. In this guise, Ijel is a great ancestral spirit who has emerged from an anthill to honor the deceased elder, to welcome him to the land of spirits. Ijel has a dozen or more black and white eyes, called danger, that recall the multifaceted eyes of insects. It is as if the many watchful eyes of the spirit world are there to survey the living human community. Ijel are such strong magnets for crowds that they have recently been commissioned by politicians, who hire maskers to dance them expressly to rally supporters. The symbolic presence of Ijel, then, has changed, yet they retain commanding powers in contemporary Nigerian life. Shared themes in Lower Niger arts. In addition to their own distinctive art forms, two of the largest ethnic groups of the Lower Niger, the Edo of Benin and the Igbo, have several important forms in common, which they share as well with many smaller neighboring groups such as the Ibibio, the Aja, the Urhobo, the Isiko, the Igala, and the Northern Edo Okpela. These shared forms include personal shrines or altars, light/dark mask complexes, and hierarchical groupings of figural sculpture. Personal altars. Men among several ethnic groups commission, or used to commission, personal altars, to be dedicated and consecrated to their personal strength, success, and accomplishments, and sometimes as well to their protection. Warriors, farmers, traders, smiths, and others prayed and sacrificed to these altars before important undertakings, offering further gifts after meeting with success, or sometimes berating the altar after failure. The Igbo, who have the greatest numbers and most variable forms of personal altars, call them Ikenga, the Igala know them as Okega, and among the Edo of Benin the term is Ikengobo. That these names are cognate virtually proves a historical relationship, even if scholars are uncertain which of the three groups originated the idea. Personal altars among these three groups are dedicated to the hand, specifically the right hand, and arm, among the Igbo and the Igala. Strong hands and arms are agents of physical prowess, necessary for success in such activities as hunting, farming, and warfare. The iconography of many altars reflects these associations. Igbo Ikenga, for instance, typically show a horned warrior holding a knife in his right hand and a human trophy head in his left, symbols probably established long ago when the Igbo were active headhunters. Fig. 9-29, similar iconography appears in some Igala Okega, although the one shown here, like many Igbo examples, depicts only a horned head above a geometrically abstracted,
Spool-like body, Fig. 9 to 30, sharp horns are the most essential feature of Igbo and Igala altars to the hand. Some are straight, others are 9 to 29. Ikenga, personal altar. Igbo. 20th century. Wood, height I-V/49.53 cm. The Metropolitan Museum of Art, New York. Gift of John H. R. Bloom spiral, still others are fancifully curved and elaborated with perching animals. All are commonly referred to as ram horns, even though they often do not resemble them. Yet since virtually all animal horns are power symbols, an identification with a specific animal hardly seems imperative, for it is animalistic aggression in general that is evoked. A richly figured, texturally sumptuous, cast copper alloy Ikengobo from the court of Benin includes depictions of right and left hands in its lower zone, where they alternate with the heads of miniature leopards and cows, the latter sacrificed to help ensure success, Fig. 9 to 1. The figures depicted in relief on the side of the altar, as well as the three that crown its top, depict the king flanked by attendants, a typical motif from this culture's courtly tradition, which repeatedly emphasizes the centrality of its ruler. Lesser Benin chiefs and ordinary men also used to commission Ikengobo. These were generally carved of wood, although several cast metal examples are known. Most are crowned with a spike on which an elephant tusk was almost certainly displayed, echoing again the theme of the animal horn familiar from Igbo and Igala examples. Among the Isiko and the Urhobo, Edo-speaking peoples living south of Benin, personal shrines prominently display the horns and teeth of imaginatively conceived, and unidentifiable, quadrupeds. These altars, both called Iviri, explicitly merge human and animal imagery. In Urhobo altars, the animal is often dominant, Fig. 9 to 31. 9 to 30 Okega, personal altar. Igala. Early 2nd century. Wood, fiber, pigments, kaolin, string, iron, height 24, 62.2 centimeters. National Museum of African Art, Smithsonian Institution, Washington, D.C. Gift of Oral Bell Holcomb in memory of Bryce Holcomb. This particular Okega retains the heads of some animals that were sacrificed to it. The heads were probably lashed on to advertise and increase the altar's powers. 9 to 31 IVRL, personal shrine. Urhobo. 2nd century. Wood. The British Museum, London. II 9 to 32. IVRI, personal shrine. Isiko. 19th to 20th century. Wood, height 28, 71.1 cm. The Walt Disney Tishman African Art Collection are here. The animal prevails because of its size, whereas the comparatively larger human dominates the animal in the stunning Isiko example shown in figure 9 to 32, a masterful composition whose sculptural power is appropriate to its former job as a protective, aggressive combatant for its owner. The teeth and horns on these images, sharp, bared, and exaggerated, signal their pugilistic purposes. Both carvings are symmetrical on the vertical axis. The Urhobo Iviri is weighted and more stable on its animal base, whereas the Isiko figure, built up as a rhythmic series of bulges and constrictions from bottom to top, points upward and almost seems to soar. Light/dark masking, beauties and beasts. The discussion of Igbo masquerades earlier in this chapter stressed the complementary opposition of light and dark masks and their associated qualities. Nearly all the neighbors of the Igbo also have versions of this light/dark, beauty/beast masking concept, yet it is uncommon beyond this area. Clearly these varied manifestations represent shared historical traditions, probably of considerable antiquity. Each masquerade has its own characteristics and nuances of both form and meaning, however, often indicating many decades or perhaps a century or more of separate local development. The density and multiple variations of the theme in Igbo land, as well as occasional oral traditions,
suggest the Igbo as the originators, but this is far from proven in all cases. Apart from the many Igbo variations, the clearest examples of this theme are Ekpo masks of the Ibibio, a rather small population southeast of the Igbo. Ekpo is the Ibibio word for ancestor, as well as the name of the principal masking society, its masks, and the dances that commemorate the deceased. White or yellow-faced masks, Mphone Ekpo, come out during daytime second burial festivities honoring the recent dead, and also at annual agricultural festivals, Fig. 933, their dances are slow and graceful, with costumes made of many bright-colored cloths. Considered good and beautiful, Mphone Ekpo masks embody the souls of people whose lives on earth were productive and morally unblemished. These are not named ancestors, but rather the collective community of souls whose positive influence is welcome among the living. Complementing these in form and concept are the more numerous Black Idiok Ekpo, representing corrupt, amoral, ugly, and evil souls sentenced at death to perpetual ghosthood, Fig. 9-34, they appear only at night, well after the pretty masks have retired. Costumed in unruly hanks of black-dyed raffia, they dance erratically, at times with deliberately wild movements, to inspire terror in those they encounter. Some shoot arrows, apparently quite randomly, as if to reinforce their reputations as unreliable, capricious spirits. Many dark Ibibio masks have skillfully carved, distorted facial. 933 Mphone Ekpo, light mask. Ibibio. Before 1915. Wood and pigments, width 20, 51 cm. Field Museum of Natural History, Chicago features sculptural exaggerations that parallel their behaviors. These grotesque faces are interpreted as advanced states of disfiguring tropical diseases such as yaws, leprosy, and ulcers. Such punishing deformities, people are told, await those who will fully or continually violate the moral codes on which orderly society is based. The symmetrical balance and relative naturalism of Mphone Ekpo contrast markedly with the expressive distortions and asymmetrical twists of many dark Idiok Ekpo. Unfortunately, detailed information on the full range of names and meanings of light and dark Ibibio masks is lacking. The variety of forms in the surviving corpus of masks suggests that a broad spectrum of human and animal spirits is represented. Many examples are beautifully carved. More is known, on the other hand, about beauty/beast oppositions in the diverse masquerades of the Okpela peoples, Edo speakers who live north of Benin and northwest of the Igbo. Here, in fact, we have direct evidence of Igbo influence in the person of a mask carver and costume tailor who came into the Okpela area from the Igbo-Igala borderland around 1920. He introduced several forms and ideas that became localized over time, mixing them with pre-existing mask traditions, some of which also originate among other peoples. The influence of Igbo originals can be seen on both sides of the Okpela beauty/beast opposition. Applique body suits with crested cloth masks, as well as wood masks, often but not always white, with carved hair crests and superstructures featuring 9-34. Idiok Ekpo, dark mask. Ibibio. 20th century. Wood, height 11, 28 cm. Fowler Museum of Cultural History, University of California, Los Angeles. 935 Okpela Dead Mother, left, and Anogiri, right, masks in performance, Okpela, Nigeria, c. 1973 crested masks such as the one on the left embody dead mothers. They are commissioned and owned by Okpela women and take women's names. Though they are danced by men, women accompany them. The older women who own and sponsor these masks take expensive festival titles and are inducted as members of the largely male masking society. They are powerful and usually quite wealthy. After a woman dies, her mask is still danced to commemorate her useful, productive life, and it continues to bear her name. Multiple figures appear on the beauty side of the equation, Fig. 935, Such masks recall the maiden masker called Headload and her sisters, among other Igbo forms, see Fig. 9-25, on the beast side is the large bush beast mask called Idu, with several horns, large snaggle teeth in a rough face, and a costume of seed pods bristling with quills, Fig. 9-36. Clearly Idu is a variation on the Igbo Mgbadik, see Fig. 9-26, a local Okpela grotesque mask, not of Igbo origin, is Anogiri, a festival herald. Visible at the right in figure 9-35, Anogiri is a dark, often misshapen mask decorated with seeds, cowrie shells, and mirrors. A single flat plane with a heavy overhanging forehead often serves for the face, and human features are minimally suggested. The Edo peoples are most famous for the royal arts of Benin, discussed later in this chapter. Yet Edo villages outside Benin City and its court have long had art forms linked with cults and shrines dedicated to nature spirits, heroes, and ancestors. These are of local and non-royal origin, and in fact many of them came to prominence partly because they opposed and criticized the imperial power of Benin kings, whose persisting efforts to dominate and extract allegiance and tribute from outlying villages understandably aroused resentments. The Ekpo masking society and cult found in many Edo communities to the east and south of Benin City was founded during the 18th century or before by a strong village chief and warrior, a rival of the king of Benin. There had been a debilitating outbreak of infectious diseases, and it was believed that they had been caused by the Benin king's witchcraft. In a dream, the chief envisioned his late grandmother as a masker curing his people. The dream provided a model for the Ekpo shrine and masquerade. The chief ceased waging war to concentrate on healing, which was successful thanks to the shrine, its masking spirits, and the sacrificial and purifying rites they brought about. Viewed as effective, the masking cult was exported to other communities. Note that the Edo Ekpo cult is distinct from the Ibibio society of the same name discussed above. The photograph in figure 9-37 shows 6 Ekpo maskers. The 2 black masks represent the chief who founded the cult, third from the left, and a local doctor. The color black here manifests varied sorts of power, physical, magical, medicinal, for healing and warfare. In some rites these dark masks, clearly male, act as flanking supporters of a taller, chalky white, two-faced mask called Mother of 9-36. Okpela Idu mask in performance. Nigeria 9-37. Edo Ekpo maskers, Abiama, Benin region, Nigeria. 1967 The Ekpo masquerade is the province of warrior age grades, vigorous men who sometimes fought for the Benin king and yet had ambivalent feelings about his great power. So while the masquerade expresses a number of royal ideas, it also stands in opposition to courtly imperialism. Partly for this reason, presumably, the masquerade is not allowed to perform in Benin City. 9-38 Beni, Edo, Ekpo, Mother of Ekpo, Mask. Drawing after Polygershik Ben Amos Ekpo, Ekpo, Fig. 9-38, the most senior mask in Ekpo, it commemorates the founder's grandmother. Together, the 3 senior masks, the 2 black masks and Ekpo, express the main concerns of the Ekpo cult: healing dis-ease, ritually purifying the community, and assuring abundant human fertility. The other white masks in figure 9-37 represent a benign chief, a helpful white man, a district officer, a policeman, and a leopard. The role of the leopard is to scare away disruptive evil forces. Additional Ekpo masks that may appear on other occasions include Olokan, Edo god of the sea, various chiefs, a horned animal, and a handsome man. Clearly the white masks here are not all female, yet they seem to have been whitened as an expression of the goodness and beauty of their characters. For the Edo, as for the Igbo and Ibibio, white chalk symbolizes goodness, beauty, abundance, and health, and as such it figures strongly in Ekpo rituals. Pregnant women praying for a safe delivery and barren ones begging for children bring white chalk to Ekpo, for example,
who places it within the shrine as a gift. Light/dark, beauty/beast masking is both more complex and more widespread than this brief overview may suggest. Ethnic groups not surveyed here, such as the Ogonai, the Igala, and the Idoma, have their own variants, and the traditions of the Ibibio, the Okpela, and the Beni are richer and more nuanced than their presentation here has been able to convey. Hierarchical compositions. Many African arts, indeed many world arts, have developed conventions for conveying social, political, or spiritual hierarchies. See, for example, the discussion of hierarchical proportion in ancient Egypt, page 51. The arts of the Lower Niger are interesting in that several cultures share the same compositional strategy for showing hierarchy, creating figural groups that are triangular, symmetrical, multi-unit, detailed, and heraldic. These hierarchical groupings, moreover, all make analogous ideological statements and seem to be related to one another on spiritual, psychological, and economic levels as well. Each features a magnified, exaggerated, weapon-bearing central figure with an enlarged head, who is clearly a leader. He or she is flanked by two or more smaller supporting people, some of whom may be brought forward or pushed back in space. The central leader is largest in scale, reflecting his or her spiritual and ideological focus as either a sacred king, a strong deity, or a revered ancestor. Receding three-dimensional space is implied, and is often made explicit. Looking back through this chapter, this composition can be seen in the central sculptural groupings of Igbombari houses, where the goddess Allah is shown flanked by her smaller children, see Figs. 9-20, 9-21. The composition appears again in Ikangobo. From the Benin court, where the king, depicted in full round on the top and in relief on the side, is flanked by smaller attendants, see Fig. 9-1, the composition is implied as well in the Ekpo masquerade of the Edo, where the white grandmother mask may appear flanked by the two black masks. Next in rank, see Figs. 9-37, 9-38. Later in this chapter, the composition can be seen again in the Kalahari ancestor screen, see Fig. 9-47, and implicitly in the photograph of the King of Benin, whose royal costume purposefully enlarges him, giving him visual prominence over his flanking courtiers, see Fig. 9-50. Many more examples could be culled, both from within the cultures treated in this chapter and from other neighboring peoples not discussed here. While it may never be proven that these compositions are historically related, their geographical proximity to Benin, and the power of this kingdom, where such groups recur in widely varying situations, strongly suggest a single original source, Benin. Such commonality does not, of course, preclude separate meanings. While all these compositions have spiritual dimensions and represent people of wealth and stature who command an entourage, those from Benin are strongly political, while Igbombari groups, which take the domestic family as their model for a revered deity, link the social and spiritual. Kalahari screens seem to lie between the two others, combining family and political references. Ibibio Memorial Arts. Ibibio Ekpo masquerades, touched on above, see Figs. 9-33, 9-34, may appear publicly to commemorate deaths of prominent persons. Two other, less transient Ibibio arts that also memorialize the dead are figures sculpted of cement and pictorial cloths, called Nivamo. Both art forms appear to have developed during the 20th century, with Nwamo probably the earlier practice. Nwamo were hung as facades on shrines erected during second burial rites, which occurred as long as 3 years after interment, Fig. 9-39. 9-39 Ibibio Nwamo, funerary cloth, Nigeria, c. 1973. They were created for an elite clientele, prominent male members of a warrior society. Sewn by professional male artist tailors, the cloths usually depict the deceased person and members of his family in festive dress, carrying prestige objects. Although the earliest Nwamo cloths appear to have been painted,
as were the interiors of the earliest shrines. Most known Nwamo cloths were pieced together from industrially woven cloth. They are often multicolored, although red, black, and white are normally stressed. The images are sewn to a background cloth of contrasting color so that they stand out boldly when viewed from a distance. The skulls of animals sacrificed during the opening festivities were hung from the structure itself or a fence in front of it, and within the shrine were placed the gun and some clothing and household goods of the deceased, as if to add to the portrait implied by the Nwamo motifs. For much of the 20th century, cement sculptures have honored the grave sites of respected Ibibio men and women, a broader public than was served by Nwamo. Since the 1950s and 60s, they have been erected in increasingly large numbers, largely supplanting the Nwamo tradition. In part this is because Christian sects banned Nwamo while encouraging the cement works, which are modeled to some extent on European graveyard sculpture. Some cement figures are set in open enclosures rather like Nwamo, while others are conceived as freestanding monuments, often raised on pedestals. Though they were often inscribed with the name and dates of the deceased they commemorate, most have until recently depicted generalized humans, without 9 to 40. Memorial figure, Uyo Ibibio, Nigeria. Sunday Jack Okpan. CIC paint, height c. 50, 1.27 m, cement and oil. Individualizing detail. Since the 1970s, however, the artist Sunday Jack Okpan, born c. 1940, has led a movement toward highly realistic, imitative portraiture, Fig. 9 to 40, working from photographs and using imported cement and commercial oil paints. Okpan and others are following a trend toward closely observed naturalism also evident elsewhere on the continent. During this recent period, contemporary African arts finally began to reach an international audience. Okpan's work, for example, has been featured in both European and American exhibitions. ORON ancestral figures. The Oron, a relatively small clan related to the Ibibio, produced a striking series of hardwood sculptures to commemorate their ancestors, figure 9 to 41. Presumably carved by a number of artists and over several decades mostly before 1900, the figures are varied, yet they subscribe to a consistent set of conventions. The human form is presented along a strong vertical axis. Some body parts, such as heads, beards, and torsos, are emphasized by exaggeration, while others, such as legs, are minimized or reduced. Most figures hold their beards or a status implement such as a horn, and most have hats. The carving of these figures apparently ceased around 1900, but sacrifices have been continually offered to the group, assembled in a sanctuary called Obio, twice annually. Regrettably, several figures were stolen from the site in the 1970s, after this field photograph was taken. 9 to 41 Oron commemorative figures, Nigeria. Kalahari IJAW festivals and memorial arts. The Kalahari Ija peoples, fisherfolk, and traders who have lived for centuries in the mangrove swamp lowlands of the eastern Niger Delta, have various art forms that bear the imprint of their long exposure to European ideas and materials. Prominent features of Kalahari society are corpo rate trading houses, also known as canoe houses. Led by strong chiefs, these houses have traditionally assimilated outsiders, slaves and members of other ethnic groups, as well as cultural patterns from outside the Delta region. Kalahari festive dress, for example, includes Igbo and Yoruba textiles along with a number of European garment types and artifacts such as shirts, hats, walking sticks, and mirrors, figs. 9 to 42, 9 to 43. Few sartorial ideas are adopted wholesale. Rather they are adapted and reworked, especially in their combinations and color schemes. The Kalahari accord extraordinary cultural value to cloth, even though, or perhaps because, they do not weave their own. Family wealth is measured in part by the numbers and depth of heirloom cloth boxes, which contain literally hundreds of textiles imported from within and beyond Africa. Funerary commemorations are occasions for displaying family riches and good taste in cloth and the accessories of dress, both as worn by mourners and as displayed in the house of the honored dead person. Rooms and the beds within them are decorated with elaborate, sumptuous textile ensembles, arranged by the women of the deceased person's family, Fig. 9-44, some displays are sculptural and abstract, some may form an anthropomorphic tableau together with jewelry, a hat, and other accessories. Guests at these funerals comment on cloth juxtapositions and qualities, and their aesthetic judgments have much to do with the reputation of the family in question. It could almost 9-42. Kalahari Aja men in festive dress, Amabro, Nigeria. 9-43 Kalabari Aja women, Buletin Guma, Nigeria. 1967 B said that imported cloth rules the Kalabari aesthetic system. In addition to processions of variously dressed groups of mourners and visitors, funerary festivals mounted for prominent Kalabari persons also feature water spirit masquerades favored or danced by the deceased person's family. Masking is the province of the male Ekin Sosi. Eti, also known as Sekiapu, the dancing people. Water spirits are believed to control the rivers and estuaries, and thus both fishing and trading, as well as creativity and innovation. The spirits, materialized by masks, are invited into the community during funerals both to honor 9-44. Kalabari Aja funerary textile display in the jellyfish pattern, Bugama, Nigeria. 1983. 9-45 Otobo mask. Kalahari Aja. 19th to 20th century. Wood, pigment, and incrustation, height is 6, 47 cm. Collection of Raymond will guess them directly and to honor the deceased. Several dozen water spirit mask characters exist, so many in fact that it takes 15 to 25 years for all of them to manifest themselves in the community, as only a few appear at each annual festival. Funerary festivals are separate events. Some are culture bringers, others legendary heroes, still others the spirits of animals crab, tortoise, crocodile, shark that populate the environment. One mask, called Otobo, formerly a loose interpretation of a hippopotamus head, is actually a composite spirit, for it mingles animal and human features, Fig. 9-45, in performance, Otobo is worn on the top of the dancer's head, facing the sky. The costume again dramatizes the importance of cloth, which is believed to be one of the gifts of the water spirits to the Kalahari people. Although we may admire the build-up and play of geometric forms in an Otobo mask when it is displayed frontally as a sculpture in a museum setting, this is notably an outsider's point of view. The Kalahari neither ascribe beauty to such forms nor do they make them very visible to dance audiences. Many masks or headdresses in performance are obscured by feathers or raffia, or are oriented to the sky rather than the audience. More important to the local viewing public is a masker's skill in dancing and gesturing, his virtuosic responsiveness to subtle changes and signals in the music that drives and gives meaning to the performance. Dancing skill, not carving, is appreciated and discussed in aesthetic terms by the Kalahari, as are cloth ensembles. It is the animated quality of a masquerader in motion that the contemporary sculptor Sokari Douglas Camp, born 1958, so convincingly evokes in her welded steel sculpture, Fig. 9-46, Camp, a Kalahari woman who grew up in the Delta region and now resides in London, recreates several Kalahari cultural forms in her work, returning often to images of the vibrant, dynamic masquerader. Working in metal enables her to capture a masker's airy, spatially activating essence. She freezes action in mid-motion with light open work. She plays with wavy cloth and other projections, creating a delicate equilibrium between form and the space it enlivens. As an artist working in metal, who creates masqueraders from a culture where only men make sculpture and dance masks. Camp is something of an anomaly among her own people, yet both the artist and her art are embraced today in international art circles. Ironically, perhaps, the Kalahari people themselves have never accorded either sculptors or their products much respect. 9-46 Otobo Masquerade. Sokari Douglas Camp. 1993 Wood, steel, palm stem brooms, height 6, 1.83 m. Several wooden masks of the Kalbari and other Niger Delta peoples are displayed around Camp's sculpture. The British Museum, London. (9-45 Otobo Mask. Kalahari Aja. 19th to 20th century. Wood, pigment, and incrustation, height is 6, 47 cm. Collection of Raymond Wilgus them directly and to honor the deceased. Several dozen water spirit mask characters exist, so many in fact that it takes 15 to 25 years for all of them to manifest themselves in the community, as only a few appear at each annual festival. Funerary festivals are separate events. Some are culture bringers, others legendary heroes, still others the spirits of animals: crab, tortoise, crocodile, shark that populate the environment. One mask, called Otobo, formerly a loose interpretation of a hippopotamus head, is actually a composite spirit, for it mingles animal and human features. Fig. 9-45, in performance, Otobo is worn on the top of the dancer's head, facing the sky. The costume again dramatizes the importance of cloth, which is believed to be one of the gifts of the water spirits to the Kalahari people. Although we may admire the build-up and play of geometric forms in an Otobo mask when it is displayed frontally as a sculpture in a museum setting, this is notably an outsider's point of view. The Kalahari neither ascribe beauty to such forms nor do they make them very visible to dance audiences. Many masks or headdresses in performance are obscured by feathers or raffia, or are oriented to the sky rather than the audience. More important to the local viewing public is a masker's skill in dancing and gesturing, his virtuosic responsiveness to subtle changes and signals in the music that drives and gives meaning to the performance. Dancing skill, not carving, is appreciated and discussed in aesthetic terms by the Kalahari, as are cloth ensembles. It is the animated quality of a masquerader in motion that the contemporary sculptor Sokari Douglas Camp, born 1958, so convincingly evokes in her welded steel sculpture. Fig. 9-46, Camp, a Kalahari woman who grew up in the Delta region and now resides in London, recreates several Kalahari cultural forms in her work, returning often to images of the vibrant, dynamic masquerader. Working in metal enables her to capture a masker's airy, spatially activating essence. She freezes action in mid-motion with light open work. She plays with wavy cloth and other projections, creating a delicate equilibrium between form and the space it enlivens. As an artist working in metal, who creates masqueraders from a culture where only men make sculpture and dance masks, Camp is something of an anomaly among her own people, yet both the artist and her art are embraced today in international art circles. Ironically, perhaps, the Kalahari people themselves have never accorded either sculptors or their products much respect. 9-46 Otobo Masquerade. Sokari Douglas Camp. 1993 Wood, steel, palm stem brooms, height 6, 1.83 m. Several wooden masks of the Kalbari and other Niger Delta peoples are displayed around Camp's sculpture. The British Museum, London. 9-47 DL/N Phobra, ancestral screen. Kalahari Aja. Wood, split vegetable fiber, pigment, textile, fiber, height 45x, 1.16 m. The British Museum, London. Donated by P. A. Talbot. The work is constructed of many individually shaped wood parts lashed, pegged, nailed, and stapled together, creating a densely textured surface which was then painted. Ritually consecrated and placed in the meeting room of a trading house, ancestral screens are visible points of contact between the house's living members and those revered men who continue to influence life from the afterworld. Another form of Kalahari Aja sculpture much appreciated outside of Africa is the ancestral screen, Nduan Fobra, Fig. 9-47, a Nduan Fahara commemorates the deceased chief of a trading house. The chief is depicted at the center, flanked by smaller images of his attendants. Carved trophy heads of conquered rival chiefs sit at the base of the rectangular screen, while heads representing house retainers or slaves are attached to its top. The chief's facial features are subject to the same conventionalized rendering as the heads of retainers or enemies. Trading house members know who is represented in each screen, so naturalistic renderings are quite unnecessary. Chiefs are partly individualized, on the other hand, by the prestige and power implements they wield, here a silver-topped trader's staff and a curved-blade knife, and by the masquerade headdress they wear, which evoke the water spirit they identified with, or actually danced. The headdress here is probably the one known as white man's ship. A model of a 19th century European sailing vessel of the sort that came to the Delta region, the headdress implies successful trading. Outside contact is seen too in the rectangular, framed form and pieced construction of the screen itself, which are probably adapted from European conventions and techniques, while its hierarchical composition may have been influenced by the arts of Benin. Benin, 6 centuries of royal arts. The Kingdom of Benin became centralized during the 13th or early 14th century under a dynasty that is now considered mostly legendary. It was further consolidated under a second dynasty, founded from the Yoruba city of Ife by a prince named Oranmiyan, see page 229. This second dynasty, which is believed to date to the late 14th century, continues to the present day. During the 15th century Benin became an imperial power, conquering several neighboring peoples and extending the borders of her empire in several directions. In part with the help of the Portuguese, who established relations beginning in 1485, the empire reached its greatest geographic extent during the 16th century. Viewed as sacred, the king, Oba, of Benin is at the ideological center of Benin culture, even today, just as his palace is at the geographical center of much of the Edo-speaking world. Most Benin art forms feature the king and, secondarily, his court officials, chiefs, warriors, or musicians. The king is also the principal patron of the arts, and oral histories remember specific kings in part for the sorts of art objects they introduced. While some archaeology has been conducted, the art of Benin survived primarily through its continuous residence in the royal palace and in chiefs' houses. Its presence today in museums and private collections in Europe and the United States is a result of the notorious events of 1897. In January of that year, a British officer wanted to visit the king in Benin City during a period when he was offering sacrifices to his ancestors. Deeming a visit at this time inauspicious, chiefs warned the officer to stay away, to return later. He pressed on, however, and as he neared the city, warriors ambushed and killed him and most of his party. The British Navy quickly retaliated with an attack known as the Benin Punitive Expedition, which destroyed or burned much of the palace and city, looted and exported thousands of art objects, and exiled the king, see Fig. 9. In 1914 the king's son was allowed to restore the monarchy and to begin rebuilding the palace. The art was not returned, however, and Benin as an empire was a thing of the past. The arts of the Benin court have been active instruments and more passive mirrors of leadership, ritual, belief, policy, and propaganda for over 500 years. Interpretations of the place of art in the worldview and belief system of Benin, and of this art's historical and stylistic changes, are the focuses of this section. The very extensive literature on Benin art and culture, the corpus of several thousand known works of art, and this art's historical depth, all militate against anyone. Interpretation being definitively true, and the interpretations offered here are similarly tentative. Art, ideology, and the Benin world. The map on page 167 indicates both the extent of the Benin Empire during the 16th century, the time of its greatest territorial reach, and the location of the capital city, also called Benin, roughly at its center. A 17th century Dutch engraving gives a view of the city at this time, showing several steepled buildings within an enclosing palace wall, Fig. 9-48. 9-48 The city of Benin, engraved illustration to Alfred Dapper, Nauwkeurig beschreven der Afrika en She Joosten, Amsterdam, 1668, leopards, chained and controlled by handlers, lead a state procession. The king appears near the center, elevated on horseback amid royal musicians and dwarfs. According to the Dutch text that accompanies the engraving, he is followed by swan 400 chiefs and warriors, some mounted, others on foot. JM/IRUDC11. IDIBENINX V. .RVF-.YTJJ-/I-. Crown Prince S residence Chiefs residences, nervous face, SS equals 5I, Queen Mother's residence. A plan of Benin City prior to its sack in 1897 in turn shows the palace at the center, surrounded on most sides by the compounds of lesser chiefs, craftspeople and other court members, Fig. 9-49, the map and the plan, both of a roughly concentric design, bear out Benin ideology. In Benin thought, the sacred king is the center point. From him, a sequence of circles radiates outward. The first circle includes his chiefs, protectors, and supporters, the next embraces guilds of craftspeople and artists. Next are villages that pay allegiance and tribute. Farther out still are hostile or enemy peoples, and beyond these are the unknowable realms of the gods, imagined by the Edo as coextensive with the ocean which they believe encircles their world. In processions and other ceremonies, the Oba is central among his court members, flanked by, with his arms often supported by, designated title holders, Fig. 9-50, he is transformed by his costume and regalia into a work of art, a walking pyramidal occupational guilds. Chiefs 9-49. Plan of Benin City Oba's Palace. Palace chief's assemblage of symbolic materials and emblems. He wears cloth woven by his weaver's guild and embellished with many regal motifs. His tunic and headdress are fashioned of coral beads, his armlets of ivory. His 9-50. Oba Akenzua II, ruled 1933-78, in regalia, Benin City, Nigeria. 1960s hoop skirt creates a wide conical base, expanding him to monumental size, as befits a divinity. His headdress points upward to the celestial realm while adding height to the regal image. The result is a living version of the hierarchical composition notable in such art objects as the Ikengobo discussed earlier, see Fig. 9-1, the 17th century procession depicted in the engraving in Figure 9-48 also stresses the monumental nature of the Oba, shown elevated on horseback and wearing a voluminous costume. The king is also at the center of his world viewed as a vertical continuum, for he and his visible earthly palace stand between the sky world of Osinobua, the remote creator god, and the underworld of ancestral and other spirits, including powerful Olokan, god of waters, wealth, and fertility. As seen in Figure 9-48, the palace turrets, vertical transition points where the terrestrial realm touches the celestial, are pyramidal, a stable form that evokes the mass of the Oba in his ceremonial regalia. Both shapes recall a segment of the Ig ceremony, an annual rite dedicated to purifying and renewing the king, when an official attempts unsuccessfully to physically move the seated Oba. Symbolically, both the person and the office are to be seen as unshakable. During Ig, the sacred king is both proven to be enduring and re-energized so that he, and his kingdom, can carry on.
The pyramidal shapes of steeples and king appear to be linked symbolically to the towering termite hills found in this region of Africa. One of the king's praise names is Anthill, an allusion to his mysterious, fertile, and impregnable nature. In Benin, 9 to 51 plaque depicting architectural facade and figures. Benin, 16th to 17th century. Bronze, 21x14, 53.3x35.6 cm. The British Museum, London. Belief, as in the belief system of the Igbo discussed earlier, anthills are held to be numinous and spiritually powerful. Their sun-dried, cement-hard clay is a metaphor for the king's invulnerability. Long snakes of cast copper alloy were affixed to the sides of palace turrets, although not shown in the engraving in figure 9 to 48, they are documented in photographs of the palace taken just after the British raid, see Fig. 9. One is depicted on the plaque in figure 951. At the top of each steeple stood a figure of a bird with outstretched wings, also cast in a copper alloy. Several of these can be seen in the engraving in figure 9 to 48. A bird, since broken off, was originally depicted atop the turret on the plaque in figure 9 to 51. The roof snakes undulate downward, as if connecting the bird's sky world with the king's earth. Anthills connect the earthly world with the land of spirits, as does the king, perhaps with snakes as messengers. The identity of both the snakes and the birds is uncertain. Most scholars refer to the snakes as pythons, a few believe them to be puff adders. The rock python, which occasionally reaches a length of 30 feet, is a more logical ornament for a large architectural element than the much shorter adder. Yet the Edo associate the adder with accumulating wealth, and wealth in Benin is accumulated by the king. Still another serpent, the red-line snake, is often associated with the gentle deity Olokan because of its beauty, aquatic habits, and non-poisonous nature. Pythons too are considered beautiful and are said to be the rainbows that arc through. 9 to 52 Shrine to Olokan in the home of a priestess, Benin City, Nigeria. 1976 The sky, another phenomenon associated with Olokan. Clearly, different snakes enact various metaphorical roles. Benin artists were not always concerned with anatomical accuracy in their renderings, and their snakes may have stood for multiple species. The birds, for their part, may well be fish eagles, emblems in Benin of high rank, achievement, wisdom, and dignity. These noble birds may be raised within the palace, as they are among the Oguta Igbo. They are sacrificed during Ig, formerly along with a pair of leopards, considered kings of the wilderness. The bird is typically shown grasping a snake in its talons. The bird-serpent combat may be another instance of a motif distributed widely in the world, often with cosmological implications. Here in the Benin Palace, specifically because of the king's superhuman and mediating powers, the snake and eagle meet the world's foundations tremble, in the words of the English poet Percy Shelley, who was not referring, of course, to Benin iconography. Anthill clay is employed in many rituals. It is among the mystical ingredients used, for example, to construct shrines to Olokan. The name Olokan means owner of the ocean. He is the popular, benign god of childbirth, water, wealth, harmony, purity, and goodness. He is worshipped largely by women. His principal color is the white of chalk and cowrie shells, both given as offerings, both seen in abundance in his shrines, Fig. 9 to 52, in the shrine shown here, the stepped platforms and some of the figural inhabitants are painted white, strings of cowries hang from the ceiling, while others adorn the platform and the offering bowl in front of the deity. Cowries, a form of currency in this region, stand for Olokan's wealth. The reciprocity between Olokan and the Benin king is layered and complex. The red coral beads worn by the king were originally Olokan's. The 15th century King Ioware is said to have wrestled them away from the deity during the period when the Portuguese were in fact trading them into the kingdom. The king's coral, part of his vast wealth,
is said to be stored in Olokon's underwater palace. The deity's earthly shrines, like his image, imitate Benin royal precepts, hierarchical composition, an entourage of supporters, elaborate regalia, a rich palatial environment. The shrine figures are modeled by devotees from a combination of river mud, white sand, and anthill clay. In addition to a representation of the deity, shrine figures often include Olokon's wives, some with children, and his servants. As with his worshippers, more women than men are represented, for Olokon's special concerns are women's fertility and productivity. In the shrine shown here, a coral-bedecked Olokon sits high on the left, while off to the right is an unusual, white-robed image of Osinoboa, Olokon's father. Several figures in the shrine have been adorned with silver and gold pigments, as if to emphasize the god as a font of wealth and abundance. Another ritual object may represent aspects of the ideological Benin world in both its horizontal and vertical aspects. Fig. 9-53, this brass throne or stool is believed to have been commissioned by the 18th century King Ersenyen. It is also said to have been modeled on a throne made by the Portuguese for Oba Izagi 2 centuries earlier. Notably, the stool is reversible, consisting of two tops or seats, and therefore two bottoms, connected by a large snake, or two worlds mediated by a serpent. Its complex iconography calls out to be read as a visual text on Benin cosmology and thought. The drawing in figure 9-54 reproduces the motifs from the top seat in figure 9-53. Since the two seats have different imagery, they probably represent distinct realms. The seat shown here seems to represent the earth, with sky references. Most objects in its central zone are products of human craft: state swords, black smith's tools, and two square forms. 9-53 stool Benin I8th century brass, height L6, 40 cm Museum ILR Volkerkunde, Stadtlich Museum Berlin. 9-54. Drawing showing the motifs on the top seat of the stool in figure 9-53. That may be miniature plan view versions of compounds with interior courtyards, hke those of the palace. These motifs signify the order of earthly civilization. The two elephant trunks ending in hands holding leaves may refer to Ikangobo personal altars. Three symbols at the top appear to be celestial: a moon, a sun, and a four-lobed cross, a motif interpreted elsewhere as recalling the four phases of a day: morning, afternoon, evening, and night. The geometric interlace band surrounding the central zone features four monkey or chimpanzee heads, probably indicating the four directions, the 4 days of the Edo week, and the wilderness beyond civilization. The peripheral rim depicts two snakes that encircle the earth at its edge, keeping it separate from the mysterious surrounding ocean. The other seat depicts either the underworld of spirits or the sea, abode of Olokon and other spirits. Motifs include crocodiles and mudfish. The undersides of both seats are also richly strewn with various motifs: abound pangolin, frogs, fish, Portuguese heads, monkey heads, elephant trunks ending in hands, and a skull. Most could be references to various royal powers that derive from people or zones outside Benin City. The central mediating snake, perhaps a messenger of Olokon and symbolic of the Oba's power, unites upper, earthly, and lower worlds. Possibly a python, the snake is more likely a puff adder, by virtue of its rough scales. As the throne's largest motif, a poisonous puff adder suggests again the power of the Oba to take human life, as well as his rule over all realms, whether wild or civilized, seen or unseen. The puff adder has other characteristics as well that make its symbolic identification with the king persuasive. It is a stout, slow, heavy creature that waits for its prey. Food comes to it. It is placid, but with deadly venom. The Oba, slow because weighted down by regalia, waits in the palace for tribute and visiting dignitaries to come to him. Indeed, before the 20th century the king rarely left the palace. Thus the puff adder is a symbol of good luck and abundance and, specifically applied to the king,
a metaphor for his ability to sit placidly, if grandly, inside the palace, where he receives precious goods, medicines, and tribute. The palace entrance is called Rushing Gate for precisely this aria. Sun. On this throne, it would seem, the coiled puff adder as king rests between his domestic world and the outside realms from which his riches and his sacred powers come. Other readings of this elegant casting are certainly possible, for its meanings have not been clearly articulated to recent researchers by people from Benin. Indeed, they may have forgotten aspects of its symbolism during the 400 or 500 years since its form was first conceived. Plagues prominent in the artistic legacy of Benin are brass plagues that depict various motifs and scenes in relief. Nearly 1,000 plagues are known, many of them masterful wax castings. Most plagues depict royals, chiefs, court members, warriors, musicians, and sometimes Portuguese men, who traded with and aided Benin. In the late 15th and 16th centuries, figures are usually modeled in high relief on a comparatively neutral, textured background. They appear standing in a stiffly frontal pose, as if in a kind of ceremonial posture, with all the details of their regalia or dress carefully portrayed. Not many plagues appear to have any narrative content, although a few seem to record important historical events. Scholars have suggested that the plagues served as mnemonic devices, recording the dozens of ranks and many ceremonies at the Benin court. They may indeed have done this, but probably as a secondary function. Their primary purpose appears to have been to embellish the pillars and perhaps the walls of the palace. Most plagues are dated to the 16th and 17th centuries, when contact with the Portuguese was intense. It was the Portuguese who brought quantities of metal used by the Royal Brasscasters Guild to make plagues and other court objects. Some scholars believe the rectangular plaque format to be a Portuguese influence, derived perhaps from Illis, traded books. The Oba's identification with Olokan is dramatized in a plaque that portrays the king in a mystical, spiritual aspect, Fig. 9-55, the king is shown grasping apparently docile leopards by their tails and holding them aloft in a heraldic pose. Another of the king's praise names is Leopard of the House, a reference to his authority as the only person in the kingdom who can take human life or authorize the taking of it. This symmetrical balancing act one nobody wants to attempt even with domestic kittens is clearly metaphorical, an expression of the king's control over the leopard, ruler of the forest, and thus over all creatures. The king with mudfish legs. Benin. 16th to 17th century. Bronze, 16xi2/40.6x 31.75 cm. The British Museum, London sacrifices a pair of leopards at his installation and formerly sacrificed them as well at Ig, the rite that reaffirms his powers. For ideological purposes in aggrandizing the king, the leopards here are rendered the size of house cats. From the bottom of the king's robe extend two mudfish where we would expect legs. On a simple symbolic level, the fish suggest the king's identification with Olokan, whose realm is water. A more complex interpretation derives from oral traditions about the 15th century King Ahen, who apparently was paralyzed. To hide his deformity in a culture where this would have been taken as indicating infirmity in the kingdom itself, he had himself carried into public audiences. To shorten the full legend, which has at least two versions, Ahen made it known that Olokan had possessed him and that his miraculously transformed legs, now resembling mudfish, were divine and ought never be exposed. This version honors Oba Ahen as a promoter of Olokan worship. Notably as well, some species of mudfish give off an electric charge, which would be appropriate in symbolism of the king. In any case, the plaque must be seen as a means of visibly declaring the Oba to be divine, mysterious, and of superhuman strength, notions reinforced elsewhere in Benin iconography. An alternative interpretation focuses on the king's dual powers to take human life, symbolized by his control over the leopard, and to create or produce life, suggested by his identification with Olokan, god of fertility and wealth.
Another plaque apparently reproduces the interior of a palace courtyard shrine with its sloping steepled roof, see Fig. 9-51, two posts flank what seems to be an altar, and two more support the roof at its ends. On the altar's top step between the two center posts are two stone axes and two guardian leopards. Warriors holding shields and spears flank the altar, with slightly shorter attendants beside them. The posts are decorated with even smaller figures in relief. Interestingly, these figures probably represent plagues as they were once displayed. Hunt. Benin. 16th to 17th century. Bronze, height 21, 53.3 cm. Staatlich Museen zu Berlin, Preußischer Kulturbesitz, Museum für Völkerkunde. Another plaque depicts a leopard hunt in a stylized landscape, Fig. 956. The plaque is triply unusual, for not only is its composition not hierarchical, but it appears to record a scene from daily life, a rarity in African art. The scene, moreover, takes place outdoors, in a landscape. A long vine repeats the plaque's rectangular shape to establish the forest environment. Among the leafy tendrils are two large leopards and 5 Portuguese hunters. Cleverly, the artist has shown the men as if emerging from the underbrush, a background comprised of 3 and 4 leaf clusters. The vine's higher relief makes them appear closer. 3 hunters grab the leopards by the tail and legs, respectively, suggesting their intention to capture rather than shoot the animals, although several hunters carry weapons. Why the hunters here are Portuguese rather than members of the Benin Leopard Hunters Guild is not clear. Certainly live leopards were required by the king for sacrifice and other ceremonial purposes and as features of state displays, where sculptural stand-ins of cast copper alloy or ivory were also used. Royal Altar's great head is another of the king's praise names, and one that serves well to introduce royal altars, which are dedicated to the heads of past kings as well as that of the current ruler. The head leads the body, it is the body's most important part, the seat of wisdom and judgment and well-being, just as the great head leads the Benin body politic. In depicting full figures, Benin sculptors emphasize the importance of the oba's head by enlarging it proportionally to about 1/3 the total figure height. See, for example, the oba depicted on the altar to the hand in figure 9-1. Royal altars are composite complexes of charged materials and objects arranged on a semicircular clay platform, Fig. 9-57, the one shown here is that of the early 20th century. King Aweka II, ruled 1914 to 1933. Its dramatic impact comes mainly from the 4 sculpted heads and the great carved elephant tusks that seem to sprout from their crowns. These 4 elements frame the shrine and focus attention inward. The dark cluster of ancestral staffs stacked against the wall, and especially the figurative 9-57 the palace altar to Oba Aweka II. Benin. Photograph 1964 in Is-Y, at the time of the sack of Benin, there were 17 such altars. In earlier times there were still more in theory, an altar for every deceased Oba. Since the I-4 restoration, a single altar has served as the collective shrine for all past rulers except for the last 4, each of whom has his own altar, as does the living king. There is also a shrine to Queen Mothers in the palace, and at least one more in the Queen Mother's compound north of the palace. Most of the sculptural components that once furnished these many shrines are now dispersed among the museums of Europe and America, raising questions about the ownership of cultural property and the repatriation of war booty. Who truly owns heads that were once essential to a sacred altar? The question is not easily answered. Centerpiece in front of them, add visual interest, depth, and further support to the overall hierarchical structure, which the centerpiece reiterates in its own composition. Several bells and other small objects add further texture, as do the state swords leaning against the wall. Even the sacrificial blood dripping down the front of the platform contributes to the visual experience, leading the viewer's eye up and back to the sculptural group.
Horizontal ridges on the wall behind effectively stop one's view, directing it to the center or perhaps laterally, to other altars nearby. All these components have constellations of meaning that contribute variously to the importance and enduring value of Benin kingship, which is what this and similar altars are all about. It is here that ancestral kings are fed, with sacrificial blood, and prayed to, so that they will protect the kingdom and aid in its prosperity. The main officiant is the living Oba, whose power derives from these ancestors and from the coral beads they have passed down to him. Many sculpted heads are known from Benin, created variously of brass, ivory, terracotta, and wood. The materials are used hierarchically, with brass heads reserved exclusively for altars to kings and queen mothers, for cast brass is enduring, like kingship, it does not rust or corrode. In earlier times, brass heads were polished to a brightness appreciated as beautiful and inviting, yet simultaneously to a color considered red, and thus threatening. The I2T1T9-58. Motifs engraved on an elephant tusk from Benin. Drawing by Joan Wood King 2 attracts people with his beautiful garments, but he also repels with the power of his red coral beads, which are said to have been consecrated with blood. Similarly, the imposing tusks on these altars are the weapons of the mighty elephant, who, like the ferocious leopard and predatory eagle, is a metaphor for the king and his powers. Wherever the elephant faces is the road is a proverb about the elephants, and the king's military might. But here the tusks have been tamed, as it were, transformed into works of art by the detailed relief carvings that cover their surfaces. The drawing in figure 958 catalogues the motifs carved on one such tusk, which include the Oba, royal supporters, metaphorical animals, and other key symbols. The Oba is often shown multiple times on carved tusks. Here, a column of kings extends along the central axis. Each king once commissioned a set of tusks for the altar he consecrated to his father's head and memory. Ivory itself was a valued commodity in external trade and brought much revenue to Benin, especially to the king, who received one tusk of every elephant killed in the kingdom. Tusks on altars were often bleached and sometimes chalked to pure whiteness, another reminder of the king's relationship to Olokan. Each newly installed king also pours the first crucible in casting the central altar piece that becomes the focal point of his father's shrine, the figural group that depicts his father with major courtiers and chiefs. In the centerpiece on the altar in figure 9-57, the former king is shown in full ceremonial regalia, including the powerful garment made of Olokan's coral beads. He holds aloft a ceremonial sword, ebon, with which he dances to honor happy face, /s/si, 2i, t/fs. Height sa, 21 cm, height 9k, 23.5 cm, height 13, 33 cm, height 18, 45.7 cm, height 21, 53.4 cm, his ancestors. An actual sword leans against the back of the shrine. Both a certain redundancy and a multi-referential quality pervade Benin shrine complexes, as they do other aspects of art in this kingdom. The small brass altar piece echoes the larger altar, which is composed from many materials and objects. One commemorative head or tusk is not enough, there must be 4 or 6. Not a few beads, but an entire garment of them. Not one bell to call the ancestral spirits, but several, most being miniature versions of palace steepled roofs. Not one wooden staff, but many, which together each with its piling up of bamboo-like segments that signify the piling up of generations represent the temporal depth of the dynasty as well as its multiple powers. The many extant cast brass heads also represent more than 400 years of commemorating Benin kings and queen mothers, from the 15th until the late 19th centuries. While an exact chronology is not agreed upon, the historical progression of styles shown in figure 9-59 is generally accepted. According to this rough chronology, the most naturalistic heads, which are also the thinnest castings, are the earliest, Fig. 9 to 60, facial 9 to 59. Stylistic chronology of Benin brass heads proposed by W. Fag. N.P. Dark. Drawings after C. Vanzina solid lines indicate new, distinctive elements. The progression from the earliest head, A, to the most recent, E, may span as much as 4 centuries. 9 to 60 head from a royal altar. Benin. Early period, 15th to 16th century. Brass and iron, height 8%, 21 cm. University of Pennsylvania Museum, Philadelphia. 9-6 I head of a Queen Mother. Benin. Late period, 18th to 19th century. Brass and iron, height 21, 53.3 cm. Detroit Institute of Art's features on these early works have a somewhat fleshy look, but none is realistic enough to be called an imitative portrait. Lips, noses, ears, and sometimes eyes are conventionalized. Overall, however, the heads are quite sensitively modeled. Some scholars believe that many early period heads do not commemorate Benin kings but rather depict conquered rulers, and that they were displayed on war shrines as trophies of victory. Late period heads, usually dated to the late 18th and 19th centuries, are heavier, bulkier, and taller than early examples, Fig. 9 to 61, beaded collars, which on early period heads conform with the neck, now form a massive cylinder from which the head seems to emerge. This head represents a queen mother with her characteristic conical hair dress. The plate-like flange at the base of the collar is often found on late period heads. Facial features are both larger and more rigidly conventionalized than those of early periods. Male heads from the late period include extensions upward from the temple, probably representing coral versions of eagle feathers, see head E in figure 9 to 59. The heads on the altar discussed earlier are late examples, cast after the 1914 restoration of the monarchy, see figure 9 to 57. Heads with collars of intermediate height and without basal flanges are assigned to a middle period. The origins of the custom of casting commemorative heads and the source of the casting technology itself are uncertain. Oral traditions record that the current dynasty of Benin was founded by a Yoruba prince from Ife, and reciprocal ritual relations have long been maintained between the two kingdoms. Some scholars believe that the techniques of lost wax casting and the relative naturalism of early period heads derive from Ife, see chapter 8. Others accept the Yoruba origins of casting technology but dispute the stylistic links. Judging from the evidence of the artworks themselves, it seems unlikely that the Benin heads, confidently cast but stylized, are the direct descendants of the supremely lifelike and naturalistic heads of Ife, however idealized both sets of castings may be. Portuguese presence in Benin. Arts. Portuguese ships arrived on the Atlantic shore southwest of Benin in the 1480s, and immediately a trading relationship was established for mutual benefit. From the Portuguese, Benin received cloth, cowrie shells, coral, brass, and eventually weapons, offering in return ivory, spices, and later slaves. For some years scholars have postulated that these light-skinned foreigners arriving over the ocean in huge ships bearing exotic kinds of wealth may have been perceived by the Edo as emissaries or even relatives of their popular deity Olokan. The apparently warm reception given the Portuguese, and especially their dynamic integration into Benin art forms, most of which are adjuncts to ritual, would seem to confirm this theory. Images of Portuguese in brass, ivory, and wood appear on regalia, on plagues, and even as freestanding statuary probably displayed on altars. The finely detailed Portuguese soldier illustrated here almost certainly stood on a royal altar prior to its removal from Benin in 1897, Fig. 9 to 62. The man holds a matchlock at the ready and wears precisely rendered military garments of a style dated to the 16th century. The alert, slightly bent knee stance and the position of the arms give the figure a more dynamic posture and more anatomically correct proportions than those in which Benin officials are usually shown. Notably,
the Portuguese man's head is not enlarged. Such rendering suggests that Benin artists were clear in their ideological distinction between their own and foreign people, and that they in no way discriminated against the Portuguese outsider. No hint of criticism or caricature is visible here. Rather, as in nearly all Benin art, the Portuguese are depicted with the 9-62. Portuguese soldier. Benin. I6th century. Copper alloy, height 15, 38 cm. The British Museum, London. 9-63 waist pendant depicting a Queen Mother. Benin. I5th 16th century. Ivory and iron, height 9, carat, 25 cm. The British Museum, London. Kind of objective neutrality that implies their full acceptance and participation in Benin despite, or perhaps because of, their stranger status. Images of Portuguese even appear on rare and precious objects, such as two sensitive and exquisitely carved ivory masks, figure 9-63. 4 such ivory works are known. All are believed to have been carved in the early period, around 1500, and are said to be representations of the Queen Mother. On 2 of them, Portuguese heads appear in a kind of corona above the forehead. Judging from recent ritual practice, they were worn at the king's waist along with a pendant ivory leopard head and several plaque-like hieratic motifs, also carved of ivory. The exact meanings of these pendants is not known. They may have been protective, or they may have identified the king with certain powers, the Queen Mother's mystical procreative force, the leopard's military ferocity, Olokin's wealth. Masks and masquerades. Although this ivory face, along with a large number of copper alloy pendants representing human and animal heads, is often referred to as a mask, none is the sort of mask worn over the face to create a new persona, in the manner of most masks discussed in this book. Only one type of face-concealing mask is danced in Benin City, a mask known as Odudia, Fig. 9-64, in keeping with the materials so frequently used for court-related art forms, Odujua masks are brass. They appear as part of the New Yam Harvest and First Fruits Festival in a ritual entitled Igi Odujua. Named after the Ifa king whose princely son Oranmiyan founded the current dynasty. The masquerade itself was initiated by Oba Ersanyen, ruled c. 1735, to represent and commemorate the founding members of that new line. A quintessentially royal masquerade in history, form, and purpose, Oji Odujua features 7 maskers who gesture with ceremonial swords as they dance back and forth 7 times before the king. Masking officials are important, chiefly title holders and caretakers of deities brought from Ifa. Their dancing expresses their loyalty to the living king and his protection by them and by the dynastic ancestors embodied in the masks. No other masquerade is allowed to perform in the palace or in Benin City. At the same time, chiefs of all ranks wear, or once wore, mask-shaped brass pendants at their waists, as the king himself wears one of ivory. By banning all true masking apart from Uji Odujua, which so explicitly supports the king, the Benin hierarchy keeps the sorts of power embodied in typical masquerades at a non-threatening distance. It would seem that the king wants to keep away the kinds of anonymous and often unruly maskers who, elsewhere, sometimes take both spiritual and political power into their own hands. The wearing of mask-like pendants at the waist would seem to express royal control of powers elsewhere embodied in true masks. Today, the king of Benin is still a viable, powerful leader of his people despite and perhaps because of the existence of the national and state governments. The king and the rituals he still conducts, such as Ig, which annually revitalizes the very concept of sacred kingship, provide focus, continuity, and stability for the Edo people and their neighbors. 9-64 Odujua maskers at the court of Benin, c. IQ 60. 9-65 Igbo Shrine to Mami Wada, Owerri Region, Nigeria. 1974 Mamy Wada, a deity worshipped over much of southern Nigeria and indeed much of West Africa. Mami Wada is a kind of modern,
Upscale, female equivalent of the Edo god Olokan. While literally thousands of Mimi Wada shrines are found in Africa, and with them many interpretations of her nature and what she is able to do, there is general agreement that she is a foreign, exotic, light-skinned, charismatic, and very beautiful woman with a penchant for seduction. Although she has the abilities of general tutelary gods, namely providing protection, health, productivity, and prosperity, her special provinces are riches in money and kind, which she can bring or take away, and mental disease, which she can cause or cure. Her concerns are contemporary sorts of problems such as improving employment opportunities, passing exams, upgrading from a motorbike to a car, or dealing with a marital problem brought on by money or jealousy. What Mimi Wada does for a person depends on how she is treated, which is another way of saying what kind of offerings are made to her and her shrine. A Mimi Wada shrine is an assemblage of items that her priestess, or priest, has collected for her, in part to enrich her environment and attract clients. Fig. 9-65, it also includes objects her devotees have given in supplication or thanks. The chromolithograph responsible for her imagery is nearly always present, central and on the back wall in the illustration. This print was based on a photograph taken in the late 19th century, in Germany, of a Samoan circus performer, a female snake charmer. Since then, this print has been reproduced thousands of times and is now distributed all over the African continent. Sculptures of Mimi Wada based on the color print with her straight hair, light skin, and entwined snakes are favored shrine decorations, along with red and white cloth and an array of imported goods having to do with vanity and personal beauty. For example, glittery jewelry, perfume, talcum powder, pomade, and soap. A mirror is usually included, both so Mimi Wada can admire herself and to represent the miraculous surface of water from which she appears and into which she can disappear. Mimi Wada also likes sweet drinks and rich foods, candles and flowers, and almost anything of European or American manufacture, from plastic dolls and enamelware to books and bottles. The shrine shown here is a rich constellation of these and other things. Several wood sculptures painted in bright colors are visible on a table at the back of the room. A carpentered table, indeed, is usually the central altar, in keeping with the goddess's desire for foreign things. Hundreds of colorful offerings and aids to worship are arranged on the floor in front of the table, with bowls for gifts and food toward the front. Successful and beautiful shrines attract both Mimi Wada herself and more worshippers whom she will ask, through her priestess, for more presents including devotional images and objects from Christian, Hindu, and various occult practices. These are absorbed and reinterpreted as further evidence of Mimi Wada's exoticism and power. Some Mimi Wada specialists conduct group seances or collective waterside rituals, meals, and dances, using paddles, boats, nets, and model snakes or fish as props and aids. Devotees often become possessed by the deity while singing and dancing her praise. Other forms of worship are more private and meditative. Priests or priestesses may consult Mimi Wada as an oracle, much in the manner of a diviner, and some worshippers visited by the deity will be asked to establish Mimi Wada shrines of their own. So the worship of this charismatic modern outsider is enormously varied, and it continues to spread yet further afield. Supremely syncretistic in its ability to absorb and rework varied local and foreign spiritual symbols and practices, belief in Mimi Wada serves many current needs as Africans deal with foreign problems, products, values, and people. Entra *W IFF %IYJM 0 Indian Ocean L/pound *V I FFRRWI 10 Cross River Cameroon Grasslands and Gabon Loi Reliquary Figure Panu Wood and Rattan, High 2Y, 30 cm. Musée d'Elhome, Paris. The area treated in this chapter is diverse both geographically and culturally. Beginning at the Cross River Basin, which overlaps Nigeria and Cameroon. It extends into the mountainous grasslands of western Cameroon, along the estuaries and rivers of the Cameroon coast, and into the equatorial forests of Gabon, Equatorial Guinea, and Congo. Numerous peoples live within this sweep of the continent. Perhaps the most consistent cultural element is the small scale of the communities in the forest zones, most of them organized only at the village level and governed by groups of elders or men's organizations rather than by chiefs or kings. An exception are the kingdoms in the mountainous grasslands of western Cameroon. Yet these realms, too, are small in comparison to the territories ruled by the Oha of Benin, see Chapter 9, or the Yoruba kings, see Chapter 8. All of the societies discussed in this chapter were profoundly affected by European presence, though in different ways. European trade along the Cross River brought wealth and increased the importance of local men's societies, many of which became commercial organizations. The small kingdoms of the Cameroon grasslands imported prestige materials such as beads, brass, and fabric, which were used to create ever more luxurious art objects for the royal treasuries. In the coastal region of Cameroon, individuals involved in European trade were acknowledged as headmen or chiefs, leading to a new type of political leadership supported by new forms of prestige art. In the equatorial forests of Gabon, on the other hand, fundamental cultural practices were banned by the colonial administration, and the art forms linked to them survive only in museum collections. Cross River. From its origins in the hills of western Cameroon, the Cross River runs westward into Nigeria, then curves to the south to flow toward the Gulf of Guinea, which it reaches some 90 miles later. Navigable by local craft for much of its length, the river has historically served as a means of transportation and trade for the many peoples who live within reach of its banks. Most of these peoples speak languages known as Semi-Bantu. Culturally as well as linguistically related, they share a number of political, religious, and economic institutions in which art plays an important role. Early arts. In recent times, artists of the Cross River region have worked primarily in wood. The earliest known works from the region, however, were formed from more durable materials such as stone, brass, and terracotta. Unfortunately, few of these works have been dated or even accurately described, for they have usually been unearthed by accident rather than in controlled and documented archaeological excavations. They may have been made by ancestors of the current populations, in which case they represent artistic traditions that have been discontinued, or other peoples who preceded them in the region may have made them. Until more is known, they can only be appreciated as mute and mysterious evidence of an unknown past. The two stone monoliths in Figure 10-2 belong to a group of 18 stones that stand at the site of a deserted village in the area occupied by the Nam group of the Ajagam peoples. Some 300 such monoliths have been documented in Ajagam territory. Ranging from 1 to 6 feet in height, they are usually found in groups, often in a circular arrangement. All were probably at one time associated with habitation sites, which have since been abandoned. Scholars believe that some of the monoliths may date back as far as the 16th century, and that their manufacture may have continued into the 19th century. The makers of these works selected roughly columnar stones from riverbeds, then used abrasives, most probably other stones, to further 10-2. Carved monoliths, Akwanchi, Nigeria. I6th century, photograph 1974. Basalt. The Ajagam people refer to these monoliths as Akwanchi, dead person in the ground, and revere them as special objects, herts. Some areas, the monoliths are given the names of former Antun priestly leaders whose role was largely ceremonial and religious. During annual ceremonies acknowledging past Antun, offerings are given to the Akwanchi as village ancestors. Interestingly, the Akwanchi are asked for blessings and protection even though the system in which the Antun worked has disintegrated. 10-3 Standing figure. Cross River Musée Barbie Mueller, Geneva. Shape and incise them. All of the stones depict bearded figures, usually, as here, including a navel rhythmically emphasized with concentric circles. Several regional substyles have been identified, some of which coincide with subgroups of the Ajagam peoples. The Nam style, shown here, is distinguished by its especially profuse and elaborate decoration. Sculptors working in this style altered the natural shape of the stone itself less than sculptors of other regional styles, who often smoothed the stones to a more symmetrical columnar form, sometimes explicitly phallic. Sculpture cast in copper alloy using the lost wax process has also been found in the Cross River region, Fig. 10-3. The works belong to a sizable body of cast metal objects recovered across a broad area extending from Cross River in the east to embrace both sides of the Niger River in the west and northward to the confluence of the Niger and Benue rivers. Stylistically diverse, they include figures of humans and animals as well as such objects as bells and staffs. Collectively, they are often referred to as products of a lower Niger bronze industry, but where the centers of this industry were and what culture it belonged to we do not know. Some works are clearly linked to the Benin court in subject matter, suggesting that they may have been made by outlying groups of Edo-speaking peoples, see Chapter 9. Others seem related to Kop. Per alloy objects from the Igbo side of Igbo Yokuyo, see Chapter 9. The Yoruba, see Chapter 8, have also been posited as the possible creators of some of the objects, as have several other regional peoples. The sculpture here depicts a human figure wearing a rope or twisted metal necklace with bell pen, dance and anklets and bracelets. The surface of the figure is embellished with spiral decorations. The lower Cross River is rich in pottery production that was traded over a wide area into the Niger Delta region. The small arms linked to them survive only in museum collections. Cross River. From its origins in the hills of western Cameroon, the Cross River runs westward into Nigeria, then curves to the south to flow toward the Gulf of Guinea, which it reaches some 90 miles later. Navigable by local craft for much of its length, the river has historically served as a means of transportation and trade for the many peoples who live within reach of its banks. Most of these peoples speak languages known as Semi-Bantu. Culturally as well as linguistically related, they share a number of political, religious, and economic institutions in which art plays an important role. Early arts. In recent times, artists of the Cross River region have worked primarily in wood. The earliest known works from the region, however, were formed from more durable materials such as stone, brass, and terracotta. Unfortunately, few of these works have been dated or even accurately described, for they have usually been unearthed by accident rather than in controlled and documented archaeological excavations. They may have been made by ancestors of the current populations, in which case they represent artistic traditions that have been discontinued, or other peoples who preceded them in the region may have made them. Until more is known, they can only be appreciated as mute and mysterious evidence of an unknown past. The two stone monoliths in Figure 10-2 belong to a group of 18 stones that stand at the site of a deserted village in the area occupied by the Nam group of the Ajagam peoples. Some 300 such monoliths have been documented in Ajagam territory. Ranging from 1 to 6 feet in height, they are usually found in groups, often in a circular arrangement. All were probably at one time associated with habitation sites, which have since been abandoned. Scholars believe that some of the monoliths may date back as far as the 16th century, and that their manufacture may have continued into the 19th century. The makers of these works selected roughly columnar stones from riverbeds, then used abrasives, most probably other stones, to further tend to two carved monoliths, Akwanchi, Nigeria. I6th century, photograph 1974. Basalt. The Ajagam people refer to these monoliths as Akwanchi, dead person in the ground, and revere them as special objects, Hertz. Some areas, the monoliths are given the names of former Antun priestly leaders whose role was largely ceremonial and religious. During annual ceremonies acknowledging past Antun, offerings are given to the Akwanchi as village ancestors. Interestingly, the Akwanchi are asked for blessings and protection even though the system in which the Antun worked has disintegrated.
10-3 Standing figure. Cross River Musée Barbie Mueller, Geneva shape and incise them. All of the stones depict bearded figures, usually, as here, including a navel rhythmically emphasized with concentric circles. Several regional substyles have been identified, some of which coincide with subgroups of the Ajagam peoples. The Nam style, shown here, is distinguished by its especially profuse and elaborate decoration. Sculptors working in this style altered the natural shape of the stone itself less than sculptors of other regional styles, who often smoothed the stones to a more symmetrical columnar form, sometimes explicitly phallic. Sculpture cast in copper alloy using the lost wax process has also been found in the Cross River region, Fig. 10-3. The works belong to a sizable body of cast metal objects recovered across a broad area extending from Cross River in the east to embrace both sides of the Niger River in the west and northward to the confluence of the Niger and Binya rivers. Stylistically diverse, they include figures of humans and animals as well as such objects as bells and staffs. Collectively, they are often referred to as products of a lower Niger bronze industry, but where the centers of this industry were and what culture it belonged to we do not know. Some works are clearly linked to the Benin court in subject matter, suggesting that they may have been made by outlying groups of Edo-speaking peoples, see Chapter 9. Others seem related to Kop. Per alloy objects from the Igbo side of Igbo Yokuyo, see Chapter 9. The Yoruba, see Chapter 8, have also been posited as the possible creators of some of the objects, as have several other regional peoples. The sculpture here depicts a human figure wearing a rope or twisted metal necklace with bell pen, dance and anklets and bracelets. The surface of the figure is embellished with spiral decorations. The lower Cross River is rich in pottery production that was traded over a wide area into the Niger Delta region. The small terracotta sculpture in figure 10-4 was fashioned HKE an upside-down jar, the opening is on the bottom. Features, including brows and ears, were made separately and attached prior to firing, as was the crown of the head, which depicts a hairdo. The front of the body has vertical grooves and ridges along with other decorative elements that set off a protruding navel. Small holes in the crown may have been made for eye. 10-4 Anthropomorphic pottery figure. Calabar, Cross River region, Nigeria. I/th century, photograph 1977. Terracotta. R/**la**tif4 attachments, such as feathers, or they may have simply served as air vents during the firing process. This figure and numerous others HKE were recovered during the digging of foundation trenches in Calabar, a town near the mouth of the Cross River. They were found buried in specially prepared pits 2 to 6 feet deep, together with richly decorated pottery vessels, round white pebbles, metal blades, and other materials. Charcoal particles found at the bottoms and at the tops of these pits suggest that they may have been places for the safekeeping of ritual objects, consecrated before and after with fire. Some pits contained imported porcelain plates, glass bottles, and beads, suggesting that the objects were buried sometime after European traders arrived in the 17th century. But as with other early arts of the Cross River region, we do not know who made them or what purpose they served. Psi 10-5. Ensabidi signs. Drawing after E. Waynell. Recent arts of secret societies. Cross River communities are usually governed by groups of elders. The power of each elder is in turn enhanced by membership in various societies. A typical community includes numerous societies, each with its own purpose. In the past, these included warrior societies, ancestor societies, hunting societies, anti-witchcraft societies, and entertainment societies. Many societies continue into the present day as fraternal, political, or commercial associations. Women as well as men belong to societies, though rarely to the same ones. Society members communicate through a complex system of secret gestures and ensabidi, a repertoire of ideographic signs, Fig. 10-5, Ensabidi embody power as well as signify meaning, for mastering the obscure system of signs and symbols is one way in which leaders of the organizations establish their authority. Ensabidi symbolize ideas on several levels. Most people, even those not initiated into a society, recognize signs that have to do with human relationships, communication, or household objects. At another level, dark signs of danger and extremes, often actually bolder in form and darker in value, have to do with moral judgment and punishment. Finally, there are complex signs whose meaning and use is vouchsafed only to the most privileged levels within the associations. These indicate rank and secrecy. Considered a vital force in itself, Ensabidi is often considered to be the very essence of a society. The most powerful signs are intricate diagrams drawn on the surface of the earth in times of crisis or as sacred acts. Only those who have the proper rank and knowledge are authorized to see such powerful signs. Ensabidi signs are also used as an aesthetic enhancement on fans, trays, drums, cloths, masks, and other objects used in cross-river associations. The oldest cross-river secret society may be the Almalngbi Society of the Ajagam people of Nigeria. In Ajagam, Ngbi means leopard. Ngbi seems to have begun as a warfare society, possibly among peoples on the Cameroon side of the Cross River. Its emphasis later became trade, however, and it grew to play important political and commercial roles. Each Ajagam community has an Ngbi lodge, usually the most impressive structure in the community, where secret meetings are held and secret objects stored. A rectangular assemblage made of cane, covered with animal skulls, horns, sticks, leaves, carved objects, pieces of rope, brooms, and drums, and fringed with raffia is 10-6 Ngbi Society emblem. Ajagam. Raffia fiber, animal skulls, caning wood, rope, 48x42x11, 121.9 carat 106.7 carat 7-9 *, New Orleans Museum of Art. Museum purchase. Although Ngbi members are secretive about the function of such objects, researchers have been able to discover some information. Skulls and bones are the remains of animals eaten in rituals. Brooms are used for sweeping away hostile magical substances from the lodge. Drums are of the type used in Ngbi masquerades and for making announcements to the community. The sticks are memory aids used in Ngbi deliberations. Rope coils invoke those placed on the tops of the stone pillars within the lodge to restrain the leopard spirit. Thus the assemblage is a visual reminder of the role of the society and its actions. Typical of objects prominently displayed inside the lodge, Fig. 10-6, in addition to the objects that belong to the lodge as a group, each grade has a distinctive set of costumes, rituals, dances, and masks. The elaborate trading network along the river formerly involved the selling of rights to Ngbi and other associations, including the right to perform their various masquerades. See Aspects of African Culture, Masquerades, pages 336-7. The group selling the rights would perform the masquerade in the village of the buyer group, then return home, leaving their masks and costumes behind. The river trade thus helped to spread related art events and art objects among diverse peoples over a broad area, though changes in both form and meaning took place as local copies of masks and costumes were made and time passed. Masks of secret societies appear in performances by accomplished dancers at funerals, initiations of new members, and other events sponsored by the association. Two types of masks dominate: helmets masks and crest masks. The helmet mask in figure 107 covers the entire head of the wearer like an inverted bucket reaching to the shoulders. When the mask was made, fresh animal skin was stretched and tacked over the soft wood from which it was carved. After the skin dried, it was stained with pigments made from leaves and barks. The opposing sides of the double-faced mask represent male and female faces. The male face is normally stained dark all over, while the female side has portions left in the natural color of the animal skin. Similar masks may have 3 or more faces.
Feathers, quills, and other objects would have ornamented the mask in performance. On many masks, messages are painted in ensabidi markings. Crest masks do not cover the head but rather sit on top of it. They are attached to a basketry cap, which is held on the wearer's head by means of a chin strap. The long neck and towering coiffure of the elegant crest mask tend to 7. Two-faced helmet mask. EJAGHAM. Wood, animal skin, pigment. Cambridge University Museum of Archaeology and Anthropology. 10-8 crest mask. Cross River animal skin, basketry. Fowler Museum of Cultural History, University of California, Los Angeles. In figure 10-8 W-old have emphasized the height of the masked character who wore it. The skin sheathing gives the mask a starthrism, and in performance it appears to be an actual human head. In some masks, attaching real hair to the scalp may heighten this effect. Inserts of metal pieces for eyes, wooden pegs for pupils, and the use of bone, ivory, metal, or small pieces of palm rib for teeth may add further to the realistic impact. The dark stained round areas in relief on the temples represent scarification patterns. Such a mask would have been worn with a flowing, elaborate gown. The skin-covered crest mask shown aspects of African culture. Masquerades. IV masks are among the most widely known, collected, and admired of African arts. Outside of Africa they are generally displayed and appreciated as sculpture. Their dazzling inventiveness, expressive form, and evident craft certainly reward that form of attention, yet the isolated and inert public display of sculpture is utterly alien to an African point of view. A mask is never seen publicly in Africa except in performance, in motion, at which time it is not an object called mask at all, but the head or face of an otherworld being that has appeared amid the human community. In fact, most African languages do not have a word that can be accurately translated as mask. Instead, the name for a particular mask is generally the word for the being that the mask helps make manifest. The masker, the human wearing a mask and its associated costume, is a transformed being, not a person imitating a spirit, but a person whose identity is subsumed into the otherworld being who is now truly present. The appearance of such beings is not casual or undertaken lightly. Instead, maskers appear in the context of a masquerade, a ritual, or performance art which takes place in a time and space normally isolated from the routine of daily life. Played for an audience, a masquerade is usually activated by music and includes dancing or other dramatic action and sometimes singing and other verbal arts. Each spirit masker has its characteristic gestures and movements, which are also part of its essence. While virtually all African masks are used to manifest spirits, usually spirits of nature or ancestors, a continuum exists from those characters that are largely secular, on the one hand, to those that command, manipulate, and represent powerful spiritual, natural, and social forces, on the other. Masquerades are normally performed as an element of still larger rituals, especially rituals of human passage, the passing of seasons, or the stages of the agricultural year. Yet they are also considered by Africans themselves as discrete ceremonies in their own right, indicated by the fact that each masquerade generally has a name. Since most masks are worn only by males and most masquerades are male-dominated, they are an especially fruitful arena for invoking gendered values and behavior. At the same time, roughly half of all maskers embody female characters. Many maskers also evoke animals or more abstract, composite powers of nature. In all cases, masquerades are performed not simply to entertain, however entertaining they may be, but to effect change in their communities. Indeed, a prime characteristic of the African masquerade is its capacity to get things done. As active agents of transformation and mediation, spirit maskers help effect many kinds of change: children into adults, nominees into leaders, elders into ancestors, seedlings into productive crops, sickness into health, or crime into judicial resolution. Such occasions are the masquerade's most frequent contexts. Even the expressive, entertaining aspects of masquerading move the community,
away from the humdrum of everyday life toward the excitement, excess, and release of festivity and spectacle. For all of these reasons, it is appropriate to speak of masking as an embodied paradox. The masquerade is symbolic and elusive, but tangible. It is an illusion, but at the same time real. The characters are invented, yet are quite capable of inflicting damage. The masquerade will affect its audience on one level, its participants on others. Masking always has both emotional content and some degree of instrumentality. It is effective as well as effective, and one of the continent's most expressive and content-rich art forms. Bassari male initiate, see Fig. 6-9, 10-9. Skin-covered crest mask in performance, Bamenda, Cameroon. 1932. In performance in figure 10-9 depicts an entire human figure. The limbs of such figures are sometimes movable, suggesting that the figures were used as a type of puppet. In addition to masks that represent human heads, there are also those that represent skulls and animals. The mask in figure 10-10 combines the features of a crocodile's head with a woman's elaborate coiffure. Again, the head is covered with animal skin and stained dark brown. The hole in the forehead probably once held a crown. Dark masks such as this one are performed in torn and dirty dresses made of rough materials in drab colors. They are related to a type of mask that suggests deformity and that has distorted features such as flopping ears, huge or disfigured noses, or long hanging tongues. All of these animal masks and grotesque masks are seen as fierce and frightening. Loia. Crest mask. Ejagham. Wood, stained animal skin, basketry, height 29, 73.6 cm. Seattle Art Museum. Gift of Catherine White and the Boeing Company. Cameroon grasslands to the east of the Cross River, in western Cameroon, is a mountainous region known as the Cameroon grasslands. Numerous small groups of disparate origins spread throughout this region prior to 1900. Stateless societies as well as highly centralized kingdoms arose and participated in a flourishing trade network. The rulers, or FON, of the numerous kingdoms used art to bolster the prestige and authority of their courts, and alliances among kingdoms involved exchanges of art objects identified with the royal structure. Over time, these exchanges caused many cultural features to be shared among grasslands courts, which has permitted scholars to speak of an overriding grasslands art style. The development of grasslands courts reached a peak in the 19th century during a period of flourishing trade that increased the availability of imported materials and luxury goods. Believed to be divine, kings were religious as well as secular leaders. Beneath the king, society was comprised of commoners and a hierarchy of titled nobility. Nobility was further divided into those descended from the sons of kings, nobility of the blood, and those descended from commoners rewarded for their service to the king with the title, nobility of the palace. In a typical grasslands community, a large percentage of the population was considered noble. Commoners had no claim to any art, which was used exclusively by the king and, by his grace, the nobility. Whether it was employed directly in the king's service or used by a retainer or a prince to exhibit his own rank, all art theoretically belonged to the king, who also had a monopoly on all precious materials: brass, imported fabric, and imported beads. Theoretically he also owned the hides, teeth, and claws of animals such as the leopard, the elephant, the buffalo, the crocodile, and the serpent, as well as the right to use them as symbols. The authority of the king decreased with colonial domination in the early 20th century and has been regarded with suspicion by modern governments. However, each king remains the symbolic sovereign and acts in a fundamental ceremonial capacity in his realm today. Art is still used as a means of bolstering the authority of the elite. Palace architecture. The most conspicuous symbol of kingship was the royal residence. Although many palace compounds have fallen into disrepair or have been replaced by den-roofed, concrete block buildings, some have been maintained, and a few have been proclaimed national monuments by the Cameroon government.
Numerous domed units made up the palace at Phumban, the capital of Bumum, Fig. 10-11. By the end of 1910, this magnificent building had been destroyed, but photographs and detailed descriptions exist. Long straight rows of tall, domed houses connected by saddle-like roof sections created a complex of several distinct areas, each centering upon a court yard. The portion shown in the photograph here is but a small segment of the palace. The basic building unit was a square room surmounted by a domed roof. Lattice walls made of 3 layers of palm rib were assembled on the ground and lifted to be joined together. Frameworks for the ceiling and roof sections were similarly completed on the ground and hoisted into position. The completed roof was topped with thatch and the walls were sometimes plastered with clay. In addition to the multiple units that served as domiciles for members of the court, there 10-11. The palace at Phumban, Bamun, Cameroon. Photograph C. 1910. Ski, TCI, W K/:, V X A and I Me 10-12 Interior courtyard of the palace at Phumban, Bumum, showing reception area and carved pillars. Photograph I-907 were granaries and entrances or gatehouses. Larger separate buildings served as audience halls, clubhouses, and market buildings. The great courtyard served as settings for a variety of palace activities. Upwards of 3,000 people were housed in the palace and its adjoining buildings, including the king's 1,200 wives and 350 children. A photograph taken in 1907 shows Njoya, king of Bumum from 1885 or 1887 to 1933, standing in the inner courtyard of the palace near the reception hall, Fig. 10-12, under a tall, semicircular porch is a reception area furnished with European-style chairs. The carved pillars that support the roof of the porch and its adjoining verandas depict paired male and female retainers dressed in loincloths and headdresses indicating high status. A double-headed serpent motif is burned into the grass frieze over the columns. As royal symbols, double-headed serpents suggest that the king can assure military victory by striking on 2 fronts simultaneously. The palace in the Kingdom of Beckham also clusters individual buildings to create a sprawling complex. A distinctive feature here is a horseshoe-shaped grouping of basalt monoliths that served as the symbolic seat of justice and as a reference to the continuity and stability of the people, Fig. 10-13, similar stones in other grasslands palaces marked the graves of deceased kings and formed the sacred center of the kingdom. Sculpture plays an important role in the decoration of grasslands palaces. Structural elements such as houseposts and door frames are often carved, sometimes with considerable depth and open work. Carving also decorates the homes of dignitaries and the lodges of secret societies. Grasslands doorways are raised from the ground and resemble windows set low enough to step through. Their frames are usually carved in relief and sometimes painted in polychrome. Figure 10-14 shows Obim, king of Bayam, seated at the door to a building within his palace. His predecessor, Poham, commissioned the door frame. Compared to the more restrained posts in the Bumum Palace, see Fig. 10-12, the door frame here is a lively, dynamic composition in which voids interact with solids to suggest energy and movement. The carvings tell a cautionary tale about Poham 10-13. Courtyard of the Palace at Beckham, Cameroon. 1908 10-14. Obim seated before a palace door, Bayam, Cameroon. 10-15 Door frame of the palace at Fungum, Cameroon himself, whose unfaithful wife left his court to have a child with one of his subjects. Poham, depicted seated and smoking his pipe at the lower left of the composition, ordered the punishment of the immoral couple and the beheading of the unfortunate child. A door frame from the small kingdom of Fungum shows a less flamboyant style, Fig. 10-15, here the frame is manifestly solid,
its rectangular beams carved in low relief with human, animal, and abstract geometric forms. While the carvings add to the architectural beauty of the building, they also offer symbolic protection against evil and unwelcome callers by referring to the power of the king and his royal ancestors. Arts of the royal jaegeries in the palace, the king surrounded himself with elaborate, sometimes massive visual displays that declared his economic, socio-political, and religious authority. These constituted the royal treasury, a rich accumulation of textiles, clothing, portable objects, fur-carried nichings, sculpture, and masquerades. To create his treasury the king brought together great numbers of artists, the best of whom might be rewarded with noble status for their work. The availability of brass, beads, cloth, and other luxury goods in the 19th century inspired artists of the time to develop great numbers of spectacular royal art forms. During the colonial period, the abundance of royal art decreased dramatically and its quality diminished. Today, artists still create some forms, although they have ceased making others. Perhaps the most significant status symbol in the grasslands area is the carved stool. A typical grasslands stool has a ring base, a central and often cylindrical supporting portion, and a disc-shaped seat. Nearly everyone in the region owns a stool, however humbly. The most impressive stools are carved for the king and serve as thrones. Grasslands artists lavished considerable inventiveness on royal thrones, which are often embellished with the likenesses of leopards, pythons, elephants, and buffalo, all animals symbolizing sovereignty. At some point, probably at the beginning of the 18th century, a larger version of the cylindrical stool throne, one that included a back, was introduced. One of the finest examples is the throne of Nsangwu, who ruled Bumum c. 1865 to 1872 and c. 1885 to 1887, Fig. 10 to 16. The cylindrical open-work support depicts interlaced double-headed serpents. Rising from the back of the seat are two figures representing IOI 6. Throne and footstool of Nsangwu, King of Bumum. Cameroon, c. 1870 wood, textile, glass beads, cowrie shells, height 5'8" to the power of 0. 1.75 m. Museum für Völkerkunde, Staatlich Museum, Berlin. Before they are introduced into the palace, thrones are consecrated in ceremonies that transform them from bead-decorated carvings to powerful pieces of regalia. In these ceremonies of installation, the new throne is taken into a room where relics of past kings are stored. The sacrificial blood of a ram is smeared on its interior. Thereafter only high-ranking retainers may touch the throne, for the act of touching the power-laden object is considered dangerous. High-ranking retainers waiting on the king. The male retainer holds a royal drinking horn, the female retainer holds a bowl. At the base of the throne sits an open-work, rectangular footstool. Two figures of warriors carrying flintlock guns stand atop it. Dancing retainers are carved in sunken relief on the front panel. The entire ensemble is covered with heavy fabric richly embroidered with cowrie shells and colorful beads. 10 to 17 King Anjoya seated on his throne, Bamum, Cameroon. I9 12 10 to 18. A king seated in state before a textile backdrop, Chang region, Cameroon. I93 08. /milp. Royal thrones are believed to receive life force from their owners. Thus at the death of a king, his throne dies as well, and it may be buried with him or exposed to the elements to decay. Some thrones are given away as gifts to visiting dignitaries. Some seem to have been inherited by a successor. But a king rarely uses a predecessor's throne as his state seat. Instead, soon after his coronation, a king orders the creation of a new stool, specifying the motifs to be associated with his reign. In this spirit, Nsangwu's son Anjoya commissioned a new throne for his own use, Fig. 10 to 17, and gave Nsangwu's throne to German associates as a gift. Interestingly,
The photograph shows that Njoya requested a duplicate of Nsang's throne, instead of specifying a new iconography. Textiles are included in the royal treasury as well. Indigo-dyed cloths are often draped within the palace or in an outdoor arena to provide a backdrop for an appearance by the king. Fig. 10. 18. The royal cloth is rich in patterns with specific meanings, some of which are also used as bead embroidery designs on thrones. Many grasslands kingdoms import such cloths from the Lukan people of Wukari in northeastern Nigeria. The Kingdom of Kam was long the exclusive importer of Wukari cloths into the grasslands area. Drums, sculpture, stools, and numerous smaller objects from the treasury may be displayed around a king seated in state. These smaller objects may be held by retainers or by wives of the king. Figure 10-19 shows the king of Babungo attended by 4 of his wives, each of whom holds a portable object from the royal treasury. The woman to the left lifts a decorated calabash used as a container for palm wine. An important item of regaha, the calabash often appears as an attribute in royal portraiture, where it may be shown in the hands of a wife. The wife to the right foreground holds a drink. Ing vessel carved from buffalo or cattle horn and adorned with abstract designs that allude to status. The wife to the rear holds a ceremonial fly whisk whose handle is worked with bead embroidery. The woman at the king's shoulder carries a brass pipe, a symbol of high status and an important ceremonial object. Cast using the lost wax technique, the pipe depicts a German officer, a reminder of Germany's colonial presence during the early 20th century. Almost everyone in grassland society smokes tobacco, but the pipes associated with important men are extravagantly different from the everyday types used by ordinary people. While ordinary pipes are yusu ally made of terracotta or wood, royal ceremonial pipes may be made of brass, stone, bone, or even ivory. 10-19 Carat King of Babungo with royal wives holding objects from the treasury. Cameroon The king had the privilege to use such objects at all times. Other title holders, such as some royal women, princes, high-ranking heads of lineages, and court functionaries, inherited the right to use regalia, but such rights had to be confirmed for each generation by the ruling king. Granting entitlement to such objects intensified the alliance between the king and his favorites. 10-20 Royal Bedchamber, Cameroon. Photograph 1908 10-21. Bowls displayed in a courtyard of the palace at Fumban, Bumum, Cameroon. 1908 Most of the bowls shown in this photograph are hemispherical containers carved in relief and with open work bases. Some, such as the one in the center foreground, have figural bases, in this case a leopard. The bowl to its right has handles carved in the form of a human figure on one side and an animal figure on the other. Within the palace, furniture was ornately carved with motifs that alluded to rank and power. The royal bed shown in figure 10-20 was carved from a single piece of wood. A raised portion serves as a pillow. The human head motifs depicted in relief on the side allude to trophy heads taken in war. A leopard, symbol of royalty, supports the seat of the stool to the left of the bed, and another leopard figure positioned in front of the bed probably served as a footstool. A photograph taken in 1908 Dash. Ments a number of royal bowls used in the Bumum Palace at Fumban during Njoya's reign, Fig. 10-21, such bowls served a variety of purposes. Some are food bowls, while others supported calabashes filled with beverages. Sacrifices were also placed in such bowls to propitiate supernatural or ancestral powers. Some are kola nut receptacles, which were kept near kings so that the kola was ready to be offered to guests. The terracotta bowl shown in figure 10-22 was used in the palace at Fumban as a container for sauces. Grasslands artists employ a number of abstract, sometimes geometric motifs derived from depictions of various symbolic animals. The open work base of this bowl is carved in a motif of bands and knobs known as the spider J. JJ, carat. 10-22. Bowl. Fumban, Bumum, Cameroon. Before 1908. Terracotta, height 9/2 24 cm. Museum für Völkerkunde, Staatsliche Museen, Berlin. Frog with human fertility, a concept that is central to ideas of strength and power as measured in the numbers of people that support the king and provide his kingdom with a workforce and an army. It is customary in the grasslands for a king to have his portrait carved during his reign, along with portraits of titled women such as the more important royal wives and the queen mother. In some regions, a king's portrait is carved during the reign of his successor. The artist Vilcom carved a portrait of Bey-Aki, king of the kingdom of Isu, in the early 20th century, Fig. 10-23, the ruler is shown motif. The motif evokes the large earth spider, which lives in a burrow below the ground and is thus believed to connect the realm of humans, above ground, with that of the ancestors who were buried in the earth. Active at night, it sees things humans cannot see, such as wandering spirits and nocturnal beings. The spider is seen as a symbol of supernatural wisdom and auspicious power, and as such it is consulted by specialists who interpret the disturbances it makes to leaves cut with open work designs and placed near its lair. Ultimately, then, the spider motif refers to the importance of ancestral spirits who guide the king and his people. The spider motif is also noticeable on the end of Enjoy's footstool, see Fig. 10-17, where it served to remind the court that Enjoy was an agent of the royal ancestors. It is the most frequently used motif on prestige arts bestowed on others by the king. The belly of the bowl and the upper portion of its rim are decorated with the frog motif. More directly representational than the spider motif, the frog motif depicts the heads and forelegs of two frogs joined back to a single, abbreviated body. The motifs are linked together by joining the forelegs of each unit to the next. The frog is the second most frequently used motif on grasslands prestige arts. Grasslands belief systems associate the 10-23 portrait figure of Bey-Aki. Vilcom. Early 20th century. Wood. The Walt Disney Tishman African Art Collection. A portrait figure of a king is sometimes displayed surrounded with portrait figures of wives and retainers, just as a living king is surrounded by wives and retainers in court to reinforce his power and to indicate his rank and position. A portrait figure of a king is intended to preserve the kingdom's history, its genealogies, and its legends. It has a narrative function in telling the lore of the group. Groups of such figures will often be placed near the doorway of the king's residence to signify the origins and the future of his people. 10-24 King Janaba II at his enthronement with the Afo Akom, Thing of Kam, and subsidiary portrait figures, Kam, Cameroon. 1976 Janaba, his body ritually colored with camwood or red ochre, reaches out to touch the representation of a titled wife of U. She wears her hair in a style associated with the palace, and clasps her hands in respect for her husband and the Queen Mother, the figure on the far right. The office of Queen Mother is held by a woman of especially high status in court, and her effigy is carved wearing a royal coiffure and carrying a royal staff. The figures have been covered with wrappers of printed fabric for the occasion. Seated on a four-legged animal, he lifts a cutlass with his right hand and holds in his left hand the head of the king of a small neighboring state, a trophy of his victorious triumph over the enemy. The expressive facial features are accentuated by the addition of ivory teeth. The head turns to the right, helping to activate the vigorous figure. A cord with a huge bead and a piece of human femur hangs from the neck. Attitudes of victory, rejoicing, and ferocity are all encompassed in the figure, which was carved to serve as a symbol of Bey-Aki's reign as well as to evoke the power of his office and his family. Grasslands portraiture does not stress physical likeness. It is not so much the physiognomy of the individual that is depicted but the position the person holds and his character. The individual is recognized by attributes rather than by physical appearance. Several features suggest that this image is a symbolic portrait of a king. The pose of the figure indicates status, for sitting suggests rank. Normally, A person of great status sits in the presence of his lessers, who must stand. The ceremonial knife and the trophy head that the figure holds are likewise indicators of royal authority. In the kingdom of Kham, portrait figures include a representation of a royal stool. The stool serves as a base from which a standing figure, shown from the thighs up, seems to be emerging. Often referred to as throne figures, they are not used as chairs but rather serve the same purposes as other commemorative portrait figures elsewhere in the grasslands region. The stool can be seen as an attribute, a reference to status, much as trophy heads or calabashes in other royal portraiture traditions. Kham figures were carved in sets that included the king and some of his wives and retainers. 3 figures of one set are still used in Kham, Fig. 1024, a king of Kham named Yu carved the set, which originally included 6 figures, in the first decade of the 20th century. Carving is seen as an honorable profession in the grasslands, and some kings have had considerable reputations as carvers. Yu, who reigned from 1865 to 1912, is said to have organized a group of his fellow sculptors to produce a prodigious amount of art for his court. A number of these artists are still remembered in Kham by name. The central figure in the photograph is known as the Afoa Kham, or Thing of Kham. The people of Kham consider it to be an effigy of Yu himself, and thus a type of self-portrait that now serves as a memorial ancestor figure. Yu is depicted wearing a cap and holding a short staff. Although a photograph of Yu himself with at least 2 of these Kham figures shows their surfaces to have been unadorned, the bodies have since been covered with cylindrical beads. The rose-colored beads covering the Afoa Kham evoke the reddish color of the camwood cosmetic that ritually covers the body of the king during his installation. Royal spectacle and masquerade arts. Not only was the Grasslands Palace a work of art and a repository for numerous art forms, but it also served as backdrop for special events that reinforced the idea of central control and hierarchy. A particularly striking festival called Enja formerly occurred annually in the Kingdom of Bumam. During the dry season, usually in December, prestige and beauty seem to have been its focus. All the king's subjects met at the palace dressed in their finest raiment. The facade of the palace was festooned with royal textiles, and the ceremonial site before the palace was enhanced with objects from the treasury, including the royal throne. The king made an appearance before his subjects as the incarnation of wealth and might. During the festival, which was an art of spectacle, the king, his retainers, his counselors, indeed, all significant persons of the kingdom, danced in special dress. Some retainers appeared in disguise, wearing masks, followed by counselors in batik dress and wearing headdresses similar to the king's. Princes, descendants of former kings, followed in their own elegant dress, holding symbolic flywhisks. Anjoya's costume for the Enja festival was photographed in 1908, Fig. 10-25, in posing for the photograph, Anjoya himself chose to wear a colonial uniform and to have a surrogate model the Enja garment. According to the photograph, when Anjoya appeared in the festival, he wore a fake beard of tubular beads. Armlets and anklets of beads weighed down his limbs. A voluminous loincloth of indigo and white cloth draped to the ankles in massive folds between his legs. From his hips hung bead-embroidered otter pelts. A belt with double serpent heads girded his waist. He held a white horsetail flywhisk in his right hand, provided with a bead-covered figure of a man for the 10-25 Anjoya with surrogate wearing his costume for the Enja festival, Bumam, Cameroon. 1908. Handle. A necklace of beads and leopard teeth cascaded over his abdomen and chest. A ceremonial sword boasted a serpent head on the hilt. It was suspended from his shoulders by a scabbard covered in cloth and decorated with spider designs in beadwork. On his head Anjoya wore a huge headdress known as mpalet, with flying fox figures made of cloth, beads, and feathers. A double train of indigo batik royal cloth draped from his waist, supported in this dramatic photograph by 11 retainers. While masks and masquerades may appear in royal festivals, they are normally associated with a variety of men's societies, most of which are ultimately linked to the palace and the king. The societies are closed to outsiders, and only those who are authorized to participate in their activities may do so. Each society has its own special house, its own masks, costumes, dances, and secret language. Each acts on behalf of the king to establish order and to preserve the social and religious structure of the kingdom. One such society is Quifo. While the king hears complaints and counsels his people, it is the awesome Quifo that acts as a police force, carrying out punishments and executions at night. Quifo means night. As an agent of the king's administration, Quifo also mediates significant conflicts and pronounces sentence in both civil and criminal cases. Each Quifo society has a mask that serves as a spokesman and representative. Known as Mabu, this mask presents the decrees of the society to 10 to 26. Mask with earth spider motif headdress. Grasslands region, Cameroon. Before 1914. Wood, height 27, 69 cm. Field Museum of Natural History, Chicago. 10 to 27 horizontal buffalo mask from Babungo, Cameroon. Elephant masks in performance, Cameroon. 1985. The community. It ushers the members of Quifo through the village, alerting the people of the approach of the group, and compelling them to behave appropriately. Other masks are credited with supernatural strength generated by the medicine of Quifo, and embody the aggressive and terrifying nature of the society. Because of the gravity of the events surrounding their arrival, their wearers do not dance. The photographs in figures 10 to 26 and 10 to 27 are typical of Quifo masks. Such masks usually perform in groups of 8 to 30, accompanied by an orchestra of drums, xylophone, and rattles. When they make special appearances at the burial and commemorative death celebrations of a member of the group, they are viewed with awe and reverence. The mask in figure 10 to 26 is typical of grasslands masks that depict human-like male figures, with its exaggerated features, open mouth, and bulging eyes. Large and helmet-shaped, it is worn at an angle on the top of the masker, whose own head is covered with a cloth through which he can see. The headdress carved on the mask's crown alludes to a prestige cap worn by kings and title holders, reminding viewers of the high status of the group performing the masquerade, while the repeated earth spider motif carved on it alludes to the awesome powers of ancestors and spirits. The forest buffalo represented in figure 10 to 27, along with the leopard/elephant, and serpent, are royal icons symbolic of the privileges and authority granted to the group by the king. The mask here is worn with a costume of feathers. In the Bamileke region of the grasslands, a society known as Kiwasi is responsible for dramatic displays that involve spectacular masquerades. Formerly a warrior society, its membership is now composed of powerful, wealthy men. The king himself might even don a mask for appearance at the Kiwasi celebration, a public dance sponsored every other year as a dazzling display of the kingdom's wealth. Kiwasi elephant masks such as those in figure 10 to 28 have large flaps of cloth that cascade over the masker's chest and down his back. Covered with beaded designs, the flaps symbolize elephant trunks. Costumes worn with the masks include beaded garments, indigo-dyed royal cloths, and leopard pelts. Headdresses may be attached to the masks or worn by themselves with the costume. Some headdresses, great expanding forms covered with red feathers, look like extravagant flowers. Leaders of the Kiwasi society report directly to the king, and may be allowed to wear beaded sculptural crests that represent leopards or elephants, both royal animals. 10-29 Mask Grasslands Region, Cameroon. I8th century. Wood, height I8x 47 cm. Museum Rietberg, Zurich. The mask represents a face with extravagantly exaggerated brows, their towering forms emphasized by parallel striations. Large, almond-shaped eyes, their surfaces animated by numerous tiny holes,
sit on voluminous cheeks that project outward like ledges over a broad mouth whose vertical striations indicate teeth. The nose, its gentle curve rhyming with the curves of the cheeks and eyes, is tipped with two dilated, cups-shaped nostrils, whose form is echoed in turn by the low-set ears. The mask sits on a hollow cylindrical neck which is pierced with a ring of holes, perhaps for the attachment of a garment. Fussed below the holes, a band of cowrie shells is carved in relief. Perhaps the most famous of all masks from the Cameroon grasslands is a sculpture so formally compelling that many scholars consider it to be one of the masterpieces of African art, Fig. 10-29. This style of forcefully abstracted mask probably dates at least to the 18th century. While similar masks have been found in several grasslands kingdoms, the historical center of production seems to have been the kingdom of Banchown. There the masks, called tsessa, are instruments of a closed association known as misop. They were brought out to participate in the enthronement of a king or to act in the mourning festivities of great personages. They also came out to perform the tso dance at the palace, accompanied by ritual flutes. The tso dance symbolized the sovereignty of the kingdom and took place at the funeral of a king or a queen, at annual agricultural rituals that marked the end of the harvest and the new year, at special rituals that had to do with transcendent power, and at certain meetings of misop. As with most of the works from the grasslands kingdoms, the form of this headdress conveys something of the spiritual and social authority of its owners. Maritime arts. The Douala far to the southeast of the grasslands region, on the coast of Cameroon, a number of peoples live in close (10-29) Mask Grasslands Region, Cameroon. I8th century. Wood, height I8x 47 cm. Museum Rietberg, Zurich. The mask represents a face with extravagantly exaggerated brows, their towering forms emphasized by parallel striations. Large, almond-shaped eyes, their surfaces animated by numerous tiny holes, sit on voluminous cheeks that project outward like ledges over a broad mouth whose vertical striations indicate teeth. The nose, its gentle curve rhyming with the curves of the cheeks and eyes, is tipped with two dilated, cups-shaped nostrils, whose form is echoed in turn by the low-set ears. The mask sits on a hollow cylindrical neck which is pierced with a ring of holes, perhaps for the attachment of a garment. Fussed below the holes, a band of cowrie shells is carved in relief. Perhaps the most famous of all masks from the Cameroon grasslands is a sculpture so formally compelling that many scholars consider it to be one of the masterpieces of African art, Fig. 10-29. This style of forcefully abstracted mask probably dates at least to the 18th century. While similar masks have been found in several grasslands kingdoms, the historical center of production seems to have been the kingdom of Banchown. There the masks, called tsessa, are instruments of a closed association known as misop. They were brought out to participate in the enthronement of a king or to act in the mourning festivities of great personages. They also came out to perform the tso dance at the palace, accompanied by ritual flutes. The tso dance symbolized the sovereignty of the kingdom and took place at the funeral of a king or a queen, at annual agricultural rituals that marked the end of the harvest and the new year, at special rituals that had to do with transcendent power, and at certain meetings of misop. As with most of the works from the grasslands kingdoms, the form of this headdress conveys something of the spiritual and social authority of its owners. Maritime arts. The Douala far to the southeast of the grasslands region, on the coast of Cameroon, a number of peoples live in close relationship to the waters of the ocean, estuaries, and rivers. Both their economic and spiritual lives have long been connected to the maritime environment, and many of their arts reflect this tie. When European ships first began to appear off the Cameroon coast some 500 years ago, one of these peoples, the Douala, initiated a trading relationship that lasted for centuries. By canoe they transported such goods as ivory, palm oil, rubber, and slaves to European ships anchored offshore, receiving in return European goods which were quickly integrated into Douala culture. The long centuries of trade influenced Douala social structure as well. Among the Douala, as among others in the region, lineage leaders had governed small groups of people. But because Europeans seemed to prefer negotiating with one recognized authority in any given area, the Douala came to raise certain lineage leaders over others, giving them the role of spokesman and creating a new position of chief. Objects such as the ornate stool shown here were created as prestige objects that supported the position and authority of these newly created chiefs. Fig. 10-30, Douala stools typically have a wide horizontal base and a curving seat. Geometric motifs interspersed with animal images decorate the bases. Here, serpents and birds are worked into a symmetrical design. The canoe and the arts associated with it have become a cultural metaphor for the Douala. Sacrifices to water spirits who controlled success in fishing in the rivers and estuaries were offered from canoes, and it was canoes that enabled the Douala to carry on their European trade. This trade tiered the growth of prosperous families, who competed with each other not only in business but also in canoe races. Such competitions are still important to the Douala. Racing dugouts today measure about 50 to 75 feet long and some 3½ feet across. Up to 30 paddlers, each with his own personally decorated paddle, help to speed these crafts in competition. The surfaces of the sleek canoes are painted in a variety of geometric patterns, and the name of each craft, carved in relief, is also painted in the same bright colors. An elaborate open-work ornament called a tange is attached to the prow. The tange shown here is painted in 10-30. Carved stool. Douala. Wood. National Museum of Natural History, Smithsonian Institution, Washington, D.C. 10-31 tange, prow ornament. Douala. 1890 or earlier. Wood, polychrome. The National Museum of Ethnology, Stockholm. The tange is not merely a sculptural form. The canoe to which it is attached and the family to whom it belongs interact within the context of the race, where the symbols of power are not just seen but acted out in performance. Human beings working together as a team in concert with spiritual agencies activate the powers alluded to in the sculpture of the tange. Bright colors, Fig. 10-31. Typical for the form, it is carved with an abundance of human and animal images engaged in a variety of activities. Tange iconography is chosen to intimidate rivals, and the figures depicted are usually expressions of power. Serpents and birds dominate canoe iconography. Usually the two are shown in confrontation. Here, a large snake writhes along the underside of the tange. Rising up over the tip, it has begun to swallow a bird standing on the upper side, even as it is being attacked by a second bird from below. The violent action underscores the superior strength of the canoe's owners. The lethal serpents symbolize a force that leaves no room for retaliation. Birds, on the other hand, may symbolize speed, suggesting rapid movement over the water. At the same time, they also signify power and strength. Other animals on the tange may refer to family totems or represent strength. They may also refer to Douala organizations. For example, the leopard depicted standing at the rear of the projecting section, while it is associated with leadership and connotes authority and chieftaincy, may also refer to closed associations in the Douala area. Images of humans on a tange may represent mortals of special rank or spirits in human guise. On both the long projecting element and the plaque-like crosspiece at its base, the central figures are dressed in European clothing and posed symmetrically. The man depicted on the crosspiece carries dual dance wands, the man on the projecting section carries dance wands and wears an elaborate headdress indicating special status. Since both figures are dressed as Europeans but have non-European attributes as well, they may represent Duala persons of high rank, for Duala chiefs frequently greeted the ships of trading agents in European military garb. Europeans were associated with wealth and power, and it is possible that the intent of such images was to suggest an economic alliance between the owner of the canoe and the powerful European traders that he controlled. Seated secondary figures in this tange also wear European clothing and footwear, but they participate in non-European activities. One reaches out and grasps the tongue of the leopard, while the other grasps the tail of a serpent. This type of imagery, in which humans demonstrate mastery over animals without the apparent use of force, occurs repeatedly in Duala arts and suggests ritual activity and supernatural abilities. Such figures thus combine attributes of persons of power in two worlds, the economic world of the Duala with its European trade, and the spiritual world. Duala artists often integrated European-inspired motifs into their iconography. Such motifs were carefully chosen and imbued with meaning. Images of trade goods, including weapons, European furniture, goblets, trays, oil lamps, decanters, and clothing, are references to social status. For example, on this tange, imported parasols serve as finials on either side of the crosspiece. Gabon. The dense rainforests of Gabon, which extend through equatorial Guinea and into southern Cameroon as well, are home to at least 40 ethnic groups that share a number of traits and similar institutions. They live in small, independent communities. Centralized political institutions such as those of the grasslands area of Cameroon are unknown. Instead, men's organizations help bring about social cohesion. Reliquary figures. Almost all these groups venerated the relics of ancestors, which were kept in containers with other objects that impart power. The bones and other relics of important relatives, those who were leaders, courageous warriors, village founders, artists or superior crafts workers, and especially fertile women were believed to be imbued with the powers that those extraordinary people had during their lives, powers that could be drawn upon to help the living. French colonial officials banned reliquaries and the priests who controlled them during the first decades of the 20th century. Until then, consultation of the ancestral relics preceded all significant events. Reliquaries took on different forms among various groups, but they fulfilled similar functions. A carved wooden head or figure often surmounted the container. Although museums display these sculptures unadorned, they were decorated with feathers and collars when they were in use. Such heads or figures were not understood as portraits of an ancestor or even as symbolic of ancestors. Instead, each was a protector of the relics, a warning to those who approached that sacred materials were within. In these forest regions, young men were introduced to the reliquaries of their family or association during the exciting and traumatic events surrounding their initiation into adulthood. The sharp divisions and rhythmic energy characteristic of reliquary figures helped youths understand the potent energy generated by the ancestral relics. Among the best known of the regional reliquary traditions is that of the Fang people. The Fang and related groups are said to have migrated from the northeast over the past several centuries, entering the coastal areas of Gabon by the mid to late 19th century. Historically, the Fang were itinerant, and it is only recently that they have settled into a broad area from the Sananga River in Cameroon, near Yaoundé, to the Agao River in central Gabon. The migratory existence of the Fang prohibited the creation of ancestral shrines at grave sites. Instead, the remains of the important dead, in the form of the skull and other bones, were carried from place to place in a cylindrical bark box, the basis of a transportable ancestral shrine called Nsekbiri. Within the container were represented a family's illustrious dead. Skulls were the most important of the relics, and the number of skulls in a 10 to 32. Biri head, Great Biri. Fang. 19th to 20th century. Wood, height 18 k,
46.5 cm. The Metropolitan Museum of Art, New York. The Michael C. Rockefeller Memorial Collection, bequest of Nelson A. Rockefeller, 1979, and Berry were consulted before any important undertaking. An old man considered close to the ancestors was in charge of the assemblage of relics and officiated at consultations. Such rituals usually took 3 to 4 days. The relics were taken out and covered with a substance to activate them. The berry had to be fed to increase its strength and to stimulate fate when it was consulted. Animals were sacrificed to the ancestors and their blood smeared on the skulls. Box was a tangible reference to the antiquity of the unnage. The more skulls, the older the lineage, and thus the more power it manipulated. The migratory history of the Fang has made it difficult to sort out stylistic groups. Individual artists moved from place to place, and styles were transmitted and absorbed easily. Moreover, reliquary figures collected from the region early in the 20th century were routinely attributed to the Fang, even though they may well have been created and used by other groups. Nevertheless, a northern and a southern Fang style are easily discernible. The imposing head with its ornate hairdo shown here is typical of the southern style, Fig. 10 to 32, standing over 18 inches tall, it is the largest such head known. The hairline across the top emphasizes a broad forehead. The hairdo recalls the wig-like headdress called ikuma, which was worn by Fang warriors in the 19th century. The C-shaped ears are placed quite high, at a level with the arched brows. Discs of metal are attached for the eyes. The large mouth fills the narrow chin. The lustrous dark brown and black surface, typical of the southern Fang style, is the result of regular anointing with palm oil and copal resin. The long neck was originally attached to the lid of a bark container for relics, which would have been understood as the torso. Stylistic evidence suggests that the figure arig in at among the Bitsi people, a southern Fang group located along the Agao River in central Gabon. The style of the object is very much like that of the heads of figures and half-figures used for the same purpose in the region. Fang artists from the north carved only full-standing figures as reliquary guardians, Fig. 10 to 33, the beautiful female figure shown here may once have been accompanied by a companion male figure on a second reliquary. It was created among the Mabia, who live on the southern coast of Cameroon and in neighboring parts of Equatorial Guinea and Gabon. The Mabia are part of a group of peoples who arrived in this part of Cameroon and Gabon before the Fang. Though linguistically unrelated to the Fang, they have nevertheless become Fang in culture. This very accomplished work is typical of the Mabia substyle of Fang sculpture, in which the head is less than 1/4 the height of the elongated figure. A double-crested helmet form tops the forward projecting head. Almond-shaped eyes with their clearly defined pupils fit into slightly sunken orbits, while an open mouth with teeth exposed through thin lips juts forward over a negligible chin. Tall and thin, with an elongated torso and slender extremities, the body is naturalistically carved with rounded forms and well-modeled musculature. The elongated arms reach to the thighs, and the hands are separated from the thighs by carved projections. The distended belly is typical of all Fang-related figures. The navel is emphasized by its protrusion, and the slightly bent, powerful legs have swelling calf 10 to 33. Berry figure. Fang, Mabia, Wood. Musée Barbie Mueller, Geneva. Muscles. Like other Mabia-style figures, this one has a HGHT patina and smooth, well-finished surfaces. These surfaces contrast markedly with the brown-black, oozing surfaces of southern-style figures, and they suggest that the objects were treated differently when they were in use. In addition to ancestral consultations, berry figures were used during initiations. The rites included consumption of a plant with stimulant properties, which induced a trance lasting for several hours, and the resuscitation of the ancestors, in which figures detached from the reliquaries were moved somewhat playfully from behind a raffia screen as puppets. In the heightened atmosphere of ceremony, music, dance, and altered consciousness, This show must have had a rather convincing effect of ancestral visitation. Adjacent to the Fang in the upper Agao River area of eastern Gabon and into the Congo Republic live the Kota peoples. The Kota are actually a number of groups of peoples with common cultural traits. Their present position is due to their movements under pressure from the Kwil peoples, who had been driven from their own territories between the 17th and 19th centuries by the Fang. Kota subgroups such as the Shame, Hongwe, Abamba, Mindumua, and Sheikh each stayed more or less together as entities during migrations over the past several centuries, but many others were broken up and scattered. Although they share many cultural traits, the groups are by no means homogeneous. They live in villages comprising 2 or more clans. Clans in turn comprise several lineages or family groups that trace their descent from a common lineage ancestor. This is an important point related to their art, for like the Fang, the Kota revere the relics of ancestors. The Kota keep bones and other relics of extraordinary ancestors in baskets or bundles called bwit. Bound into a packet and lashed to the base of a carved figure, the bones formed a stable base that allowed the image to stand more or less upright. The type of bundle varied according to location. The figures, called mulnengilu, like the guardian figures on Fang and Sekiuri, served as protectors of the bundle. At times a community brought all its reliquaries together in the belief that their combined power would offer greater strength against a danger. In some instances a group of families kept their reliquaries together under a small shelter erected away from the houses. The engraving in figure 10-34, published in the journal Tour du Monde in 1887 or 1888, depicts such a shelter in a community called Pongo. There are several types of Mbulu and Gilu, and a number of sub-styles can be identified. All are based upon the human face, even though they are abstracted and refer to non-human spiritual forces. All are carved 10-34. Kota reliquaries in a shelter. 1888 Bwit was called on in time of crisis to combat unseen agents of harm. Its intercession was sought in such vital matters as fertility, success in hunting, and success in commercial ventures. A husband could use it to guard against his wife's infidelity, for it was believed that if he placed pieces of her clothing in the reliquary, an unfaithful wife would be driven mad. Families took their bwit to ceremonies of neighboring villages to strengthen the allied community. The display of the bundles and their shiny, visually riveting figures was accompanied by feasting, dancing, and the making of protective medicines. Of wood, then have copper or brass sheeting or strips appuyed to the surfaces. This shining material both attracts our attention and acts as a shield, and it is possible that it was seen as being able to throw back evil forces. The style of Mbili and Goi depicted in the engraving has a number of variants. The forehead of the figure may complete the concavity of the oval face, as in the figure on the right, or it may bulge out in counterplay, as in the figure on the left. The facial features are summarily indicated. Here, disc-shaped eyes were created by applying metal bosses and the nose is a slim pyramidal shape. The mouth is simply represented or left out entirely. These stylistic features are also noticeable on the Mbulu and Gilu from the southern Kota in figure 10-35. Emphasizing the plane of the face, it is almost two-dimensional in conception. A distinctly concave, oval face is framed by a transverse, crescent-shaped crest above and 2 lateral wings that suggest a hairdo. Cylindrical pegs drop from the wings, suggesting ear ornaments. Sheet metal in alternating segments of brass and copper forms a cross shape on the face and completely covers the front of the crescent and the wings. A long, cylindrical neck connects the facial configuration to an open lozenge, which can be read as the arms of the figure, but which was once used to lash the Mbulu and Gilu to its bwit bundle. The smaller, very beautiful Mbulu and Gilu in figure 10-36 is a variation on the theme. The transverse crest is much narrower than the crescent-shaped crest in figure 10-35. The lateral wings are curved, and there are no eardrops, though holes in the wings 10-35. Mbulu and Gilu, reliquary figure. Kota. Wood, brass, copper, height 30 k, 78 cm. Volkerkundemuseum der Universität, Zurich. Metal, usually copper or copper alloy, formed the basis of currency in most of Central Africa prior to the colonial imposition of European coinage. Copper thus clothes these forms in prosperity and wealth, as well as giving them a reflective, gleaming surface. 10 to 36 Mbilu, reliquary figure. Kota. Wood, brass, copper, height 16/41 cm. Musée Barbie Müller, Geneva. 1037 reliquary figure. Hoengwe. Before 1886. Wood, brass, copper, height 19 x, 49 cm. Musée d'Elhome, Paris. May have held earrings. The face of the figure is convex rather than concave, with a bulging forehead and eye sockets. Both sheet copper and sheet brass have been used to cover the form. A diadem motif frames the forehead, picked out in copper. The circular, projecting eyes are unusual for Kota figures. Faces of reliquary figures sculpted by Hongwe artists are shovel-shaped, Fig. 10 to 37. The Hongwe are one of the many groups who live in close proximity to the northeastern Kota. Hongwe reliquary figures consist of three distinct sections: the oval, concave face cut off at the bottom to produce a shovel-like form, the cylindrical neck, and an oval, open work base. On the figure here, a vertical sheet metal strip divides the face in two. Parallel strips of brass are hammered into the wood like long staples on either side. Eyes made of brass bosses are situated about 2/3 of the way down the central strip. The nose is a beak-like piece of brass below the eyes. Strips curve vertically from just below the eyes to the base, giving the appearance of a type of mustache. There is no mouth. A fillip at the top seems to represent hair projecting slightly to the rear. The cylindrical neck is wrapped in copper wire. The open oval base shape, which is COV, aired with sheet metal, served to lash the figure to its Hwit bundle. Many other peoples in the region use figures to guard their reliquaries. These include a number of related peoples in southeastern Gabon such as the Shira, Punu, Vongwu, and Lumbo. Although the guardian figures created by these groups are functionally akin to those of the Fang, the southern Kota, and the Hongwe, formally they resemble sculpture from the area of the lower Congo River, see Chapter 11. One particularly fine example of a reliquary from southeastern Gabon is in the so-called whiteface style shared by the Punu, the Lumbo, and a number of other groups, Fig. 10 to 1, here. The delicate features of the guardian figure are picked out in white and accentuated with black markings. Masks and masquerades. Many of the peoples of the region use masks to initiate men into powerful fraternities. Some masks also establish the position of families within the larger community, and others acquire supernatural powers for their owners. This section looks briefly at the masks of three groups, the Fang, the Kweel, and the Punu. While lineage groups organize most aspects of Fang life, a number of secret societies cut across lineage lines to address the community as a whole. One such society, now outlawed, was Njil, a fraternity with judicial and police functions. Njil settled disputes between clans, punished criminals, and searched for and destroyed witches and sorcerers who used their evil spells against the community. Within a town or village, Njil represented several lineages and clans, but its impact reached beyond the family, and it could even be involved in the judicial affairs of several villages. Spirits made manifest by maskers carried out the decrees of Njil. Like the agents of Quifo in the Cameroon grasslands, Njil masks arrived at the home of a suspect in the dead of night, accompanied by a mask. Fang. Before 1890. Wood, raffia, kaolin, height ZIA, 54.7 cm. The Denver Art Museum throng of members carrying torches. The masks were said to protect individuals against evil spells, poisonings, and recognition by outsiders. The word Njil means gorilla, and masks worn by the association members shared the awesome size and fearsome features of this mysterious and powerful forest creature. The abstract, elongated Njil mask shown in figure 10 to 38 is almost 2 feet tall. Made of soft wood, it is whitened with kaolin, which for the fangs symbolizes the power of the spirits of the dead. Beneath a massive domed forehead, high arches over the eyes taper to a narrow chin, forming a heart-shaped face. A long, narrow nose separates the concavities of the cheek planes. The brows and eyes are picked out in black, burned into the surface with a red-hot blade. The serene countenance of the mask belies its terrifying role, for it represents a horrific being whose role was to eradicate evil. Njil masquerades brought punishment to adulterers, thieves, debtors, poisoners, and those who were disrespectful in their dealings with society members. In use, a collar surrounded the mask, and a headdress made of feathers and raffia added to its size and bulk. The masker's body was painted black, white, and red, and he spoke in a raucous and forbidding voice. The mask here was taken from Njil fraternity in 1890. Before French colonial officers banned Njil in 1910, such masks may have aided in governing Fang communities for centuries. Njil masks have not been used since the beginning of the 20th century, but other styles and types of masks have succeeded them. Many of the newer masks seem to be modeled to some extent after the formal characteristics of Njil masks, such as the heart shape and the white coloring with black trim. One newer type of Fang mask is Gontang. Gontang masks were probably introduced in response to the coming of Europeans, for they began to appear in the 1920s, and the term Gontang literally means young white woman. The mask is said to represent a female spirit from the land of the dead. Because Europeans are so pale, the Fang initially believed that they were spirits returning from the dead, and the link between white people and dead people is expressed in this masquerade. Gontang masks are used in rituals aimed at locating sorcerers, those who misuse spiritual powers for their own gain. They also appear to entertain on the occasion of solemn family events involving the dead and ancestral spirits, such as death rituals, mourning, and birth celebrations. The Gontang shown here is a cylindrical helmet mask ringed with 1039 Gontang, young white woman, mask. Fang. Wood and pigment, height 24, carat, 61.9 cm. The University of Iowa Museum of Art. On loan from Mr. and Mrs. C. Maxwell Stanley. 4 oval faces, Fig. 10 to 39, each face, with its concave heart shape, is painted with white kaolin. Decate designs in black burned into the surface vary from face to face. A dozen slender horn shapes once sprouted from the top of the head, only 2 of which remain. In the past, when such a mask was worn, the masker's body was concealed with raffia fibers. Today, clothing, socks, and a fiber collar attached to the mask serve to conceal the wearer. The Quill are a fairly small group of forest people who in the early decades of the 20th century moved from the headwaters of the Ivinda River into the Kota area, thus forcing the Kota into new territories. Like other peoples in the region, the Quill formerly drew on the power of the relics of the dead for the benefit of the living, a practice they called beat. Beat was considered medicine for an ailing people. Relics were called upon in times of crisis, such as epidemic, famine, multiple deaths, or the deaths of great men or women. Disputes between family-based men's societies, Ibaz, Singh, has, sometimes also required the healing power of ancestors. The community was expected to reach a certain level of energy or animation before the remedy of beat was applied, because medicine should be applied to something hot. In Quill belief, hot people are less susceptible to illness. To bring themselves to the necessary heated state, the community invited forest spirits, Ekuk, Sing, Kuk, to lead them in a dance. As neutral outsiders, Ekuk could bring together a possibly riven community in a way 10 to 40. Kuk, forest spirit, mask. Quill. Musée d'histoire naturelle, La Rochelle. Such a mask would have been danced in a costume combining sumptuous loincloths of woven raffia, a product of the civilized world. Of men and women, with pelts of animal skin, used in witchcraft and associated with the occult world of the forest. The masker's body was fantastically patterned in red, black, and white. Nutshell anklets created rhythmic sounds as the Akuk pounded their feet. Painted white with Kaon. The eyes and nose are blackened, as is the area that surrounds the face. Superstructures indicate specific types of Akuk. The superstructure of this mask is a large zigzag form with 4 smaller renderings of the characteristic heart-shaped face carved in low relief. Other types of quill masks belong to Ibaz. One of the most important of these is the Gon mask, which displays the sagittal crest, triangular forehead depression, and canine teeth typical of the skulls of the adult male gorilla. Like other Gon masks, the one shown here is stained dark and its fangs, mouth, and triangular forehead section are painted red. Fig. 10-41, the Gon masker darkened his body with charcoal and wore a minimal loin covering of mongoose skin. In his hand he held 5 javelins. His attendants controlled him and held him back by means of a rope around his waist. Gon ran around the village, throwing his spears at anything in sight, trying to kill loose animals. The ferocity of Gon made him a kook of medicine. He was considered antisocial, acting the role of a leader of war. Aggressive, uncouth, and fearsome in his actions, Gon was sent out by Ibaz to test the mettle of others. He could be sent out for retribution, for punitive action, or to extort other Ibaz to participate in raids. A number of groups in southern Gabon share a style of mask that has come to be known as the whiteface style. Like the masks of the Fang, the Kota, the Kweel, and other peoples of Gabon, the faces of their masks are whitened with kaolin, the color of spirits and the dead. But while most masks in Gabon are abstractions of human and animal features, the whiteface masks tend toward an idealized yet naturalistic human female face. Various groups make the masks, but those of the Punu and the Lumbo are probably the best known. The Punu mask shown in figure 10-42 is typical of these refined, lovely maidens. The rounded contours. 10-41 Gon mask. Kweel. Wood and pigment. Musée d'Arts d'Afrique et d'Oceanie, Paris. That human leaders, such as the leaders of rival Ibaz, could not. Maskers made the spirits manifest. Entering the village to the accompaniment of music, male spirits pranced rhythmically, while female spirits, also danced by men, shuffled slowly. Human followers mimicked their dance steps. The mask shown in figure 10-40 is typical of the kook masks used to lead dances in preparation for beat. The concave, heart-shaped face is 10-42. Mukayuda mask. Punu. 19th to 20th century. Wood and pigment, height 13, 33 cm. Naturalistic proportions, narrow slit eyes with swollen lids, high arched brows, fleshy lips, and ornate coiffure distinguish these masks from other white-faced female masks such as the Gon Tang, see Fig. 10-35, or the Igbo maiden spirit masks, see Chapter 9. The red scarification patterns keloids in a lozenge formation just above the bridge of the nose and in rectangular formations at the temples tell us that this mask represents a female character. The elaborate hairdo is painted black, while the sensuous lips are painted red. Such masks are called Makuje by the Punu and are still worn during public ceremonies and at funerals. The performance, which is 10-43. Punu Makud mask in performance, Luango, Gabon. 1993. Extraordinarily beautiful, requires great skill, for it is accomplished on stilts that raise the dancer as much as 10 feet above the ground, Fig. 10-43. While the mask performance brings joy to the community, underlying its appearance is apprehension and uneasiness. A talented dancer is vulnerable to envious adversaries who may attack him with sorcery. The Makud performer must be continually vigilant and acutely aware of his surroundings to guard against mystical onslaught. The stilts provide him with a panoramic vista, permitting him to anticipate and dodge likely strikes by any who come with sinister schemes. The elevated position is also a reference to the source of his powers of agility and balance, which are said to be obtained from birds, which are also elevated above the earth. Symbolic acts such as throwing leaves or pouring water into the dancing arena and symbolically sweeping it are also used to offset mystical attacks. Additional mystical security is gained by wearing or holding protective medicines in the form of charms. Finally, the performer must himself acquire mystical powers of clairvoyance. Snakes, with their flexibility and undulating movement, may also bestow agility on the dancer. Snakes' ability to scare potential antagonists is also a crucial attribute for the dancers, who draft a band of bodyguards and assistants. Contemporary international arts. Many artists in Central Africa today are self-taught or trained as sign painters. Others receive formal, academic training on the Western model and produce art for an international clientele. While most of the great heritage of African art is three-dimensional, most international artists in Africa seem to prefer the medium of paint and two-dimensional forms. An exception is the sculptor Leandro Mbomio Nsue, born 1938, from the small country of Equatorial Guinea. Mbomio studied in Spain in the 1960s. He subsequently lived in exile for many years before returning to his native country, where he served as Minister of Culture. Mbomio's father and grandfather were both Fang sculptors who carved masks and berry figures in wood. Mbomio, in contrast, casts his figures in bronze. Nevertheless, the rounded shoulders and overall proportions of the piece titled Mascara Bifront recall those of older Fang works, Fig. 10-44. Mascara Bifront may suggest to Western eyes the types of sculpture that European artists of the first half of the 20th century were producing in response to the inspiration of African forms. Perhaps a similar spirit of homage is at work in Mbomio's sculpture as well, for the artist has stated that we have a human debt to make the ways and customs of our ancestors fruitful, prolonging them in time in keeping with new necessities. 10-44 Mascara Bifront. Leandro Mbomio Nsue. Bronze. Fundación Escultor Leandro Mbomio Nsue. Malabo. The Western Congo Basin 11-1. Gondi figure. Lower Congo. Before 1878. Royal Museum of Central Africa, Tervuren. During the colonial period, Minkazi played important roles in resisting foreign ways imposed from without. European missionaries saw them as evidence of paganism and had them destroyed or sent them home as evidence of idolatry. European military commanders captured them as documentation of an opposing political force. In spite of colonial repression, Minkazi continued to be made and used and still work on behalf of Congo people today. Central Africa is dominated by the Congo River and its numerous tributaries, which drain a vast region embracing several climatic zones and a landscape that varies from high-altitude tropical rainforests to savanna woodlands and semi-arid plains. This huge river system has historically served as a primary means of transportation, and thus also of cultural diffusion and influence. The region's dense rainforests apparently discouraged human habitation for many centuries, for in comparison to other parts of Africa the Congo Basin has been settled only recently. Linguistic studies suggest that Bantu-speaking populations from the northwest began to move into the area during the first centuries AD, possibly 1. Encouraged by new crops and the newly acquired technology of iron, which allowed them to make tools capable of cultivating the forested lands. Fanning outward over succeeding generations, speakers of Bantu languages came to dominate the region, as indeed through their various migrations they did the entire southern portion of the continent. Art among peoples of the western Carib portion of the Congo Basin is used in leadership, funerary, and commemorative contexts, for the manipulation of mystical powers, and during rites of passage. These uses can be discussed in the context of several stylistic and cultural clusters. In the region known as the Lower Congo,
which includes portions of the Republic of Congo, the Democratic Republic of Congo, and Angola, live subgroups such as the Vili, the Yambe, the Sundi, and the Congo. Key Congo speakers, they were once part of the expansive Kingdom of Congo, an important regional polity that arose during the 14th century. In the Kwango and Kwilu River valleys of southwestern Democratic Republic of Congo and the Angola border live the Yaka, the Suku, the Pend, and the Teek, while the lands along the Kasai and Sankuru rivers to the east in the Democratic Republic of Congo are home to the many peoples associated with the centuries-old Cuba Kingdom. Early art iron implements were in use throughout the region by around AD 500, as were other technologies characteristic of settled agricultural life such as weaving and pottery. Grave sites from early periods suggest that material goods such as copper, iron, and bead work were associated with status, and they point to the development of craft specialization, long-distance trade, and hierarchical political structures. One of the oldest extant carvings from Central Africa was found in 1928 in Angola, Fig. 11-2, made of wood, it 11-2. Animal headdress or mask. 8th or 9th century AD. Wood, 19K, 50.5 cm. Royal Museum of Central Africa, Tervuren appears to be a headdress or a mask representing an animal of some sort, with tapered half-closed eyes, large nostrils, and pointed ears. The greatly simplified body suggests 4 tiny legs and a tail. Engraved lines suggest the stripes of a zebra. According to radiocarbon dating, it was made during the 8th or 9th century AD. The tradition of masking and the practice of creating beautiful art objects would seem to extend far back into the history of the area. The Congo Kingdom, one of the best known and best studied political units in all of Africa, is the Kingdom of Congo. According to oral tradition, Congo was founded toward the end of the 14th century by a ruler named Nyamaya Lukimi, who established dominion over the area around Mbanza Congo, his capital. South of the mouth of the Congo River. The kingdom grew through the conquests and alliances made by his successors, and by the time Portuguese explorers arrived in 1483 it had become perhaps the largest state in Central Africa, a centrally organized nation with governors ruling over provinces on behalf of a king. A century later its expansion had ended. Nevertheless, during the 16th and 17th centuries the prestigious and powerful Congo Kingdom was known throughout much of the world and sent diplomats to Europe and Brazil. Early leadership art proclaimed the authority of the Congo kings, who were viewed as sacred. Luxury goods testified to their status, wealth, and privilege. Figures, stools, staffs of office, textiles, and other wonderfully embellished utilitarian objects set the king and his chiefs apart from commoners and established their right to rule. A beautiful textile made of raffia fiber was collected in Congo in the 17th century, Fig. 11-3. Such luxurious cloths were produced by a special weaving technique that created patterns of raised lozenges, some of which 11-3. Textile. Congo. Early I/th century. Raffia, 9/x 28%, 24x 72 cm. Pitt Rivers Museum. Oxford. 11-4 The Court of the King of Longo, Lower Congo, c. Early drawings by European visitors were probably not based on scrupulous observation, yet they are still valuable witnesses to their time. Here the King of Longo is shown seated on a stepped and raised platform covered with a textile decorated with geometric patterns. Another textile is suspended on a frame from a pole behind the nobleman. Other typical leadership emblems are noted in the drawing as well. An orchestra of drummers and of trumpeters can be seen over a fence. The aristocrat wears the skin of leopards, symbolic of noble status. A man bows before him presenting bracelets, pelts of leopards, and ivory tusks. Were snipped after the weaving was completed to create a plush or pile effect. Most such cloths are monochrome, but here color has been applied to create a two-tone design. Raffia textiles may be depicted covering the stepped platform in a 17th century drawing of a Congo ruler in his court, Fig. 11-4. The indigenous weaving industry died out after European contact in favor of imported material, though many other decorative arts associated with Congo nobility continued to be made. Ivory, for example, was carved into fly-whisk handles, scepters, and staffs. The staff for a Congo ruler shown here may have contained spiritually charged substances thought of as medicines, figure 11-5. Ritually invested rulers were themselves considered to be sacred medicine, minkazi, and to have extraordinary powers. The ruler shown seated in state on the scepter holds a staff of authority in his left hand and chews on a special type of root associated with medicines of chieftainship held in his right hand. Religious arts, Christianity, and after in 1491 the Congo king Nzinga Nkawa converted to Christianity and was baptized as Joawi. His son and heir Afonso Mvemba Nzinga established Christianity as the state religion, thereby fostering friendly relations with several European countries. Congo artists began to work with the established iconography and artistic forms of the new faith, producing objects such as the crucifix in figure 11-6. Cast in copper alloy, the object follows the essential form of its European prototypes, and the proportions of the bodies seem to be based on European models as well. But the features of the faces are African, and the 11-5. Royal scepter. Yambe. 19th century. Ivory, iron, earth, resin, height 18/47 cm. Virginia Museum of Fine Arts, Richmond, Virginia. Adolph D. and Wilkins C. Williams Fund 11-6. Crucifix. Congo. Before 1987. Copper alloy, height 12 K, 31 cm. Museum für Völkerkunde, Staatlich Museen, Berlin. Prayerful secondary figures, perhaps mourners, are severely abstracted. Their placement, one in relief on the base of the cross and two perched on its arms, is unusual as well. With the destruction of the Congo Kingdom in 1665, Christianity was rejected, yet elements of Catholic ritual continued to be used in the context of local religious beliefs and practices. Similarly, some Christian images persisted, although their meaning shifted. Crucifixes, for example, became symbols for the meeting place of the worlds of the living and the dead. Four cross forms were identified with crossroads, long an important concept in local philosophical and religious thinking. One Christian saint who was turned to a new purpose was the Portuguese-born Anthony of Padua. 11-7 Saint figure, Tony Malau. Congo. 19th century. Wood, height 20 to the power of 6th carat 1 cm. Museum für Völkerkunde, Staatlichen Berlin, c. 1193-1231, called Tony Malau, Anthony of Good Fortune, in the Kikongo language. He became popular in Congo during the 17th century. During the early 18th century, a young Christian woman who declared that she was possessed by his spirit was convicted of heresy and burned at the stake. Her martyrdom signaled the beginning of a movement for the revival of the Congo Kingdom, and within the religious sect that honored her memory, figures of Tony Malau found use as instruments of healing. The statue of Tony Malau shown here probably dates from the 19th century, Fig. 11-7. Details such as the saint's tonsure and the robe with its folds of cloth and rope sash are clearly based on European prototypes and have been carefully reproduced. But the infant in his arms, a Christ child in European depictions of the saint, here appears very African and carries a fly-whisk, the traditional African symbol of leadership. Another often carved subject that may ultimately derive from the region's early exposure to Christianity is the mother and child. The beautiful mother and child carving in figure 118 is typical of numerous maternity images called fembo produced along the Yambe and Congo coast. Kneeling on a base and supporting a nursing child on one knee, the mother wears her hair in a mitered style that was once fashionable among both men and women in the region. Her teeth have been filed to points. Her body, adorned with richly textured scar patterns on the shoulders and across the upper breast, is further embellished with bracelets and a necklace of beads. The hairdo, filed teeth, jewelry, scarification, and the maternal pose suggest 11 to 8. Femba, mother and child figure. Yambe. 19th century. Wood, high 2K, 30 cm. Museum für Völkerkunde. Staatlich Museum, Berlin. Gift of Wilhelm Jost. 11 to 9 drum. Villi early 19th century. Peabody Essex Museum, Salam, Ma Ideal Womanhood. Although mother and child figures are carved in many African cultures, the comparative naturalism Oitfamha and the iconography of the nursing infant suggest that European depictions of Mary holding the infant Christ may have served as a distant model. The original function of Femba is not known. Today, they are used in connection with women's fertility practices instituted by a famous midwife. The red coloring of the example here may reflect this, for red is related to birth and death, both of which are viewed in Congo thought as transitional states. It was not only in the area of religious imagery that the Portuguese made an impact, the Portuguese themselves became subject matter for the Congo artist. The base of the drum in figure 11 to 9 depicts a Portuguese sailor holding a goblet and a bottle of gin. It was probably carved early in the 19th century, when the slave trade was still an important economic activity in the area. Depictions of Portuguese were also carved in ivory or wood as mementos for visitors to take back to Europe. Funerary and memorial arts. Many of the arts of the Congo region have to do with honoring and commemorating the dead and communicating with their spirits. One complicated custom developed in which the departure of important persons was commemorated with offerings of cloth. The body of the deceased was prepared over a long period of time, as much as 1 year, during which it was dried and wrapped in special mats and locally woven cloths. When the burial bundle was displayed in state, numerous cloths were prominently displayed along with it. An 18th century engraving illustrates a ceremony surrounding the burial of an important person from the area. Fig. 11 to 10, the body was covered with mats and raffia cloths. Imported linens, cotton prints, sheets, and silk goods wrapped 11 to 10. Burial procession for the Makai of Cabinda. I8th century. Around the mummy created an enormous bundle. Fabrics, sewn together edge to edge on the exterior, create what might be considered the body of a huge figure, for it is topped by a head. In the drawing, the wheeled cart, constructed for the occasion by European carpenters, is pulled by straining men and followed by mourners. A description by a European visitor who saw the procession states that the bundle was at least 20 feet long, 14 feet high, and 8 feet thick. His description suggested that the small head on top represented the deceased ruler who was being buried. Perhaps inspired by such funerary rites, the Bwend people of the Congo area formerly transformed their most illustrious dead into ritually wrapped mummies called Nyambo. The custom of Nyambo burials apparently flourished during the late 19th and early 20th centuries. On the death of an important chief, mats and cloths were collected. Nyambo makers studied the corpse carefully, noting such details as filed teeth or tattoo markings, for the work was to be a symbolic portrait. The body was smoked, dried, and wrapped, first in fine raffia cloth mats, then in brightly colored cloths and mats, both imported and locally produced. Hundreds of cloths might be used until a massive bundle swelled out. A reinforcing frame of cane work was placed around it to create a trunk, arms, and legs, and the completed bun. DLE was finished in red blanket fabric, red being a color associated with the mediating powers of the dead. The fabric portrait head topped the figure, stuffed with soft grasses and cotton. Occasionally an important man commissioned his portrait head prior to his death. The Nyambo in figure 11 to 11 towers over the entourage transporting it to its final resting place.
Within a strongly delineated lozenge on the chest, a field of embroidered spangles suggests the spotted pelt of the leopard, avatar of royal power. The lozenge symbolically indicates that the four corners of existence have been completed by the deceased. In combination, the two motifs signify that the ruler now not only governs the clan but also has dominion over relatives in the world beyond. The open mouth of the figure indicates the speech of the deceased, uttered on behalf of the living in the world of the ancestors. The right hand up, left hand down gesture, called the crossroads pose, symbolically maps out the boundary to be crossed between the living and the dead. The gesture is that of a mediator, for the community believes that the honored Nyambo will intervene on their behalf with spirits in the other world. In ordinary burials among the Bwend, dancing and singing builds to a level of high fervor. Everything was intensified even more in a Nyambo burial. Dancing took place for a number of nights in succession, not only in the village of the deceased but also in 11 to 11. Nyambo burial procession. Lower Congo, an orchestra plays as the Nyambo processes to the grave. We see in the left corner of the photograph a beautiful slit gong, nkonko, carved with a human figure in mourning pose. Next to it is an ngoma drum. The eyes of its player have been symbolically opened up by circles of white clay, a sign that the musician becomes a medium whose drumming unifies the worlds of the living and dead. Side-blown trumpets and tall vertical trumpets are viewed as mediators who return the cries of the living. Oddly shaped flutes made of roots allude to the Leng. Roots are used for making medicines, and in this context the sounds produced on such instruments become medicine. 11 to 12 Yambe funerary cart, Madyuta, Lower Congo. Photograph 1909, surrounding villages. On the day of the interment, the dancing suddenly stopped. After a generous feast in honor of those who provided cloths for the burial, the Nyambo was carried through the village to the accompaniment of a special orchestra. Hundreds of people may have been in the procession, dancing, singing, working, and joking as the Nyambo was guided to the grave. When it finally touched bottom, a great cry issued from the crowd as they simultaneously jumped into the air. Their mediator had entered the world of the dead. A variation on the theme of representing the dead is seen in a photograph taken in 1909 in the Yambe town of Madyuta, Fig. 11 to 12. Here a corpse has been prepared and placed in a box-like bundle covered with cloth and surmounted by a carved figure. The representation of the deceased, dressed in European clothing and smoking a pipe, holds a parasol in his hand, a mark of status and dignity. The cart on which it has been readied for the cemetery procession is made of sections of log. The Bimbe, another Congo group, create cloth mannequins called musidai for their deceased, Fig. 11 to 13. Unlike the Nyambo of the Bwend, musidai do not ready a body for burial but rather pacify a deceased spirit by serving as a reliquary for his disinterred bones. The Bimbe bury their dead under a structure made of poles and thatch. Should the village subsequently experience misfortune, divination may reveal that the dead person is demanding a more fitting site. The body is disinterred, and its bones are wrapped and then placed in a musidai made of a cane armature, sometimes stuffed with dried banana leaves, and covered with red and blue cotton cloth. The magnificent example shown here assumes the burial pose. A musidai is kept in its own house, from which it might be taken out to serve as judge in disputes. The cemetery itself is an important part of the community in Congo thought. A grave was viewed as medicine, nkasi, an object, substance, or collection of materials that contains spirit powers and makes them available to humans. In fact, the entire cemetery with all its graves is considered to serve as protective medicine. It is placed near the entrance to a village as 11 to 13. Musidai, mannequin for the deceased. Bimbe. Before 1930. Cloth and plant material, 17K, 45 cm. Musidal home, Paris. 11 to 14 Tumba, funerary figure. Basundi. I9th century. Wood, height 20, 51 cm. Museum Rietberg, Zurich. Eduard von der Heydt collection, a shielding force and a source of ordering power for the community. On a grave may rest an assemblage of possessions such as guns, umbrellas, vessels, hose, and other objects that symbolically summarize the life of the deceased. Included is usually the last object that touched his lips before he died. The objects provide 374 Central Africa strong links to the spirit and bind the living and the dead. Also on the grave or in a small house nearby may be a carved wooden or stone figure called a tumba, plural bitumba. Serving as a guardian of the grave, the tumba represents the person who lies within, usually a distinguished member of the community. It provides a focus for those who come to the grave to consult the ancestor. The tumba in figure 11 to 14 represents a ruler. He is portrayed in a meditative pose, one knee brought to his chin, his hands clasped over it. The pose is said to communicate sadness, both the sadness of the man who has left his family and his people and the reflected sadness that they experience in his loss. His downcast eyes focus his attention inward as he concentrates on his new role as mediator between the living and the dead. Painted tears convey his own weeping as well as that of those who mourn him. Soapstone, steatite, bitumba were often referred to as mintati, sing antati. The marvelous example illustrated here shows a ruler seated cross-legged on a base, his head turned to the left, smoking a pipe, fig. 11 to 15. The pose reveals Congo attitudes toward the role that the deceased dignitary was to play in the spirit world. As mediator between the living and the dead, he was to assume the role of listener and decision-maker that he had played in the world when he was alive. When a king smoked, all others were silent. Smoking was a sign demonstrating that the king needed distance from his affairs, it created time for thought and prevented things from unfolding too rapidly. In this sculpture, the ruler turns his head away from the ordinary, further distancing himself from the everyday. He places his arm over his 11 to 15 antati, funerary figure. Mboma. I9th century. Steatite, height 23, 58.4 cm. Brooklyn Museum, New York. Museum Expedition 1922. Robert B. Woodward Memorial Fund. 2I6. Memorial houses with Bludumba, Boma, Lower Congo. Photograph Eco 8ni, creating a symbolic barrier between his inner thoughts and the world. In Yambe country, bitumba may be placed in shrines built for ancestors. A 1908 photograph of a Congo shrine in the Boma area shows two of these small structures, Fig. 11 to 16, these diminutive houses are walled with vertical posts that create a sort of surrounding palisade that protects the miniature city thus contrived. The shrine both shields the dead from forces without and protects the living. Visible in the foreground shrine are three wooden bitumba whitened with kaolin. The color evokes the white skin of the dead, and is associated with moral correctness and spiritual perception. Bitumba are made in a relatively restricted area on the left bank of the Congo River between the cities of 11 to 17. Funerary cylinder. Lower Congo. Royal Museum of Central Africa, Tervuren foot 4J, Si*T Matadi and Boma. In some neighboring areas, the illustrious dead are commemorated instead with funerary ceramics. The hollow ceramic cylinder shown here once marked the tomb of a wealthy and socially prominent person, Fig. 11 to 17, raised moldings divide its surface into 5 horizontal registers above a base. Meaningful patterns fill the 3 uppermost registers. The open-work lozenges in the 4th register from the top stand for the emptiness of death. The lozenge evokes the path of the sun, which in Congo belief journeys between the living and the dead. Lozenges, although not open, in the running frieze in the 3rd and uppermost registers, also refer to death in that they mark points of birth, life, death, and afterlife. The diamond shape is compared to a type of crystal which the Congo view as a mystical lens through which the other world can be viewed.
Rectangular panels filled with rows of small raised bosses and marked with a hole at each corner appear in the top two registers. The bosses in these panels suggest to the Congo the counters in a traditional game called Ding Dingo, in which players jump through a maze of stones. While the game is beautiful to watch and requires skill, at a deeper level it is said to inform about the realities behind the apparent ending of life. Thus, the panel instructs viewers that death begins a new life in a new realm. In the uppermost register, contiguous diamonds with tiny bosses at their angles refer again to the Kos Mogram, this time marking the positions of the sun at dawn, noon, sunset, and midnight as it moves from the world of the living above to the nether world of the dead. Minkazi close communication with the dead and belief in the efficacy of their powers are closely associated with another important art form used by the Congo and many other groups throughout Central Africa. All exceptional human powers are believed to result from some sort of communication with the dead. Notable among people with such powers are agents known as Banganga, Sing, and Ganga, who are believed to be able to see hidden things. They work as healers, diviners, and mediators who defend the living against witchcraft and provide them with remedies for diseases resulting either from witchcraft or the demands of spirits, Bakasi, emissaries from the land of the dead. Banganga harness the powers of Bakasi and the dead by making ritual objects called Minkazi, Sing, Nkasi, medicine. Minkazi are primarily containers, ceramic vessels, gourds, animal horns, shells, bundles, or any other object that can contain 11 to 18. Minkazi figures, Boma, Congo. 1902 Spiritually charged substances. As discussed earlier, graves themselves are considered to be Minkazi. In fact, Minkazi have been described as portable graves, and many include earth or relics from the grave of a powerful individual as a prime ingredient. The powers of the dead thus infuse the object and allow the Nganga to control it. Minkazi serve many purposes. Some are used in divination. Many are used for healing, while others ensure success in hunting, trade, or sex. Important Minkazi are often credited with powers in multiple domains. Minkazi may also take the form of anthropomorphic or zoomorphic wooden carvings, and it is these that have principally interested art historians. The group of Minkazi shown here was photographed in 1902 in a Yambe community, Fig. 11 to 18. The large Nkasi in the center of figure 11 to 18 is Nkandi, plural Minkandi, perhaps the best known of the many types of Minkazi. Associated with formidable powers, Minkandi are greatly respected. As hunters, they are said to pursue witches, thieves, adulterers, and wrongdoers by night. At the turn of the century, each Congo region had several local varieties of Minkandi. Most were activated by driving nails, blades, and other pieces of iron into them to provoke them into delivering similar injuries to the guilty. The Nkandi in figure 11 to 18 appears to be almost life-size. Centered on its abdomen is a bulging form J where the substances that empower it have been sealed in with resin. The word used for belly also means typh J or soul, and activating materials are most commonly placed there, though they may also be placed at the top of the head, on the back, or between the legs. Called Bilongo, activating SUBJ stances include three main types of ingredients: mineral from the land of the dead, items chosen for their names, and metaphorical materials. The most important minerals include kaolin, the white clay closely linked to the world of the dead, and red ochre, whose red color refers symbolically to blood and danger even as it signifies mediation of the powers of the dead to the living for both affliction and cure. Ingredients chosen for their names include certain leaves or seeds whose names are puns for the attributes and functions of the Nkasi. Metaphorical materials include such things as the heads of poisonous eye snakes, the claws of birds of prey, and nets, all of which suggest the power to attack, to produce death or sickness. The bilongo in the belly of the smaller figure to the left are sealed with a mirror.
Mirrors enable the Nkasi to see witches approaching from any direction and thus serve as a sort of compass that tells the Nganga where evil lies. The glitter of mirrors was also believed to frighten witches. The torso.